Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 384 to Chapter 437. Villa Number 1 occupied a total area of 4,800 square meters. The villa itself was more than 1,300 square meters, 40 meters long and 30 meters wide. It had 2 floors and a height of about 10 meters. The largest area on the first floor was, of course, the living room. Just the living room alone was about 400 square meters. The other areas were naturally a spacious kitchen, a bright dining room, a luxurious bathroom, a study, a gym, and many guest rooms for the guests. Ling Yan's study and gym were located on either side of the living room, at the southwest and southeast corners of the first floor. The study was huge, with an area of more than 100 square meters. As for the gym, it was even bigger, with an area of more than 200 square meters. The indoor swimming pool was not designed on the first floor, but on the second floor of the villa. It was located in the southeast corner facing the sun, directly above the gym on the first floor. There was a dedicated staircase from the gym that led directly to the swimming pool on the second floor. The swimming pool was not small either. It was about 200 square meters, 15 meters long and 10 meters wide. Even 10 people could swim in it together without feeling crowded. This design was purely for the owner of the villa to relax and enjoy himself when he was tired. Imagine, the owner of the villa waking up in the morning, working out for an hour or two in the gym, and then going to the swimming pool on the second floor to swim. What kind of enjoyment would that be? Of course, if you felt that the indoor swimming pool was too small for you to swim to your heart's content, you could directly go outside. The gourd-shaped swimming pool outside was more than 400 square meters. It was simply a clear lake that reflected the flowers, trees, blue sky, and white clouds. You could swim however you wanted and would definitely be able to enjoy yourself. On the first floor of the villa, other than the kitchen, dining room, study, gym, and the necessary bathroom, there were also a few guest rooms for the guests. Each room was of different sizes, but the smallest one was at least 50 square meters. It was decorated elegantly. Obviously, the designer of the villa was very considerate of the owner. After all, a person who could spend tens of millions to buy such a villa, and a friend or guest who was allowed to stay in their home, would not be an ordinary person. As for the second floor of the villa, other than the largest bedroom used by the owner, the rest of the rooms were basically secondary bedrooms. They could be used by Ling Yun's family or as guest rooms. Of course, this was all up to Ling Yun. The entire villa was equipped with a perfect water treatment system, central air conditioning system, and floor heating system. The design was in the style of the Chinese countryside. This kind of design was primitive and simple, rough and casual. It was a concept of freedom and return to nature. It could satisfy the psychological needs of the residents to return to nature. It was a kind of personal experience, the tranquility and leisure that people felt from home, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. The simple lines and unadorned aura all exuded the natural smell of sunlight, grass, and dewdrops. It was as if he could pick it up casually without any pretentiousness. To be honest, the villa was too big, and Ling Yun had given Tang Meng too little time. From the time Tang Meng started looking for a renovation company to the time the villa was seized, only 5 days had passed. Hence, the renovation of the villa was still in its infancy. There were still many details that needed to be perfected. However, even so, Ling Yun was very satisfied with Cui Lao's visit to the villa. The doors, windows, and carpets were luxurious, the furniture and lighting were comfortable and luxurious, and the fabric and floral art were romantic and warm. The interior decoration style of the villa was perfectly integrated with the layout of the outdoor garden, giving people a sense of tranquility and nature. Not bad indeed. Ling Yan scanned his living room and nodded his head in satisfaction. He then turned around and called Tang Meng over. Find a guest room for me and Cui Lao. Ever since Ling Yan bought mansion number 1, he had only been going around the living room and kitchen. He was not as familiar with the place as Tang Meng. Tang Meng brought Ling Yan and Cui Lao to a guest room before he tactfully retreated to watch Tai Xiaohu drain the big black dog's blood. Seems like you're doing pretty well for yourself to be living in such a nice villa. Cui Lao teased Ling Yan after Tang Meng left the villa. He kept looking around after he entered the villa. Ling Yan smiled faintly. I've embarrassed myself in front of Cui Lao. It's just a place to stay. No matter how big the house is, the sleeping space is only 3 feet wide. To be honest, I bought this place mainly for cultivation, lest someone disturbs me. Chui Lao's gaze was fixed on Ling Yan's eyes as he spoke. He realized that Ling Yan's gaze was calm and leisurely. He didn't have the arrogance of a poor man who suddenly became rich, nor did he have the extravagance of a rich man. Chui Lao couldn't help but nod his head in approval. Ling Yan still had to make talismans. Time was of the essence, so he quickly got to the point. Chui Lao, if I'm not wrong, you must have suffered a serious internal injury a long time ago, which damaged your energy center and meridians. After a long period of careful recuperation, your injuries have healed, but the damage to your energy center and meridians has left a hidden danger. This has greatly affected your cultivation, right? Young fellow, which sect are you from? Even an ordinary Xianxia realm expert wouldn't be able to detect the hidden injury in my body. How did you see through it at such a young age? Chui Lao asked in shock. The Immortal Physician sect. Ling Yan's answer was straightforward. He had already decided that no matter who asked him, he would say that he was from the Immortal Physician sect. I've heard of the Miracle Physician Valley, but the Immortal Physician sect. Chui Lao frowned slightly. He racked his brains for a long time, but he couldn't remember where he had heard of such a sect. Ling Yan couldn't help but smile as he looked at Chui Lao's contemplative expression. Chui Lao, I still have to prepare some things this afternoon. How about letting me treat your injury first? This is a hidden injury that I've had for nearly 20 years. You. Chui Lao's expression was rather hesitant, but there was a trace of nervousness and anticipation in his eyes. Chui Lao wasn't afraid that Ling Yan couldn't treat him. He had been suffering from the hidden injury for 18 years, and he had used all the methods he could think of. This hidden injury no longer affected his lifespan, but it affected his cultivation. Chui Lao already knew that he could no longer advance to the Xiantian realm, so he had already accepted his fate. Moreover, Ling Lai had saved Chui Lao's life. Ling Yan was the descendant of the Ling family and Ling Lai's biological grandson. Chui Lao wouldn't have any complaints even if Ling Yan treated him badly or even killed him. Chui Lao was anxious because he thought that if Ling Yan could treat his injury, then wouldn't the hidden injuries of Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and the other important members of the Ling family be cured, especially Ling Yan's father, Ling Xiao. The third young master was gifted by the heavens. If his hidden injury was cured, wouldn't his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds? Wouldn't he be able to return to his peak in no time? At this thought, Chui Lao's body trembled with excitement. He felt that the Ling family's restoration to its former glory depended entirely on Ling Yan. Ling Yan looked at Chui Lao strangely before smiling. Since I can see through it, I'm naturally confident in treating you. However, you've been injured for so long, and a single treatment is obviously impossible. It'll take about half a month for a complete recovery. Chui Lao was overjoyed when he heard that. He nodded excitedly. All right. Then, what should I do now? Ling Yan smiled. You just need to take off your shirt and adjust your breathing according to your usual meditative posture. Chui Lao followed Ling Yan's instructions and took off his shirt. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to adjust his breathing with his eyes closed. Ling Yan took out 9 golden needles and began to perform the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on Chui Lao. He performed it a total of 9 times, a total of 81 needles. Every time he performed a needle, he injected a stream of spiritual energy into Chui Lao's body. The acupoints, meridians, and energy center weren't organs of the human body, nor were they human tissues. From a clinical perspective, these things couldn't be found. If a cultivator had to explain it vividly, if there was qi in the body of a cultivator, the qi would be like water, and the acupoints would be like wells. The water would flow through the wells and form fixed channels, which were called meridians. The dantian was the place where all the main meridians and 8 extra meridians converged. It was the most important and largest well. Chui Lao's internal injury had caused some of his acupoints to dry up or some of his meridians to wither. As a result, his energy center could no longer expand and strengthen. As a result, when his internal energy passed through these withered meridians or reached his energy center, it could only allow so much internal energy to pass through. Thus, no matter how profound and pure Chui Lao's cultivation was, the amount of power he could unleash was limited, let alone break through to the Xiantian realm. What Ling Yin needed to do now was to use the magical acupuncture technique of the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot and the spiritual energy in his body to restore Chui Lao's injured energy center, acupoints, and meridians to their original state. Of course, if luck was on his side and Chui Lao's natural endowments were good, Chui Lao could immediately enter the Xiantian realm after Ling Yan's treatment. The entire treatment process lasted for an hour. After Ling Yan performed the last 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, he said to Chui Lao, who was still cultivating with his eyes closed, "Chui Lao, the effect of this first treatment is the strongest. You still need to meditate for a while more. I'll come over to remove the needles, and you can walk after that." Ling Yan didn't wait for Chui Lao to reply. He left the guest room and returned to the living room. Phew. The pinnacle of Hotian Realm level 9 is too scary. I almost ran out of spiritual energy. Ling Yan sighed as he sat on the sofa in the living room and started to absorb spiritual energy again. Even though Ling Yan's body contained a large amount of spiritual energy, he still used up 90% of it after treating Chui Lao. "Tai Xiaohu, did you buy the talisman paper and medicinal herbs that I asked you to prepare?" Ling Yan asked Tai Xiaohu after he had recovered 30% of his spiritual energy. Last Sunday, before Ling Yan went down to the crater, he had made thousands of talismans in one go. He had used up almost all of the yellow, cinnabar, top-grade medicinal herbs, and so on. He had instructed Tai Xiaohu to buy another batch of talisman-making materials. "I bought them for you on Monday. They're all in the storage room." Tai Xiaohu chuckled. Ling Yan asked Tai Xiaohu to take out all the materials and started to make new talisman paper and ink. The 3 of them busied themselves until 3:30 in the afternoon before Ling Yan started to draw his first talisman. He could only use an ordinary weasel's hairbrush. Since no one was injured, he couldn't test the effects of the healing talismans. Therefore, Ling Yan continued to draw the fire. Talisman. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ling Yan flew out of the villa with the newly drawn fire talisman. At the same time, he took out another fire talisman drawn with the emperor brush from his spatial ring. Ling Yan held the 2 fire talismans in both his hands and threw them out at the same time. Then, he shouted, "Appear!" Boom boom. The 2 balls of flames exploded at the same time. F***ck, this, Ling Yan stared at the flames formed by the fire talisman that he had just drawn. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped and his face was filled with excitement. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan threw the 2 fire talismans at the same time to compare their effects. Ling Yan was pleasantly surprised when the 2 fire talismans turned into flames at the same time. The fire talisman drawn with the emperor brush was naturally the same. It was about the size of a basketball and had a fiery red flame. However, the fire talisman that Ling Yan just made had a smaller flame, about the size of a soccer ball. However, the color of the flame was different. That was because there was a hint of light blue in the middle of the red flame. The light blue flame was the color of the level 2 fire talisman. If the color of the fire talisman changed to light blue, that would mean that Ling Yan could make level 2 fire talismans. "Big brother Yun, what's wrong? Is your new fire talisman not good enough?" Tang Meng couldn't help but ask when he saw Ling Yan staring at the smaller flame excitedly. Half a minute later, the fire talisman drawn with the emperor brush began to extinguish. However, Ling Yan's new fire talisman burned for another 10 seconds. Ling Yan then turned to Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu and said, "You guys don't understand. Since it's fire, the bigger the flame, the better. The higher the temperature, the better. Do you see the pale blue flame in the middle of the smaller flame? The temperature of that light blue flame is at least twice the temperature of the red flame. If it had hit your arm, it would have burned a bone-deep hole in your arm." That powerful?" Tang Meng murmured. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. "That's right. During a battle, it's better to break one than to injure 10 fingers. If a person's body is only burned, then he will only feel pain and endure the pain to continue fighting you. But if his body is burned with a few holes and even his bones are exposed, which one do you think is more ruthless?" Ling Yan explained to the 2 of them in satisfaction. He quickly understood why the fire talismans that he had drawn with an ordinary brush were better than the emperor brush. Of course, the main reason was the advancement of Ling Yun's realm. Previously, when he used ordinary wolf bristles to draw the fire talisman, his cultivation was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage level 3. At that realm, it was impossible for him to inject spiritual energy into the fire talisman using the wolf bristles. However, he was now at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 4. Even if he held a piece of dead wood or a green leaf in his hand, he would be able to infuse spiritual energy into it. It turned out that the emperor brush had recognized Ling Yun as its owner. Ling Yun could use the emperor brush to infuse spiritual energy into the talisman. Now, ordinary weasel bristles could achieve this effect. Whether Ling Yun used the emperor brush or not, the effect of the talisman was negligible. Another reason was the materials used to make the talisman: paper and ink, the various medicinal herbs stored in the villa's storage room, and the blood of the 4 big black dogs in the yard. Ling Yun turned mansion number 1 into a spiritual energy gathering formation. As more and more spiritual energy gathered in the courtyard, the animals and plants in Ling Yun's villa naturally had more spiritual energy than the animals and plants in other places. Whether it was the medicinal herbs or the blood of the 4 big black dogs, they all carried some spiritual energy. The talisman paper and ink made from them would definitely be more effective than the previous ones. Ling Yun's advancement had smoothed out the effects of not being able to use the emperor brush. The talisman paper and ink were better than before. It would be strange if the fire talisman he drew wasn't stronger. Of course, Ling Yun didn't throw in any natural treasures to compare the effects. If he took out a ginseng king from his spatial ring and plucked one of its whiskers while making talisman paper or ink, the talisman he made would definitely be more powerful. Since the newly made fire talisman was already at the level of a level 1 fire talisman, Ling Yun had reason to believe that the healing talisman he made would also be at the level of a level 1 fire talisman. Let's go draw the talisman. Ling Yun immediately returned to the living room excitedly and prepared to draw the talisman. However, before he started, he asked Tang Meng to buy a few sets of clothes suitable for close quarters combat. Night clothes? Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Where could he buy such things? Ling Yun chuckled. That's right. It would be best if you could buy a mask and shoes together. Our figures are about the same now, so you can buy them according to your size. With that, Ling Yun pointed to the courtyard of the villa where Du Guimo was meditating. By the clothes that he's wearing, Ling Yun had already thought about it. He was prepared to find a tailor to make a few sets of clothes like the ones that Cui Lao and Du Guimo were wearing after he was done with these matters. Firstly, they were suitable for nighttime activities, and secondly, they were suitable for fighting. But Big Brother Yun, I don't know where to buy them. Tang Meng went through all the clothing stores in his mind, but he couldn't find a single one that sold such clothes. Ling Yun ignored Tang Meng and focused on drawing the healing talismans. Seeing that Tang Meng was in a difficult position, Tai Xiaohu suddenly laughed. You're finished, aren't you? Let me tell you. Tai Xiaohu had been in the Green Dragon Gang for a few years and loved to fight. He paid special attention to these things, so he was naturally more familiar with them than Tang Meng. It took Ling Yun 3 minutes to draw more than 10 healing talismans before stuffing them all into Tai Xiaohu's hands. You and Tang Meng can go buy them together. If you like, you can buy a set for yourselves. But before you leave, heal the injuries of the 4 dogs. Ling Yun said to Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng took the healing talismans and left the living room. Ling Yun focused on making the healing talismans. Ling Yun spent 2 hours making 300 level 1 healing talismans and 300 level 1 fire talismans each. Only then did he use up all the talisman paper and ink. After making the talismans, Ling Yun stood up and stretched his limbs. Once again, he began to absorb the spiritual energy in his body that had been depleted. It seems like I'm about to break through to physique tempering stage 5. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. A hint of joy flashed across his worried yet calm face. In his excitement, Ling Yun wanted to break through to the villa's courtyard. However, he suddenly remembered that Cui Lao, who was in the guest room, still had the golden needles in his body. More than 2 hours had passed. It was about time. Ling Yun arrived at the door of the guest room in a flash and pushed the door open. Ah! Cui Lao, you're Going berserk. Ling Yan was shocked the moment he entered the room, and his expression changed drastically. This was because he realized that Cui Lao's face was alternating between red and white. His closed eyelids were trembling violently, and his body was trembling violently. Bean-sized beads of sweat were rolling down his body. This was obviously a sign of qi deviation. Furthermore, it seemed like it had been going on for quite some time. Ling Yan didn't have to ask to know that Cui Lao definitely felt that Ling Yan's 9 needles of the spiritual pivot was extremely effective. He felt that his energy center and meridians were recovering well, so he wanted to use the spiritual energy that Ling Yan had transferred into his body to forcefully break through to the Xiantian realm. However, Cui Lao had forgotten that there were still 9 golden needles in his body. These 9 golden needles were only used to treat Cui Lao's hidden injuries, not to help him break through to the Xiantian realm. If the 9 golden needles weren't removed, it would be strange if Cui Lao didn't get into trouble when he tried to break through to the Xiantian realm. Ling Yan didn't expect Cui Lao to be so impatient. He furrowed his brows and immediately flew to the bed, sitting cross-legged behind Cui Lao. Cui Lao, don't be anxious. Give up on breaking through to the Xiantian realm. Let the true qi in your body circulate according to how I used the needle technique just now. I'll help you consolidate your foundation. Guide the true qi. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he silently activated the yin-yang harmony balance and slapped his palms on Cui Lao's back. The yin-yang qi in his energy center surged out and flowed into Cui Lao's body through Ling Yan's conception and governor meridians. The true qi in Cui Lao's body was of the fire attribute. Ling Yan could only use his own dark yin qi to suppress the chaotic true qi in his meridians. At the same time, he used his own pure yang qi to guide the true qi in Cui Lao's body to help Cui Lao recover bit by bit. At this moment, Dugu Mo, who was cultivating in the courtyard of the villa, also heard the sudden situation in the villa. His eyes widened, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. With a shake of his body, he entered the villa, and in the next moment, he landed gently at the door of the guest room. Dugu Mo only took one look at the bed and couldn't help but frown. He stood at the door and began to protect Ling Yan and Cui Lao. Dugu Mo stood there for close to 2 hours. Only when Ling Yan's forehead was covered in sweat and his face was pale did Dugu Mo let out a long sigh of relief. Ling Yan got off the bed, gritted his teeth, and stood up straight. He gave Dugu Mo a look, and the two of them quietly left the guest room and went out to the courtyard. You must be tired, right? Dugu Mo looked at Ling Yan's shaky appearance, and a hint of sincere admiration flashed in his eyes. A half-step Xiantian expert going berserk. What do you think? Ling Yan flew to the side of the Shikyu herb and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he didn't forget to roll his eyes at Dugu Mo before closing his eyes to cultivate. After Ling Yan finished drawing 600 talismans, the majestic spiritual energy in his body was once again depleted. Before he could absorb it, he realized that Cui Lao had gone berserk. He could only use the yin-yang qi in his body to guide Cui Lao's true qi back on the right track. However, the true qi in a half-step Xiantian expert's body was beyond Ling Yan's imagination. The yin-yang qi in his body was completely depleted, and he barely managed to pull Cui Lao back from the gates of hell. Now that Ling Yan was almost a cripple, he could only absorb spiritual energy while circulating the yin-yang harmony balance. However, the repeated consumption of spiritual energy within a short period of time had brought great benefits to Ling Yan, and he felt that he was about to break through. However, the spiritual energy accumulated by the Shikyu herb over the past 7 days wasn't even enough for Ling Yan's body to absorb 20% of the spiritual energy. Ling Yan quickly finished absorbing the dense spiritual energy around the Shikyu herb, and he was too lazy to move anymore. With a flip of his hand, he took out the mysterious gourd from his spatial ring. Gulp, 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 gulp. Ling Yan drank more than 2 liters of dragon saliva in one go, and he started circulating the yin-yang harmony balance again. Very quickly, Ling Yan felt that the yin-yang fish in his energy center had started to spin faster and faster. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour, the yang qi in Ling Yan's energy center surged, and the yin qi in the fish was insufficient. The yin qi in the eye of the yang fish was self-generated. When the yin-yang qi in Ling Yan's body reached equilibrium once again, there was a loud boom. Ling Yan smiled. He had broken through to physique tempering stage 5. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Following Ling Yan's breakthrough to physique tempering stage 5, Du Guo, who was far away, felt the yuan qi in the courtyard fluctuate violently. In an instant, it surged towards Ling Yan. It was as if Ling Yan had become the center of a whirlpool of yuan qi. In an instant, all the yuan qi in the villa formed a huge whirlpool and spiraled towards Ling Yan's body. In less than 5 minutes, Ling Yan had absorbed all the yuan qi that had accumulated over the past 7 days, leaving not a single drop behind. It can't be? This kid seems to have broken through again? He was so tired just now. It should have been difficult for him to even recover by tonight. How could he have broken through at this time? Du Guo could feel the yuan qi around him disappear without a trace. He could not help but mutter to himself in shock. Ling Yan stabilized his cultivation next to the Shikyu herb. He was very satisfied with the dragon saliva. Not only did it allow him to break through to physique tempering stage 5, but it also allowed him to reach the mid-stage of physique tempering stage 5. It's a pity that the accumulated yuan qi in the courtyard is too little. My energy center and meridians have doubled in size. This, Ling Yan could not help but frown. He had absorbed all the yuan qi in the courtyard, but it had not even reached 40% of his body's capacity. This was indeed a huge problem. However, after reaching physique tempering stage 5, Ling Yan's speed of absorbing the yuan qi was terrifying. It took him less than 5 minutes to absorb so much yuan qi. How fast was his absorption speed? However, now was not the time to consider this problem. It was already 8 o'clock at night. The bright moon was in the sky, and the sky was filled with stars. The moonlight was like water, and the power of billions of stars was pouring towards Ling Yan's body. Then, Du Guo was shocked to see that Ling Yan's body seemed to be glowing. Stellar condensation technique. Ling Yan had broken through to physique tempering stage 5 in one go. If not now, when would he cultivate the stellar condensation technique? At this time, Ling Yan did not care about the dragon saliva anymore. He took out the mysterious gourd again and drank crazily. This time, he did not care how much yuan qi he drank. He only kept the gourd back into his spatial ring when his stomach was full. The dragon spiritual energy entered Ling Yan's energy center directly. The golden dragon-shaped curve formed by the pale golden immortal spiritual energy and the golden dragon spiritual energy instantly lit up the entire energy center. The golden dragon-shaped curve trembled slightly as if it was alive. If Ling Yan's energy center was compared to the universe, then this dragon-shaped curve was like a golden dragon-shaped lightning bolt, looking down on the universe and dancing in the sky. The moonlight was like water and the stars were dazzling. However, at this moment, it seemed to be shining on only one person, Ling Yan. With the dragon saliva in his body, he didn't need to deliberately absorb the spiritual energy. He focused on the stellar condensation technique, and after another hour, he had another breakthrough, stellar condensation technique level 12. Oh my god, why is it even brighter than before? This guy can be used as a lamp at night. What kind of technique is this? Du Guo was dumbfounded. He didn't notice that Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were already standing in the courtyard. Ling Yan wasn't satisfied. He continued to absorb the essence of the moon and the power of the stars. He only stopped when he was close to the peak of the stellar condensation technique level 12. Ling Yan slowly opened his eyes. In his beautiful eyes, one of his pupils was black and the other was white. 2 rays of light flashed across his eyes. In an instant, they returned to normal, no different from an ordinary person's eyes. Of course, because Ling Yan was shrouded in the moonlight, even Du Guo didn't notice the difference in his eyes. Du Guo was only focused on observing Ling Yan's realm. However, Du Guo couldn't see through Ling Yan's realm when he was at physique tempering stage 4. Now, Ling Yan had reached the mid-stage of physique tempering stage 5. Take this. Ling Yan's shoulders didn't move, and his legs didn't move. With a leap, his tall figure flew more than 10 meters into the night sky like a night falcon. With a shake of his arms, he flew towards Du Guo. As Ling Yan's figure flew towards Du Guo, his palms moved in the air, drawing out a mysterious and complicated trajectory at the same time. Vault of Heaven's Destruction Palm. Ling Yan was worried that Du Guo wouldn't be able to take it, so he only used 60% of his strength. What kind of technique is this? Du Guo was shocked. He actually felt a destructive force. It was as if a vortex of true qi had formed between Ling Yan's palms. However, Du Gumo knew that it was definitely not true qi, it was the yin-yang qi of physique tempering stage 5. Before Du Gumo could finish his sentence, Ling Yan's palms had already descended from the sky. Both palms were shrouded in a layer of hazy moonlight, shining brilliantly. Danger! Without hesitation, Du Gumo raised his strength to the maximum. With both palms extended, his front leg arched and his back leg straightened, he met Ling Yan's palm head-on. Boom! When the four palms met, it wasn't the sound of a slap. Instead, it was the sound of their true qi colliding. F*ck, not good. Du Gumo only felt that through Ling Yan's palms, two terrifying true qi directly entered his body. One was hot and the other was cold, the heat was terrifying, and the cold was ice cold. At the same time, he couldn't withstand Ling Yan's ferocious and domineering strength. His body maintained its original position as he retreated 15 meters, barely stopping by the side of the swimming pool. Ling Yan laughed heartily. His right palm turned into a fist and his yang qi surged. With a trace of scorching yang qi, he flew in front of Du Gumo and was about to use the Tiangang demon fist again. I surrender. I surrender. Seeing Ling Yan's power, Du Gumo simply raised both his palms, one hot and one cold, at the same time, making a classic gesture of surrender. He was just short of kneeling down. You really can't take a beating. Ling Yan chuckled. His hands grabbed Du Gumo's hands lightly, instantly helping Du Gumo to dissolve the yin-yang qi in his body. At the middle of physique tempering stage 5, coupled with the strength of the stellar condensation technique level 12, Ling Yan was able to make Du Gumo, who was half a step into the Xiantian realm, surrender within 2 moves with only 60% of his strength. Don't forget, Du Gumo was also a genius in cultivation. Moreover, he was a rare genius in the Dugu family. Even though he was half a step into the Xiantian realm, he could already fight with an expert of Xiantian realm level 1. Tang Meng stared at the 2 deep grooves that Du Gumo's feet dragged on the ground. He mumbled, this is good. In the future, I won't have to dig ditches when I water the plants. Tai Xiaohu, on the other hand, was dumbfounded as he looked at Ling Yan's shocking palm. He was so excited that he couldn't say a word. He could only stand there and swallow his saliva. This strength. When will I be able to reach this level? After a full 2 minutes, Du Gumo finally calmed down. Flustered and exasperated, he shouted, Ling Yan, you have to tell me what realm you are in today. I can't take it anymore. How can you bully me like this? I trained for an entire afternoon, but I can't even compare to your 1.5 hours. Also, how can you fight just like that? I wasn't even mentally prepared at all. Ling Yan looked at Du Gumo's exasperated expression and felt secretly pleased. He chuckled and said, based on my current realm, if you were to reach Xiantian realm level 1 and fight me barehanded with a sword, you would probably be able to fight me to a draw if you performed exceptionally well and I performed poorly at the same time. Du Gumo was stunned by what he heard. He mumbled, what? I'm at Xiantian realm level 1 and I still have to use a sword. You're barehanded? Let's fight to a draw? Ling Yan added with a smile, the premise is that you perform exceptionally well and I perform poorly. Du Gumo was furious and anxious. His face and neck were red as he said, impossible, absolutely impossible. If that's the case, wouldn't your strength be equivalent to that of a Xiantian realm level 2 expert? Ling Yan smiled leisurely and didn't refute Du Gumo. In another 3 hours, he would be going to destroy the Sun family. He was full of confidence now. Even if the other party really had a Xiantian realm level 2 expert, Ling Yan had the strength to kill them with the Devil's Blade. Disregarding everything else, a Xiantian realm level 2 expert might not be a match for the current Ling Yan even if they had Xiantian true qi to protect themselves. Du Gumo continued to shout, even so, you can't really hit me. If I wasn't able to withstand the blow just now, I'll see how you're going to kill everyone tonight. Ling Yan walked towards Tai Xiaohu and said with a smile, if you're injured by me, be it internal or external injuries, I can heal you immediately. Don't worry, Io, what the f*ck. Du Gumo was so angry that he no longer had the demeanor of an expert. He squatted on the ground and tilted his head to glare at Ling Yan. Only then did he remember that Ling Yan was the only successor of the immortal physician sect. That's not right. This brat drank the dragon's saliva twice in a row just now. Why is he drinking it like it's cold water? Du Gumo looked at Ling Yun, who was shrouded in the moonlight. His eyes were filled with doubt and shock. Ling Yun walked in front of Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu and asked faintly, "Have you bought the clothes that I asked you to buy?" Tang Meng nodded. "Yup, we bought them. We bought 2 sets for each of us, so we bought 7 to 8 sets in one go. We also bought shoes. Big brother Yun, you can wear them as much as you want." "Oh? So many? Where did you buy them?" Ling Yun asked in surprise. Tai Xiaohu explained, "Big brother Yun, isn't there a film studio in Xianxia City? There's a tailor shop there that specializes in making these kinds of clothes. We went there in a hurry this time, so we brought the clothes back. However, the material isn't that good." Ling Yun nodded. "Alright, we'll buy our own fabric next time and send it to him. We'll just have to put up with it this time." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Tai Xiaohu and asked with a smile, "I asked you to memorize all the acupuncture points in the human body. How's it going?" Tai Xiaohu heard this and knew that Ling Yun was going to impart his acupoints to him. He replied excitedly, "I've memorized all of them." Ling Yun randomly pointed at a few hidden acupuncture points on Tai Xiaohu's body. In the end, Tai Xiaohu was able to answer all of them instantly. This made Ling Yun very satisfied. "I'll start imparting martial arts to you after I'm done with the matters in front of me," Ling Yun said to Tai Xiaohu with a smile. "Thank you, big brother Yun." Tai Xiaohu was indescribably excited. Ling Yun's figure swayed, and he directly flew tens of meters back into the villa. In another flash, he arrived at Cui Lao's guest room. Cui Lao had long passed the crisis of qi deviation. Ling Yun came in and pulled out all the 9 golden needles on his body. Then, he smiled and asked, "Cui Lao, how do you feel now? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Cui Lao was still sitting cross-legged on the bed. "Sigh, my internal injuries have recovered by at least 50%, and most of my energy center and meridians have recovered. I thought I could break through to the Xiantian realm in one go, but it's all for naught." Ling Yun helped Cui Lao pick up his clothes and smiled faintly. "Cui Lao, don't worry. I can guarantee that the day you fully recover will be the day you break through to the Xiantian realm." Cui Lao's old injuries hadn't healed yet, and he had just experienced qi deviation. His newly recovered meridians couldn't withstand the powerful spiritual energy of the dragon's saliva. Therefore, Ling Yun planned to let Cui Lao drink the dragon's saliva after his injuries were fully recovered. "Oh?" Cui Lao's eyes shone as he stared at Ling Yun. After sizing him up, he let out a long sigh and said, "Sigh. I'm old and useless. I can't believe that I, Cui Lao, actually owe your family another life at 60 years old." Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Cui Lao in confusion. Could it be that Cui Lao was really hired by Mom to protect him? Mom saved Cui Lao's life before? Alright, let's not talk about this. I heard that you're going on a killing spree tonight, and I'm only a step away from breaking through to the Xiantian realm. I can help you," Cui Lao said as he got out of bed. "Cui Lao, your injuries?" Ling Yun asked hesitantly. Cui Lao turned his head to look at Ling Yun. He wanted to reach out and touch Ling Yun's shoulder, but he resisted the urge in the end. "You brat, you're obviously very kind, so why do you have to pretend to be so bad?" Ling Yun laughed awkwardly. He didn't expect the word kind to be used on him one day. He scratched his head and said, "Hee, kind people get bullied, and kind horses get ridden. I was bullied too many times when I was young, so I had no choice but to be a bad person." Cui Lao stared at Ling Yun for a long time before letting out a heart-wrenching sigh. "Let's go out first. Let's find a place to eat first. Since we're going to fight, we have to eat our fill before we have the strength." "Cui Lao, are your injuries really fine?" Cui Lao laughed. "I think you're worried. You're the best doctor, so can't you see that I'm at my peak? Don't worry." Ling Yun, Cui Lao, and the other 4, as well as the 9-tailed celestial fox, Little White, didn't take a car. Instead, they walked to Qingshui restaurant next to Qingshui Lake. They asked for the best room and started eating. During the meal, Tang Meng excitedly talked about the water spout from 2 weeks ago. Du Guimo and Chui Lao nodded their heads as they listened. The 5 of them ate their fill and returned to mansion number 1 at 10 p.m. On the way back, Ling Yun gave Ning Lingyu a call, telling her to rest well and not to worry about him. Although Ning Lingyu wanted to see Ling Yun more than anyone else, she knew that Ling Yun was busy with work. Miracle Dr. Shui had also told Ning Lingyu not to worry, so Ning Lingyu resisted the urge. After Ling Yun and the rest returned to mansion number 1, Du Guimo naturally intensified his cultivation. Chui Lao seemed to like Tai Xiaohu very much as he started to give Tai Xiaohu pointers with interest. Ling Yun pulled Tang Meng into the living room and whispered to him, Jiangnan province is near the sea. Are there any deserted islands nearby? The 9-tailed celestial fox, Little White, was going to undergo her tribulation in a week at most. Ling Yun thought about it and felt that it was more reliable to find an uninhabited island. Tang Meng was shocked when he heard that. Big brother Yun, you aren't going missing again, are you? Let me tell you this, if you go missing again, even if us brothers can handle it, Ning Er and the rest can handle it, Ling Yu definitely can't. Who was the one who was most worried about Ling Yun's whereabouts when he went missing? Of course, it was Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun was a little embarrassed by Tang Meng's words. He said apologetically, don't worry, I'm just bringing Little White to run some errands. I'll be back in 2 days at most. You just have to tell me where to find such an island. Tang Meng scratched his head. I really don't know about other deserted islands, but there is one that should be uninhabited. However, it's not very peaceful right now. The last thing Ling Yun was afraid of was unrest. He immediately asked, what island? What other island could it be? The one closest to Jiangnan province is obviously Turtle Island. The East Asians are saying that it's their territory and are very proud of it. Tang Meng chuckled. Ling Yun's geographical knowledge was very strong, but he had never paid attention to the news or watched television. Therefore, he knew the geographical location of Turtle Island, but he didn't know that there were East Asians there. East Asians. Ling Yun immediately thought of Tokugawa Takashi. His heart was filled with disgust. He immediately made up his mind to bring Little White to Turtle Island for her tribulation and attract the tribulation lightning to blow up those stars. However, Big Brother Yun, I heard that there are East Asian troops stationed on Turtle Island. Tang Meng reminded hesitantly. Ling Yun smiled and shook his head, indicating that there was no need to worry. Then, he patted Tang Meng's shoulder and said, help me rent a boat next week. Just as Ling Yun was about to let Tang Meng leave, Tang Meng's phone rang. Tang Meng immediately took out his phone and realized that it was his mother. He picked it up immediately, and his expression changed drastically. Alright, Mom, don't worry. Big Brother Yun and I are here. Tang Meng hung up the phone hurriedly. Tang Meng was about to tell Ling Yun what happened, but he saw the murderous intent in Ling Yun's eyes. You don't need to say anything, I heard everything. Sun Tianbiao dared to capture Uncle Tang. This is completely shedding all pretense of cordiality and forcing me to appear. Big Brother Yun, what should we do? When Tang Meng heard that Tang Tianhao had been taken away by the Sun family, he immediately panicked. Ling Yun patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly and said in a low voice, Tang Meng, do you trust me? Tang Meng nodded. Big Brother Yun, if I don't trust you, who else can I trust? That's good, then you have to listen to me. You can't interfere with your father's matters now. The most important thing for you to do now is to go back and take care of your mother. I promise to rescue your father tonight. Ling Yun said with a smile. Big Brother Yun, I support you. Even though Tang Meng was worried about Tang Tianhao's safety, he was a very rational person. He immediately thought about how much help they had given Ling Yun when they rescued Shuang Meifeng previously, so he nodded decisively. Ling Yun took out tens of fire talismans and healing talismans and stuffed them all into Tang Meng's hands. You should know how to use these things, right? This is the fire talisman, and this is the healing talisman. Don't use them the wrong way, okay? As Ling Yun spoke, he sent Tang Meng out of the villa and asked him to drive the Hummer home to wait for the good news. Tai Xiaohu, watch the house tonight. Train hard. Ling Yun also gave Tai Xiaohu tens of fire talismans and healing talismans. Tai Xiao, who hadn't even reached Hotian realm level 4. Going to the Zhuang family tonight was no different from suicide. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't let him go. After settling everything, Ling Yun, Cui Lao, and Du Guemo changed into black clothes and masked their faces. After packing everything, they left mansion number 1 in a flash. Because the three of them were all masked and dressed in black, they unleashed their full speed and moved as fast as lightning towards the Zhuang clan. On the way, Ling Yun gave the two of them some fire talismans and healing talismans for them to use in case of emergencies. What Cui Lao said to Ling Yun through telepathy while he was flying gave Ling Yun a huge shock. Cui Lao said that Sun Tianbiao was at least a Xiantian realm level 1 expert. Moreover, among the people accompanying Sun Tianbiao, there were 2 Xiantian realm level 1 experts protecting him and 4 at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. Excluding these 4, there were 8 Hotian realm level 9 experts and 14 at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. Other than the experts mentioned above, there were close to 30 experts who were below Hotian realm level 8. Cui Lao, how can the Sun family be so strong? Ling Yun asked in shock. It was impossible for Ling Yun not to be shocked. Xianxia had said that it was already good enough for a secular family to have more than 10 experts from ancient martial arts families or hidden sections. When Ling Yun killed Sun Xing, he had already killed 4 experts. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many. Moreover, according to what Dongfang Ting said, this was a little too ridiculous. The strength of the Sun family was almost comparable to the smallest ancient martial arts family. Ling Yun was secretly glad that he had broken through to Hotian realm level 5 and improved his stellar condensation technique at the same time. Otherwise, his mission this time would be 10,000 times more dangerous than the previous one. Ling Yun, you don't know. Normally, it wouldn't be like this. However, the appearance of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book has alarmed all the ancient martial arts families and secluded sections. Even the Devil sect has been affected. The ancient martial arts families and hidden sects are naturally powerful. However, in order to do things in this city, they have to rely on some secular families. At least in terms of communication, transportation, financial resources, and other aspects, they can receive sufficient support. Sun Tianbiao has so many wives that he can't even count them. He also has 7 or 8 sons. Just the deaths of Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing isn't worth his effort. The Sun family's true motive for this trip is to investigate the whereabouts of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. Ling Yan asked in confusion, Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book? Didn't the other families and sects receive this news? Did they allow the Sun family to snatch them? Ling Yan thought to himself. Could it be that the number 1 family in Beijing, the Long family, the Chen family, the Yi family, the Chao family, and so on, were all blind and deaf? Cui Lao smiled faintly. Now, little. You have stirred up a storm in Qingshui City, but you only offended the Sun family. The Sun family has every right to come here. Tell me, if the Sun family doesn't come, who will? In the night, Ling Yun suddenly stopped in his tracks and took out his phone to call Miracle Dr. Shui. If there were any hidden experts, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to handle them no matter how fierce he was. After listening to the call, Miracle Dr. Shui only smiled and said, "Don't worry and go boldly. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Ling Yun hung up the call and kept his phone. In the darkness of the night, he glanced at Cui Lao and Du Gumo, who were beside him, with his exposed eyes. Ling Yun was wondering where Cui Lao had gotten this information from, and why was Du Gumo so nonchalant and fearless after hearing it. What kind of person was Cui Lao, and what did Du Gumo have to rely on? Du Gumo had goosebumps from Ling Yun's stare. He couldn't help but rub the back of his head. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Ling Yun reminded him, aren't you afraid that the other party has 3 Xiantian realm experts? Moreover, there are 4 people who are on par with you. There are a total of 29 people who are at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8 and above, and there are only 3 of us. Du Gumo chuckled. Are you going to save them or not? If you say no, I'll definitely hide as far away as I can. Ling Yun, you saved my life before. We've been through mountains of knives and seas of fire. So what's the harm in dying with you again? These words made Ling Yun lose his temper immediately, but Cui Lao, who was at the side, sighed continuously. Ling Yan turned to Cui Lao and said, Cui Lao, I don't care why you want to help me, but tonight is a battle of life and death. I think you'd better, Cui Lao laughed. Ling Yan, I'm telling you all this to remind you. If I'm afraid of death, I wouldn't have come tonight. Do you understand what I mean? Moreover, I've been through such battles before. My life has long been out of my mind. Cui Lao's words were bold, and Ling Yan couldn't refute him. It was no wonder his mother had sent Cui Lao to take care of him before she left. Du Gumo quickly followed up. For us martial artists, we have to go through intense battles of life and death in order to gain enlightenment and improve our cultivation. If we run away at the sight of a fight, we shouldn't be practicing martial arts at all. We might as well marry 8 or 10 wives and sleep with them at home. Ling Yan laughed. Didn't you say that women are tigers? Why do you dare to marry 8 to 10 now? Du Gumo twitched his nose and smiled proudly. Even that useless Tian Buetao has more than 10 women. It wouldn't be too much for me to marry 8 or 10, Ling Yan stopped teasing Du Gumo. His eyes turned cold as he said, then we won't be courteous tonight. Even though they have the advantage in numbers, it's hard for them to take care of everything. Furthermore, each of them has their own motives. Before receiving news of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book, they definitely don't want to die. Not only are we united, but we also have a clear goal, which is to save people. As long as we save them first, we can talk about other things later. Let's go. Ling Yan said, let's go. Cui Lao and Du Gumo followed on his left and right. The three of them formed a perfect triangle as they sped towards the Zhuang family's villa. Who are you? The three of them were masked and dressed in black. They did not hide their tracks. As soon as they appeared at the entrance of the Zhuang family's villa district, someone immediately came out to ask them. Then, another 4 people came out. 1 at Hotian Round Level 6 and 4 at the pinnacle of Hotian Round Level 5. Cui Lao said telepathically. Ling Yan snorted coldly as he silently channeled his yin-yang harmony balance. With the dragonfish phantom ability, he appeared in front of the person who asked the question and shouted, murderers! Bam! The poor Hotian Round Level 6 expert did not even have time to react. He was sent flying more than 30 meters away by Ling Yan's Tiangang demon fist. 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken, and his organs were shattered. Blood flowed from all 7 of his orifices, and he breathed his last. Ling Yan did not say anything else. He raised his hand and grabbed a long metal nail. With a shower of flowers, the 4 experts guarding the door fell to the ground instantly, wailing in pain. Ling Yan's footsteps did not stop. His figure shot forward like an arrow as he rushed towards the villa. As soon as his figure landed, he was immediately surrounded by people who rushed out of the forest by the roadside. The strange thing was that these 7 people were all masked and dressed in black. It seemed as though no one wanted to reveal their faces in this city. 2 at the pinnacle of Hotian Round Level 8. Cui Lao and Du Gumo flew over. Cui Lao reminded Ling Yan once again, to Cui Lao, nothing was important tonight. His mission was to protect Ling Yan, the young master of the Ling family. Actually, to Ling Yan, who had already reached Hotian Round Level 5, he could easily see the strength of an expert who had not broken through to the Xiantian realm. He did not need Cui Lao's reminder at all. The bright moon hung in the sky. Ling Yan was constantly circulating the stellar condensation technique. The exceptionally bright moonlight enveloped Ling Yan's body, making him stand out in the night. Bam bam! Ling Yan did not hold back this time. He struck out with both palms, the dark yin qi in his left hand and the pure yang qi in his right. With a thought, he struck out at each of the 2 experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Round Level 8. The 2 experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Round Level 8 didn't know how powerful Ling Yan was. They actually chose to take the attack head-on. With 2 cracking sounds, their palms broke at the same time. As they cried out in pain, their bodies were sent flying backward. Ling Yan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Even though the 2 of them were seriously injured, he did not let them off. Another iron nail was thrown out, instantly piercing into their vital acupoints. When the 2 experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Round Level 8 landed on the ground, they were no longer breathing. Ling Yan was right. Tonight, he was going to go on a killing spree. He was going to kill one person in 10 steps. Among Ling Yun, Cui Lao, and Du Gumo, Ling Yun's realm was the lowest. However, his strength was the strongest. Therefore, every time he attacked, he would directly target the strongest enemy. By the time the two experts at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8 landed on the ground, the battle around Ling Yun had already ended. Cui Lao had severely injured 3 of the opponents, and Du Gumo had stabbed 2. Even though the 5 of them were not dead, they had all lost the ability to fight. Which expert dares to barge into the Sun family's territory? The leader of the 3 people in front shouted loudly. Hotian realm level 9. Without waiting for that person to land, Ling Yun snorted coldly. With a twist of his feet, he used the dragonfish phantom ability to fly into the air and collided with the Hotian realm level 9 expert who was rushing over. That Hotian realm level 9 expert was extremely shocked. How could there be such a way to fight? However, his body was in the air, and there was no place for him to borrow strength. Therefore, he could only raise his strength to the limit and hit Ling Yun with his palms. This time, Ling Yun did not use any techniques. He directly extended both his arms, grabbed both of the expert's wrists, and pulled them into his embrace. Then, the 2 figures collided violently in the air. Bang! After that Hotian realm level 9 expert was hit, he only felt one thing. He felt as if he had collided with a human-shaped meteorite that was falling from the sky at high speed. The Hotian realm level 9 expert's body was flattened from the impact, and his internal organs were all bleeding. Then, Ling Yun grabbed both of his arms and smashed him onto the ground. Tsk tisk. 2 iron nails instantly pierced into the eyes of that Hotian realm level 9 expert. Because Ling Yun's strength was too great, the nails directly penetrated his skull and drilled into the marble road. At this time, Du Gumo and Cui Lao both rushed over to help Ling Yun block the 2 Hotian realm level 8 experts. Even though they had the upper hand, they were unable to do anything to these 2 experts. Seeing that there were more people coming from the front, Ling Yun knew that it was not the right time to fight. Therefore, he casually took out the Devil's Blade and used the Dragonfish Phantom ability to hit both of them with vast waves hitting the water. The 2 Hotian realm level 8 experts were still fighting when they suddenly felt their bodies become lighter. At the same time, they looked down in shock and saw that both of their legs had been chopped off by Ling Yun's blade. There were already 4 legs lying on the ground, blood spurting out of them. Ling Yun's figure flashed, and the Devil's Blade lightly slashed again. With one slash, he cut off both of their necks, ending their fear and pain. When Ling Yun decided to kill, there wasn't the slightest bit of pity or regret in his eyes. There was only killing intent, a cold and indifferent killing intent. Right now, he only had one thought, and that was to save people, save Zhuang Meifeng, save Tang Tianhao, and kill anyone who stood in his way. This is... Cui Lao looked at the pitch-black blade that appeared out of thin air in Ling Yun's hand. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Go. Ling Yun finally unsheathed his blade, but he didn't retract it. Instead, he turned around and faced the 8 people who were rushing over. You're the one. Ling Yun stared at the fastest expert in front of him. He could immediately tell that he was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. Ling Yun immediately flew up to meet him. With a clear whistle, Ling Yun's figure shot up into the sky like an arrow. He raised the Devil's Blade with both hands, and as his figure descended, he used Raging Heaven Executioner against the expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 who was rushing over. Be careful. Be careful. Both sides of the battle shouted. The first shout was from Cui Lao, and the second was from the expert from the Sun family who was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. Among the 8 people, 3 of them each shot a strange-shaped hidden weapon at Ling Yun. This forced Ling Yun to change his attack midway and deflect the 3 darts that were aimed at his face. As for the hidden weapons that were aimed at other parts of his body, Ling Yun couldn't be bothered at all. Ding ding dang dang. After the sound of metal colliding, everyone saw that Ling Yun was completely unharmed. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, not good, he's wearing the golden silk soft armor. That expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 laughed disdainfully. He raised the 30-kilogram golden machete in his hand into the air and slashed at the Devil's Blade that was descending from Ling Yun's hand. This expert was full of confidence because his blade was entirely made of black gold. If he were to sell it, he would be able to exchange it for a huge villa. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. However, this time, he had overestimated himself. Swoosh! The devil's blade sliced through his golden machete like it was slicing through tofu. Then, the blade's momentum didn't stop, and its speed seemed to increase. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder as it slashed towards his head. The expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 only heard a woo sound. The pitch-black blade, with a bone-piercing chill, had already arrived in front of his face. Ah! The expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 was shocked to the point of insanity. He let out a blood-curdling scream before his death. In desperation, he could only instinctively raise his hands and twist his head with all his might at the same time, trying to avoid Ling Yan's earth-shattering blade. Pooh! Unsurprisingly, 2 severed hands, 1 shoulder, and an entire arm were all chopped off by Ling Yan's blade. The expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 was instantly disfigured, and as flesh and blood splattered everywhere, Ling Yan's figure landed on the ground, and with a backhand slash, he slashed again. Die! Ling Yan went on a killing spree, killing people like grass without a sound. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. I'm sorry, I have guests at home today, and I'll be leaving at 10 at night. Please forgive me, I'll make it up to you tomorrow. With a backhand slash, the expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 was decapitated. Fresh blood spurted out from his neck, and his head rolled on the ground for a long distance before stopping. Plop! The headless body swayed back and forth twice before falling to the ground. Blood rained down from the sky, staining the ground red. Ling Yan's black clothes had long been dyed dark red by the fresh blood. He narrowed his eyes, which were filled with coldness. With one hand holding the knife, he walked towards the remaining 7 people, 1 step at a time. Among these 7 people, there were 2 experts at Hotian Realm Level 9 and 3 at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. However, their eyes were filled with fear, and their hands were trembling as they retreated with all their might. That looks like the devil's blade. He's from the devil sect. Someone finally recognized the black blade in Ling Yan's hand and shouted loudly. Humph. Ling Yan snorted and used the dragonfish phantom ability. He left an almost realistic shadow on the spot as his body leaped 20 meters and appeared in front of the 7 people like lightning. Ah! After seeing Ling Yan's speed, these 7 people knew that it was impossible for them to escape. Some of them couldn't help but scream in pain. As the screams rang out, the blade arrived. Ling Yan's figure moved again. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, he rushed into the small circle of 7 people and used total annihilation. The pitch-black devil's blade, coupled with the cold light of the blade, turned into a black screen that was piercingly cold and austere. The devil's blade tasted blood. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, screams and groans filled the air. In the silence of the night, the sound could be heard from far away. With the devil's blade, even an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 couldn't take more than 2 moves from him, let alone these 7 people. Another 2 people lost their lives on the spot, and another 2 were seriously injured. Only the 2 Hotian Realm Level 9 experts and the expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 who had good reflexes managed to dodge Ling Yan's terrifying blade. Run! The 3 of them no longer had any thoughts of fighting the enemy. In their eyes, Ling Yan was simply a god of death, someone who viewed human life as worthless. Cui Lao and Du Guimo flanked them from both sides. Each of them faced the 2 Hotian Realm Level 9 experts who were trying to escape, risking their lives to stop them from escaping. In a flash, Ling Yan caught up to the expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. With a mocking smile in his eyes, he slashed out with his blade. When the expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 saw the pitch-black blade slashing towards his face, he was frightened out of his wits. He subconsciously shouted, "Don't kill me." Ling Yan saw the fear and despair in the man's eyes. Frowning slightly, he tilted his blade slightly and slashed at the man's right shoulder. Without a sound, the right arm of the expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 flew into the air, bringing with it a rain of blood. TSK TSK. Ling Yan raised his hand and pierced 2 iron nails into his knees. Then, he did the same to the 2 heavily injured men. After killing so many people, Ling Yan couldn't help but feel compassionate. He spared the lives of these people, but he had to completely cripple their fighting strength. Ling Yan looked up and saw that the two Hotian Realm Level 9 experts were fighting with Cui Lao and Dugumo. Even though they were at a complete disadvantage, Cui Lao and Dugumo couldn't do anything to them. They weren't at Ling Yan's level yet. Even though they were two small realms higher than their opponents, they were still at Hotian Realm Level 9. They couldn't kill them instantly. Ling Yan couldn't possibly fight a battle of attrition with them. With a flash of his body, he rushed straight towards the four of them. With a blade severing the heaven and earth, he ended the lives of two of them without any suspense. Not even 2 minutes had passed since the 8 of them came out to fight Ling Yan's group. One was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9, 2 were at Hotian Realm Level 9, 3 were at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8, and 2 were ordinary experts. 5 were dead, and 3 were seriously injured. Furthermore, this was under the circumstances where Ling Yan was being merciful. Let's go. Ling Yan, Cui Lao, and Dugumo looked at each other, and the three of them nodded at the same time. With a flash of their bodies, they dashed towards the villa in front of them. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more obstacles. The three of them rushed over a distance of more than 200 meters. On the lawn in front of Xianxia's villa, they stopped at the same time and stood in a perfect triangle. After stabilizing themselves, Cui Lao looked at the dense mass of more than 20 people in front of him and sent a telepathic message to Ling Yan. 3 are at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9, 5 are at Hotian Realm Level 9, and 9 are at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. The remaining 10 or so were all below the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. Even Cui Lao and Dugumo could kill them instantly. Naturally, he didn't need to remind Ling Yan. Ling Yan nodded. In the battle just now, Ling Yan didn't even use 10% of his strength. Even though there were many people in front of him, they were nothing to him. This was because Ling Yan could kill them instantly. As long as the other party didn't intentionally escape, Ling Yan was confident that he could turn all of them into cold corpses within 5 minutes. On the side of the Sun family, the 3 experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 each held a sword and stared coldly at the devil's blade in Ling Yan's hand for a long time. Their pupils constricted. It's really the devil's blade, one of them whispered telepathically. That's impossible. It said that the devil's blade disappeared from the pugilistic world 1,000 years ago. Why would it appear here? I think someone is holding on to a precious blade that can cut through metal like mud. Is he trying to be mysterious? Another person expressed his doubts. The third person was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded his head heavily to confirm. I have absolute confidence that this is the devil's blade of the Netherworld blood ancestor. Our underworld sect has detailed information on the devil's blade. The 3 of them spoke telepathically, so the others naturally couldn't hear them. After. The expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 from the underworld sect confirmed it. He suddenly said darkly, I wonder which expert you are. We have no enmity with each other. Why are you barging into a private residence? Ling Yan carried the black blade and leaped onto the scene. He raised his hand and pointed at the 30 people on the other side. He snorted coldly and said, no enmity with each other? Barging into a private residence? Aren't you ashamed to say that? If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the people from the Zhuang family and Tang Tianhao. Then, hurry up and get out of Qingshui City. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. After hearing Ling Yan's words, the expert from the underworld sect suddenly laughed coldly. He said in a low voice, start a massacre? Just with your devil's blade and the 2 experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9? Don't make me laugh. Ling Yan didn't say anything else. His eyes turned cold, and he rushed into the group of opponents in a flash. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. On the Sun Clan's side, there were close to 30 experts. Perhaps because they came from different hidden sects or ancient martial arts clans, they stood together in a slightly disorderly manner. They formed groups of 3 and groups of 5, and each of them was on guard. Indeed, as Ling Yan had said, these experts came with orders and missions from their sections. Even though they were temporarily grouped together because of the Sun family, they had their own selfish motives and goals. There were even conflicts of interest between them. Ling Yan's figure moved, leaving only an almost realistic afterimage in his original position. He had already rushed into a small team of 5 and directly used the Celestial Destroyer Sword technique. With a whirlwind, he slashed at the 5 people in front of him. Ling Yan's movements were too fast. If he used the Dragonfish Phantom ability to its limit, he would be comparable to a Xianxia Realm Level 2 expert. These experts were only at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9, but they were like babies learning to walk in front of his speed. They didn't expect Ling Yan to kill them with just one sentence. Before they could react, a wavy black blade with a chilling murderous aura had already engulfed them. "Don't block his blade." "That's the devil's blade," someone shouted. But it was too late. The 5 people saw Ling Yan in front of them in the blink of an eye. Their instincts were to block or dodge. Some even wanted to sneak up on Ling Yan when he wasn't paying attention. Kacha kacha. After a series of chopping sounds, blood splattered around Ling Yan. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and several screams sounded. Out of the 5 people, 2 were dead and 2 were injured. Only one Hotian Realm Level 9 expert was able to dodge Ling Yan's black blade with all his might. The price he paid was his weapon being cut into 2. Ling Yan didn't care about the outcome of the battle. He took a deep breath, flew backward, and directly rushed into another 4-man team. He used his tyrannical body to send an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 flying. At the same time, he used the blade severing heaven and earth. This slash was even faster. Because he sent one person flying, the demonic blade slashed at the 2 people beside him. At the same time, his left hand used the Tiangang Demon Fist, directly smashing into the right shoulder of one person. The black magic knife carried a piercingly cold aura as it sliced diagonally from the shoulder of the person on Ling Yan's left, directly splitting that person into 2. At the same time, the knife didn't stop there as it sliced off the 2 legs of the person on Ling Yan's right. Shua, 2 experts were completely cut in half with one slash. At the same time, a kacha sound was heard. The other person's right shoulder was smashed by Ling Yan's fist. Ling Yan didn't retract his fist. With a wave of his mind, more than 10 long nails appeared in his hand. With a boundless flower rain, the nails rained down on another team of 6. Another 3 people were severely injured. "Cui Lao, Dugu, I'll leave the task of finishing off the injured to you guys." Ling Yan didn't forget to instruct Cui Lao and Dugu Mo telepathically during the battle. The expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 who was sent flying by Ling Yan didn't get up for a long time. Dugu Mo replied to Ling Yan with a "all right." He flew up and avoided the rain of blades and swords. He began to take advantage of the situation around Ling Yan. He found an injured person and stabbed his sword into their throats, helping them end their pain. No matter the cost, kill the one with the devil's blade first. After seeing Ling Yan's power, the experts from the Sun family panicked. So what if they had more people? Even if there were dozens of vegetables on the chopping board, could they withstand a kitchen knife? Taking advantage of Ling Yan's time to catch his breath, 3 red-eyed experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 each led a team to surround him. They were determined to kill Ling Yan at all costs. Seeing this, Ling Yan wasn't shocked. Instead, he was delighted. "Dugu Mo, help me with the last slash." "Cui Lao, go take care of those experts below Hotian Realm Level 9. The enemy was outnumbered. What Ling Yan needed to do now was to eliminate as much of the enemy's combat power as possible in the shortest amount of time. He couldn't let Cui Lao and Dugu Mo fight with the enemy's experts. Seeing that Ling Yan had successfully attracted the attention of the enemy's true experts, Cui Lao didn't need Ling Yan's instructions. He had already started to look for the enemy's lone experts and killed 3 of them in an instant. Cui Lao could already tell that, based on Ling Yan's current strength, experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 wouldn't be able to withstand more than 3 moves from him. At this moment, more than 10 experts, led by 3 experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9, surrounded Ling Yan. Ling Yan purposely paused for a moment. When these people were less than a meter away from him, he laughed coldly and moved. He gently raised his blade, scaring the people in front of him into retreating. Then, he used the devil's blade to sweep behind him with incomparable speed. 1,000 layers of waves. With a swing of the blade, blood rained down. 4 people were sliced in half at the waist by the devil's blade. Quick, attack his back. The 3 experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 naturally wouldn't be killed so easily. One of them flashed to Ling Yan's left side and raised his sword to stab Ling Yan. The expert from the underworld sect was the most cunning. His tall and skinny figure spun around and appeared in front of Ling Yan. A pair of withered, pitch-black palms turned into claws and grabbed at Ling Yan's chest with lightning speed. Netherworld Ghost Hand. Another expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 leaped into the air and slashed at Ling Yan's head with both hands. Be careful. Cui Lao saw that the 3 experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 were attacking Ling Yan's back at the same time. He was so scared that his guts were about to explode. He used his blade techniques to the limit and ended the life of a Hotian Realm Level 7 expert with one slash. Then, he pounced towards Ling Yan. In the blink of an eye, it was already too late for Ling Yan to draw his blade. However, he wasn't flustered. He circulated the stellar condensation technique to the extreme and leaned his upper body forward slightly to avoid the sure kill. Attack from his left side. His chest collided directly with the Netherworld Ghost Hand, forcefully taking on the opponent's fatal blow. At the same time, he raised his head slightly and raised his left hand in the air, as if he wanted to use his hand to block the opponent's blade. Just when the expert from the underworld sect thought that his attack had succeeded and that the expert on Ling Yan's left raised his sword to change his move, the expert wielding the blade in the air was overjoyed. Go to hell. He roared, thinking that his blade would definitely end Ling Yan's life. However, he rejoiced a little too early. That was because everyone was shocked to see that a dazzling, snow-white sword had appeared out of nowhere in his raised left hand. 9th killing technique, sky-piercing slash. The swordsman at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9's expression changed drastically, and his eyes bulged. He was in the air, and his technique had already changed. At this moment, even if he wanted to dodge, he wouldn't be able to do so. Moreover, the sword in Ling Yan's hand had appeared out of nowhere. Pooh! The dragon vein sword was extremely sharp. It pierced through the body of the swordsman at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 from his lower abdomen. The shiny tip of the sword came out from his back, piercing right through his heart. Oh my god, why does he have a sword in his hand? The surrounding people originally thought that Ling Yan would be cut down by the blade. Now that they saw such a tragic turn of events, they were all dumbfounded. The expert from the Hades sect was even more dumbfounded. This was because he had been immersed in the Hades ghost hand for 40 years. A pair of palms could pierce through golden crack rocks. He had struck Ling Yan's chest with all his might, but Ling Yan was actually unharmed. He isn't wearing the golden silk soft armor. Even though Ling Yan's body wasn't injured, his night suit had been torn open by the Hades ghost hand. His smooth and perfect muscles were exposed to everyone's eyes. Ling Yan's sword sent the corpse of the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 flying. With a light flip of his wrist, the dragon vein sword stabbed towards the throat of the expert from the Hades sect like a poisonous dragon. Ah! The expert from the Hades sect was shocked. However, even if he wanted to dodge now, it was already too late. With a fierce look in his eyes, he grabbed 2 ordinary experts beside him and slammed into the tip of Ling Yan's sword. At the same time, he unleashed his movement techniques to the extreme and flew backwards. Swoosh, swoosh. The dragon vein sword was abnormally sharp. In an instant, it pierced through the throats of the 2 experts, piercing them together like candied fruits. However, Ling Yan's figure didn't stop and continued to fly forward. Ling Yan couldn't take 2 claw attacks from the Hades sect expert for nothing. This wasn't his style. Even in a group battle, he was bullying his opponents because their movement techniques were slower than his. How could he not be slower? These people's movement techniques couldn't compare to Ling Yan's. Now that the expert from the Hades sect was flying backwards, Ling Yan's momentum was like a rainbow rushing forward. Ling Yan's dragon vein sword pierced through 2 experts. In just 3 breaths, he caught up to the expert from the Hades sect. The long sword was like a white dragon spitting out its tongue, instantly piercing through his throat. Kiki! The expert from the Hades sect was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. He let out a kiki sound as he died with his eyes wide open. Swoosh! Ling Yan's long sword suddenly pulled out, and the 3 corpses hanging on the sword fell to the ground. In less than 3 minutes, Ling Yan had killed 2 people at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9, 3 at Hotian Realm Level 9, 5 at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8, and 7 below. 17 experts had died in Ling Yan's hands. This was an impressive result. In addition, Cui Lao had killed 4, and Du Guimo had killed 5. There were a total of 26 corpses on the ground. Broken limbs were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The lawn in front of the Zhuang family's villa had instantly turned into a living hell. There were only 4 people left standing on the Sun family's side. Among them, there was the sword-wielding expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9, 2 others at Hotian Realm Level 9, and 1 at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. It wasn't that no one wanted to escape. It was that Ling Yan's attacks were too fast, and they didn't have the chance to escape. Of course, Ling Yan had also paid a huge price in this battle. Because he relied on the stellar condensation technique to protect himself, he focused on killing without dodging. His chest and back had been pierced countless times, and his shirt had long been completely shredded, revealing the radiant muscles of his upper body. After cultivating the stellar condensation technique to the 12th minor realm, Ling Yan's body could already be considered a treasure, and blood wouldn't stain his body. Devil. You're a devil. At this moment, the only one who could speak from the Sun family's side was the swordsman at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9. His lips were trembling, and his left hand was trembling as he pointed at Ling Yan, who was holding a sword in his left hand and a knife in his right. Ling Yan stood amidst the countless severed limbs like a god of death from hell. He finally opened his mouth again and said faintly, "I warned you, but you didn't know what was good for you. What could I have done? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. The remaining 4 experts from the Sun family were all stunned and speechless. Before Ling Yan attacked, he did warn them that as long as they handed over the people from the Zhuang family and Tang Tianhao, then left Qingshui City, he would spare their lives. However, there were 30 people on the Sun family's side and only 3 on Ling Yan's side. When Ling Yan said such words in public, everyone thought that he was boasting shamelessly. No one believed him at all. Of course, what they didn't expect was that Ling Yan would attack so quickly and so ruthlessly. Ling Yan did give them a chance to choose between life and death, but it was a pity that he only had one chance. In the blink of an eye, the Sun family had lost 26 of their 30 experts. Corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like a river. The Zhuang family had turned into a sure hell. You. Do you know who you killed? The swordsman at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 propped his sword on the ground and barely supported his trembling body. He pointed at the corpses around him and said with a trembling voice, "I know, the people who blocked my way." Ling Yan replied coldly, "Aren't you afraid of becoming enemies with the righteous sects?" Ling Yan suddenly smiled. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile that widened rapidly. The disdain and mockery in his eyes were clear. He said proudly, "Do you think that the righteous sects won't become enemies with me if I'm afraid?" The swordsman at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 still wanted to say something, but Ling Yan stopped smiling and snorted coldly. "Cut the crap. If I was the one who died when you ganged up on me, would you still be saying all this to me?" This. The swordsman at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 was instantly speechless. Ling Yan's words were very direct, and everyone understood that if he didn't kill them, they would kill him. The winner takes all, and the loser takes all. The stronger side stood by reason, so there was no point in talking nonsense. Ling Yan smiled coldly. "I'll give you 1 minute. Tell me where the people from the Zhuang family are and where Sun Tianbiao has captured Tang Tianhao, and I'll consider letting you live." Based on Ling Yan's current hearing ability, he could clearly hear the slightest movement within a 50-meter radius. He had already heard that there was no one else in the Zhuang family's manor other than the experts from the Sun family. He had actually come here to save them, but he had come empty-handed. Sun Tianbiao had brought so many people at once, and they weren't staying in a hotel. After these people took control of Zhuang Tianda and his family, they must have taken over the place and stayed here. The expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 shuddered violently. Without hesitation, he said, "The members of the Zhuang family are in another villa." Sun Tianbiao sent some ordinary experts to watch over them. As for Tang Tianhao, he should have been brought there as well. He thought for a moment and quickly added, but don't worry, the Zhuang family really doesn't know anything about Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing's whereabouts. Sun Tianbiao didn't make things difficult for them. He only temporarily restricted their freedom. Ling Yan nodded and asked in a deep voice, where's Sun Tianbiao? Where is he? The swordsman at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 answered honestly, Sun Tianbiao personally brought people to capture Tang Tianhao. He should have been brought to that villa for interrogation. Ling Yan, there's really no one else in this courtyard. Du Guimo sent a telepathic message to Ling Yan after flying around the Zhuang family's courtyard. Ling Yan nodded slightly and asked the four of them, out of the four of you, which one of you has been to that villa? The four of them looked at each other. Finally, the expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 said with a trembling voice, I've been there. Ling Yan was elated. This would save him a lot of trouble. His eyes were emotionless as he raised his hand and pointed at the other three. He asked calmly, the three of you, do you want to live or die? We want to live. The four of them were terrified, and their teeth chattered. They didn't want to become those cold corpses on the ground. Ling Yan smiled and said, since you want to live, then cripple your own cultivation and leave Qingshui City immediately. These four people were obviously not from the same sect. Among the people that Ling Yan killed just now, there were definitely people from the same sect or friends. It was already very generous of him to let them live. What? The expression of the swordsman at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 changed. He turned his head and looked at the other two Hotian Realm Level 9 experts. At the same time, they saw the despair and unwillingness in each other's eyes. They were able to cultivate to Hotian Realm Level 9 and had the opportunity to break through to the Xiantian realm in the future. Ling Yan asking them to cripple their own cultivation was actually no different from asking them to commit suicide. Go. The three experts didn't even think as they rushed into the sky at the same time and fled in three different directions. Kill. Ling Yan was already prepared. He narrowed his eyes and used the dragon fish phantom ability to catch up to the swordsman at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9. He raised his blade and slashed. At the same time, Cui Lao and Du Guimo also moved. They each blocked the other two Hotian Realm Level 9 experts and fought with them. The expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 knew how powerful Ling Yan's Devil's Blade was. His long sword was like a stick of firewood in front of Ling Yan's Devil's Blade. At this critical moment, he could only use all his strength to raise his long sword above his head, hoping to block Ling Yan's Devil's Blade. At the same time, he moved his body to the side. Insignificant tricks. Ling Yan's attack was a feint. He saw that the person was going to dodge to the right, so he used the dragon fish phantom ability once again to seal off the person's escape route. Ling Yan slashed 3 times consecutively at the person who couldn't stop his momentum. It was a perfect 3 slashes. The first slash broke the swordsman's long sword, the second slash sealed off the direction in which he could escape, and the third slash landed on his body. Pooh! The body of the swordsman at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 was split into 2 in the blink of an eye. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Ling Yan didn't give the 2 Hotian Realm Level 9 experts another chance. He used the dragon fish phantom ability twice, ending their lives with each slash. Then, he landed lightly in front of the expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. Throughout the entire process, the expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 didn't move at all. He directly gave up on escaping. What's your name? Why didn't you escape? Ling Yan asked him calmly. Escape? Within 100 meters, even experts at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 who specialize in Qinggong aren't as fast as you. How can you escape? The expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 smiled bitterly and said in despair, my name is Bai Yuanjia. In the group battle just now, Ling Yan had slashed Bai Yuanjia once and even rewarded him with a metal nail. However, Bai Yuanjia had used his exquisite Qinggong to evade it. He was indeed proficient in Qinggong. It was also because of this that he knew the power of Ling Yan's Qinggong and took the initiative to give up on escaping. Ling Yan smiled slightly and said, your Qinggong isn't bad, and your foresight isn't bad either. Let's go, bring me to Sun Tianbiao. Bai Yu and Jia looked at Ling Yin silently for a while and suddenly said, "There are 3 Xiantian realm experts with Sun Tianbiao. Are you sure you want to go? Don't worry about it. Just lead the way." Bai Yu and Jia glanced at the corpses on the ground and didn't say anything else. He turned around and silently dashed towards the southeast. The 4 of them dashed towards the southeast. Ling Yin could see that it was actually in the direction of Qingshui Wharf's mansion. He instantly understood that Zhuang Tianda's other mansion was definitely in Qingshui Wharf. Even though Bai Yu and Jia only had the cultivation of Hotian Realm Level 8, his Qinggong wasn't inferior to an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9. In the night, his feet almost didn't touch the ground, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. Ling Yin used the 1,000 miles godly steps. He followed Bai Yu and Jia at a leisurely pace, but his hands were behind his back. It was as though he was strolling in his own living room, leisurely and carefree. With his hands behind his back, his upper body was straight and handsome. With a light step, he covered a distance of 20 to 30 meters. This was something that even Shui Lao and Du Gumo couldn't do. You don't have the golden silk soft armor. Bai Yu and Jia couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere anymore. He wasn't afraid of death now, so he started to ask all the questions in his heart. He planned to die with an understanding. That's right. Ling Yin smiled. But your body was able to block the swords and hidden weapons of those experts, and you were completely unscathed. That's right. How did you conjure that long sword of yours? Now, where did you hide your sword and saber? Secret, who are you? You have the devil's blade. Are you from the devil sect? If you really want to die, I can tell you. Hearing this, Bai Yu and Jia stopped talking and started to run at full speed. He knew that Ling Yin might let him live. In the Qingshui Wharf Mansion district, the sea breeze blew gently. At the beach at the foot of the mountain not far away, the gentle waves lapped on the beach like the whispers of a lover. Compared to the bright lights in the surrounding villas, Mansion Number 9 was dark and abnormally quiet. No one had come here for 4 days after this place was sealed. However, at this moment, a lady in a white dress held a sword in her right hand. Her figure was graceful, and her feet were light as she stepped on the thin branches and leaves. She was like an illusory fairy flying through the clouds, untainted by the dust of the mortal world. Her speed was extremely fast, and her figure was incomparably beautiful. Like a light smoke, her graceful figure seemed to fly through the treetops of the forest. She flew more than 100 meters in a flash and arrived at the entrance of Mansion Number 9 very quickly. This lady had delicate eyebrows, snow-white skin, and red lips. Her flawless cheeks sparkled like jade, and there was a faint smile on her lips. Standing at the end of the treetops, her long dress fluttered in the wind. She was as holy and noble as a fairy from the 9 heavens, without a trace of worldly aura. It was as if it was a sin for anyone to look at her. Sister is right, this brat really set up a formation. There's no way to enter without the main entrance. The fairy in white stood on top of the treetops and flew away with the wind. Her beautiful eyes swept across Mansion Number 9, and she couldn't help but frown lightly. That voice was sweet and gentle, like the sound of nature. It was unforgettable. He actually put a seal on it. Looks like this brat really caused a lot of trouble. The fairy in white noticed the seal on the door of Mansion Number 9 and couldn't help but smile. She took a light step on the treetops, and her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens, slowly descending to the mortal world. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The most luxurious villa complex in Jiangnam province was the Qingshui Wharf Villa Group. The largest villa in the Qingshui Wharf Villa Group was Qingshui Wharf Villa Number 1, which belonged to the chairman of the Zhuang Medical Group, Zhuang Tianda. It was said that there was a special racecourse in Zhuang Tianda's Villa Number 1. Just from this alone, one could imagine how big the villa was. This villa was located at the westernmost side of the Qingshui Wharf Villa complex. It was built against the mountain and faced the sea to the south. Anyone who lived in the villa could see Qingshui Wharf at the easternmost side of the Qingshui Wharf Villa complex just by walking up the mountain from the backyard. This place was about 8 kilometers away from Mansion Number 9. The entire villa compound covered an area of more than 20,000 square meters. There were 2 villas, one big and one small. The bigger one was luxurious and luxurious, while the smaller one was exquisite and elegant. The distance between the two villas was at least 30 meters. There were still security guards at the entrance, but because Zhuang Tianda and his family were under Sun Tianbiao's control, they had no other purpose other than to guard the entrance. Although it was already midnight, the lights in the two villas were still on. On the lawn outside the small villa, there were 4 ordinary young experts pacing back and forth. Occasionally, they would glance into the small villa. In the living room of the small villa, the 280,000 yuan Lion TV was on, playing a boring program. Zhuang Tianda's family of 3 was sitting on the luxurious leather sofa in the living room. All 3 of them seemed to be watching the television, but they had different expressions on their faces. On Zhuang Tianda's fair and chubby face, there was a tinge of nervousness and a tinge of confusion. However, there was more excitement on his face. Zhuang Meifeng's mother, Zhao Baomen, had a blank look in her eyes. Occasionally, she would show some panic and worry. That was her worry for her eldest daughter. Zhuang Meina was wearing a skimpy spaghetti strap dress as she accompanied her mother on the sofa. She held the remote control in her hand and kept changing the channel. Her usual superior look was gone. Her face was filled with envy, jealousy, frustration, and disdain. She seemed to be sulking, very sulky. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer. The target of her anger was her father, Zhuang Tianda. Why? Why is it my sister again? She's prettier, taller, and better than me. I admit that, but why did that old nun from the Tranquil sect choose my sister and not me? Zhuang Meina's voice was low at first, but her arrogant personality made her voice uncontrollably louder towards the end. Lower your voice, don't let the people outside hear you. Zhuang Tianda slapped his thigh anxiously. He carefully turned his head to look out of the living room before whispering to Zhuang Meina, Zhuang Meina, Zhuang Meina. Zhuang Meina cast a disdainful glance in the direction of the living room's entrance and said sarcastically, "Why are you afraid of them? Didn't that old Taoist priestess extinguisher say that the Tranquil sect will protect our family in the future? Even Sun Tianbiao can't do anything about it. Io, Nana, at this time, don't cause trouble for our family. Do you think the Sun family is so easy to mess with?" Zhao Baomen looked at her husband, who was so anxious that his teeth were clenched. She couldn't help but come back to her senses and softly scold her youngest daughter. However, when she remembered that her eldest daughter, Zhuang Meifeng, had been taken away and she had no idea where she was now, she could not help but let out a sigh. Humph, saying that my sister's talent is good and mine is bad. I think that Priestess Desireless doesn't have a good eye for talent either. We're all born from the same parents, so why am I bad? Zhuang Meina got angrier as she spoke. But even though she was angry, she was afraid of the Sun family's thugs outside, so she lowered her voice. Zhuang Tianda grew even more anxious. Alright, stop talking. Didn't Priestess Desireless say that your sister's body seems to have gone through some kind of marrow cleansing? She's already reborn. Furthermore, her personality and willpower are suitable for the Tranquil sect's techniques. That's why she brought her back. Zhuang Meina hadn't gone to school for the entire week. She had seen everything that Zhuang Tianda had said with her own eyes, but she refused to accept it. She interrupted her father's words with a cold snort. Humph, what do you mean by a complete transformation? Do you think this is a fantasy movie? I think the Tranquil sect is just lacking people, and my sister is pretty. That's why they brought her back to the sect. Everything was caused by my sister, but she's the one who benefits the most in the end. I can't even go to school for a week. What the hell is this? Zhao Baomen tugged on Zhuang Meina's arm lightly and frowned. Alright, Nana, stop talking. Do you think your sister wants to go? Think about how much pain she had to endure when she swallowed that pill. If I could take her place, I'd rather go myself. Zhuang Tianda also whispered anxiously, that's right, Nana. What kind of place is the Tranquil sect? Just from the name, you can tell that it's a place where people eat vegetarian and pray to Buddha. With your personality, can you endure that kind of suffering? How many days can you go without watching TV, listening to music, and eating meat? Can you bear to lose Xia Zhenyan from the Xia family? Zhuang Meina didn't know what to say when she heard that she couldn't watch TV, listen to music, and eat meat. She knew that she couldn't do it, but she was even angrier when she heard Zhuang Tianda mention Xianxia. Zhuang Meina threw the remote control on the coffee table and gritted her teeth. Don't mention Xianxia in front of me anymore. I haven't gone to school for a week, and I can't use the phone or the internet. He didn't even look for me once. Who does he think he is? What's more, there are many more capable people than Xianxia in our school. He's not even fit to carry his shoes for him. Zhuang Tianda's expression changed drastically when he heard the name Ling Yun. He almost jumped up from the sofa to cover Zhuang Meina's mouth. Last Friday night, Ling Yun used the immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush to increase his strength to Qi Cultivation level 9. After he settled everything at the Zhuang family, he used the mystical dragon hell to erase the memories of many people that night. The memories of Zhuang Tianda's family of 3 were completely erased by Ling Yun. It couldn't be any more thorough. After everyone left the Zhuang family for a period of time, Zhuang Tianda's family of 3 gradually regained consciousness. Then, they realized that all the people from the Sun family that Niao Fenjiao brought with her had disappeared. Disappeared into thin air. Zhuang Tianda's family was naturally puzzled. They searched the villa for a long time anxiously and were shocked. Ling Yun could erase everyone's memories and burn all the corpses to ashes with a level 8 fire talisman, but he couldn't change the messy scene in the villa. For example, the injured security guards that guarded the Zhuang family, the huge pit that Taoist priest Lu Deming made before he died, and the many bloodstains on the ground. Zhuang Tianda wasn't stupid. He knew that something serious must have happened to his family. His first reaction was to call Niao Fenjiao, but Niao Fenjiao was long gone by then. Naturally, he couldn't contact her. Zhuang Tianda went to ask the injured security guards, but he realized that they were also at a loss about what happened that night. They didn't even know why they were injured. Zhuang Tianda was a successful businessman, and his cautiousness was engraved in his bones. He didn't dare to contact the Sun family or report the case to the Public Security Bureau. After discussing with his wife and daughter, he decided to wait. There was nothing they could do other than wait. They didn't dare to do anything. The next morning, Zhuang Tianda didn't wait for the Public Security Bureau to go to work. He sent someone to deliver the Land Rover that mysteriously appeared at home to the Public Security Bureau. In the memories of Zhuang Tianda and the others, Zhuang Meifeng was still missing and uncontactable. She had never been caught because their memories of that night had been completely wiped. Who knew that after waiting for 3 days, Niao Fenjiao was still uncontactable? There was no movement from the Sun family in Beijing, and no one from the Public Security Bureau came to ask about it. Everything was calm. Zhuang Tianda subconsciously thought that things might not be as bad as he thought. Perhaps Niao Fenjiao turned off her phone in a fit of anger because she couldn't catch her daughter. She brought her men back to Beijing and unilaterally severed all ties with the Zhuang family. Zhuang Tianda knew that his medical group's plan to enter the northern market was completely ruined. He was pained, but he was also secretly happy. As long as nothing happened, everything was fine. However, Zhuang Tianda's happiness didn't last long. On this Tuesday, Sun Tianbiao from the Sun family brought a private plane to Xianxia City. They went to the Zhuang family in a grandiose manner. He wanted Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing, the people from the Sun family that Niao Fenjiao brought, and Ling Yun. He also repeatedly asked what happened to the Zhuang family after Niao Fenjiao called Sun Tianbiao for help that night. All of this was because Niao Fenjiao made a call to Sun Tianbiao because she couldn't get Sun Xing from Tang Tianhao. To put it bluntly, Zhuang Tianda was so scared that he peed his pants. Sun Tianbiao asked him, but who could he ask? Only then did Zhuang Tianda know what happened that night. He was completely scared out of his wits and couldn't explain at all. In a fit of rage, Sun Tianbiao took control of Zhuang Tianda's family of 3. Other than allowing them to eat, he completely cut off their contact with the outside world. Sun Tianbiao threatened that if he couldn't find Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing, he would make sure that many people in Xianxia City would die with them. The first to die would be Zhuang Tianda and his family. Zhuang Tianda knew that this seemingly wise decision of his had caused the Zhuang family to be in big trouble. He was practically in a dead end. Sun Tianbiao's actions were swift. He almost immediately took control of the situation in Xianxia City. As the investigation deepened, a name began to surface. Ling Yun. All the results of the investigation pointed to Ling Yun. This was the name that Zhuang Tianda had heard the most ever since he was taken under the Sun family's control. It was a name that had grown calluses in his ears. However, on that very night, Zhuang Tianda's eldest daughter, the flower of Qingshui City, Zhuang Meifeng, returned to the Zhuang family alone. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Zhuang Meifeng was definitely the most important person in this matter. Once she returned to the Zhuang family, she was immediately brought to Sun Tianbiao. Zhuang Meifeng stood quietly in front of Sun Tianbiao and the rest. Her emotions were complicated, but her eyes were resolute. Her emotions were complicated mainly because she was worried about Ling Yun's absence. Her eyes were resolute because she had thought of the worst possibility and was prepared for it. As for her calm expression, it was because she had absolute trust in Ling Yun. Zhuang Meifeng's appearance shocked Sun Tianbiao and the 3 Xiantian realm masters. Especially the Tranquil Sect's Xiantian realm level 2 master, Priestess Desireless. Her eyes lit up immediately. This was because of Zhuang Meifeng's cultivation talent. The 4 Xiantian realm experts could see that Zhuang Meifeng's body had undergone a complete cleansing. If she had the chance to cultivate, her cultivation speed would definitely be terrifying. In the future, her cultivation level would far surpass theirs. Priestess Desireless saw more than that. Among the 4 of them, the other 3 were at Xiantian realm level 1 while she was at Xiantian realm level 2. She had already cultivated the Tranquil Heart technique to an extremely high level. From Zhuang Meifeng's calm expression and resolute eyes, Priestess Desireless could feel her strong state of mind. In Priestess Desireless' eyes, Zhuang Meifeng was the most suitable candidate to be the future master of the Tranquil Sect. Although Priestess Desireless didn't find Priestess Heartless' whereabouts or the Emperor Brush's Earth Emperor's book, she found the most suitable candidate to cultivate the Tranquil Heart technique. She was so happy that she almost destroyed her state of mind. However, Sun Tianbiao didn't think so. This was because he had seen Zhuang Meifeng once before. At that time, Zhuang Meifeng's aptitude was not bad. However, with Sun Tianbiao's cultivation, he could tell that Zhuang Meifeng was just an ordinary person with a beautiful face and slightly better aptitude. Moreover, Zhuang Meifeng was already over 18 years old. Her body was already mature. Even if she had the chance to cultivate and eat all kinds of elixirs every day, it would be difficult for her to reach Hotian realm level 7. That was because her energy center and meridians were already fixed. They weren't suitable for cultivation at all. Unless there was an expert at Xiantian realm level 7 or above who was willing to use the Xiantian true qi they had cultivated and use special pills to cleanse her meridians, there was no way to change this situation. Other than this method, Sun Tianbiao couldn't think of any other way. However, how could anyone meet a Xiantian realm level 7 master just because they wanted to? Moreover, even if he could really find such an expert, would he be willing to spend the innate true qi he had painstakingly cultivated, as well as the priceless elixirs, to help an ordinary person undergo bone marrow cleansing? Furthermore, if they were to pay such a huge price, it would be enough for 3 experts at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9 to break through to the Xiantian realm. This was like throwing away a watermelon and picking up a sesame seed. No one would do such a stupid or crazy thing. However, the truth was right in front of Sun Tianbiao's eyes. Zhuang Meifeng had indeed been cleansed of her meridians and marrow. She had been completely reborn and her potential for cultivation was unparalleled. There could only be one possibility. The expert who cleansed Zhuang Meifeng's tendons and marrow was far beyond Xiantian realm level 7. He didn't care about that bit of Xiantian true qi at all. Furthermore, the expert who cleansed Zhuang Meifeng's tendons and marrow was terrifying. It was as easy as lifting a finger. At this thought, Sun Tianbiao was extremely shocked. He felt bitter in his heart as he knew that he had encountered a thorny problem. If an expert whose strength far exceeded Xiantian realm level 7 was secretly protecting the Zhuang family, then wouldn't he be courting death by suppressing the Zhuang family now? If a Xiantian realm level 7 expert were to deal with the Sun family, it would only take a single thought for him to wipe out the entire Sun family. It would be too easy. Sun Tianbiao's aura immediately weakened. He wasn't afraid of Zhuang Meifeng, but he was definitely afraid of the expert who cleansed Zhuang Meifeng's tendons and marrow. Which super expert would be so bored as to do that? Sun Tianbiao couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Sun Tianbiao didn't know that the expert he had determined was Ling Yun, whom he had been investigating. If he knew, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood in anger. When the Emperor brush appeared, the immortal spiritual energy rolled back, and Ling Yan's strength instantly reached Qi Cultivation level 9. At that time, his strength far exceeded the Xianxia realm level 9. He had endless immortal spiritual energy and a 5-elemental vessel sealing finger. Cleansing a few people's tendons and marrow was indeed a piece of cake for him. Sun Tianbiao's judgment wasn't wrong at all. If Ling Yan had gone to the Sun family at that time, he wouldn't have needed to make a move at all. He could have just used the mystical dragon hell with all his might to kill everyone in the Sun family. This was because using divine sense to erase everyone's memories of different periods of time was much more difficult than killing a group of people indiscriminately. However, what Sun Tianbiao didn't expect was that Ling Yan's sudden increase in strength was only temporary. Adding everything up, it didn't even last 6 hours before he was completely beaten back to his original state. Sun Tianbiao, take a look at this first. Zhuang Meifeng only stood there quietly for a while before taking out a piece of paper and passing it to Sun Tianbiao. Sun Tianbiao and Ling Yan were already mortal enemies, so Zhuang Meifeng naturally wouldn't be courteous to him and called him by his name. Sun Tianbiao was depressed when he heard this, but he didn't show any displeasure on his face. He raised his hand to take the paper and scan through it. This was, of course, written by Niao Fenjiao herself. It was a document of annulment. This was written by your wife last Friday night when she publicly announced the annulment of the marriage. Now, the Zhuang family, and the Sun family have nothing to do with each other anymore. Zhuang Meifeng's expression was cold and her tone was calm. She recalled how Ling Yan had risked his life to fight the 4 experts of the Sun family in order to force Niao Fenjiao to annul the marriage. She couldn't help but feel a sweet sense of pride in her heart. Sun Tianbiao, do you acknowledge this annulment of the marriage? Zhuang Meifeng stared at Sun Tianbiao and asked. Zhuang Meifeng had experienced life and death once, so she wasn't even afraid of death now. Of course, she wouldn't put Sun Tianbiao in her eyes. Furthermore, she had been with Ling Yan for a long time and knew that Ling Yan wouldn't be at a disadvantage under any circumstances. She didn't want to embarrass Ling Yan even if she had to face the powerful Sun family alone. Sun Tianbiao was silent as he stared at the document in his hand. After a while, he finally nodded his head and said, I acknowledge this document. Your marriage with Sun Xing is officially annulled. Zhuang Meifeng was secretly happy when she heard Sun Tianbiao admit to annulling the marriage. Her first step in coming to the Zhuang family was a success. The Chinese valued their status very much. Her marriage with Sun Xing had always been a thorn in Zhuang Meifeng's heart. Even though Sun Xing was already dead and Ling Yun didn't care about the marriage, Zhuang Meifeng still cared. She wanted to marry Ling Yun with a clean conscience. She couldn't let Ling Yun down in any way. Be it in life or death, Zhuang Meifeng was so happy that she didn't even have time to think about why Sun Tianbiao would agree to it and why he agreed so quickly. Zhuang Meifeng pressed on and said, since the marriage is annulled, please release my family immediately and return their freedom. Sun Tianbiao's trip to Qingshui City could be said to be a huge event. He didn't expect Zhuang Meifeng to show her strength the moment she appeared. Under Zhuang Meifeng's continuous pressure, his face turned ugly. However, he had no choice but to endure it. He was scared stiff by the imaginary enemy in his heart, the ultimate expert above Xiantian realm level 7. Sun Tianbiao didn't know if the ultimate expert was just outside the door since Zhuang Meifeng dared to be so domineering. With Sun Tianbiao's abilities, he wouldn't be able to detect an expert of that level even if he suddenly appeared behind him. However, fear was one thing. Sun Tianbiao was representing the Sun family this time. He had to find out what happened to his wife and children. Therefore, he still had to ask the necessary questions. I didn't capture your family. They are all fine now. However, I have to find out the whereabouts of the Sun family members. Therefore, I temporarily restricted their freedom. Sun Tianbiao opened his mouth first to calm Zhuang Meifeng down. However, he was actually saying this for the expert who was secretly protecting Zhuang Meifeng to hear. Sun Tianbiao didn't know if the expert who cleansed Zhuang Meifeng's meridians was secretly following them. However, he didn't dare to take the risk. He could only pretend that the expert was present and handle the entire matter. A powerful person could change the direction of a situation with just one sentence. It could be said that if Ling Yun, who was at Qi Cultivation Stage 9, appeared in front of Sun Tianbiao and told him directly that Niao Fenjiao and Sun Xing were killed by him, Sun Tianbiao could only swallow his anger. He wouldn't even dare to fart and would not hesitate to curry favor with Ling Yun. This was power, powerful power. When my wife called me, she was definitely at your house, right? If I'm not wrong, this IOU should have been written after she called me. Now that this IOU is in your hands, my wife, Sun, and a group of experts from the Sun family have been missing for a whole 4 days. Therefore, after my wife called me, I have to find out what happened that night and where the Sun family members are now. Sun Tianbiao wasn't a mediocre person. What happened last Friday night was split into 2 parts. One part happened before Niao Fenjiao called him, and the other part happened after Niao Fenjiao hung up the phone. At that time, the Sun family was in a standoff with Ling Yun. In order to get her son, Sun Xing, back from Tang Tianhao, Niao Fenjiao called Sun Tianbiao on the spot. The call wasn't short. She had already roughly explained the situation to Sun Tianbiao. Therefore, Sun Tianbiao knew that this matter didn't have much to do with the Zhuang family, but it had a lot to do with Ling Yun. This was because Niao Fenjiao had personally told him over the phone about Ling Yun's rough strength and how many people from the Sun family had been killed by him. Her son, Sun Xing, had fallen into Ling Yun's hands, and so on and so forth. That was a fatal phone call. Sun Tianbiao didn't need to investigate. His investigation was just a cover. He came to Xianxia City to kill Ling Yun. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Sun Tianbiao had 3 goals in coming to Xianxia City: find the whereabouts of the Sun family, find Ling Yun and kill him. Secretly investigate for news of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. As for the engagement and the Zhuang family, Sun Tianbiao didn't care about them at all. Sun Tianbiao didn't need to mobilize so many people just to find the richest man in Xianxia City, Zhuang Tianda. The sudden loss of contact with Niao Fenjiao meant that the Sun family was doomed. Sun Tianbiao was mentally prepared for this. Ling Yun had disappeared on Sunday night without any news. Sun Tianbiao thought that Ling Yun must have been so frightened that he had gone into hiding. That was why he had arranged so many things to suppress everything about Ling Yun. It was all to force Ling Yun to appear. However, these 2 things weren't the most important. To Sun Tianbiao and the experts he brought, the most important thing was the news of the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. Ling Yun wasn't afraid that the Sun family would find out that he was the one who killed the Sun family members, nor was he afraid that the Sun family would come to seek revenge. He was afraid that the news of him becoming the owner of the Emperor Brush would be leaked. That was why, other than those who had gone through life and death with Ling Yun, everyone's memories of the Emperor Brush, including Du Gumo, Miao Xiamiao, and Tang Tianhao, Zhuang Meifeng smiled faintly and sat on her sofa elegantly. She adopted a negotiating tone and said, "As long as you can guarantee that the Sun family won't make things difficult for the Zhuang family, I will tell you everything that happened that night." Seeing Zhuang Meifeng's calm expression, Sun Tianbiao could only nod his head helplessly. "All right, I promise you." "Speak." Zhuang Meifeng smiled sweetly. "I hope you will keep your word." Sun Tianbiao replied calmly, "The Sun family and I, Sun Tianbiao, will not go back on my word to a young lady like you." Zhuang Meifeng also knew that it was already a pleasant surprise for her to reach the stage tonight. Even if Sun Tianbiao really wanted to go back on his word, she wouldn't be able to stop him. She was also extremely curious as to why Sun Tianbiao was so tolerant towards her. He actually gave her so many chances to speak. The 2 of them were practically on equal footing when negotiating. How would Zhuang Meifeng know that Sun Tianbiao had found a strong imaginary enemy in her? She was just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Zhuang Meifeng didn't have much time to think. She didn't make any more requests and started to throw out the plan that she and Xiao Mimi had agreed on. She said directly, "I think that the Sun family should know that there is an assassin organization in China called the Assassins Organization, right? He Xingyan is from the Assassins Organization. The Assassins Organization is targeting your Sun family." "What? He Xingyan? Heavenly kill?" This. When Sun Tianbiao heard that, he immediately frowned. Behind Sun Tianbiao, the 3 Khanate stage experts from the Tranquil sect, Shaolin Temple, and Mao Shan sect couldn't help but look at each other. Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi, these two intelligent women, would definitely not sit at home and wait for Ling Yun to disappear. Especially after the Sun family arrived at Qingshui City, they had been thinking hard about how to deal with it. Many people's memories had been wiped, but Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi knew exactly what happened that night. Under Xiao Mimi's careful analysis, the two of them finally came up with a plan and decided to implement it separately. They both knew that implementing this plan would cost them a lot. Furthermore, because there were many loopholes, there was a high chance that it would not succeed. However, in order to save Zhuang Meifeng's family and to delay as much time as possible until Ling Yun returned, they couldn't care less. And the key to this plan was the Assassins' Organization. This was because last Thursday night, after Ling Yun personally killed Dipa, he returned to the rented house and had a conversation with Xiao Mimi that was still fresh in Xiao Mimi's memory. Ling Yun had once asked Xiao Mimi about the function of the Assassins' Organization's communication device. He had also discussed with Xiao Mimi whether they could use the communication device to disguise themselves as assassins from the Assassins' Organization. Then, they could uncover the person hiding behind the scenes who wanted to assassinate him. When they were discussing this issue, Xiao Mimi had warned Ling Yun that if they did so, they would attract a higher-level assassin from the Assassins' Organization. She had asked Ling Yun if he was afraid. At that time, Ling Yun's answer had been very domineering. "We'll deal with whatever comes." This had left a deep impression on Xiao Mimi. Hence, she had made use of the Assassins' Organization. That night, the 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins' Organization were there to kill Ling Yun. They had nothing to do with the Sun family. However, coincidentally, one of the 4 experts from the Assassins' Organization appeared, He Xingyan, who was at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. When Ling Yun killed He Xingyan, he had said in front of everyone that He Xingyan was also from the Assassins' Organization. Ling Yun had been busy preparing for the crater on Saturday and Sunday. He had only returned to the rented house on Sunday afternoon. He had asked Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi to go to Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9. Hence, he hadn't had the time to discuss the details of Friday night with them. Zhuang Meifeng returned to the Zhuang family much later than Xiao Mimi. When she arrived, she heard Niao Fenjiao announcing the annulment of the engagement. Hence, she didn't know what happened in the Zhuang family while she was away. However, Xiao Mimi knew better than anyone else how mysterious and powerful the Assassins' Organization was. In order to find a scapegoat for Ling Yun, Xiao Mimi could only make the Assassins' Organization independent and make them Ling Yun's scapegoat. This way, the Zhuang family was just an ordinary person. They had no power to stop what happened. Naturally, the Sun family couldn't blame the Zhuang family. However, if it was the Assassins' Organization that killed the Sun family's biggest enemy would immediately become the Assassins' Organization and not Ling Yun, even though Ling Yun couldn't escape responsibility, saying that would definitely divert Sun Tianbiao's attention to a large extent. 2 birds with 1 stone. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was Ling Yun's original plan. He didn't tell anyone about it. However, he didn't expect it to be used by the 2 smart women around him when he wasn't around. This would undoubtedly buy time for Ling Yun. As long as they could contact Ling Yun, the 2 beauties believed that he definitely had the intelligence and strength to solve all the problems. This was because Ling Yun, who was surrounded by golden light and had 9 dragons protecting his body, was too shocking to them. Assassins' Organization? You said that the people from the Assassins' Organization appeared that night? Why would they target our Sun family? Sun Tianbiao frowned as he stared at Zhuang Meifeng. He seemed to be mumbling to himself. Looking at Zhuang Meifeng's confident expression, Sun Tianbiao had no choice but to believe it. Ordinary people wouldn't know about the existence of the Assassins' Organization. Those who knew were all dead. Zhuang Meifeng smiled faintly. That's right, it's the Assassins' Organization. I admit that in order to save me and protect his own life, Ling Yun killed and injured many of the ordinary experts from the Sun family. However, that was because he had no other choice. He only had one goal at that time, and that was for your wife to sign a written agreement to cancel the engagement. As she spoke, Zhuang Meifeng raised her slender hand and pointed at the promissory note with her index finger. She then continued, this promissory note was indeed written after you and your wife ended the call. It was already very late at that time, and after confirming the annulment of the engagement, both parties had no energy left to pursue the matter. Just as we were about to leave, something unforeseen happened. 3 very powerful assassins from the Assassins organization suddenly came to our house with Xianxia from the Sun family. Without saying a word, they attacked with the intention of killing people from the Sun family. At that time, Priest Compassionless, Priestess Heartless, and Taoist Priest Lu Deming were still there. They fought with them, and the scene became chaotic, our eyes were dazzled, and we couldn't tell who was who. We only knew that very quickly, someone was injured. However, after a short while, something else happened. I only heard someone shouting that someone else was coming. Then, my vision turned black, and I fainted. I don't know what happened after that. Zhuang Meifeng's words were really impressive. She used the Tao of falsehood very well. Falsehood was truth, and truth was falsehood. Because of Niao Fengjiao's phone call, Xiao Mimi knew that it was useless to lie to Sun Tianbiao. Therefore, she told Zhuang Meifeng not to hide anything. Even so, Zhuang Meifeng still pushed all the blame to the Sun family without a trace. However, after the agreement, everything that Zhuang Meifeng said was false. Originally, Ling Yin had the upper hand and killed Priest Compassionless and Taoist Priest Lu Deming. Then, when the 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins organization arrived, Ling Yin killed them all. However, after she said that, Ling Yin was directly removed from the picture. It was Xianxia who rebelled, and the Assassins organization fought with the Sun family. Moreover, the most ingenious part between the use of falsehood and truth was that Zhuang Meifeng heard someone else is coming and herself fainting. It was already chaotic enough. Now that someone else was coming, the situation became even more chaotic. At this time, Zhuang Meifeng fainted. Then, where did the people from the Sun family go? What happened to the people from the Assassins organization? She could push all the blame away. Sun Tianbiao stared at Zhuang Meifeng's eyes as she narrated. At the same time, he was thinking hard in his heart. There was a complicated and cruel struggle between the 7 big families in Beijing. However, on the surface, it was still tolerable. Everyone deliberately maintained a delicate balance. The overall strength of the Sun family was neither strong nor weak. It was ranked 4th. It was a target that the top 3 families fought for, but it was also a target that was secretly suppressed. It was indeed a very awkward position. Xianxia's qinggong and hidden weapons were very good. Could he really be from the Assassins organization? Why was he hiding in our Sun family? Which family in the capital was the one who had secretly planned this? The Long family? The Chen family? Or the Ling family? The Chen family was eager to rise in power. They were unscrupulous. Now that they were colluding with the Tokugawa clan, it was most likely, however, this was not right. Even if the Chen family wanted to deal with the Sun family, there was no need for them to invite the Assassins organization to come 1,000 miles away to deal with Miao Fengjiao and Sun Xing. Sun Tianbiao had countless women, and he even had 7 or 8 sons in the open. It was simply a fool's dream to threaten him with a woman who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken and a good-for-nothing son. Is what you said true? Sun Tianbiao was a sly old fox. Although Zhuang Meifeng's words were flawless, he still did not believe her after some hesitation. However, Zhuang Meifeng's goal was not to make him believe her. As long as Sun Tianbiao hesitated, she would win. Zhuang Meifeng stared coldly into Sun Tianbiao's eyes. With a pair of clear and beautiful eyes, she said with determination, "Anyway, this is all I know. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Zhuang Meifeng was unafraid of death, but Sun Tianbiao thought that she had a card up her sleeve. This caused him to be dubious of her words. If he analyzed the entire situation according to Zhuang Meifeng's explanation, there were no loopholes. Sun Tianbiao knew that at least part of what Zhuang Meifeng said was true. Xianxia's origins were unknown. Ever since he became a guest of the Sun family, he had helped the Sun family with several troublesome matters and successfully gained their trust. Xianxia must have received help from some powerful force. Sun Tianbiao originally thought that this force was some ancient martial arts sect, but now that he thought about it, it was most likely the Assassins organization. That night, the people from the Assassins organization appeared. This should be confirmed, but the biggest doubt was, why did the people from the Assassins organization kill the people from the Sun family? the members of the Assassins organization only had missions and benefits in their eyes. They would never do anything that was disadvantageous to them. Xianxia was an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. It wasn't easy for him to gain the trust of the Sun family. He must have an important mission and motive for hiding in the Sun family for such a long time. It definitely wasn't for Niao Fengjiao and Sun Xing. Xianxia was in charge of protecting Niao Fengjiao. If he wanted to kill Niao Fengjiao, there would be opportunities everywhere. There was no need for him to protect Niao Fengjiao, expose his identity, and become enemies with the Sun family. That would only bring harm to Xianxia and the Assassins organization. What Zhuang Meifeng had said was definitely true. From Niao Fengjiao's call, Sun Tianbiao knew that both parties were evenly matched at that time. No one could do anything to the other. Otherwise, Niao Fengjiao would not have had the chance to call him. Niao Fengjiao was Sun Tianbiao's wife. Of course, he knew Niao Fengjiao's temper better than anyone else. If the situation hadn't taken a turn for the worse for the Sun family, she definitely wouldn't have willingly agreed to break off the engagement after calling him. So, who was the person who came? Could it be the expert above Xiantian realm level 7? Why did all the people he had investigated lose their memories of what happened that night? The complexity and strangeness of this matter had far exceeded Sun Tianbiao's imagination. It was out of his control. Sun Tianbiao's heart was in turmoil, but he did not show it on his face. He stared straight at Zhuang Meifeng and said in a low voice, "You're lying." Sun Tianbiao was a layman disciple of the Shaolin Temple. He secretly used the orthodox Buddhist lion's roar for this sentence. Even though his voice was not loud, it was deafening to Zhuang Meifeng's ears. He was testing the waters. He wanted to see if the expert behind Zhuang Meifeng would come out to stop him if he used the lion's roar against her. The difference between a Xiantian realm level 1 expert and a normal girl who didn't know any martial arts was huge. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't take it anymore as her body shook violently. This voice caused Zhuang Meifeng's calm gaze to waver. Her beautiful face flashed with confusion, but she still stubbornly replied, "I didn't." After Sun Tianbiao shouted, how could he not be afraid? He instantly circulated his Xiantian true qi to the maximum and guarded the entrance of the living room, anxiously waiting for the arrival of the supreme expert. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became extremely tense. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if they were facing a formidable enemy. After 15 seconds, nothing happened. Sun Tianbiao secretly rejoiced as he let out a long breath. So it was a false alarm. After he calmed down, Sun Tianbiao suddenly felt that his previous fear was laughable. If there was really an expert above Xiantian realm level 7 coming, why would he need to hide? Furthermore, he did not need to put Zhuang Meifeng in danger alone. All he had to do was come personally and say, "I'm protecting the Zhuang family." Sun Tianbiao would definitely order him to bring all the experts out of the Zhuang family immediately. Run as far as they could. Thinking of this, Sun Tianbiao couldn't help but feel angry. A thick killing intent flashed in his eyes as he stared at Zhuang Meifeng and said, "You dare to scare me?" A lion's roar and a murderous gaze made Zhuang Meifeng truly understand the power of an expert. She also immediately understood why Ling Yun was so obsessed with cultivation that he almost didn't return to the rental house to accompany her every night. She finally understood how much pressure Ling Yun had been under ever since they got to know each other. Even though he seemed calm and composed, he was actually under a lot of pressure. Ling Yun hid her in the rental house, shielding her from the wind and rain, while he wandered between life and death every day. There were a few times when he came back late at night. His clothes were tattered and his body was stained with blood. Even so, Ling Yun always had a smile on his face and would always say, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine." Zhuang Meifeng thought of the time when she complained that Ling Yun was too cruel to Xiao Mimi. "Don't think too much about it. You'll get used to it when you experience more in the future. You're awake so early. Go back to sleep, I still have to go out to cultivate." Zhuang Meifeng recalled the night of the Qingming festival. She had been captured and Ling Yun had come to save her. He had shouted those words in the face of many unknown enemies. "Wife, don't be afraid, your husband is here." Scene after scene, Zhuang Meifeng's heart ached as her emotions surged and tears filled her eyes. "Ling Yun has done so much for me, but what have I done for him? What can I do for him? Could it be that I can only use my body to give him pleasure in bed?" Zhuang Meifeng's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as her phoenix eyes regained their sharpness. She said firmly, "What I said is the truth. it's up to you to believe it or not. Priestess Desireless could not help but nod in approval. Even though Sun Tianbiao had only used a little of the lion's roar, it was still not something an ordinary person could withstand. The fact that Zhuang Meifeng could remain clear-headed as if she had been struck by lightning showed that she was talented and had a good temperament. Sun Tianbiao's sharp eyes carried a hint of playfulness as he started to fire questions at Zhuang Meifeng. You said that someone else came, so who is it? I fainted, how would I know? Zhuang Meifeng said forcefully. What was Ling Yun doing when the assassins from the Assassins organization were fighting with the Sun family? And where is he now? Zhuang Meifeng was at a loss for words. After that night, why did the assassins from the Assassins organization and the Sun family disappear, but only the people from your side are fine? Also, according to my investigation, everyone in the Zhuang family has lost their memories of what happened that night, including your parents and sister. How do you explain this? Sun Tianbiao secretly used the Shaolin Lion's roar for the last few questions. Every word was like a hammer pounding on Zhuang Meifeng's heart. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning as her delicate face turned pale. Even though Zhuang Meifeng had prepared a set of excuses for these questions, she did not dare to open her mouth under Sun Tianbiao's pressure as she was on the verge of collapsing. This was similar to forcing a person to lie awake for a few days and nights. When he was so tired that he only wanted to close his eyes and sleep, he would naturally answer all the questions. Sun Tianbiao was a Xiantian expert, so there was no need for him to use such a troublesome method. All he had to do was use the lion's roar on Zhuang Meifeng a few times to disperse her consciousness. When she was on the verge of collapsing, she only needed to open her mouth and she would definitely reveal everything that happened that night. I don't know anything. Zhuang Meifeng felt her eardrums ringing as her mind went blank. She gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke before she forced herself to say these 4 words. Humph. Sun Tianbiao was so angry that he snorted coldly and finally stopped his questioning. He was well aware of his own abilities. Just those few sentences from before would have shocked an average person silly. If Zhuang Meifeng had not undergone the marrow cleansing, she would have told him the truth long ago. Even though Sun Tianbiao knew that the expert above Xiantian realm level 7 definitely did not come, he did not dare to go overboard. If he really shocked Zhuang Meifeng silly, the Sun family would not be able to bear the consequences if that expert came looking for them. Zhuang Meifeng, you have to think carefully. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. I have all the time in the world. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. In the next few days, I will conduct a detailed investigation. If I find out that you dare to lie to me, I will annihilate your entire family. Sun Tianbiao said as he stared at Zhuang Meifeng, who was shivering and clenching her fists tightly. Zhuang Meifeng was indeed a stunner. Her beauty was out of this world. When she gritted her teeth and held on, there was a unique charm to her. This gave Sun Tianbiao a sadistic pleasure. Sun Tianbiao, you promised me that you would not make things difficult for the Zhuang family in the future. Zhuang Meifeng said hatefully as she slowly calmed down. Her body was covered in sweat. Sun Tianbiao laughed coldly. That's right, I did promise you. However, don't forget that you have to tell me the truth first. You are still too young to think that you can play me like a fiddle. Sun Tianbiao waved his hand and shouted towards the outside of the living room, men. Hearing Sun Tianbiao's command, 2 ordinary experts quickly entered the living room. Bring Zhuang Meifeng to her family. Without my orders, she is not allowed to have any contact with the outside world. Seeing that the 2 burly men were about to grab her, Zhuang Meifeng used the sofa to stand up. Her body swayed as she gritted her teeth and said, I can walk on my own. Return me the promissory note. Sun Tianbiao did not want to embarrass himself in front of the 3 experts. He casually returned the promissory note to Zhuang Meifeng and watched as the 2 men took her away. What do the 3 of you think about this matter? After Zhuang Meifeng left, Sun Tianbiao changed his expression and discussed the matter with the other 3 experts in a pleasant manner. Master Xingqi from the Shaolin Temple chanted, Ba. From what I can see, there is something fishy about this matter. What happened that night was much more complicated than we thought. Taoist Master Wuchen from the Maoshan sect pondered, I feel that there is something fishy about this matter. This lady's words are ambiguous. We need to investigate further. Priestess Desireless from the Tranquil sect swept the horsetail whisk in her hand. However, she remained silent and did not express her opinion. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Zhuang Meifeng arrived at another villa in the manor. She finally saw her family after 4 days. Her parents and younger sister were all there. They were safe and sound, but their freedom had been restricted. Meifeng, where have you been for so many days? Did you know that something big happened to our family on the night of the Qingming festival? Zhuang Tianda was furious when he saw his eldest daughter enter. If it wasn't for Zhuang Meifeng canceling the engagement and sneaking back from Beijing, none of this would have happened. Zhuang Meifeng ignored Zhuang Tianda and hugged her mother, Zhao Baman, tightly. Her tears flowed freely. After a minute, Zhuang Meifeng gently left her mother's embrace. She wiped her tears and turned to the 2 men who followed her in. I want to talk to my family. Please leave. The 2 men didn't move. They were here to monitor Zhuang Meifeng anyway. Zhuang Meifeng had no choice but to give up on chasing them away. She held Zhao Baman and Zhuang Meina's hands and sat down on the sofa. She looked at Zhuang Tianda coldly and placed the contract in front of Zhuang Tianda. This is for you. My engagement with Sun Xing has been cancelled, she said coldly. Zhuang Tianda took the contract from Zhuang Meifeng and looked at it carefully for a long time. He was stunned. When did this happen? Why didn't we know about it? Zhuang Meifeng was infuriated. She glared at her father and said, when else could it be? The time is clearly written on the contract. Can't you read it yourself? Zhuang Tianda lowered his head again and looked at the date in shock. The night of the 4th of April, isn't that the night of the Qingming festival? Zhao Baman and Zhuang Meina were stunned as well. Even though the 3 of them had experienced the entire incident that night, their memories of that night had been wiped clean by Ling Yun. Of course, they knew nothing about it. Where did this happen? Zhuang Tianda raised his head and looked at Zhuang Meifeng blankly. Zhuang Meifeng purposely said it for the 2 men to hear. Didn't you say that something big happened in our family? Naturally, it happened in our house. Zhuang Tianda, Zhuang Meina, and Zhuang Tianda looked at each other in disbelief. Then why don't we know anything? Zhuang Meifeng thought to herself that it would be weird if they could remember anything after their memories were wiped. She casually said, you guys were already knocked unconscious, so of course you wouldn't know. Let me tell you. Then, in front of the 2 men, Zhuang Meifeng repeated what she had said to Sun Tianbiao to her parents and sister. She had divided the entire night's events into 2 parts. The point of separation was before and after Niao Finjiao's phone call. The first part was basically true, while the second part was basically false. Zhuang Tianda and Zhao Baman were dumbfounded. Zhuang Tianda exclaimed, what? Tell me, on the night of the Qingming festival, someone died in our family? And it was someone from the Sun family? What should we do? Zhuang Tianda's legs trembled in fear. If that was really the case, how could the engagement not be cancelled? Sun Tianbiao would destroy Zhuang Tianda's entire family in a fit of rage, not to mention the annulment of the engagement. Zhao Baoman's face was pale, and her body was trembling. She didn't know what to do. Mom, you don't have to worry too much. Those people know martial arts. Even if you were conscious, you wouldn't have been able to stop them. This is all because of me. I will take care of it. Zhuang Meifeng had experienced a few life and death situations. In an instant, she became the pillar of support for the entire Zhuang family. While Zhuang Meina was shocked, she pursed her lips in deep thought. She asked Zhuang Meifeng suspiciously, Sister, did you say that Ling Yun is your boyfriend? Was he the one who came to save you? Zhuang Meifeng recalled her sister's behavior that night. She sighed in her heart and nodded seriously. Zhuang Meina panicked and asked anxiously, This Ling Yun, which Ling Yun is he? There's someone called Ling Yun in our school. Zhuang Meifeng naturally understood why her sister was panicking. She steeled her heart and said, It's him, Ling Yun from grade 12 class 6 of Qingshui High. What? How could it be him? How is this possible? Zhuang Meina jumped up from the sofa in a panic and exclaimed in horror. Ling Yan's rise in Qingshui High had made Zhuang Meina fall in love with him. She was just about to cut ties with Xie Zhenyan and chase after Ling Yan. She didn't expect her sister to become Ling Yan's girlfriend. Furthermore, Ling Yan had killed his way into the Zhuang family for her sister. He fought against the experts of the Sun family all by himself and forced them to cancel the engagement. This meant that the relationship between his sister and Ling Yan had reached an unimaginable level. If the two of them really became a couple, wouldn't Ling Yan become his brother-in-law? Zhuang Meina was shocked. She couldn't accept this horrifying reality. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. Why not? Ling Yan was the one who saved me the day Sun Xing hit me. After that, you all wanted to hand me over to the Sun family. I had nowhere else to run, so I found him and have been living with him ever since. With Sun Tianbiao's ability, he would definitely be able to investigate all of this. Zhuang Meifeng didn't need to hide anything. Zhuang Meifeng said that she had been living with Ling Yan, not hiding there. Even though it was just a difference of one word, it was unquestionable. In Zhuang Meifeng's heart, Ling Yan was her only man. No one else could replace him. Zhuang Meina was stunned. She asked with a trembling voice, You guys have been living together? When did you guys start? Zhuang Meifeng said calmly, On the night of the storm, I escaped from my classmate's house and went to your school to look for Ling Yan. That was when it started. Zhuang Meifeng knew that Zhuang Meina liked Ling Yan too. She understood Zhuang Meina's personality very well. She had to completely give up on her sister to prevent her from suffering for the rest of her life. She didn't blame her sister or Ling Yan. It was because Ling Yan was too perfect and outstanding. Few girls could resist Ling Yan's charisma. This was something Zhuang Meifeng knew best. However, Xiao Mimi, Chao Shanshan, and Shui Mining could do it. Only Zhuang Meina couldn't because they were biological sisters. No. You definitely can't. Why? Why do you have to snatch anything that I like from me? Zhuang Meina broke down completely. She burst into tears, stomping her feet and screaming at the top of her lungs. She couldn't take it anymore. Why? They were born from the same parents. Why did her sister have to take all the benefits? Zhuang Meifeng looked at Zhuang Meina's pained expression and felt her heart ache. However, she said calmly, Haven't you always liked Xie Zhenyan? Furthermore, you guys have already established a relationship. Why would you suddenly like Ling Yan? From what I know, you and Ling Yan and his sister have a huge feud, right? Zhuang Meina screamed, Xie Zhenyan? Don't mention Xie Zhenyan to me. Xie Zhenyan is nothing. I haven't gone to school for a whole day and he doesn't care. The person he really likes is Ling Yan's sister, Ning Lingyu. It's not me at all. Tisk. Zhuang Meifeng laughed in disdain when she heard that Xie Zhenyan liked Ling Yan's sister, Ning Lingyu. Last Sunday afternoon, Ling Yan asked Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi to go to Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9. As they were going to meet their future mother-in-law, the two of them put on clothes that they thought would best reflect their beauty and elegance and rushed to Ling Yan's house. When they arrived at Mansion No. 9, the first thing they saw was Ning Lingyu, who already had a celestial spiritual body. At that moment, they were shocked. Other than feeling inferior, they didn't feel any jealousy or comparison. Ning Lingyu's beauty was indescribable. She was like a fairy from the heavens who had accidentally fallen to the mortal world. After Ning Lingyu understood their identities, her dreamy and beautiful eyes dimmed. Even though they returned to normal in an instant, that moment of sadness made Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi's hearts skip a beat. It was as if the sun in the sky had lost its brilliance. Xie Zhenyan wanted to woo such a beautiful Ning Lingyu? That was like daydreaming with a 1 kilowatt light bulb on in the middle of the day. It was like a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Meina, you're already 18 years old. You're not young anymore. In the past, you liked Xie Zhenyan because he was handsome and had a good family background. Then, you said that you would rather marry Sun Xing in place of me because of the Sun family's wealth. Now, because Ling Yan is outstanding, you insist on liking Ling Yan. Tell me, is Big Sister fighting with you or are you fighting with Big Sister? When are you going to change your personality? You have to understand that in this world, you can't do whatever you want. Our family is so rich, but compared to a family like the Sun family, money is nothing. Zhuang Meifeng seemed to be saying this to Zhuang Meina, her parents, and more importantly, herself. Ever since she got to know Ling Yun, Zhuang Meifeng had witnessed the strength of Ling Yun, Xiao Mimi, and the rest. They had opened a whole new door for her. While she was accepting these unbelievable things, she was also rapidly completing her spiritual transformation. She had experienced many dangers because she was just a weak girl without the strength to truss a chicken. She wanted to change this reality. She wanted to control her own destiny. Only then would she have the right to be Ling Yun's woman. What was money in the face of power? You don't have to talk so much. Of course you can say it so easily. You have everything to gain. I don't care, you can't fight with me over Ling Yun. Zhuang Meina was blinded by jealousy and hatred. She didn't listen to a word of her sister's words. Zhuang Meifeng knew that her sister wouldn't listen to her. She shook her head and said, I don't need to fight with you over Ling Yun. But if you like Ling Yun, you have to make Ling Yun like you too, right? Zhuang Tianda couldn't bear to listen to his two daughters quarreling over a man. He said in a low voice, all right, Ling Yun, Ling Yun. Now that such a big matter has happened in the family, how can you two quarrel over a man in front of outsiders? Meifeng, you said that Ling Yun killed many people from the Sun family, right? Then call him over and let him explain to the Sun family himself. Don't let him implicate the Zhuang family. Zhuang Meifeng was completely disappointed in Zhuang Tianda. She looked at her father with pity and suddenly smiled. Ling Yun is missing. What? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. He couldn't have escaped, right? Zhuang Tianda panicked upon hearing that Ling Yun was missing. He stood up from the sofa in a panic. Zhuang Meifeng laughed coldly in her heart and replied calmly, escaped? Ling Yun has never been afraid of anything. Zhuang Meifeng's faith in her lover was stronger than the belief that the sun would rise from the east every day. Then why did he go missing? What will happen to our family if he leaves after causing such a huge mess? Zhuang Tianda was anxious and angry. He was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing in circles. Zhuang Meifeng replied coldly, why are you so anxious? Ling Yun is missing. Aren't I back now? Don't worry, this matter started because of me. I will definitely clean it up for you. Ling Yun is missing? Could something have happened to him? Zhuang Meina couldn't help but panic when she heard that Ling Yun was missing. No wonder she couldn't find Ling Yun even after walking the corridors of Class 6 for more than 10 times yesterday. Zhuang Meifeng sighed as she realized that her sister was really obsessed with Ling Yun. She lost the strength to argue with her sister. Zhuang Meifeng didn't know how to deal with the fact that her sister had fallen in love with the same man. She could only wait for Ling Yun to return. She and Ling Yun had gone through life and death together. Their relationship was already stronger than gold. Naturally, she wasn't worried that her sister would snatch Ling Yun away from her. Even if she had to worry, she would be worried about beauties like Shui Mining and Xianxia. However, Zhuang Meifeng also knew that there were too many women around Ling Yun. Not just Xiao Mimi, but on the night of the battle with the Sun family, Shui Mining, Xianxia, and a masked girl with an explosive figure were all willing to fight with Ling Yun to the death. Furthermore, there was also the vixen Xiaobai who could transform into a human. Also, that night, Lin Menghan, the beautiful police officer who was a cut above Zhuang Meifeng in terms of figure and looks, was seen and touched by Ling Yun. It was obvious that she wanted to repay him with her body. Moreover, from her conversation with Shui Mining and Chao Shanshan, Zhuang Meifeng also found out that there was a beauty who gave Ling Yun a Maserati. However, compared to one person, all these beauties were probably just a side character, Ning Lingyu. It was hard to hide a woman's thoughts from another woman, especially an extremely intelligent woman. Zhuang Meifeng had spent 2 days with Ning Lingyu, especially on Monday. She had witnessed Ning Lingyu's despondent expression after Ling Yun's disappearance. This was not how a younger sister should react to her brother's disappearance. This was because Ning Lingyu's anxiety and panic far exceeded that of Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi. Zhuang Meifeng had already understood why Ning Lingyu's eyes dimmed when she heard that she was Ling Yun's boyfriend. If Zhuang Meifeng could tell, so could Xiao Mimi. The two of them had even discussed this topic in secret, but they did not dare to ask Ning Lingyu. If Ling Yu didn't say anything, no one could ask about it. Even though Ling Yu and Ling Yu weren't related by blood, they were still siblings. Of course, even though Ling Yu had feelings for Ling Yun, according to Zhuang Meifeng's judgment, Ling Yun's feelings for Ling Yu were purely that of a sibling. There were no other feelings. Ling Yun's care and love for Ling Yu was undoubtedly more than anyone else. However, Zhuang Meifeng firmly believed that his feelings for Ling Yu came from the depths of his heart, and not from the kind of romantic feelings he had for her. Zhuang Meifeng did not know how to deal with the many enemies around her, and all of them were willing to sacrifice their lives for Ling Yun. She did not expect her own sister to fall in love with Ling Yun. Don't worry, with Ling Yun's ability, he will definitely be fine. I think he will be back soon. Zhuang Meifeng could not bear to see her panicking as she was still her own sister. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Wasn't that equivalent to admitting the fact that her sister had fallen in love with Ling Yun? To Zhuang Meifeng, she had only been separated from her family for 4 days. However, to Zhuang Tianda and his family, Zhuang Meifeng had been away from home for more than 10 days because she had lost a night's worth of memories. After explaining the current situation, Zhao Baomen began to ask about Zhuang Meifeng's life. She could not help but sigh as she listened to her eldest daughter describe her experiences. That night passed just like that. From Wednesday onwards, Sun Tianbiao began to use the power of the Sun family to stir up trouble in Xianxia City. Through the director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, he began to suppress Ling Yun. After 3 days of frantic investigation, Sun Tianbiao naturally found some clues. However, no matter how hard he looked, he could not find any evidence that could completely refute Zhuang Meifeng's claims. At that time, Ling Yun's divine sense was unprecedentedly strong. He completely wiped out the 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins organization and the people from the Sun family. Those who died were all burned to ashes by a level 8 fire talisman, and those who survived had their memories wiped away. It could be said that even if Ling Yun was in Xianxia City, he would not be afraid of Sun Tianbiao's investigation. Unless Sun Tianbiao decided to use force, he would not be able to get any results. On Friday night, Sun Tianbiao finally could not sit still anymore. He began to threaten Zhuang Meifeng with the lives of the entire Zhuang family to make Zhuang Meifeng tell the truth. Ling Yun went missing on Monday and did not return on Friday night. This was actually far beyond Zhuang Meifeng's expectations. As her worry for Ling Yun grew stronger, her confidence was also being destroyed bit by bit. She could not contact anyone and could only wait alone. She silently endured the growing fear as her faith gradually turned to dust. Zhuang Meifeng was not afraid of death or the threat of the Sun family. However, she could not lose Ling Yun. If Ling Yun disappeared, her heart would also die. On this night, Sun Tianbiao's patience with Zhuang Meifeng had reached its limit. He brought 3 Xiantian realm experts to the 4 members of the Zhuang family and forced Zhuang Meifeng to make a choice. Either Zhuang Meifeng told the truth about that night, or the 4 members of the Zhuang family would be beheaded. There was no other choice. Zhuang Meifeng could not say that Ling Yun had killed everyone from the Sun family, nor could she watch as her parents and sister were beheaded. It was impossible for her to make a choice. However, suddenly, the entire Xianxia City, or even the entire Jiangnan province, felt an earth-shattering earthquake. It was Ling Yun who had used the yin-yang qi to open the Tai Chi diagram and the Qian Kuan shifting spell in the crater. It was coming from the Dragon Mountain. Sun Tianbiao's sensitive senses told him that such an earth-shattering event had something to do with the Earth Emperor's book. He could not be bothered to force Zhuang Meifeng anymore. He, the 3 Xiantian realm experts, and dozens of other experts rushed towards the Dragon Mountain. The water level of the underground river rose by 100 meters, and the bottom of the crater was completely flooded. The yin-yang dragon lock spell had actually been broken. Just as Sun Tianbiao and the other experts were analyzing the various possibilities, he received news from his family. The Earth Emperor's book had appeared, and it had already recognized its owner. Sun Tianbiao was furious when he received the news. Unfortunately, the water level in the crater was rising rapidly. No one came out, and no one dared to go in. Sun Tianbiao led all the experts to search around the Dragon Mountain and Nangqi Peak for an entire night. He was prepared to disregard everything and kill anyone who came out of the crater. Unfortunately, he would never have imagined that Ling Yun was already thousands of miles away in Xianxia. Sun Tianbiao had mobilized so many people to come to Xianxia city. After so many days of hard work, he still had nothing. This made him completely furious. His killing intent had been aroused, and he was prepared to kill to vent the anger in his heart. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the Zhuang family. However, just as Sun Tianbiao was about to force Zhuang Meifeng again, someone stood out. Priestess Desireless. Priestess Desireless announced that as long as Zhuang Meifeng was willing to become a disciple of the Tranquil sect, the Tranquil sect would guarantee the safety of the Zhuang family. Priestess Desireless had long wanted to accept Zhuang Meifeng as a disciple. However, after many observations, she could tell that Zhuang Meifeng was deeply in love with Ling Yun. She knew that Zhuang Meifeng would never agree to become a disciple of the Tranquil sect, so she had been waiting for the right time. Now that Zhuang Meifeng had nowhere to go, Priestess Desireless chose the right time. Zhuang Meifeng and Ling Yun had already been through life and death together. If she became a disciple of the Tranquil sect, the most important thing was to forget about love. How could she bear to do that? However, with Sun Tianbiao's relentless pressure and the threat of her parents and sister, Ling Yun's disappearance for a full 5 days, she had no other choice but to accept Priestess Desireless' suggestion. Now that only the Tranquil sect was willing to stand out to protect the Zhuang family, she could only choose to accept. That was the only way. Under Zhuang Tianda's anxious urging, Zhuang Meifeng cowed out on the spot. Priestess Desireless beamed with joy. Sun Tianbiao's face was ashen, but there was nothing he could do. The Tranquil sect's strength was not something the Sun family could afford to offend. Moreover, Priestess Desireless was a Xiantian realm level 2 expert. Even if they fell out on the spot, Sun Tianbiao, Master Xingqi, and Priest Wuchen combined wouldn't be able to defeat her. Not only could Sun Tianbiao not express his dissatisfaction, but he also had to force a smile and congratulate Priestess Desireless for accepting such a great disciple. Priestess Desireless was satisfied. She accepted the congratulations from all the sects and announced that the Zhuang family would be protected by the Tranquil sect from now on. Anyone who dared to go against the Zhuang family would be an enemy of the Tranquil sect. With that, she chased everyone out. In front of the other 3 members of the Zhuang family, Priestess Desireless asked Zhuang Meifeng if she was willing to forget about love and cultivate the Tranquil sect's mantra. Zhuang Meifeng would rather die than forget Ling Yun. However, she had already become a disciple. Even though it was painful, she could only nod silently. Zhuang Meifeng's plan was very good. As long as she didn't forget Ling Yun, as long as Ling Yun returned and knew everything, he would definitely find her even if he had to travel thousands of mountains and rivers, or if she succeeded in her studies in the Tranquil sect, she would have the opportunity to sneak down the mountain and still be with Ling Yun. No one would be able to stop her. Your disciple is willing. Even though Zhuang Meifeng knew that she definitely wouldn't forget Ling Yun, when she said those words, her delicate body trembled in pain. She gritted her teeth and tears flowed down her cheeks. All right then, swallow this pill and I'll bring you back to the Tranquil sect. Priestess Desireless smiled faintly and placed a pill that she had already prepared in Zhuang Meifeng's hand. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Master, what is this? Zhuang Meifeng couldn't help but ask as she stared at the white pill in her palm. She felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Priestess Desireless replied calmly, this is a unique pill from the Tranquil sect. It can increase your cultivation by at least 20 years in a month. Even though you are talented, it is too late for you to start cultivating at the age of 21. That's why I'm giving you this pill. Priestess Desireless explained. She saw the hesitation in Zhuang Meifeng's eyes and immediately smiled. Don't worry, disciple. This pill won't bring you any side effects. It could be said that Priestess Desireless had used unscrupulous methods to obtain her beloved disciple. Even though she kept asking Zhuang Meifeng if she was willing to give up her love, she knew that a person who was willing to die for someone else would not be able to forget their love so easily. The pill in her hand was indeed able to increase Zhuang Meifeng's cultivation by at least 20 years in a month. However, she only said half of what she wanted to say. This pill was the famous Tranquil pill of forgetfulness from the Tranquil sect. After swallowing it, it could make any woman forget about their love. Not only would they completely forget about the man they loved, but they would also never have feelings for any other man in the world, forgetfulness, tranquil heart, desireless. If Zhuang Meifeng knew, she would rather be beaten to death than swallow this pill. However, the problem was that she didn't know. Master, I want to cultivate on my own. I don't want to rely on this pill. Zhuang Meifeng had an inexplicable sense of unease. She really didn't want to eat it. Entering the Tranquil sect to learn martial arts was her last resort. Unless Ling Yun disappeared forever, she would definitely be with Ling Yun. There was nothing in the world that could stop her. Moreover, Zhuang Meifeng had personally witnessed Ling Yun's abilities. If she really wanted to cultivate, she would rather learn from Ling Yun. Why would she need to learn from someone else? When Zhuang Meina saw that her sister had received yet another huge benefit, she was instantly filled with jealousy. Thus, she tried to curry favor with Priestess Desireless and said, Master, I also want to become your disciple and join the Tranquil sect to learn. Since my sister doesn't want to eat this pill, let her give it to me. Zhuang Meina really didn't know how to spell the word death. If she really ate it, she would really become Chang'e, regretting stealing the elixir. Priestess Desireless snorted coldly and said, Your talent is not enough. If you eat it, your body will explode and you will die within 10 breaths. Even the gods will not be able to save you. Hearing this, Zhuang Meina's face paled and immediately retracted her hand. Meifeng, I won't harm you in front of your whole family. Are you going to eat it or not? Priestess Desireless saw that Zhuang Meifeng wasn't willing to eat it and started to get anxious. She was forced to do so. Even if it was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, she would still give it a try. Moreover, it was an elixir that could increase one's cultivation. Zhuang Meifeng's eyes hardened as she gritted her teeth and swallowed the tranquil pill. Priestess Desireless' wish was finally fulfilled. She was overjoyed. Good disciple, you can't eat this with water. Just swallow it directly. With a mouthful of fragrant liquid, Zhuang Meifeng forcefully swallowed the pill into her stomach. The tranquil pill melted the moment it entered her stomach and instantly turned into a ball of white air. From Zhuang Meifeng's stomach, it did not enter her energy center but rushed straight to her brain. Ah! Zhuang Meifeng's face turned pale. She felt like her brain was being pierced by thousands of needles at the same time. She immediately hugged her head tightly. Zhuang Meifeng hugged her head with both hands. Very quickly, she curled her body into a ball. She couldn't stand at all and rolled around on the Persian carpet in pain. The 3 members of the Zhuang family could see Zhuang Meifeng's pain. They were instantly shocked. Priestess, didn't you say that this elixir could increase one's cultivation? How did my daughter become like this? Zhuang Tianda couldn't help but question Priestess Desireless when he saw his daughter in so much pain. How can there be a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? How can there be a butterfly without breaking out of the cocoon? Do you think that 20 years of cultivation is something that can be increased so easily? Priestess Desireless looked at Zhuang Meifeng, who was rolling around on the floor. There was no emotion in her eyes as she scolded Zhuang Tianda coldly. She didn't have a good impression of Zhuang Tianda. However, she understood that if it wasn't for Zhuang Tianda's desire to marry his daughter for glory, she wouldn't have such a good disciple. Seeing her daughter suddenly in so much pain, Zhao Baomen was also anxious. She reached out and wanted to pull her daughter, but she didn't dare. She said in a panic, Nun, it's so painful. How long do we have to endure it? When Zhao Baomen raised her head again, her eyes were filled with tears. If there weren't outsiders around, she would have fought with Zhuang Tianda a long time ago. Master Desireless was still as calm as a dry well. She said coldly, she will recover when she faints from the pain. This is the only way to practice the Tranquil Monastery's mental cultivation method. I have suffered it before. Priestess Desireless had indeed eaten the Tranquil pill before. However, that was before her first period. She didn't know anything about the relationship between a man and a woman, so the pain she experienced was incomparable to Zhuang Meifeng's. Tranquil heart. The more intense the love and desire in one's heart, the more unforgettable it would be. The effect of the elixir would be more complete, so the pain would be more painful. How deep was Zhuang Meifeng's love for Ling Yun? The deeper the love, the deeper the pain. Of course, this also had its benefits. That was, the better the effect of the Tranquil pill, the more she could stimulate the efficacy of the Tranquil pill, and the more her cultivation would grow. Zhuang Meifeng endured the intense pain for a full 2 hours. Finally, she fainted, drenched in sweat. Her clothes were disheveled, and she was silent and motionless. In these 2 hours, the Zhuang family of 3 were terrified. Only then did Zhuang Mena realize the terrifying consequences if she had eaten the elixir. Her heart was filled with fear. There was no free lunch in this world. Priestess Desireless nodded and praised, "This talent, this opportunity, it's hard to come by in 100 years. The heavens are really blessing the tranquil sect." She could see that the effects of the tranquil pill had completely taken effect. In a month, Zhuang Meifeng would at least reach the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. She might even break through to the Xiantian realm. Priestess Desireless let out a long sigh and finally released her sweaty palms. Actually, there was something she didn't tell anyone. That was, if Zhuang Meifeng couldn't pass this stage, she would die from the pain. She was also gambling with Zhuang Meifeng's life. Priestess Desireless didn't know that if Zhuang Meifeng didn't have the immortal spiritual energy from Ling Yun, she definitely wouldn't be able to pass this stage. There was no other reason. Zhuang Meifeng's love for Ling Yun was so deep that she was willing to exchange her life for Ling Yun's. Now that she wanted to forget Ling Yun, of course, only death could do it. "All of you, get out. Tell the people outside that if anyone dares to take one step into this room, I will kill him." Priestess Desireless chased Zhuang Tianda and the other 2 out. After everyone left, Priestess Desireless looked down at Zhuang Meifeng, who was lying on the carpet, and said softly, "When you wake up, you will have completely forgotten about that boy. Don't blame me for being cruel, I'm doing this for your own good." An hour later, Priestess Desireless picked Zhuang Meifeng up from the ground and brought her to the 2nd floor of the villa. She randomly found a bedroom and entered. Using her Xiantian realm level 2, Priestess Desireless continuously transferred the incomparably pure Xiantian true qi that she had painstakingly cultivated for decades into Zhuang Meifeng's body. She helped her massage her acupoints and guided the true qi from the tranquil pill into her energy center and all her meridians. What shocked Priestess Desireless was that with just this step, Zhuang Meifeng had broken through to Hotian realm level 7, which most cultivators found difficult to break through. Priestess Desireless was secretly shocked, but at the same time, she was exceptionally happy. She knew that she had really taken in a good disciple this time. When she returned to the tranquil sect, she didn't know how the elders would reward her. As for Priestess Heartless, she already knew that she was definitely in trouble. She had long thrown Priestess Desireless to the back of her mind. Finally, Zhuang Meifeng's realm reached the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 7. Priestess Desireless also stopped transferring Xiantian true qi and sat at the side, quietly waiting for Zhuang Meifeng to wake up. She didn't have to wait too long. Zhuang Meifeng woke up very quickly. She slowly opened her eyes, and in her beautiful eyes, her gaze was as clear as a lake. There was no desire, no thought, and no desire. Zhuang Meifeng had completely forgotten about Ling Yun. There was no impression of Ling Yun in her mind, and she didn't even know what this name represented. "Master." Zhuang Meifeng saw Priestess Desireless, and her cherry lips parted slightly as she greeted her respectfully. "You're awake? Let's go say goodbye to your family. I'll bring you back to the tranquil sect." Priestess Desireless was afraid that a long night would bring trouble. She asked Zhuang Meifeng to pack her luggage and brought her downstairs. Zhuang Meifeng said goodbye to her parents and sister one by one, as if following Priestess Desireless to the tranquil sect was a matter of course. She no longer had any objections. "Sister, you're not going to wait for Ling Yun to come back?" Zhuang Mena had never seen such a calm and cold Zhuang Meifeng. She couldn't help but ask in surprise. Zhuang Meifeng's calm eyes flashed with a trace of doubt as she asked, "Who is Ling Yun?" "Ah. This?" Zhuang Mena was about to blurt out, but she suddenly thought of something and forcefully swallowed the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Priestess Desireless' eyes flashed with a trace of pride as she said to the Zhuang family, "Meifeng is now a disciple of the tranquil sect. In 3 years, I'll let her come back to visit you." This was considered a promise. Then, Priestess Desireless lifted her arm and directly carried Zhuang Meifeng under her armpit. Her figure flashed slightly, and both of them disappeared at the same time. "Daughter! Sister!" Zhao Baomen and Zhuang Mena cried out at the same time. "Sun Tianbiao, listen up. From today onwards, the Zhuang family will be under the protection of the Tranquil sect. If I find out that the Sun family dares to touch the Zhuang family, don't blame the Tranquil sect for not showing mercy. From afar, Priestess Desireless' voice traveled into the Zhuang family's villa. It was incomparably clear to everyone's ears. Sun Tianbiao's pupil shrank. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Humph, this old Taoist nun really thinks she picked up a treasure? Zhuang Meifeng is a ticking time bomb. Who knows when she'll blow up the entire Tranquil sect? Sun Tianbiao was infuriated, but he was also secretly pleased. He just had to wait for the expert who cleansed Zhuang Meifeng's body to come to the Tranquil sect. However, Sun Tianbiao also informed his subordinates to only restrict the freedom of the 3 people from the Zhuang family and not make things difficult for them. Sun Tianbiao knew that even though the old Taoist nun from the Tranquil sect practiced the Tranquil Heart technique, they were all extremely ruthless. If they were really provoked, the Sun family wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was also on this day that Sun Tianbiao ordered his subordinates to bring Zhuang Tianda and his family to Qingshui Wharf's villa. He arranged for someone to watch over them. He would return them their freedom after he killed Ling Yun and left Qingshui City. Other than the fact that Zhuang Tianda had tens of billions in wealth, he was actually the weakest party. Apart from the fact that the entire incident happened in his house, it had nothing to do with the Zhuang family. Thus, Sun Tianbiao didn't need to kill them all. The people from the Zhuang clan could be left untouched, but Ling Yun had to be killed. Even if Ling Yun went missing, Sun Tianbiao had to defeat everyone related to Ling Yun. Otherwise, the Sun clan would lose all face. Pulling out the carrot would bring back the mud. What Sun Tianbiao didn't expect was that as he suppressed Ling Yun more and more, there were more and more people protecting Ling Yun in Qingshui City. There was no need to mention Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao in the government. Even the underworld's green dragon was protecting Ling Yun in the dark. What was even more impressive was China's #1 miracle doctor, Shui Jingqi, who openly challenged the Sun family to protect Ling Yun. Under the various obstructions of miracle Dr. Shui, many of Sun Tianbiao's plans became difficult to execute. Both sides gradually fell into a stalemate. Even though the Sun family had the upper hand, they couldn't achieve a better result. They could only wait for a new opportunity to appear. On Saturday night, Ling Yin quietly returned to Qingshui City. On Sunday morning, Ling Yin retaliated by demolishing Go Lianqing's demolition office and demolishing Tian Buotao's 2 mansions in public. Sun Tianbiao received news of Ling Yun's appearance almost immediately. However, he naturally couldn't do anything in the day. Knowing that Luo Zhong was defeated by Ling Yun, he was so angry that he smashed a coffee table and scolded Luo Zhong for being a piece of trash. Sun Tianbiao had been suppressing the news of Zhuang Meifeng being brought back to the Tranquil sect by Priestess Desireless. He had arranged for all the experts to stay at Zhuang Tianda's villa in the western suburbs, waiting for Tang Tianhao to fall into the trap. Then, he would personally bring people to capture Tang Tianhao and bring him back to the Qingshui Wharf villa for interrogation. Of course, Sun Tianbiao wouldn't have thought that the experts he had arranged in the western suburbs villa had already been swept away by Ling Yun like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Only Bai Yuanjiao was left, and he was the one leading the way. Actually, it was Sun Tianbiao's bad luck. Zhuang Meifeng was not the only one who still remembered what had happened on the night of the Qingming festival. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Shui Mining, and Chao Shanshan all knew. However, Sun Tianbiao was unlucky. Zhuang Meifeng wasn't the only one who still remembered what happened on the night of the Qingming festival. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Shui Mining, and Chao Shanshan all knew. However, there were 2 people. As long as he caught one of them, Sun Tianbiao would definitely be able to make them spit out everything. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. Unfortunately, these 2 people were too insignificant. Sun Tianbiao only wanted to suppress them, but he definitely didn't expect them to participate in the operation that night. Moreover, one of them was arrested by the Public Security Bureau, and the other was injured by Xie Zhenyan and lying in the hospital. Sun Tianbiao completely ignored these 2 insignificant people. Now, Sun Tianbiao had captured another important person that he didn't know anything about, Tang Tianhao. He was currently being interrogated in Qingshui Wharf's mansion #1. When Sun Tianbiao saw Tang Tianhao with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be shocked. This was because Tang Tianhao had also undergone marrow cleansing by Ling Yun. Cleansing the tendons and marrow, remolding the mortal body. This can even be mass-produced? Sun Tianbiao stared blankly, his body breaking out in cold sweat. That was due to fear. Deputy Bureau Chief Tang, you don't have to worry too much. I brought you here to lure Ling Yun into the trap. As long as he dares to come, I guarantee that you will leave unscathed. Sun Tianbiao could only blame his bad luck for catching another person that he couldn't afford to offend. However, Ling Yun had already appeared. As long as he caught Ling Yun, everything would come to light. There was no need for him to get anything out of Tang Tianhao. Tang Tianhao's nerves were made of steel. He was calm as usual. He smiled and said, Mr. Sun, you actually don't have to waste so much effort. According to my understanding of Ling Yun, even if you don't catch me, he will definitely come looking for you. Sun Tianbiao smiled and said, oh? However, Ling Yun will not be able to return this time. Aren't you worried at all? Tang Tianhao looked up and laughed. Now that Mr. Sun said that, I am indeed a little worried. However, I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about you guys. Is that so? Then we'll just watch the accounts and wait and see. Sun Tianbiao smiled coldly. He ignored Tang Tianhao and closed his eyes to rest. Zhuang family, Western Suburbs mansion. Corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like a river. The entire courtyard was filled with broken limbs and dismembered bodies. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist the urge to vomit. Two masked men in black landed silently on the lawn in the courtyard. They looked at the corpses on the ground with grave expressions. Lei Xing, we're late. The people from the Sun family are all finished. A shorter man in black said in a low voice. Lei Xing nodded silently. Suddenly, he turned his head in the direction of the main door and said in a low voice, there are still people alive. Let's go and ask. The shorter man in black was called Jiafei. He nodded slightly and moved 40 meters horizontally in a flash. He followed Lei Xing's figure and rushed along the road toward the main door. There were indeed a few people who were severely injured but not dead. Among them were the 4 small fries at the door and the 3 experts who Ling Yun didn't kill. Lei Xing grabbed a severely injured expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8 and asked, tell me, who killed so many people? Where did the murderer go? Devil. Blade. Xianxia Wharf. Number 1. Villa. Quick. What did you say? What saber? Lei Xing was shocked when he heard this and quickly asked. It's the Devil's Blade. The Devil's Blade has reappeared. Without waiting for this expert to reply, another heavily injured expert in the distance answered. This person was the expert who begged Ling Yun to spare his life. His right arm had been chopped off, and each of his knees had been pierced by a metal nail. His injuries were not life-threatening. Devil's Blade? It's actually the Devil's Blade? Lei Xing muttered to himself and suddenly said to Jiafei, hurry up and report this to the higher-ups. These people won't die for now. You're in charge of taking care of them. I'm going to Xianxia Wharf now. Hopefully, I can make it in time. Lei Xing didn't wait for Jiafei to finish his sentence. He leaped into the air and somersaulted a few times before landing on a treetop 100 meters away. 1 kilometer away from Xianxia Wharf, Mansion Number 1. Bai Yuanjia pointed high up and said in a low voice, the biggest mansion over there is Mansion Number 1. The people from the Zhuang family are all inside. They arrived yesterday and have already been there for 2 days. Ling Yun knew where his mansion number 9 was. He secretly counted and calculated the distance. Knowing that Bai Yuanjia was right, he nodded his head. All right, you can leave now. Let me tell you, your qinggong is pretty good. Bai Yuanjia was stunned. You're really going to let me go? He had witnessed Ling Yun's merciless killing just now. Now, he had a chance to live just because he led the way. Bai Yuanjia couldn't believe it. Without a sound, the Devil's Blade was already in his left hand. Ling Yun said in a low voice, why? If you want to die, I can send you on your way for free. Leave Xianxia City immediately. The further, the better. Do you understand? Bai Yuanjia didn't expect Ling Yun to fall out with him so quickly. He hurriedly waved his hands and said awkwardly, I'll go, I'll go. Thank you for sparing my life. Bai Yuanjia didn't dare to stay any longer. He leaped up and flew more than 70 meters away. With a light step on the treetop, he disappeared into the dense forest. Bai Yuanjia used almost all of his strength. His body was as fast as lightning. After fleeing for 7 kilometers to the east, he started to vomit crazily on the ground. It wasn't that Bai Yuanjia hadn't seen murder before. However, he had never seen a single person kill so many people in one go without batting an eyelid. Are you done vomiting? Tell me if you're done. Why did you run so fast in the middle of the night? Why did you vomit? After Bai Yuanjia finished vomiting, just as he felt his stomach feel better, he heard a heavenly voice behind him. It was sweet and pleasant. Bai Yuanjia turned his head around in shock and saw a white-clothed woman holding a sword in her right hand standing on a treetop a dozen meters away. Her face was covered by a veil, and her skin was fairer than snow. Her long dress fluttered in the wind. She was as holy and noble as a fairy from the 9 heavens. Without the slightest hint of worldly aura, there's no use going in to save people. Even if we save them, they'll become a burden. We should still kill them first. Destroy their fighting strength first. Otherwise, we'll definitely be at a disadvantage if we fight them one-on-one. After Bai Yuanjia left, Ling Yan discussed tactics with Cui Lao and Du Gumo. This time, they were facing 3 Xiantian realm experts. Even though Ling Yan's aura and killing intent were at their peak, he didn't dare to be careless. Who should we kill first? Du Gumo asked lightly. Ling Yan chuckled. Capture the ringleader first. Let's work together to kill Sun Tianbiao first. When the time comes, all you have to do is help me block his path. There's no need to hide our tracks. Let's go. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan kept the devil's blade and grabbed a long metal nail in each hand. He was prepared to use it to deal with ordinary experts so that they wouldn't get in his way. The 3 of them moved as fast as lightning, not bothering to hide their tracks. Their toes barely touched the ground as they made their way to mansion number 1. The 3 of them covered the distance of 1 kilometer in less than 10 breaths. Ling Yan could tell at a glance that the people at the entrance were ordinary people guarding the mansion. He didn't bother with them as he swept past them like a puff of green smoke. Someone's really here. In the larger living room of the mansion, Sun Tianbiao's eyes widened as he exchanged glances with Master Xingqi, who was meditating beside him. Then, he dashed out. Sun Tianbiao, come out and meet your death. After Ling Yan landed in the courtyard of the mansion, he tapped his toes lightly on the ground and swept his gaze to the right. Coincidentally, he saw a few ordinary experts guarding the entrance of the small mansion. He raised his hands in unison, and a rain of petals filled the sky. More than 10 metal nails shone with a jet-black glow under the dim yellow light. In an instant, they enveloped the 4 people. They were hit by the metal nails before they could even react, and they fell to the ground, wailing in pain. At this moment, Sun Tianbiao was the first to fly out of the mansion. After seeing Ling Yan's movements, he squinted his eyes slightly and tapped his toes on the ground, charging towards Ling Yan. At the same time, Master Xingqi and Taoist priest Wuchen followed closely behind Sun Tianbiao from the living room. With one glance, Ling Yan knew without a doubt that Sun Tianbiao would be the first to come out, 3 Xiantian realm experts. Sun Tianbiao definitely couldn't be a monk or a Taoist priest, Ling Yan yelled, good timing. He used the dragon fish phantom ability and flew straight towards Sun Tianbiao, who was flying towards him. At the same time, he punched out with both fists. Tiangang Demon Fist, 2 lightning-fast figures collided in the air, and their fists and palms collided. Bam, bam. Ling Yan's fists met Sun Tianbiao's palms without any fancy moves. With just one blow, Sun Tianbiao grunted and flipped in the air before landing on the ground. Sun Tianbiao was shocked. He had been conserving his strength and had the advantage of striking first, but he had suffered a loss in the first exchange. What kind of strength did his opponent have? After his stellar condensation technique reached the 12th minor realm, his body's defense had reached a terrifying level. Coupled with the ferocious Tiangang Demon Fist, he could fight to a draw with a Xiantian realm level 1 master even if he was unarmed. Sun Tianbiao relied on the fact that he was a Xiantian realm expert and had the protection of Xiantian true qi. It would be a wonder if he didn't suffer a huge loss in a head-on clash with Ling Yun. Kill. Ling Yan's figure landed on the ground. Without hesitation, he soared into the air again and flew directly behind Sun Tianbiao. At the same time, he raised his left hand and threw out another iron nail, slowing down Master Xingqi and Priest Wuchen. Of course, Du Guo and Cui Lao understood Ling Yan's intentions. Wielding a blade and a sword, they ignored Master Xingqi and Priest Wuchen and charged towards Sun Tianbiao at the same time. Who are you? Sun Tianbiao was shocked and quickly dodged to the side. His hands were still numb, and he didn't dare to face Cui Lao and Du Guo's blade and sword head-on. Assassin's Heavenly King. Ling Yan's aura increased after his successful move, and he casually announced the name that he had been thinking about for a long time, killing two birds with one stone. Even if he wanted to pretend to be an assassin from the Assassin's Heavenly King, he had to pretend to be the most powerful one. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Ling Yan's style. Ling Yan targeted the direction in which Sun Tianbiao was dodging. Just as he was 3 feet away from the ground, a long black knife suddenly appeared in his hand. He lightly stabbed it into the ground and used his body as leverage to instantly block in front of Sun Tianbiao. Ling Yan targeted the direction in which Sun Tianbiao was coming and raised his knife. Riding the wind and breaking the waves. Gosh, so fast? Where did the knife come from? Sun Tianbiao looked at the black knife, which carried a frightening chill as it slashed towards him. He was so scared that his insides were about to explode, and he quickly dodged again. Stop him! Ling Yan yelled and landed on the ground. He used the dragon-fish phantom ability again, and his agile figure turned into a shadow as he pounced towards Sun Tianbiao once again. Ling Yan was unforgiving after gaining the upper hand. With a punch and a knife, Ling Yan beat Sun Tianbiao to the point that he didn't even have the intention to parry and could only escape. Ba, you're too much. Master Xingqi's staff whistled through the air. He had only been slowed down by Ling Yan's hidden weapons for a moment, but he had already caught up to Ling Yan. With a dark gold staff that weighed more than 100 kilograms in both hands, he used the Dharma staff technique on Ling Yan. Ling Yan laughed heartily and used the dragon-fish phantom ability to easily dodge the oncoming staff. He smiled leisurely and said, "Is that so? Have a taste of my knife." Swoosh, it was an ordinary blade with no variations. The black blade instantly collided with Master Xingqi's monk staff and split Master Xingqi's monk staff into two. Clang! Master Xingqi only felt the weight in his hand lighten. Then, he saw the other half of the staff flying far away and smashing into the solid ground with a loud bang. Oh no, there's something strange about this black knife. Master Xingqi turned pale with fright and hurriedly reminded Sun Tianbiao and Priest Wuchen. You've just realized? It's too late. Ling Yan laughed coldly. He extended his body and once again left an afterimage as he dashed towards Sun Tianbiao, who was being held back by Cui Lao. The three of them had just killed a group of enemies, and they had developed a tacit understanding of each other. Cui Lao and Du Guo already knew that Ling Yan was the strongest among the three of them. Hence, no matter who Ling Yan attacked, as long as they had the time, they would try their best to help Ling Yan block him. Ling Yan's figure fluttered and appeared behind Sun Tianbiao in an instant. Without holding back, he raised his knife and used the Qiankuan slash. The blade moved from right to left, drawing a mysterious arc as it slashed towards Sun Tianbiao's right shoulder. Sun Tianbiao was being held back tightly by Cui Lao. When he heard Ling Yan's knife slashing down, he was scared out of his wits and instinctively wanted to use his arm to block it. Sun Tianbiao was a disciple of Shaolin, and he practiced the Shaolin hard body techniques. He was especially proficient in fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, and leg techniques. Due to his status, he rarely used weapons. He had thought that Ling Yan's strength would definitely not exceed Ho Tian Realm level 9, so he didn't take Ling Yan seriously at all. Who knew that he would suffer such a huge loss today? Don't block it. Forcefully. Master Xingqi hurriedly reminded Sun Tianbiao. Only then did he remember that Ling Yan had broken Master Xingqi's staff. He quickly increased his Xiantian true qi to the maximum and shifted his body to the left. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist and used all his strength to smash the blade of the devil's blade. Sun Tianbiao used all his strength to dodge the slash. His Shaolin Arhat fist managed to deflect Ling Yan's slash, causing it to miss his body by a hair's breadth. However, Sun Tianbiao would never have dreamed that Ling Yan's real killer move wasn't this strike. Just as Sun Tianbiao shifted to the left, Ling Yan's empty left hand suddenly appeared with a long sword that shone with a cold light. It was like the autumn waters, and the blade trembled slightly like a dragon's roar. Ling Yan was practically herding a sheep. Sun Tianbiao was blocked by Cui Lao in front of him, and Ling Yan's devil's blade slashed down diagonally from the right. It wasn't easy for Sun Tianbiao to avoid this strike, but he could only squeeze into the shadow of Ling Yan's sword. Ah! Pfft! A blood-curdling scream rang out, and fresh blood splattered. Ling Yan's sword had landed on Sun Tianbiao's left rib, leaving a bone-deep wound. Ling Yan's dragon vein sword wasn't inferior to his devil's blade in the slightest. It could cut through gold and jade, and it could slice through iron like mud. Naturally, Sun Tianbiao's Xiantian true chi couldn't block it. I'll let you be cocky again. Ling Yan snorted coldly, and his body rushed forward once again. Relying on his dragon fish phantom ability, which was faster than Sun Tianbiao, he stuck to Sun Tianbiao's back in an instant. The long sword in his left hand stabbed horizontally once more, and with a swoosh, it slashed across Sun Tianbiao's chest once more. Ah! Sun Tianbiao cried out in pain again. At this point, it was too late for him to dodge. He clenched his teeth, and his body slammed backward. At the same time, both his elbows struck violently at Ling Yan, who was behind him. Bam bam! Ling Yan was greedy and slashed at Sun Tianbiao, but he was also hit by both of Sun Tianbiao's elbows. His body flew backward, and in an instant, he arrived beside Dugu Mo, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Priest Wuchen. Facing Priest Wuchen's horsetail whisk, he raised his hand and unleashed a move, Whirling Cloud. F***ck, I was wondering why you didn't listen to instructions when you were fighting. Have you forgotten what we said at the beginning? Ling Yan forced Priest Wuchen back with a move, and he laughed at Dugu Mo as he opened his mouth to mock him. Dugu Mo replied angrily, "Do you think I didn't want to go over? What could I do with him clinging so tightly to me?" While the two of them were teasing each other, Sun Tianbiao had already jumped out of the battle and was checking his injuries. At the same time, he was madly applying medicine to his wounds. Sun Tianbiao consecutively hit a few acupoints to stop the bleeding. Then, he looked at the bare-chested young man who had injured him in 2 places with just a few moves. He's actually fine? How is this possible? Sun Tianbiao was completely stunned when he saw that Ling Yan didn't seem to be injured at all. In a moment of desperation, Sun Tianbiao had risked his life to save his life. Even an expert at Xiantian Realm Level 1 would have suffered internal injuries from those elbows. However, Ling Yan seemed to be completely fine. How could he not be shocked? Cui Lao didn't chase after Sun Tianbiao. Instead, he dodged Master Xingqi and instantly dashed behind Priest Wuchen. Together with Ling Yan and Dugu Mo, it was a 3-on-1 fight. Haha! Ling Yan laughed heartily as the dragon vein sword in his left hand pierced towards Priest Wuchen's right rib. Priest Wuchen knew how powerful Ling Yan's sword was. He didn't dare to use his horsetail whisk to tangle with Ling Yan's sword. Instead, he could only use his horsetail whisk to wrap around Dugu Mo's sword and pull it towards his right. At the same time, he borrowed the momentum and leaped to the left. This was undoubtedly the smartest way to fight. Since he was pulling to the right, he would naturally be able to dodge faster by moving to the left. Moreover, this would cause Dugu Mo's sword to collide with Ling Yan's dragon vein sword. Dugu Mo's sword was bound to break. Even so, he still couldn't avoid Cui Lao's domineering blade. The cold blade instantly pierced through Priest Wuchen's Taoist robe and left a very long wound on his left shoulder. Fresh blood gushed out instantly, and Priest Wuchen let out another groan. "I'll send you on your way." Ling Yan's eyes hardened as the dragon vein sword in his left hand disappeared. With the protection of the stellar condensation technique, the moonlight on his body flourished. He didn't dodge or evade, but instead, he charged head-on towards Dugu Mo's sword. F***ck, aren't you afraid of death? Seeing how domineering Ling Yan was, Dugu Mo was so frightened that he dropped his sword and hurriedly threw it away. After knocking Dugu Mo's sword away, Ling Yan took a big stride forward and caught up with Priest Wuchen, who was stagnant due to his injury. Ling Yan punched with his left fist. Tiangang Demon Fist. Bam! Ling Yan used all his strength in this punch, and it landed squarely on Priest Wuchen's injured left shoulder. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Pfft, Taoist Priest Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. His thin and withered body was smashed by the huge impact of Ling Yan's punch, and he staggered a dozen steps forward. His body swayed violently for a while before he managed to stand firm. The Tiangang Demon Fist's fist force was ferocious and domineering, however, that wasn't the main point. The main point was Ling Yan's strength. Ling Yan could wield the bronze cauldron that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms with just one hand. How much strength did he have to exert for this punch? Ah! Elder Priest Wu Chen's complexion turned deathly pale. He steadied himself, and turned his head to look at his left shoulder. Then, he screamed in horror. Ling Yan's fist landed solidly on Priest Wuchen's shoulder blade. That violent and overbearing fist force smashed Priest Wuchen's left shoulder into a pulp. His entire left shoulder's bones, muscles, and blood vessels were all shattered. They piled up softly in one place, like a pile of tattered cotton, or more accurately, like a pile of bloody mud. Taoist Priest Wuchen exclaimed not because of the pain but because of the shock. Ling Yan's punch had completely crippled Wuchen's left shoulder. Even Ling Yan's level 4 healing talismans wouldn't be able to instantly heal such an injury, let alone Wuchen. The healing talismans could heal external injuries, but even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice, right? F***ck, no wonder my sword was sent flying. How could that punch be so vicious? Du Guimo stared blankly at the effect of Ling Yan's punch. For a moment, he even forgot to look at where his sword had landed. This kid, doesn't he care about his life when he fights? Cui Lao sucked in a breath of cold air as he watched. Ling Yan's usual strategy was to beat a drowning dog. Now that he had the upper hand, he didn't show mercy. He twisted his body and used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability again, charging straight at the heavily injured Taoist Priest Wuchen. Ba, every move of yours is a killing move. Isn't that too vicious? Seeing that Taoist Priest Wuchen was half crippled, Master Xianxia's tall figure swayed and immediately blocked Ling Yan's path. Old bald donkey, do you think this is a martial arts competition? Ling Yan snorted coldly and continued moving forward. He raised the devil's blade in his right hand and slashed at Master Xianxia, bringing with it a gust of chilling yin qi. Chopping wood knife art. Raising the devil's blade and slashing forward, what else could it be other than chopping firewood? Pfft! Du Guimo couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard the name of the blade technique that Ling Yan shouted. Master Xianxia did not dare to face it head-on. He shifted his body slightly to the left, and at the same time, stretched out his hands and flicked his 10 fingers. It was one of the 72 ultimate techniques of Shaolin Temple, multi-layered leaf finger. Master Xianxia's 10 fingers flicked like a blooming flower, all of them landing on the rapidly descending blade. After a series of rhythmic clanging sounds, Ling Yan's saber was slightly deflected. Nice finger technique. Ling Yan's eyes were filled with admiration as he praised Master Xianxia generously. He then drew out his saber and, with a light flick of his wrist, sliced horizontally towards Master Xianxia once again. What a fast saber! Master Xianxia shouted loudly. Xiantian Tru Qi filled his entire body, and his kasaya fluttered despite the absence of wind. His tall figure soared into the sky. He didn't dare to use the Iron Bridge technique. If he leaned back, Ling Yan would change his move midway and use the saber to chop down forcefully. He would be in a passive position. Ling Yan definitely had the upper hand in terms of strength. The devil's blade, which weighed more than 40 kilograms, was like juggling with chopsticks. He didn't even need to exert any strength in his arms. All he needed was a light flick of his wrist, and the saber technique would change at will. It was incomparably fast and impossible to defend against. Haha, let's see how you're going to dodge this. Ling Yan flicked his wrist again, and the black blade of the devil's blade pointed upwards. He casually executed the turning back to observe the moon. The jet black blade produced a mournful whistling sound as it set off a black saber screen. Layer upon layer, it chased after Master Xianxia's figure and slashed towards the sky. Take this, senior brother. Master Xianxia was in midair, and there was indeed nowhere for him to dodge. However, Sun Tianbiao was already prepared. He picked up the remaining half of the monk's staff from the ground and threw it at Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia raised his hand and held the remaining half of the monk's staff in his hand. Shaolin true qi filled his entire body, and he exerted a tremendous force in his hand. He exhaled loudly and violently smashed the devil's blade in Ling Yun's hand. He could only smash the blade. The devil's blade was too sharp, and ordinary weapons were no different from tofu under its sharp edge. Clang! The saber and the staff collided. Ling Yun's saber momentum was slowed down by this domineering staff. Master Xianxia borrowed the momentum from this smash to move his body 8 feet horizontally in the air and landed far away on the ground. Awesome! Ling Yun truly felt exhilarated from this fight. He didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he flew backwards and landed beside Du Guimo and Chui Lao. I say, are you two here to watch the show? Why aren't you attacking those two with such a good opportunity? Ling Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Chui Lao and Du Guimo standing motionless in their original positions. Du Guimo laughed and said shamelessly, "Didn't you say that it was fun to fight? I'll let you fight to your heart's content." After the two sides met, they moved quickly. After more than 10 exchanges, Sun Tianbiao had suffered 2 sword wounds, while Priest Wuchen had been struck by a knife and a fist and was completely crippled. Only Master Xianxia was still in one piece, and his monk staff had been broken. Ling Yun's side had gained the absolute upper hand, and there was no need to be as anxious as before. At this moment, the 3 Xiantian realm experts stood together on Sun Tianbiao's side. With a pale face, Priest Wuchen fished out a healing talisman, crushed it, and applied it on his battered left shoulder. Sun Tianbiao hurriedly helped him stop the bleeding and bandaged his wound. "Hurry up and treat it. We'll continue fighting after you're done." Ling Yun chuckled. He gave Sun Tianbiao and the rest enough time. He wasn't afraid that they would escape from his grasp. In his mind, he kept replaying Master Xianxia's dual leaf finger and stole another finger technique. Sun Tianbiao endured the pain from the 2 wounds on his body and quickly treated Priest Wuchen's wound. At the same time, he was almost done regulating his breathing. Finally, he turned his head to look at Ling Yun. "The 3 of you are covered in blood. Could it be?" Ling Yun chuckled and said, "You don't have to guess anymore. The small fries you left in the villa in the western suburbs have all been annihilated by us. I'm here now to take your worthless life." "What?" Sun Tianbiao's body suddenly staggered. His face turned red and white. He was anxious and angry, and he only managed to steady himself after taking 3 steps back. Sun Tianbiao couldn't help but be anxious. If what Ling Yun said was true, the Sun family would definitely suffer a huge blow this time. This would affect their status among the 7 big families in Beijing. 7 to 8 sects and dozens of experts. "How dare you?" Sun Tianbiao was furious. He pointed at Ling Yun with a trembling finger, his lips trembling. Sun Tianbiao stared at Ling Yun's silhouette carefully. He suddenly felt that this silhouette and these movements were somewhat familiar. "You're not from the Assassins' organization. You are." Ling Yun shook his head helplessly and said leisurely, "Sigh, what a failure. You've guessed it right again. It's really uncomfortable to cover this thing." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he tore off the mask on his face, revealing a confident smile on his face. He looked harmless to both humans and animals. "Ling Yun!" Sun Tianbiao exclaimed. "What a vile creature." Master Xianxia shouted angrily when he saw Ling Yun's face. Ling Yun laughed and said, "Don't play with me. If you want to fight, let's fight. After killing you, I have to hurry back to sleep. I still have lessons tomorrow." He weighed the devil's blade in his hand and smiled faintly. "Who's first? I'll be honest with you. This time, my blade is going to kill." After the previous battle, Ling Yun had already tested the abilities of the 3 of them. Even if it was 1 against 3, he could still kill all 3 Xiantian realm experts. Tonight, the devil's blade had drunk a lot of fresh blood. Even though the jet black blade was still blacker than coal, it seemed to be suffused with a demonic crimson that could take one's soul away. "Be careful. The black blade in his hand should be the legendary devil's blade." Taoist priest Wuchen suddenly exclaimed after staring at Ling Yun's devil's blade for a long time. "It's not should. This is indeed the devil's blade." Ling Yun smiled faintly and stared at the devil's blade in his hand with extreme fondness. He admired it wantonly and supplemented Taoist priest Wu Chen's knowledge. In Ling Yan's eyes, the three of them were already three skeletons. It was impossible for him to suddenly be merciful after killing dozens of experts and let these three important figures go. Therefore, it didn't matter even if they saw through his disguise. Ling Yan was prepared to use the Devil's Blade frequently in the future, and he had no intention of hiding it. This had always been his mindset. Good things should be used. If he kept it hidden, wouldn't it be like letting a pearl be covered in dust? He wanted to use the Devil's Blade and his dragon vein sword to carve out his own world. Evil creature, it's no wonder that your body is so strong and that you're so arrogant and ruthless. So you're from the Devil sect. Enraged, Master Xianxia took a step forward and crushed the bluestone slabs beneath his feet with a loud crack. I'm from the Devil sect. What can you do to me? Ling Yan didn't budge an inch. He snorted coldly and took 3 steps forward. Ling Yan's murderous aura was overwhelming. Evil creature, I see that you're still upright in your actions. You haven't gone too far into the Devil's path. Why don't you lay down your blade now? I can guarantee that the grudges between you and the Sun family will be written off. You'll mind your own business from now on. Master Xianxia's mouth twitched violently. His brows furrowed into a deep frown as he spoke with great anguish. Who does the Sun family think they are? It's not up to a stinky monk like you to point fingers and make irresponsible remarks about my affairs. It's too late to bury the hatchet now. Ling Yan laughed and pointed at Sun Tianbiao as he scolded him. Ling Yan was 100% confident that he would break through to physique tempering stage 6 in a week. By then, his strength would be doubled, and he would be able to kill a Xiantian realm level 2 expert in seconds. The Sun family was no longer a threat to him. What boldness! Just based on young master's strength and his words, there's hope for the Ling family. Cui Lao's blood was boiling as he listened behind Ling Yan. He was so excited that the muscles on his face twitched, and he almost jumped up like a child. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Oh my god, that's Ling Yan. Zhuang Meina covered her mouth and exclaimed. In the smaller villa, the 3 members of the Zhuang family who heard the screams and the sounds of fighting got up from the sofa and rushed to the door. However, they didn't dare to walk out of the door. They only dared to hide behind the door and watch. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was only when Ling Yan removed his mask that Zhuang Meina could see clearly that the handsome boy holding the long black knife was none other than Ling Yan. He really came back, and he even injured Sun Tianbiao? Zhuang Meina's face was filled with fear, admiration, and joy as she muttered to herself. Ling Yan had long noticed that there was someone in the small villa. Hearing Zhuang Meina's exclamation, he laughed and waved at Zhuang Meina. Sister-in-law, don't hide there. Call your sister out. Let's see how your brother-in-law is going to go on a killing spree today. Sun Tianbiao will have to bear the consequences. Zhuang Meina's expression froze as she thought to herself, ask my sister to come out? She was taken away by Priestess Desireless from the Tranquil sect yesterday. However, Zhuang Meina was inexplicably happy. Finally, her sister couldn't fight with her for Ling Yan. She looked at the awe-inspiring and handsome young man in the middle of the field and felt her heart beating wildly like never before. The blood in her body flowed rapidly, making her forget about the injured people who were rolling on the ground outside. She didn't care that her parents were trying to stop her, and she couldn't help but walk to the door. The sea breeze was cool and moist. Zhuang Meina only remembered that she was only wearing a thin nightgown. However, she wasn't afraid of being seen by Ling Yan. Instead, she was even happier. She purposely puffed out her chest and sucked in her tummy as she walked to a place where Ling Yan could see her. Zhuang Meina dared to walk out, but Zhuang Tianda and his wife didn't. They hid behind the door frame, frantically waving their hands to call for Zhuang Meina to come back. However, Zhuang Meina couldn't be bothered with them at all. At this moment, Tang Tianhao also walked out of the living room. He looked at Ling Yan with a smile but didn't say a word. Ling Yan was much more at ease when he saw that Tang Tianhao wasn't injured. However, he didn't plan to protect Tang Tianhao immediately. They didn't even greet each other. Tang Tianhao stood on the steps of the villa's entrance and didn't come down. Ling Yan didn't go over to protect him either. this was a tacit understanding. It was to prevent Sun Tianbiao from using Tang Tianhao as a hostage. If that happened, Ling Yun wouldn't be able to do anything. Ling Yan's heart sank as he watched Zhuang Meina walk down a flight of stairs, but Zhuang Meifeng was nowhere to be seen. If Zhuang Meifeng was here, she would definitely run out when she heard his voice. However, there was no movement at all. Furthermore, he could hear the breathing of two people in the villa. Without a doubt, they were Zhuang Meifeng's parents. Was Zhuang Meifeng not here? Where's your sister? Ling Yan's expression changed, and his voice turned cold as he yelled at Zhuang Meina. Zhuang Meina didn't know where to start. Sun Tianbiao finally found an opportunity. Ling Yun, if you're here to save Zhuang Meifeng, I advise you to save your energy. Zhuang Meifeng isn't here. Ling Yan's calm eyes finally revealed a cold and deep murderous intent. The yin and yang qi in his body circulated rapidly, and his pupils suddenly shrank, turning into one black and one white. It was going to disappear in an instant. Where is she? Ling Yan asked in a low voice. His long and powerful fingers gripped the handle of the magic knife so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Du Guimo knew it clearly. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. This was a sign that Ling Yun was about to go berserk. Sun Tianbiao laughed. Ling Yun, you can't blame me for this. However, I can tell you clearly that Zhuang Meifeng has already become the disciple of Priestess Desireless from the Tranquil sect. She has followed Priestess Desireless back to the Tranquil sect. Bullsh *T. As long as I'm not back, she won't leave with anyone. Ling Yun had absolute confidence in Zhuang Meifeng. Zhuang Meifeng had joined the Tranquil sect. Unless she was forcefully taken away or forced into a corner, she would never leave him even if she had to die. Sun Tianbiao didn't know that Ling Yun was on the verge of exploding. He shrugged his shoulders and said, if you don't believe me, you can ask your sister-in-law. Her whole family was there. Swoosh. Ling Yun left a clear afterimage in his original position. His body landed in front of Zhuang Meina in an instant. He reached out and pinched Zhuang Meina's shoulder. He asked in a low voice, what exactly happened? Ah. It hurts. Zhuang Meina's shoulder was hurting from Ling Yun's grip. She couldn't take it anymore and immediately screamed. However, Zhuang Meina felt an incredible sense of pleasure when Ling Yun's slender and powerful palm pinched her shoulder. Her lower body heated up, and she inexplicably clamped her thighs together. Ling Yun knew that he had used too much strength in a moment of desperation. He hurriedly let go and asked, quick, tell me, what exactly happened? Zhuang Meina was a talkative person. She only needed to think for a moment before she roughly told Ling Yun the whole story. Good. 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 Ling Yan's killing intent surged as he listened. He was so angry that he laughed. His knife-like lips curled into a cruel smile as he said the word good 3 times in a row. Tranquil sect, extinguishing desire, tranquil pill. Don't you guys like extinguishing? I'll let you extinguish to your heart's content. Ling Yun said as he leaped forward. In an instant, he was more than 10 meters away from Sun Tianbiao and the other two. He raised his hand and pointed at Sun Tianbiao. Son, I admit that you've successfully angered me. If I don't chop you into 8 pieces today, my surname isn't Ling. After hearing Ling Yun's words, Cui Lao, who was behind him, trembled in fear. Young master, you can't say things like that. You're the future leader of the Ling family. How can you not have the surname Ling? Ling Yun used telepathy to instruct Cui Lao and Du Guimo to protect Tang Tianhao and the members of the Zhuang family. He circulated the yin-yang harmony balance throughout his body, raising his cultivation to its peak. At the same time, he silently circulated the stellar condensation technique. Oh my god. Ling Yun is actually, glowing. With Ling Yun's current realm of the stellar condensation technique, the brilliance of the moonlight was already very bright once he activated it. Master Xianxia and Sun Tianbiao were shocked. What kind of technique could actually make a person's body glow? Even the legendary Heaven Tier 9-star cultivation technique had never been heard of achieving such an effect. Ling Yun's killing intent and battle intent were rising rapidly. The green grass within 3 meters of his body had already been frozen by the dark yin qi emitted from his body. The devil's blade seemed to have sensed Ling Yun's thick killing intent. The body of the blade seemed to be vibrating gently. Man and blade became one. Sun Tianbiao gradually lost the ability to laugh. He began to stare at Ling Yun with his mouth agape. Finally, a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. Don't care about anything else. Run. Master Xianxia sensed Ling Yun's invincible killing intent. He instantly determined that Ling Yun wasn't someone they could defend against, so he hurriedly used telepathy to warn Sun Tianbiao. As soon as Master Xianxia spoke, he immediately raised the Shaolin Xiantian true qi in his body to its peak. In a flash, he appeared in front of Priest Wuchen. He extended his long arm and clamped the immobile Priest Wuchen under his armpit. Then, he fled with all his might. Sun Tianbiao could naturally see that none of them were a match for Ling Yun. In a state of panic, he also moved and fled with all his might. Ling Yun was silent, but a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. With a slight lift of his eyelids, he left an afterimage in his original position. Before Ling Yun's silhouette disappeared from his original position, Du Guimo was shocked to see that in front of Master Xianxia and Sun Tianbiao, two silhouettes of Ling Yun had simultaneously appeared. Similarly, a sword in his left hand and a blade in his right. It was as if his body had split into three and was extremely domineering, shifting shadows. This was the ultimate realm of the dragon-fish phantom ability. In a fit of rage, Ling Yun finally stopped concealing his true strength and displayed the pinnacle of his current body technique. Get lost, all of you. Ling Yun displayed the ninth killing technique with his left hand and the celestial destroyer technique with his right. The sword aura was shocking, and the blade screen overlapped and enveloped both Master Xianxia and Sun Tianbiao at the same time. Of course, there was a sequence. However, Ling Yun's body technique was too fast. Even with Cui Lao and Du Guimo's eyesight, Ling Yun had split into two and caught up to both of them at the same time. F***CK. What kind of qigong is this? Du Guimo exclaimed in shock. Could it be that this is young master's true strength? Young master has really hidden his true strength. Cui Lao was also dumbfounded. At this moment, Cui Lao wasn't just pleasantly surprised. He was completely shocked, not to mention Ling Yun's terrifyingly strong body. Even a Xiantian realm level 4 expert wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Chi La. Ah. Pooh. Ah. Two mournful cries sounded almost at the same time. Master Xianxia and Sun Tianbiao didn't expect Ling Yun to be able to catch up to them and even block their way. They were fleeing with all their might, so how could they have the chance to change directions? Master Xianxia was sandwiched between Taoist Priest Wuchen, and both of them had great inertia. Moreover, he could only use one hand to fight. He only managed to dodge Ling Yun's devil's blade, but his chest was pierced by Ling Yun's dragon vein sword. If it weren't for Ling Yun's speed and his haste to chase after Sun Tianbiao, Master Xianxia would have lost his life on the spot. Sun Tianbiao fared slightly better. When Ling Yun caught up to him, his aura had already weakened. Ling Yun only managed to cut a palm-sized wound on Sun Tianbiao's shoulder with the devil's blade. Two blooms of blood sprayed into the night sky at the same time. The bloody rain was blown everywhere by the sea breeze, and the smell of blood permeated the air once again. Ling Yun could be proud of himself for severely injuring two Xiantian realm experts at the same time. Phew. Ling Yun landed on the ground and exhaled deeply. The yin-yang qi in his energy center had dried up, and the energy center that was shaped like a Tai Chi yin-yang fish began to spin rapidly. The yin-yang qi was produced immediately and flowed into Ling Yun's meridians in an endless stream. Why did Ling Yun suppress himself at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 3 for so long and only advance to physique tempering stage 4 after mastering the yin-yang harmony balance? That was the secret behind the yin-yang harmony balance. No matter how much true qi he had in his body, he would always have an inexhaustible supply. At this point, Cui Lao and Du Guimo naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. They rushed forward and helped Ling Yun block Master Xianxia and Sun Tianbiao. The three unarmed and severely injured Xiantian realm experts were no longer afraid of Cui Lao and Du Guimo, who were full of vigor. Both of them were half a step into the Xiantian realm and could already fight with a Xiantian realm level 1 expert for a while. Now that the strength of both parties was at a disadvantage, they naturally had the upper hand. You guys can die together. Keep each other company on the road to hell. Ling Yun snorted coldly and appeared in front of Taoist Priest Wuchen in a flash. Hee, who would have thought that I, Wuchen, would end up like this after not leaving the mountain for so many years just to find my junior. Taoist priest Wu Chen knew that he couldn't escape. He laughed bitterly and directly gave up on escaping, waiting for his death. By the way, I'm the one who killed Taoist priest Lu Deming. Ling Yan's eyes were cold as he pierced his sword through Wu Chen's throat. Then, without waiting for Taoist priest Wu Chen's corpse to fall to the ground, he instantly appeared in front of Master Xianxia. Ba. Master Xianxia covered his wound with a mournful expression and chanted Buddha's name. Then, he asked Ling Yan, from the looks of it, our Shaolin disciple, Master Compassionless, was also killed by you? Ling Yan nodded lightly and said bluntly, that's right. Master Xianxia raised his hand and pointed at the devil's blade in Ling Yan's hand. Young benefactor, this blade is too demonic. If you're willing to listen to my advice, I hope you can give up this blade so that you won't be controlled by it in the future and turn into a homicidal maniac. Young benefactor, you have such a cultivation at such a young age. I have no regrets in dying today. However, I still have to give you a piece of advice. Give up the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Oh? Indeed, many people have advised me to give up this blade. However, I would like to ask you, Master. What's the difference between using a famous sword, a demonic blade, or even a fist to kill? This. Master Xianxia was stumped by Ling Yan's question. He actually began to ponder. Ling Yan continued to ask, if I give up this devil's blade and even my sword, and never kill again, can you guarantee that no one in this world will ever be killed? Master Xianxia's expression changed again. He remained silent for a long time before sighing. Suddenly, he smiled and said faintly, I can't guarantee that. It seems like young benefactor is indeed not an ordinary person. Please make your move, after Master. Xianxia finished speaking. He no longer used his hand to cover his wound. Instead, he put his palms together and sat cross-legged on the ground. He allowed the blood to gush out of his chest as he recited the name of Buddha. Even though Master Xianxia had given up resisting, Ling Yan would never let him off. He raised his sword again and stabbed at Master Xianxia's chest. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ma. And I. Pad. Me. Master Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground with his palms together. His expression was calm, as if he was facing death with equanimity. When he sensed that Ling Yan was thrusting his sword at him, a mysterious smile appeared on Master Xianxia's face. Even so, it could not stop Ling Yan's murderous intent. The dragon vein sword in his hand did not change its trajectory and went straight for Master Xianxia's throat. Suddenly, without any warning, a walnut-sized bead shot out from Ling Yan's spatial ring at an incredible speed. In an instant, it hovered in the air and blocked the tip of Ling Yan's sword. This bead did not glow or gather any brilliance, nor was it surrounded by any Buddhist power. After flying out of the spatial ring, its color remained dull and ordinary, and it did not display any unusual phenomenon. However, it hovered in the air and blocked the tip of Ling Yan's sword. The dragon vein sword was extremely sharp, and Ling Yan was extremely strong. However, no matter how much strength Ling Yan exerted or how he changed his direction, his dragon vein sword could not pierce through. Ma. And I. Pad. Me. Master Xianxia's 6-syllable mantra seemed to be magnified 100 times in an instant. Everyone in the villa felt boundless compassion, and their expressions became solemn. Master Xianxia could feel the boundless Buddhist power. He opened his eyes in an instant and was greeted by a shocking sight. This. After seeing the walnut-sized bead, Master Xianxia was so shocked that he even forgot to recite the 6-syllable mantra. Ling Yan was the most shocked. Ling Yan thought to himself, what kind of heaven-defying treasures did I scavenge from this trip to the crater? How could they fly out of the spatial ring? Others might not know, but he knew very well that this was the bead held by the diamond-glazed physique who had passed away in meditation in the small temple at the Eye of the Yang spell in the crater. Isn't it just killing an old monk from your Buddhist sect? How dare you interfere with this? Ling Yan was furious and stabbed 9 times with his sword. Without any suspense, they were all blocked by that mysterious bead. Moreover, that bead actually began to emit a surge of Buddhist energy that was gradually dispelling the strong killing intent in Ling Yan's heart. Master Xianxia did not care about Ling Yan's sword. After a moment of shock, he was so excited that he almost went crazy. He immediately knelt down and prostrated himself before the pearl hovering in the air. After kowtowing 9 times, Master Xianxia lowered his head and put his palms together. He transmitted his voice to Ling Yun, young benefactor, please keep your sword. I have something to say. Ling Yun knew that he couldn't kill them, so he kept the dragon vein sword into his spatial ring. The bead also magically flew back into Ling Yun's spatial ring. Damn it, it's weird. Ling Yun thought to himself, wondering if he should find a place to throw the bead away. The old monk who passed away in meditation was too powerful. He was definitely an existence that could kill an earth immortal at the Desheng stage. Even if he cultivated to the nascent soul stage, he might not be able to deal with the bead he left behind. This thing must not be kept by his side. If it could not be used by Ling Yun, he could discard it no matter how precious it was. Say it. Ling Yun simply kept the devil's blade and stood in front of the kneeling Master Xianxia with his hands behind his back. Young benefactor, you are definitely not from the devil sect. Not only that, but you are also fated to be with Buddhism. Master Xianxia spoke first. Ling Yun's heart beat wildly in fear. He hurriedly said in a low voice, Old monk, please don't try to pull any strings with me. I can let you go, but don't worry, no matter where I am fated to, it will not be with Buddhism. What a joke. Ling Yun had so many women, but he had not even had a taste of them. Even with Ling Yun's composure, Master Xianxia said that he was fated to be with Buddhism. Master Xianxia maintained his smile and said faintly, Young benefactor, you could have used that devil's blade to kill me just now, but you used that sword instead. Why? Ling Yun curled his lips and thought to himself, a monk will always be a monk. How boring. You will die anyway, so what's the point of killing you? Seeing that Ling Yun was unwilling to answer, Master Xianxia smiled again and said, May I ask, young benefactor, where did you get this bead? I picked it up on the road and thought it was fun, so I brought it to have a look. But now I don't think it's fun anymore, so I'll throw it away tomorrow. Ling Yun blurted out. Master Xianxia knew that Ling Yun was spouting nonsense, but he did not hold it against him. Instead, he immediately said, As you wish, young benefactor. You can keep it and throw it away if you wish. However, I want to tell you that this bead is the supreme treasure of Buddhism, the Bodhi seed. The Bodhi seed? Ling Yun's mind raced as he tried his best to recall anything about the Bodhi seed. However, even after wasting countless brain cells, he still could not recall anything. Even in the cultivation world, he had never heard of such a thing. There is no Bodhi tree, nor is there a mirror. There is nothing in the emptiness, so where does dust gather? Young benefactor, you possess the supreme treasure of Buddhism, the Bodhi seed. Yet, you say that you have nothing to do with Buddhism? Aren't you lying to yourself? Master Xianxia asked with a benevolent smile as he looked at Ling Yun. Humph, so what if it's the supreme treasure of Buddhism? I'll throw it away tomorrow. Ling Yun retorted stubbornly. Ling Yun cultivated. Even though he mainly practiced Tao and could be considered half a member of Taoism, he was not a true member of Taoism. He cultivated his own Tao, the heart Tao, and advocated for invincibility. If God stood in his way, he would kill God and Buddha. Of course, he would not have anything to do with Buddhism. Oh? It seems like young benefactor is really going to throw away the Bodhi seed. In that case, can young benefactor throw away the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book? Master Xianxia asked Ling Yun with a mysterious smile. Ling Yun's head buzzed. He was stunned, F*ck, even though this old monk wasn't very good at fighting, he seemed to know a lot. Now that the Emperor Brush was between his brows and the Earth Emperor's book was in his energy center, only he knew about it. How did he know? Ling Yun's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his pupils turned black and white once again. He decided that even if the Bodhi seed stopped him, he would let Cui Lao and Dugu Mo kill Master Xianxia on the spot. He could expose the dragon vein sword, the devil's blade, the spatial ring, the mysterious gourd, and the dragon's saliva, but not the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. The implications were too great. Everyone in the world wanted them for themselves, and Ling Yun's current strength was too low. If news of this were to spread, wouldn't he become a live target? What are you talking about? I've never heard of it. The murderous intent flashed across Ling Yun's face. Fortunately, Master Xianxia didn't look up and didn't see it. It didn't matter even if he saw it. Since you're here, take things as they come. Ling Yun, you're the one destined to deal with the calamity. You can't abandon this boundless responsibility no matter what. Master Xianxia's words were getting more and more ridiculous. They were completely illogical, and he was just trying to make a point. Since you're here, take things as they come. You're the one destined to deal with the calamity. You can't abandon this boundless responsibility. What the hell was this? Ling Yun's insides trembled. He felt that Master Xianxia's "since you're here, take things as they come" was very thought-provoking. This earth was too mysterious, and Ling Yun's heart was filled with doubts. Everything has its fate, and everything is empty. I see, hee. Master Xianxia's voice became softer and softer. After a laugh, his body stopped moving, and there was no more sound. Master Xianxia. Ling Yun was confused, but before he could ask anything, he realized that Master Xianxia had already fallen silent and was motionless. With a smile on his face, he had severed his arteries and died. This? Ling Yun stared at Master Xianxia's corpse and was speechless for a long time. He stood there alone and pondered for a long time before finally sighing. Since the Bodhi seed didn't allow him to kill Master Xianxia, Ling Yun was prepared to let him live. Master Xianxia already knew everything, so he could have left without saying a word. However, he had said everything. When Ling Yun's murderous intent rose again, Master Xianxia didn't even need to lift a finger. He had taken his own life. Thank you, Master. After a long time, Ling Yun silently bowed to Master Xianxia's corpse and appeared in front of Sun Tianbiao in a flash. Brother Biao, it's your turn now. Ling Yun looked at Sun Tianbiao, who was sitting on the ground, and smiled playfully. Cui Lao and Du Guimo formed a pincer around Sun Tianbiao, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Ling Yun, why were you wasting time with that old monk just now? What's up with that bead? Du Guimo couldn't help but ask when he saw that Ling Yun had finally come over. Ling Yun and Master Xianxia had used an extremely advanced telepathy technique just now. They didn't even move their lips. Even an expert at Xiantian Realm Level 9 wouldn't be able to hear their conversation, let alone others. Oh, we were discussing our ideals in life. Ling Yun made up a story. Huh? Du Guimo almost spat out again. He scratched his head in confusion. You discussed your ideals with a Shaolin monk? Then why did you talk him to death? Ling Yun didn't want to talk about Master Xianxia anymore. He frowned and said, everyone has their own fate. He severed his own heart meridian. What else could I do? Then, he didn't want to waste his breath on Du Guimo anymore. With a flick of his wrist, the devil's blade appeared in his hand. Sun Tianbiao, do you still remember when I said that I was going to cut you into 8 pieces? Ling Yun's eyes were as cold as a blade that had been tempered by 10,000-year ice. Sun Tianbiao now truly knew that Ling Yun was a murderous demon. However, he still forced himself to maintain his identity. Ling Yun, on the night of the Qingming festival, Sun Tianbiao knew that he was definitely going to die, but he still wanted to die knowing the truth. Ling Yun said calmly, that's right, I killed them all. Your arrogant wife, your prodigal son, and the 4 experts were all killed by me. If your Sun family wants revenge in the future, feel free to do so. I'm giving you a chance now. You can bring all this news back to your family. However, no matter what, you must die. Ling Yun made it very clear to Sun Tianbiao. It was precisely because of Sun Tianbiao's coercion that Zhuang Meifeng had no choice but to agree to become a disciple of the Tranquil sect. This had already touched Ling Yun's reverse scale. Dragons have reverse scales. Those who touch them must die. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Sun Tianbiao's left rib and chest were pierced by the dragon vein sword, and his left shoulder was slashed by the devil's blade. Fresh blood gushed out, and he was covered in blood. With the loss of blood, even a Xiantian realm expert couldn't take it. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Sun Tianbiao clutched his left shoulder, and his face was contorted in pain. He stared at Ling Yun and asked in disbelief, Ling Yun, 10 days ago, you couldn't even defeat an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 8. How can you kill an expert at Xiantian realm level 1 in an instant? Ling Yan smiled faintly and said casually, do you know what a genius is? The life of a genius needs no explanation. Du Guimo rolled his eyes. He thought to himself, I'm also known as a rare genius in the Dugu family, but compared to a demon like you, I'm practically useless. Sun Tianbiao smiled bitterly. How could he not know that the Sun family had kicked an iron plate this time? With Ling Yan's current strength, even though he couldn't annihilate the Sun family by himself, it would be extremely easy for Ling Yan to hide in the dark and attack the members of the Sun family one by one. Only a few commanders at Xiantian realm level 2 and above were left. Moreover, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was Ling Yan's cultivation speed. 10 days ago, he couldn't defeat an expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. 10 days later, however, Ling Yan could kill an expert at Xiantian realm level 1 in an instant. This meant that his strength had increased by at least 3 major realms. With such a rapid increase in strength, perhaps only the ancestors of the Sun family would be able to deal with Ling Yan in another 10 to 15 days. Ling Yan, it's all my son's fault. As long as you let me go today, I, Sun Tianbiao, will agree to any conditions you raise. Sun Tianbiao began to lower his pride and take the initiative to apologize to Ling Yan. He even begged Ling Yan to spare his life. Bam! Ling Yan raised his leg and kicked Sun Tianbiao's lower abdomen. Sun Tianbiao didn't dare to dodge and took the full brunt of Ling Yan's kick. He groaned, and his body bent like a cooked prawn. You don't have the right to negotiate with me now. I have no intention of changing my surname for the time being. Ling Yan said coldly. If Zhuang Meifeng was still safe and sound in the Zhuang family and Sun Tianbiao begged for mercy, Ling Yan might have spared his life. However, he would have at least crippled his martial arts. However, because of Sun Tianbiao's coercion, his woman had been brought back to the sect by the tranquil sex priestess Desireless. Now that she was nowhere to be found, it would be a wonder if Ling Yan would let him off in a fit of rage. It's impossible for you to live. As for whether you want to send this news back to your family, you'd better make a decision as soon as possible. I'm not that patient. Upon hearing this, Sun Tianbiao knew that he had no chance of survival. The terror of death enveloped him in an instant, causing him to fall to the ground with a thud and tremble all over. After breaking through to the Xiantian realm, most people could live for more than 100 years. He was not even 50 years old, so of course he was afraid of death. Ling Yan, I won't tell my family about this. Please let me go. Sun Tianbiao was scared out of his wits. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yan, begging Ling Yan to spare his life. The Xiantian realm masters of the big families in Beijing had lost all their demeanor in the face of death. Afraid that Sun Tianbiao would launch a sneak attack, Ling Yan had already circulated the stellar condensation technique throughout his body. He slowly raised the devil's blade in his hands. Spare him. Suddenly, a thunderous voice came from a few hundred meters away. A tall figure shot up from the foot of the mountain like a bolt of lightning. With a light tap of his toes on the treetops, he was 100 meters away. Humph. I hate to hear that. Ling Yan snorted coldly as the devil's blade slashed down on Sun Tianbiao. Ah! Sun Tianbiao screamed in agony. Suddenly, he used both his hands to support himself on the ground. His kneeling posture remained the same as he flew backward like a bolt of lightning, escaping from Ling Yan's blade. Ling Yan was already prepared. With a cold look in his eyes, he raised his hand and scattered more than 10 iron nails. At the same time, his figure flashed, and he used the dragon-fish phantom ability to rush in front of the escaping Sun Tianbiao. Ah! Sun Tianbiao ran with all his might and couldn't care less about using Xiantian true qi to protect his body. Almost all of Ling Yan's iron nails were nailed into his back, causing him to scream in pain. Swoosh! The devil's blade slashed down again. The speed of this blade was several times faster than the previous one. Pooh! Fresh blood splattered as Sun Tianbiao's entire right arm was chopped off by Ling Yan's blade. You think you can make me change my surname? Have a taste of my vegetable cutting skills. Ling Yan roared. Like a chef chopping vegetables, he slashed at Sun Tianbiao, who was struggling violently on the ground. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After a series of slashes and slashes, Sun Tianbiao had long been dismembered by Ling Yun. Ling Yun, how dare you? Seeing that he had already shouted for mercy, but Ling Yun still didn't hesitate to slice Sun Tianbiao up. Furthermore, it was practically a torture. Rage rose in his heart as he pulled out a long black whip in midair. With a flick of his wrist, the long whip straightened and smashed at Ling Yun's right wrist. Humph! Ling Yun snorted coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the devil's blade seemed to have eyes as it met the long whip that was smashing at his back. Cui Lao's sharp eyes saw the image of an eagle spreading its wings on Lei Xing's left chest. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. This is an expert from the Condor team, one of Huaxia's secret departments. You mustn't hurt him. Lei Xing was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 1. He knew that Ling Yun was wielding the devil's blade, so he snorted coldly in midair and changed his move in time. With a flick of his wrist, the long whip in his hand was like an agile snake as it cleverly dodged Ling Yun's blade. Lei Xing suddenly landed on the grass 7 meters away from Ling Yun. He didn't attack anymore as he scanned the area and began to size up the situation in the courtyard. At this time, the few ordinary experts who had been injured by the metal nails in front of the small villa had already finished treating each other. They were all moaning in pain as they watched Ling Yun kill 3 Xiantian realm experts. They didn't dare to step forward to help, nor did they dare to escape. After Lei Xing saw the tragic situation in the courtyard, his heart sank. He knew that he had arrived too late. More than 60 experts from the Sun family had come to Xianxia City. Apart from less than 10 ordinary experts, almost all of them had been annihilated. Ling Yun, what can't we sit down and discuss? You're only 18 years old, yet you're already so ruthless. Isn't that too much? Lei Xing said in a low voice as he looked at Ling Yun, who was holding the blade. Ling Yun smiled coldly. His figure was like a deep abyss and a lofty mountain. He took a step forward and said, "Is it too much?" "I don't think so. One of Huaxia's secret departments, the Condor team. It sounds like a big name. However, where were you guys before I personally dealt with the problem?" Lei Xing's face was filled with astonishment. He abruptly took a step back and said, how did you know?" Ling Yun replied calmly, "We've never met before, right? How do you know my name?" Lei Xing's face turned even uglier after being rebutted by Ling Yun. However, this wasn't the time to care about such things. He pointed at Sun Tianbiao, who had been minced into a pulp on the ground. "Ling Yun, do you know that you've gotten yourself into big trouble?" Ling Yun still smiled faintly. "I do. To be honest, I killed all 3 of them. What do you want? Just say it." Ling Yun's face was unfriendly. If Lei Xing dared to lay a hand on Ling Yun, he wouldn't mind leaving Lei Xing here. You really don't know your place. Do you know that your indiscriminate killing has already destroyed some of the country's order?" "Oh?" Ling Yun touched his head and pretended to be confused. "Destroyed some of the country's order? What order?" I won't be able to explain it to you in a short time. However, you've killed Sun Tianbiao and the dozens of experts he brought to Xianxia City. You've already committed an unforgivable crime. Tonight, I have to bring you back." Ling Yun suddenly burst into laughter. "Bring me back? To where? Do you think you can bring me back with your meager abilities?" Ling Yun raised the devil's blade in his hand and waved it lightly at Lei Xing. He was amused by Lei Xing's words. Lei Xing's expression turned awkward. He really did not expect Ling Yun to be such a stubborn person. Cui Lao and Du Guimo, who were beside Ling Yun, were both masked. Lei Xing could tell that they were only half a step into the Xiantian realm. However, there were 3 Xiantian realm experts lying on the ground. Lei Xing couldn't tell Ling Yun's cultivation. However, Ling Yun was able to kill Sun Tianbiao and the other 2 Xiantian realm experts without any injuries in a 3-on-3 situation. This meant that Ling Yun's strength was at least beyond Xiantian realm level 1. Ling Yun, this person has the mysterious department of Huaxia behind him. From what he said, there should still be room for negotiation. Don't make things too difficult for him. Cui Lao reminded Ling Yun through telepathy. Ling Yun smiled brightly and suddenly said to Lei Xing, "May I know the name of this expert from the Condor team?" "Lei Xing." Ling Yun chuckled. "Oh, so it's Senior Lei. Ling Yan greets you. However, I have a question for you, ask away. Lei Xing knew that he wouldn't be able to get away with it given Ling Yan's personality and temper. He was helpless. Ling Yan still had a harmless smile on his face. If someone insisted on killing you, what would you do? Lei Xing was speechless by Ling Yan's question. He answered subconsciously, this. I would report it, Ling Yan laughed maniacally. He raised his hand and pointed at Tang Tianhao, who was walking over slowly. If that person even captured the director of the Public Security Bureau, who would I report it to? Would there be any use in reporting it? Lei Xing's face turned bitter as he looked at Tang Tianhao. The person who took all of Ling Yan's files from the Public Security Bureau was Lei Xing and Jia Fei. Of course, they had seen Tang Tianhao before. Ling Yan chuckled. Either I obediently extend my neck and let them kill me, or I kill them. Tell me, which one would I choose? Well said. Ling Yan had just finished his sentence when a voice rang out from the dense forest outside the villa. It was as beautiful as the sounds of nature, everyone was stunned. They looked up and saw a girl in white with a veil over her face. Her long dress fluttered in the wind as she walked slowly through the night sky. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. The sea breeze blew, causing the lady's white dress to stick tightly to her graceful figure. Everyone could see how perfect her figure was, and they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. She held a sword in her right hand, and her face was covered with a white veil. Her eyebrows were light, and her skin was as fair as snow. She walked slowly in the air towards Ling Yan. Walking in the air, this is at least an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. Lei Xing was shocked after seeing the lady's movement technique. Mom is back? Ling Yan was delighted, but he could immediately tell that the lady's eyebrows and eyes were similar to Qin Qiuyue's, but there were still some differences. She can actually walk in the air. Even though she only walked a short distance, her realm is definitely not low. It's equivalent to my cultivation at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. Ling Yan secretly compared. Of course, the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9 was Ling Yan's realm in the cultivation world. Now that he had cultivated his energy center, he could probably perform like this once he broke through to physique tempering stage 7. The lady in white seemed to be walking at a moderate pace, but her movements weren't slow. She covered tens of meters with each step, and she landed in front of everyone in just 7 steps. Everyone was stunned by the sight of this woman in white, who was like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. Coupled with her beautiful figure and peerless charm, Ling Yan and the others only came to their senses when she stood in front of them. May I ask who you are? Lei Xing knew that the lady in white's strength was unfathomable. She could kill him with a finger, so he didn't dare to be careless. Qin family, Qin Dongxue. Unexpectedly, the lady in white didn't hide her name and said it directly. Hiss, other than Ling Yan, Cui Lao, Lei Xing, and even Du Gumo couldn't help but gasp. Someone from the Qin family. Cui Lao was shocked because his and Ling Lai's guesses had turned out to be true. Qin Qiuyue was indeed the pitiful lady who was expelled from the Qin family 18 years ago. Oh my god, the illegitimate child of the third young master of the Ling family, Ling Xiao, and the previous generation's holy virgin of the devil sect. He was actually adopted by Qin Qiuyue, who had been expelled from the Qin family for 18 years. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Lei Xing and Du Gumo sucked in a breath of cold air, not only because of Qin Dongshua's terrifying strength, but also because of the Qin family's name. 18 years ago, there were 3 big families in Huaxia that formed a tripartite balance. They were the Long family in Beijing, the Ling family, and the Qin family that resided in a corner of Jiangnan. Back then, there were countless great families in Huaxia. However, the ones with the greatest influence and limelight were undoubtedly these 3 great families. However, because of the 2 cases from 18 years ago, the Ling and Qin families gradually fell into decline. It was all because of 2 equally beautiful and tragic love stories. Almost all the ancient martial arts clans and secluded sects in Huaxia were aware of these 2 incidents. They took it as a warning to the younger generation of their clans and sects so that they would not repeat the same mistakes. Lei Xing from Huaxia's mysterious department's Condor team and Du Gumo from Huaxia's ancient martial arts family naturally knew about the Qin family. Now that they had seen the descendant of the Qin family, how could they not be shocked? Qin Dongshua's face was covered by a veil, so Ling Yan couldn't tell her real age. However, from her eyes and figure, Qin Dongxue looked like she was in her 20s. Lei Xing took a step back in shock. His mind raced as he suddenly asked, "Miss Qin, I heard that the Qin family had a pair of biological sisters who were both exceptional martial arts prodigies. The younger sister reached the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 6 at the age of 9. I wonder." Qin Dongshua's bright eyes revealed a trace of a smile when she heard that. "You sure know how to talk, but you don't have to beat around the bush to test me. The person you're talking about is me." With that, Qin Dongxue retracted her smile and said in an incomparably cold voice, "I think you heard what Ling Yun said just now. What happened in Qingshui City tonight has nothing to do with the Condor team. Go back to where you came from, I won't make things difficult for you." With that, Qin Dongxue floated in front of Ling Yun without looking at the awkward Lei Xing. She raised her slender, snow-white left hand and gently pinched Ling Yun's cheek. She said lovingly and delightedly, "Rascal, I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting. Call me auntie." Ling Yun's cheek was tickled by Qin Dongxue, but this was his mother's sister. He could only let Qin Dongxue pinch his cheek as he obediently opened his mouth and called her auntie. Qiuyue Dongxue was definitely his mother's biological sister. Calling her auntie wouldn't be wrong. "You're so cute. Your face is fairer than a girl's. How old are you?" Qin Dongxue continued to pinch Ling Yan's cheek as if she couldn't bear to let go. 18 this year, 19 next year. "Auntie, you look so young. Are you 18 already?" Ling Yan used the corner of his eye to look at Qin Dongshue's snow-white wrist as he sucked up to her. He had no choice. This auntie of his was not only powerful but also domineering. She didn't put anyone in her eyes at all. Ling Yun naturally had to serve her well. Qin Dongxue giggled and glared at Ling Yun. "Alright, you're covered in blood. It's disgusting. Auntie will take you to wash." "Eh?" Ling Yun was speechless. There were still many things to settle, and auntie wanted to take him to a bath? "What eh? Are you going or not?" Qin Dongxue glared at Ling Yun and said coquettishly. "Miss Qin, this." Lei Xing's face turned even uglier. Qin Dongshue's expression changed. She turned to Lei Xing and said coldly, "Didn't you hear what I said just now? If you have nothing better to do, use your *T power to find a way to collect the corpses. If you dare to say another word about Ling Yun, I'll be merciless with my sword." Du Guimo stuck out his tongue as he watched from the side. Why were all the people in the Ling Yun family so heaven-defying? Ling Yun was already unreasonable enough, but this auntie seemed even fiercer than him. Cui Lao stood silently at the side. He didn't say anything, but his brain was working furiously. He had to report this news to Ling Lai tonight. He didn't know if he was excited or panicking. Even though the Ling and Qin families were both secular families in Huaxia, they had never interacted with each other. 18 years ago, they were even secretly competing with each other. Who would have thought that they would be involved because of Ling Yun? Even though Ling Yun was Ling Zhao's biological son, the Ling family didn't have any gratitude towards Ling Yun. Instead, it was Qin Qiuyue from the Qin family who raised Ling Yun. It was hard to say which was more important. However, the fear and worry in Cui Lao's heart exceeded his excitement. The Ling family had declined, and the Qin family had also lost its luster. Now that everything had surfaced, how heavy would the burden on Ling Yan's shoulders be in the future? "Auntie, stop pinching my face, water will come out if you continue." Ling Yan begged Qin Dongxue to let go of him before turning to Tang Tianhao, who was standing quietly at the side. "Uncle Tang, there are dozens of corpses in the Zhuang family's villa in the western suburbs. I don't think I can handle it, I'll have to trouble you." Tang Tianhao smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Uncle Tang guarantees that everything will be peaceful tomorrow." Tang Tianhao's gaze towards Ling Yun was as loving as his own son, Tang Meng. Ling Yun turned to Lei Xing. "Senior Lei, what do you think about our matter?" Lei Xing glanced at Qin Dongxue carefully and pretended to cough. "Ugh, we'll talk about this another day," Qin Dongxue snorted. "What do you mean we'll talk about it another day? If it's up to me, this matter ends here. I'll be staying in Qingshui City during this period of time." Don't blame me for bullying you if I find out that your department dares to touch Ling Yun. Lei Xing broke out in cold sweat. He smiled awkwardly and didn't say another word. It felt great to have such a strong auntie. Ling Yun was extremely pleased to see Lei Xing's helpless expression. He turned to Cui Lao and Du Guimo telepathically. There's nothing else for tonight, you guys can go back first. If you want to cultivate, go to my mansion number 1. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Cui Lao and Du Guimo nodded. Du Guimo winked at Ling Yun, which was seen by Qin Dongxue. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to move anymore. Everything's fine now, right? Follow auntie. Qin Dongxue rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and appeared dozens of meters away in a flash. Her long dress fluttered gracefully in the wind. Ling Yun used the dragonfish phantom ability to catch up with Qin Dongxue. The two of them rushed out of the Zhuang family's residence and disappeared into the dense forest outside. Ling Yun. Zhuang Meina shouted anxiously when she saw Ling Yun leaving with Qin Dongxue, who was dressed in a white robe. However, Ling Yun was already a few hundred meters away. Why would he care about Zhuang Meina's shout? Let's go. Cui Lao and Du Guimo looked at each other. Both of them moved and rushed out of the villa in the other direction, speeding towards Qingshui City. Lei Xing sighed gloomily. He raised his hand and beckoned Tang Tianhao over. Tonight's matter isn't something that the Public Security Bureau can interfere with. However, I still need your help. Those corpses must be cleared before dawn. This matter must not be spread. Lei Xing sighed gloomily. Tang Tianhao had already promised Ling Yun. He smiled faintly. Don't worry, Mr. Lei. I'll arrange everything. Auntie, where are we going? Ling Yun stopped at the foot of the mountain and asked Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Shower. Where else can we go? The sea is in front, enough for you to wash up. With that, Qin Dongxue sped towards the seaside with Ling Yun. The gentle sea breeze at the foot of the mountain and the waves gently washed the beach. It made the night even more hazy, quiet, and mysterious. This was the first time Ling Yun had been to the beach since his rebirth. He had mixed feelings about the sea at such a close distance. The night and the sea were the things that could easily evoke boundless thoughts. Ling Yun, who had lived 2 lives, naturally had more to think about. Rascal, look so serious. What are you thinking about? Qin Dongxue couldn't help but ask when she saw Ling Yun's serious expression. She thought it was the repercussions of killing too many people. Ling Yun continued to stare at the boundless sea and the waves. I'm thinking about where the eye of the sea is. Qin Dongxue was extremely surprised. How could Ling Yun think of the eye of the sea when he saw the sea? The sea is boundless, and the eye of the sea is even more illusory. Why are you thinking about it? Qin Dongxue was extremely surprised. Auntie, you don't understand. There are treasures in the eye of the sea. Qin Dongxue was stunned by Ling Yun's words. Qin Dongxue was taken aback by his words. F*CKU, hurry up and clean yourself up before coming up to talk to me. She said coquettishly. Really? I have to take off my clothes. Ling Yun said blankly. What are you talking about? I have to take off my clothes. Qin Dongxue blushed and glared at him. You're already 18 years old and you're still not serious. Hurry up and shower, Auntie. Auntie won't look. Hee hee. Ling Yun chuckled, but he didn't know what to say. His body flew tens of meters away like a cannonball and landed in the sea tens of meters away. White waves splashed everywhere. Hey, you be careful. Qin Dongxue shouted anxiously at Ling Yun's recklessness. She stomped her feet lightly, unsure if it was because she was angry or worried. Ling Yun's body sank straight to the bottom of the sea. The water was already more than 10 meters deep, and the waves were huge. The undercurrent was turbulent, wave after wave. Ling Yun held his breath and circulated the yin-yang qi in his body. He was now in the middle of physique tempering stage 5. He could stay at the bottom of the sea for 7 to 8 minutes just by holding his breath. What a great place for physique tempering. Ling Yun stood at the bottom of the sea, feeling the impact of the waves. He was secretly delighted. He took out the Shennon cauldron, which weighed a few thousand kilograms, and waved it violently in the sea, the Shenong cauldron was filled with seawater and a few hundred kilograms of weight. Ling Yun was surrounded by the undercurrent of the sea, which consumed his strength and true qi rapidly. It could indeed speed up physique tempering. Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yun didn't take off his clothes before going down, so she didn't need to turn back. However, she couldn't help but feel anxious when she saw that Ling Yun hadn't come up after 3 minutes. This stinking brat, I must teach him a good lesson later. Qin Dongxue stomped her feet anxiously, but she was an impatient person. Her figure flashed to the surface of the sea, tens of meters away from the shore, and she used her peerless Qinggong to sprint on the surface of the sea in search of Ling Yun. Qin Dongshue's white dress fluttered in the sea breeze. She was like a fairy walking on the waves, incomparably breathtaking. Splash! Another minute later, there was a huge wave on the surface of the sea. Ling Yun put away the Shenong cauldron and emerged from the surface of the sea. Wow, Auntie is so beautiful. Ling Yun's sudden appearance had already given Qin Dongxue a huge fright. Now that she was yelled at by him, she turned around and scolded, "Brat, you, ah!" Qin Dongxue was so anxious and angry that she forgot that she was on the surface of the sea. Furthermore, she had been sprinting on the surface of the sea for a minute, and her true qi was almost exhausted. How could she not fall into the water? Splash! Qin Dongxue fell into the sea. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Fairy Qin hurriedly fell into the sea, and the ice-cold seawater instantly submerged her waist. Fortunately, she was wearing a white muslin dress, and there was air that didn't escape in time. Half of the muslin dress puffed up the surface of the sea, and Fairy Qin's delicate body slowed down. The white dress opened up, and it was as if a beautiful snow lotus had bloomed on the dark sea. Fairy Qin swayed along with the waves. Ling Yun, who was watching from 10 meters away, couldn't help but praise her. However, he realized that the domineering Qin Dongshue's face had turned into one of panic. No way? Auntie doesn't know how to swim? The winds were strong and the waves were turbulent. A wave came crashing down on Qin Dongxue. Her right hand was already gripping her sword tightly. Coupled with the fact that her dress was completely soaked in water, she immediately lost her balance and tilted her body. Plop! Qin Dongxue fell into the sea. Save me! Woo! Qin Dongxue really didn't know how to swim. She struggled frantically after falling into the sea. She only managed to shout one sentence before a mouthful of seawater gushed into her mouth. She felt that the seawater was salty and bitter, and she couldn't speak anymore. Her body sank straight down and disappeared into the sea in an instant. You really don't know how to swim. Ling Yun knew that Qin Dongxue didn't know how to swim after hearing her cry for help. He quickly swam to where Qin Dongxue fell and dove into the sea. Ling Yun dove into the sea and searched with his eyes wide open. The darkness of the sea couldn't obstruct his vision, and he immediately saw the rapidly sinking Qin Dongxue. Gosh, isn't it just a lousy sword? She can't bear to let go even now. Auntie is really. Ling Yun found it funny that Qin Dongshue's right hand was still gripping the sword tightly even as she struggled. He immediately swam towards Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue was frightened by the turbulent undercurrents. She had already sunk 7 to 8 meters into the water, and the edge of her dress was above her head. Her long black hair and snow-white chiffon dress fluttered in the currents at the same time. It was a poignant sight. The more Qin Dongxue struggled, the faster she sank. In just a few seconds, she had already swallowed 7 or 8 mouthfuls of seawater. People who didn't know how to swim had a natural fear of water. This had nothing to do with what kind of expert they were. Moreover, Qin Dongshue's vital energy had been depleted. Now that her entire body was submerged in the water, she was no different from a mortal. Ling Yun was an excellent swimmer. His body was like a nimble fish, and it only took him 2 to 3 seconds to catch up with the sinking Qin Dongxue. He stretched out his arms and wrapped them around Qin Dongxue. Then, with a light lift, he swam towards the surface of the sea at top speed. The veil that Qin Dongxue used to cover her face had long been swept away by the undercurrent. She was so terrified that her beautiful eyes were tightly shut as she struggled in Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun's eyes were wide open the entire time. While he was in awe of Qin Dongshue's beauty, he could clearly see that Qin Dongshue's mouth was closed tightly. It was obvious that she was drinking seawater. Ling Yan's liver was trembling. He hoped that Auntie wouldn't choke in her panic. What if something bad happened? Wouldn't Mom cripple him? It would be a joke if an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3 was choked to death by seawater. Moreover, it was such a beautiful fairy, Ling Yan couldn't care less in the heat of the moment. He twisted his body nimbly and appeared in front of Qin Dongshui in an instant. The two of them were face to face. Ling Yan looked at Qin Dongshui, who had her eyes tightly shut and a face full of fear. He clenched his teeth and pressed his lips against Qin Dongshui's. Opening his mouth, he blocked Qin Dongshui's little mouth in an instant. At the same time, he didn't stop moving. The two of them continued to swim towards the surface of the sea. Woo! Qin Dongshui's eyes widened as she struggled with all her might. There was no more seawater entering her mouth. Fairy Qin's two beautiful eyes shot out a gaze filled with terror and shock. It was many times stronger than when she had fallen into the sea. She struggled even more violently. Ling Yan's left arm was wrapped tightly around Qin Dongshui's waist. His right hand and feet were paddling with all his might, but his eyes were clear and bright. There wasn't a trace of evil in them as he stared into Qin Dongshui's terrified eyes. After Qin Dongshui swallowed the seawater in her mouth, Ling Yan immediately transferred the air from his mouth into her mouth. Ling Yan rushed towards the surface of the sea. Even though Ling Yan wasn't lacking in strength, it still took them 4 seconds to reach the surface. Ling Yan moved his mouth away from Qin Dongshui's lips as soon as their heads emerged from the surface of the sea. Auntie, please don't blame me. I was purely trying to save you. Qin Dongshui's head had just emerged from the surface of the sea. She was still in a state of shock and gasped for air. She had completely forgotten that their bodies were stuck together. Ling Yan quickly distanced himself from Qin Dongshui and said apologetically, Auntie, it's all right now. I'll send you to shore. Qin Dongshui took a few breaths of fresh air. She recalled the embarrassing scene that happened between the two of them. She was instantly infuriated and raised her left hand. Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongshui was definitely angry. He stepped on the seawater with his left hand still wrapped tightly around Qin Dongshui's waist. His clear eyes stared straight at Qin Dongshui, waiting for her slap to land on his face. Qin Dongshui's arm was raised in midair. She wanted to swing it down several times, but her slap just couldn't land on Ling Yan's face. Qin Dongshui's heart was filled with bitterness. Drinking a lot of seawater was a small matter, but the first kiss that she had cherished for 27 years was actually taken away by this brat. She couldn't even deal with him. Qin Dongshui bit her lip lightly. She suddenly felt that it wasn't appropriate for the two of them to drift in the sea with Ling Yan hugging her like that. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get to shore. Ling Yan was secretly delighted. He knew that Auntie couldn't bear to hit him. He grinned and said, I'm swimming. It's just that it's very slow facing each other. Then how can we be faster? Qin Dongshui asked impatiently. Ling Yan wiped the seawater off his face and said to Fairy Qin, we have to turn our bodies horizontally. There will be less resistance from the seawater that way. Qin Dongshui thought about the action that Ling Yan mentioned. She blushed and said, hurry up, don't touch me. Brat, see how I'll deal with you on shore. I'm at your mercy, Auntie. Ling Yan smiled and lifted Qin Dongshui's upper body out of the sea. He swam horizontally in the water and used his right hand to paddle towards the shore. A distance of tens of meters was incomparably easy for Ling Yan. It only took him about 10 seconds to reach the beach. The seawater only reached his lower abdomen after another 7 to 8 meters. Ling Yan put Qin Dongshui down gently and supported her as they walked towards the beach. All right, let go of me. Qin Dongshui shook off Ling Yan's arm and walked towards the beach silently. Ling Yan didn't continue forward. He was completely stunned when Qin Dongshui took 2 steps forward. Qin Dongshui's entire body was drenched, and her white dress was tightly wrapped around her slender body. Her perfect figure was in full view of Ling Yan. Qin Dongshui only calmed down when she was standing on the dry sand after walking for 7 to 8 steps. Qin Dongshui looked back in surprise when she realized that Ling Yan wasn't following. Why aren't you coming up? Auntie won't really hit you. Qin Dongshui said. Qin Dongshui knew that Ling Yan must have been afraid that she would choke on the water. Ling Yan's eyes were clear from the beginning to the end, and she could see everything clearly. Qing Dongxue subconsciously looked down at herself after noticing Ling Yan's gaze. Only then did she realize that her dress was tightly wrapped around her slender body. Qing Dongxue was shocked, and her face turned red. She moved swiftly and appeared in front of Ling Yan. She raised her leg and kicked Ling Yan into the sea more than 10 meters away. "Stop looking!" Qing Dongxue yelled and then hurriedly executed her movement technique. Her figure flashed a few times in the night sky and disappeared into the dense forest 400 meters away. So embarrassing. Qing Dongxue stomped her feet angrily, and her pretty face was as red as blood. Qing Dongxue used her eyesight to listen carefully to the movements around her. She realized that this place was quite secluded. She quietly took off her dress and squeezed the seawater out. Qing Dongxue only put it back on when she felt that it was about time. She tidied herself up in a flurry and fiddled with the seawater in her hair so that it would no longer stick to her body. "It's still sticking to my body. What should I do?" Qing Dongxue felt depressed seeing that the dress was still sticking to her delicate body. "Sigh, this is the best I can do for now. It's so embarrassing today." Qing Dongxue stretched out her slender hands and gently tugged at the dress that was sticking to her body before walking out again. From afar, Qing Dongxue could see that Ling Yan had already put on his clothes. His back was facing her as he sat on the clean beach with one hand on the ground. She couldn't tell what he was thinking about. "Brat, get your ass over here. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." Qing Dongshua's kick might have looked fierce, but she knew her limits and wouldn't hurt Ling Yan at all. The blood stains on his body had been washed clean, so he didn't need to wash anymore. Instead, he found a huge rock that was almost as tall as a human and hid behind it to strip naked. Then, he wrung his pants dry and took out a clean set of night walking clothes from his spatial ring to change into. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu bought him 7 or 8 sets of clothes before he left mansion number 1. Ling Yan stored them all in his spatial ring, so he didn't lack clothes. After changing his clothes, he casually wrapped a few rocks in his black suit and threw it into the deep sea 100 meters away. He knew that Qing Dongxue wouldn't be coming out for a while, so he casually sat on the beach and looked at the undulating waves, deep in thought. Ling Yan's massacre tonight had hurt the Sun family greatly. Ling Yan knew that the Sun family wouldn't send anyone to cause trouble for him in the near future. Ever since he killed the 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins Organization and destroyed their corpses, no one from the Assassins Organization had appeared in Qingshui City. Ling Yan guessed that the person who wanted to assassinate him had temporarily given up on killing him. This was Ling Yan's biggest worry. He didn't know who it was that wanted his life over and over again. Enemies in the open weren't scary, but enemies in the dark were. However, he had mastered the yin-yang harmony balance and would reach physique tempering stage 6 in 7 days. His strength would increase by several folds, so he had enough power to protect himself. Zhuang Meifeng was brought to the Tranquil sect. There was no news of Chao Shanshan after she returned to her family. Xiao Mimi's whereabouts were unknown. Ling Yan hated Priestess Desireless the most. The Tranquil Pill of Emotion sounded awesome, but Ling Yan was confident that he had a way to solve the problem of the Tranquil Pill of Emotion. No matter where the Tranquil sect was, the nun couldn't run away from the sect. Ling Yan had to bring Zhuang Meifeng back sooner or later. As for Chao Shanshan, she had returned to her family in Beijing. Ling Yan didn't expect her to be in big trouble. Therefore, Ling Yan was most worried about Xiao Mimi. The Assassins Organization was so mysterious. Where was he going to find her? There was also that mysterious Cui Lao. Who exactly was he? Why was he so determined to protect him the moment he saw him? Furthermore, he seemed to know a lot of things. Who exactly was he? Ling Yan quickly thought of his mother. Qin Qiuyue had left, but Qin Dongxue was here. Without a doubt, Auntie was the person his mother had sent to protect him and his sister. I wonder if Auntie will really blame me. Qin Dongshua's melodious voice came from behind him just when he was at his wit's end. Ling Yan hurriedly got up with a clean, harmless smile on his face. The dimple on his left cheek was clearly visible, very bright and charming. Auntie is so beautiful, just like a fairy from heaven. Ling Yan flattered seriously. Qin Dongshua's veil had long been washed away by the seawater. Her beauty was comparable to Qin Qiuyue's, but her eyes were cold and arrogant, with a hint of sharpness. There was also a hint of mischievousness that couldn't be concealed, which allowed Ling Yan to ignore her age. Although the gauze skirt had been wrung dry by her, it was still wet and stuck to her body that was better than a devil's. However, the sea breeze had already blown the hem of her skirt. Her two slender legs that would make anyone's nose bleed could no longer be seen in front of Ling Yan's eyes. Qin Dongxue was angry and embarrassed. She thought to herself that this brat really deserved to be beaten up for bringing this up. However, Qin Dongxue felt inexplicably proud of Ling Yan's constant praises for her beauty. Qin Dongxue had spent more than 20 years of her life in meditation and diligent cultivation. Although she knew that she was a peerless beauty, no one had ever complimented her on a normal day. "I really don't know what to do with you." Qin Dongxue pouted and waved at Ling Yan. "Come here." Ling Yan didn't need her to say anything. He landed lightly in front of Qin Dongxue and smiled brightly at her. Ling Yan learned his lesson this time. He didn't dare to look at Qin Dongshue's beautiful body. Instead, he focused his gaze on Qin Dongshue's pretty face and asked, "Auntie, are you all right?" Qin Dongxue desperately wanted to forget the embarrassing scene in the sea. Now that Ling Yan repeatedly brought it up, she was embarrassed and angry. "Don't mention this again in the future, or Auntie will really hit you." Ling Yan smiled and scratched his head, not saying another word. Qin Dongshue's pretty face was as red as a ripe apple. She tried to calm down for a long time before she started asking Ling Yan about serious matters. "Rascal, where did you get your clothes from?" Qin Dongxue asked the question that she was most curious about. Actually, after stopping by Xianxia, she only asked him a few simple questions before letting him go. Then, Qin Dongxue quickly rushed to the Zhuang family's villa and hid in the dense forest. She happened to witness the entire process of Ling Yan charging into the Zhuang family and killing the 3 Xiantian realm masters. Qin Dongxue saw Ling Yan's bare upper body, raising a metal nail with a raise of his hand, and the devil's blade and dragon vein sword appearing and disappearing suddenly like a magic trick. She was puzzled at that time. Now that Ling Yan had changed into a clean set of clothes, how could she not ask? Ling Yan smiled and waved his left hand gently at Qin Dongxue. "The secret is in this ring. There's a space inside. I call it a spatial ring." Qin Dongshue's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She couldn't help but come forward and take a closer look at Ling Yan's spatial ring. "There's such a magical treasure? How did you get it?" Ling Yan chuckled. "I picked it up from the streets." "I'm super lucky." Qin Dongxue pursed her lips into a smile and rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. "Don't lie to me. Tell me now, or I'll kick you." Ling Yan pretended to be in pain as he covered the area where Qin Dongxue kicked. "Auntie, please don't kick me anymore. I've suffered internal injuries from your kick just now." Qin Dongshue's beautiful face turned pale when she heard that. She panicked and asked, "What happened?" I didn't kick you hard just now." "Does it still hurt?" Qin Dongxue couldn't care about anything else as she spoke. She immediately went forward and rubbed Ling Yan's chest with her snow-white hands. Qin Dongshue's face was full of heartache. "Really, you don't know how to use such good qigong. Didn't you know how to use qigong to dodge when Auntie kicked you?" Ling Yan felt the warmth from Qin Dongshue's soft hands. He knew that Qin Dongxue truly cared for him, so he quickly took a step back and said, "It's much better now." Then, Ling Yan flipped his wrist and took out the devil's blade. He then said to Qin Dongxue, "Auntie, I made this ring myself. I engraved a spatial formation on it, so there's an independent space inside that can be used to store things. It's very convenient." "Is this really the legendary devil's blade?" Qin Dongxue nodded in realization. She pointed at the devil's blade and asked, "Is this really the legendary devil's blade?" "Actually, I don't know either. I only know that it's abnormally sharp and can cut through gold and jade like tofu. I originally called it the dragon scale blade, but everyone says it's the devil's blade." Ling Yan replied. Qin Dongshue's childishness was aroused. She stretched out her hand and smiled. "Let me take a look." Ling Yan reminded her that the blade was very heavy before passing it to Qin Dongxue. The moment the devil's blade entered her hand, Qin Dongxue felt a demonic, cold aura from her hand to her arm. She threw the devil's blade away as if it was scalded. Ling Yan reached out lightly and caught the devil's blade. He then asked, "What's wrong, auntie? Can't you carry it?" The devil's blade weighed more than 80 kilograms, which was nothing to Qin Dongshui, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. Qin Dongshui's pretty face turned pale as she looked at her left hand in shock. This blade is really strange. Why do I feel like it has a life of its own and can attack people? Ling Yan grabbed the devil's blade and shook it lightly. He didn't feel anything strange. He shook his head and said, "That's not right, I don't feel anything strange." Qin Dongshui looked at the devil's blade before looking at Ling Yan. She shook her head helplessly. "No wonder big sister said that you're different from others. You'll be fine as long as I protect you. So the most mysterious person is you, brat." Seeing that Qin Dongshui was finally talking about Qin Qiuyue, Ling Yan asked impatiently, "Auntie, where did my mother go? She has never left us like this before." Ling Yu is so worried. Qin Dongshui hesitated for a moment before saying, "She went to the Heavenly Sword sect on Heaven Mountain. Someone is waiting for her there." Heaven Mountain. Heavenly Sword sect. Who? Who's waiting for her? Qin Dongshui's face was full of grief and resentment as she thought about Qin Qiuyue's fate. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she said faintly, "Someone who let her down and ruined her lifelong happiness. Now that his life is in danger, he's forcing himself to see her for the last time." Ling Yan was very anxious. He hurriedly said, "Auntie, can you stop keeping me in suspense? Just tell me who it is." Qin Dongshui sighed faintly. She knew that she couldn't hide it from Ling Yan, and she didn't want to either. She lowered her head and said, "You're so smart, don't you understand? That person is Ling Yu's biological father, Ning Tianya." Ling Yan was dumbfounded. Ning Tianya? Sister's biological father? Then? Qin Dongshui's body trembled slightly. She looked up slightly and blinked her beautiful eyes. She stared at Ling Yan and said, "The Qin family received the news and felt that big sister should know about this matter. Therefore, they sent me to deliver this letter to big sister and let her decide on her own. Big sister said not to let Ling Yu know about this matter. You have to remember this." Qin Dongshui seemed to have let go of the burden in her heart after she finished speaking. She immediately felt a lot more relaxed. However, there were still traces of tears in her beautiful eyes. Will big sister be able to come back after leaving this time? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Qin Dongshui's eyes were watery. 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks and were blown onto the beach by the sea breeze. It was a heartbreaking sight. She gently turned her head away and wiped the tears from her eyes with her hand. Suddenly, she turned back and smiled. "Alright, let's not talk about this first. Auntie's task is to supervise your studies and practice martial arts diligently. Tomorrow is Monday, go back and rest." Ling Yan had a premonition that his mother's trip to Heaven Mountain wasn't going to be simple. Something big must have happened for such a strong aunt to cry. "Auntie, when will my mother be back?" Ling Yan pretended to be nonchalant as he asked. Qin Dongshui's heart skipped a beat. If it's fast, it'll take a little more than a month. If there are other delays, it might take longer. Ling Yan's heart sank. There were planes in this world. A round trip wouldn't take more than 3 to 5 days. Why would his mother take so long? Alright, stop asking. Auntie will tell you everything in the future. I won't leave Qingshui City as long as big sister isn't back. Qin Dongshui glared at Ling Yan and said, "Alright, stop asking." Ling Yun nodded. He felt that things weren't as complicated as he thought. Auntie was his mother's biological sister after all. Given her temper, she wouldn't be able to stay here if anything happened to his mother. He took out a black suit from his interspatial ring and gently draped it over Qin Dongshui. "Auntie, I have 3 places to stay. Where do you plan to stay?" Qin Dongshui pointed in the direction of mansion number 9 and said sweetly, "Let's stay there. Sister said that you set up a strange killing array outside the mansion. She doesn't want me to barge in, so I have to let you lead the way." Ling Yan didn't have the keys to mansion number 9 either. The keys were with Tai Xiaohu. However, the formation was set up by him. As long as he moved a huge rock on the left side of the mansion's door, the 1000-chance 9 slaughter formation would automatically shut down. It wouldn't affect their access. Ling Yan and Qin Dongxue returned to mansion number 9 very quickly. Ling Yan lifted his leg and kicked away the huge rock in front of Qin Dongxue. This formation is called the 1000-chance 9 lair killing formation. As long as this rock is removed, the killing formation will be destroyed. If you want to restart the killing formation, you just have to return this rock to its original position. Qin Dongxue nodded approvingly. She found Ling Yan more and more magical, and she didn't know what to feel. With the killing array closed, the door naturally could not stop the two of them. They jumped in and quickly arrived at the main door of the villa. The door was unlatched. Rascal, the decor is not bad. Auntie likes it. Qin Dongxue complimented softly as soon as she entered the living room. Qin Dongxue was the beloved daughter of the Qin family. If she was satisfied, the renovation of mansion number 9 must be pretty good. Which room does your mother live in? I want to stay there. Qin Dongxue turned her head and asked Ling Yan after admiring it for a while. Ling Yan brought Qin Dongxue to his mother's bedroom. Qin Dongxue pushed the door open and turned back to Ling Yan fiercely. Rascal, don't come in without my permission. Don't use your spiritual power to listen, and don't leave. Do you hear me? Ling Yan was speechless. He could only nod and smile before returning to the living room. He sat on the sofa to think. With his current hearing ability, he could already cover the entire 10,000 square meters of the mansion. Soon, he heard the sound of clothes being taken off. Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongxue was preparing to take a shower and change. He couldn't help but imagine Qin Dongshue's drenched body, her dress clinging tightly to her slender body, and her waist swaying gently as she walked in front of him. Auntie is so beautiful. Ling Yan couldn't help but think to himself. The sound of running water could be heard in the bedroom. The more Ling Yan listened, the more anxious he became. He dashed out of the living room and into the yard. He recited the calming heart technique a few times before starting to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. After an hour and a half, Qin Dongxue finally finished bathing. She changed into Qin Chuyue's clothes and walked out of the bedroom in satisfaction, her head tilted to the side as she played with her wet hair. Ling Yan. Qin Dongxue called out before walking to the door of the living room. She looked at Ling Yan, who was standing motionless in the courtyard. Oh my god, this rascal's body is glowing again. That light is actually coming from the moon? Qin Dongxue was so shocked that she seemed to have turned into a statue of a goddess. She stopped all her movements and stared blankly at Ling Yan in the courtyard. What kind of heaven-defying technique was that? Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongxue was done. He stopped his cultivation and turned around. Then, he was also stunned. Hibiscus out of clear water, carved by nature, Qin Dongxue was about 1.75 meters tall and was casually wearing a butterfly print, short-sleeved dress. No matter how one looked at her, her figure was a perfect S. Her skin was snow white, her forehead was bright and clean, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were hazy, her nose was straight, her lips were red, her breasts were perky, and her waist was slender like a willow. Her dress was the kind of lace dress that covered her buttocks, revealing a pair of snow-white, slender, and beautiful legs. A little more, and a little less, and a little more. Qin Dongshue's snow-white hands were playing with her long, black hair, forming a strong contrast between black and white. The darker her hair was, the fairer her skin was, the night breeze blew, and her half-wet hair danced in the wind. Her figure was graceful, like a fairy from a painting. Ling Yan knew that it was rude to stare at Qin Dongxue like that, but he had no choice. Qin Dongshue's beauty made it impossible for him to look away. He would regret it for 3 years if he missed a glimpse of such a beauty. Both of them were in a daze at the same time. Ling Yan stopped the circulation of the stellar condensation technique, and his body became dull. Qin Dongxue was the first to react. She knew why Ling Yan was in a daze, and she couldn't help but rejoice. Rascal, what are you looking at? I'm looking at a beauty. Ling Yan spoke his mind. He was never pretentious, so he answered honestly even though Qin Dongxue was questioning him. Pfft. Is Auntie really beautiful? Qin Dongxue couldn't help but laugh. She smiled like a spring flower as she approached Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and nodded seriously. Yes, Auntie really is beautiful. Whoever says Auntie isn't beautiful must have eyes on his face. Qin Dongxue was surprised. Not the eyes? What are they if not eyes? They're holes, haha. Ling Yun chuckled mischievously. Qin Dongxue was overjoyed by Ling Yun's teasing. She pinched Ling Yun's cheeks and said affectionately, "You're very handsome too. No wonder big sister praises you all the time. You're such a super handsome guy." Ling Yun scratched his head. He felt that he couldn't stay here any longer and had to leave as soon as possible. Qin Dongshue's every action and expression left Ling Yun in a daze. He didn't want to look, but he couldn't bear to shift his eyes away. He wanted to look, but he didn't feel at ease. He simply couldn't sit still. Qin Dongxue didn't care about this. Other than the time in the sea where Ling Yun stole her first kiss and saw her wet body, she didn't care about anything else. "Ling Yun, do you feel like you owe Auntie something?" Qin Dongxue pinched Ling Yun's cheeks and asked him with a smile. Ling Yun knew that Qin Dongxue wanted to settle the score with him. "Auntie, there's no debt between us. Just take whatever you want, I won't hesitate at all." Ling Yun chuckled. Ling Yun thought that he would give the dragon vein sword to Qin Dongxue without hesitation even if Auntie asked for it. Qin Dongxue giggled with satisfaction and nodded. "That's more like it. Tell Auntie, what technique did you practice just now? How did you attract moonlight?" Ling Yun understood immediately. So Auntie had her eyes on the stellar condensation technique? It was very simple. Since Tai Xiaohu taught it to Qin Dongxue, he naturally had to teach her. "Auntie, this technique is called the stellar condensation technique." Ling Yun introduced the various uses of the stellar condensation technique to Qin Dongxue in detail. Qin Dongxue, who was obsessed with martial arts, couldn't suppress the excitement in her eyes. "Then, can you teach Auntie this technique?" Qin Dongshue's beautiful eyes and long eyelashes fluttered. Ling Yun was a little distracted by what she saw. Ling Yun thought that even if the nine-tailed celestial fox Little White successfully transformed, she probably wouldn't be that much prettier than Auntie. "Auntie, I'll explain it to you in detail since you like it." Ling Yun nodded happily. Qin Dongxue was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. She had been practicing martial arts since she was born, so her understanding and acceptance of cultivation were naturally much better than Tai Xiaohu's. Moreover, she was a genius in cultivation. She only needed to listen to it once to understand it. "I see, then Auntie will try cultivating it." Qin Dongxue was so excited that she wanted to start cultivating on the spot. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't leave it this time. He was also afraid that something would happen to Qin Dongxue during her first cultivation. It would be a great sin if he wasn't by her side and she went berserk. Qin Dongxue tried to feel it slowly before she started cultivating. Without a doubt, she could feel the power and terror of this technique after just one round of circulation according to Ling Yun's instructions. Half an hour later, Qin Dongxue gradually entered a good state. She reached the third minor realm of the stellar condensation technique in one go. Amazing, it's simply terrifying. "Oh my god." Qin Dongxue opened her eyes and stretched her body. Then, she exclaimed in shock, "This is something that the 13 Gangsters Brute Training or the Golden Bell cover can't compare to. As the realm gets higher, even Xiantian True Qi can't compare to this technique." Ling Yun smiled. "Auntie, you're really amazing. You've already reached the third minor realm in such a short time." "Not bad, Xiantian True Qi relies on the energy center, but this technique directly refines the skin, bones, muscles, and organs by absorbing the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. It can infinitely strengthen the body's defense even in places where true qi can't circulate. It's definitely not something that the Golden Bell cover that relies on self-mutilation can compare to." Qin Dongxue was ecstatic. She couldn't help but want to kiss Ling Yun, but she resisted the urge in the end. "No wonder you're perfectly fine after being hit by Sun Tianbia's elbows. Tell Auntie, how many minor realms have you reached in this technique?" she said excitedly. Ling Yun chuckled and said embarrassedly, "Only at the 12th minor realm." "What? So fast?" Qin Dongshue's beautiful eyes shot out a trace of disbelief. She was finally dumbfounded. Qin Dongxue had already reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3. She had achieved the unity of heaven and man. She used the Xiantian true qi in her body to rush to the third minor realm, but when she tried to break through to the fourth minor realm, she realized that there was a huge obstacle. She couldn't break through in a short period of time. Ling Yun was amused. Auntie, it's already amazing that you could cultivate to the third level of the stellar condensation technique so quickly. You don't have any spiritual energy in your body, so you can only cultivate slowly in the future. Hehe. Ling Yun estimated that other than Ming Lingyu, who had the immortal physique, no one else would be able to catch up to his level of cultivation, no matter how talented they were or how strong their physique was. Qin Dongxue was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she pursed her beautiful lips and revealed a smile that could topple a nation. She asked Ling Yun very gently, Ling Yun, since you've cultivated to the 12th minor realm, were you lying to me just now? Ling Yun knew that something was amiss. He pretended to have internal injuries from his auntie's kick just now and tricked her into worrying about him. She even rubbed it for him. Now that auntie knew the secret of the stellar condensation technique, how could she not realize it? Auntie, listen to me, I really didn't lie to you. Ah. You're not allowed to use the great star condensation technique. Qin Dongxue grabbed the soft flesh on his waist and pinched it lightly without any hesitation. You're not allowed to use the star condensation technique. How could Ling Yun dare to do that now? He could only nod his head in pain. Qin Dongxue grinned from ear to ear, but her heart started to ache, and the strength in her hand immediately lessened. Qin Dongxue released her beautiful hand and patted it twice. Alright, auntie will let you off this time. If you dare to lie to auntie again, I won't pinch you. Ling Yun shouted that he wouldn't dare, but he actually enjoyed the feeling that Qin Dongxue gave him. She was domineering, yet she treated him like a friend of the same generation. She doted on him to the extent of spoiling him. Coupled with the inexplicable ambiguity, Ling Yun seemed to be suffering, but he was actually enjoying it, immortal soul. Rascal, I have something else to ask you. This is a serious matter, you have to answer auntie. Qin Dongxue suddenly stopped smiling and said to Ling Yun seriously. Ling Yun was wondering why she was so serious all of a sudden, but he still smiled and nodded at Qin Dongxue. Qin Dongxue's beautiful eyes darted around. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and asked mysteriously, Tell me, how did you make your mother look 10 years younger? Pfft. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Last Sunday night, Qin Dongxue, who came to deliver a letter to Qin Qiuyue, couldn't believe her eyes when she saw her own sister. Her sister was 9 years older than her, but she looked 3 to 4 years younger than her. How was this possible? Of course, this statement was based on the concept of cultivation. Qin Qiuyue was 36 years old, but she usually gave people the impression that she wasn't even 30 years old. This was one of the advantages of cultivating to the Xiantian realm. Qin Qiuyue was thoroughly reborn by Ling Yun, and her body was filled with a large amount of immortal spiritual energy. This made her look like a new person, almost as young as she was when she was 18 or 19 years old. This made her shy and happy at the same time, so much so that she was embarrassed to come out and meet people. Similarly, Qin Dongxue was 27 years old, but she looked like she was only 22 years old. Compared to her sister, Qin Qiuyue, she naturally looked a few years older. Some people would ask why Qin Qiuyue looked 6 to 7 years younger than Qin Dongxue, but Qin Dongxue looked 5 years younger than her actual age. The answer was simple. This was because the two of them were of different ages. Therefore, even though they were both in the Xiantian realm, the effect of youth was different. For example, if Qin Dongxue was 36 years old, she would definitely look like she was 25 or 26 years old. Her higher realm meant that her appearance would age more slowly. Ling Yun thought that Qin Dongxue was so serious because she wanted to ask him some shocking secret. Now that he knew, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qin Dongxue was embarrassed by his laughter. She lifted her beautiful and slender legs and gave Ling Yun a light kick. She frowned and said, I'm asking you something serious, what are you laughing at? Women, as long as they were women, would be incomparably concerned about their age and appearance. This was especially true for beautiful women. As they aged, who wouldn't dream of the day they could regain their youth? Auntie, if you want to become younger, then wait patiently for 2 months. After 2 months, I guarantee that you'll be 10 years younger too. Ling Yan was almost cramping up from all the laughter he could muster. He would be able to break through to the qi cultivation stage in another 2 months. He might even be able to reach qi cultivation stage 2. When that time came, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to refine some beauty pills and youth-retaining pills? Really? You're not allowed to lie to me. Qin Dongxue was overjoyed. She raised her left hand and pretended to pinch Ling Yan's wrist. Ling Yan patted Qin Dongshue's shoulder lightly. It felt so good. He pretended to take advantage of his seniority and joked, "Little girl, you'll have to call me big brother when the time comes." Ah. This time, Qin Dongxue really didn't let him off. She pinched Ling Yan's soft flesh as fast as lightning. "Rascal, I'll let you be so rude to me, I'll let you be so rude to me," she said coquettishly. As she spoke, the 2 perfectly round and perky peaks on her chest trembled violently, rippling a dazzling whiteness. Between the faintly discernible cleavage, Ling Yan could only silently chant the clear heart chant. The 2 of them fooled around for a while before Qin Dongxue let go of Ling Yan. "Why you're staying here tonight?" Or, Ling Yan scratched his head again. "Auntie, it's not good to use qigong during the day. I think I should rush back." "I'll bring Ling Yu back to see you tomorrow night." Qin Dongxue felt an indescribable reluctance to leave when she heard that Ling Yan was returning to Qingshui City. Her beautiful face dimmed instantly. This was a very complicated and inexplicable feeling that Qin Dongxue had never experienced before. She felt an inexplicable fear. Ling Yan caught on to this. Actually, he was a little reluctant to leave, but he purposely said, "Auntie, you look so beautiful in Mom's dress." "It's just that." Qin Dongxue was stunned. She thought that Ling Yan was going to say something bad. Her heart trembled as she asked hurriedly, "It's just that what?" Ling Yan smiled mischievously and pointed at the bottom of Qin Dongshue's dress. "It's just that your butt is too round and perky. This dress won't be able to cover it at all. It's going to show off." Scram. Qin Dongxue was both embarrassed and angry when she heard that. She kicked Ling Yan hard. Ling Yan laughed and flipped a few times before landing on a treetop outside the villa. "Auntie, I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow." He winked at Qin Dongxue and smiled. "Don't go to self-study tomorrow night. Bring Ling Yu back directly. Also, I don't care what you do outside, but don't let anyone bully you." Qin Dongxue used telepathy to transmit these 2 sentences to Ling Yan. Naturally, Ling Yan heard them clearly. With such an auntie supervising Ling Yan in class, how could he not skip class? Qin Dongxue was actually worried that Ling Yan would be bullied even with his current strength. It would be good if he didn't bully others. Qin Dongshue's pretty face was as red as blood. Her breasts rose and fell violently, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She stared in the direction that Ling Yan disappeared and muttered to herself after a long time, "How did big sister raise such a bad boy? What's wrong with me tonight?" Ling Yan left mansion number 9 with an inexplicable and irrepressible excitement in his heart. It was the feeling of tasting the best wine in the world. He even had a strong urge to return to mansion number 9 and see Qin Dongxue immediately. There was no doubt that he liked this feeling. Other than his mother, no other woman could control him. However, Qin Dongxue was able to suppress him, be it in terms of realm or age. Most importantly, Qin Dongshue's personality was irresistible to Ling Yan. She was happy and angry at the same time. She was domineering when she needed to be, but she was shy when she needed to be. Furthermore, she was spoiled and pampered Ling Yan. That was an indescribable feeling. Moreover, Ling Yan actually dared to tease his own auntie before he left. Without warning, Ling Yan recalled the scene of him kissing Qin Dongxue in the sea. That made him even more excited. He ran faster and faster, and he couldn't help but let out a long howl in the wilderness. He didn't feel anything at that time, and he didn't dare to feel anything. Later on, he thought about it secretly. It was incomparably wonderful. Unfortunately, even though we aren't related by blood, she is still my auntie in name. Sigh. Ling Yan thought about it and quickly returned to Qingshui City. He didn't go anywhere else but to his rented house. Time flew by unknowingly when he was with Qin Dongshui. It was already 5 in the morning when Ling Yun returned to his rented house. He didn't sleep either. He couldn't even cultivate due to the agitation in his heart. Once he entered the house, Ling Yun sat on the sofa. He looked at Zhuang Meifeng's bedroom and then at Xiao Mimi's bedroom. His heart was filled with all sorts of complicated emotions. I've let you guys down. Ling Yun sat quietly on the sofa in the living room and began to recall the voices and smiles of Xiao Mimi and Zhuang Meifeng. Xiao Mimi's charm and Zhuang Meifeng's arrogant and beautiful goddess willingly washing her hands and cooking for him. That flirtatious expression replayed in front of Ling Yun's eyes like a movie rewind. This gradually calmed his agitated emotions, but it was replaced by coldness and sternness in his eyes. Be it the ends of the earth or the ends of the earth, I will find you. Don't worry and wait for me. After Ling Yun had completely calmed down, his eyes regained their usual calmness. The corner of his mouth once again revealed a faint smile, making him seem mysterious and cold. Ling Yun sat there until 6 in the morning. In a flash, he went to the courtyard and continued to cultivate his stellar condensation technique. Ling Yun estimated that he would need at least a month to reach the 13th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. Ling Yun knew that the reason he was able to break through 4 minor realms after coming out of the crater was because of the real universe that appeared when he opened the Tai Chi 8 trigrams. At that time, he was surrounded by the majestic immortal spiritual energy released by the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. The sun and moon hung high above his head, and billions of stars seemed to revolve around him. He became the center of the universe. How could the cultivation of the stellar condensation technique not be fast under such circumstances? But now, the after-effects of that scene were gone. He still had to rely on himself to cultivate step by step. The more he cultivated, the slower and more difficult it became. Ling Yun cultivated in the courtyard for more than 40 minutes. He only stopped absorbing the essence of the sun when the sun rose completely. His phone rang. Hey, big brother Yun, where are you? I'll drive over to pick you up for breakfast. The caller was Tang Meng. After Tang Tianhao regained his freedom last night, he immediately called home to reassure Tang Meng and his mother. Therefore, Tang Tianhao had a good night's sleep and woke up very early. Hey, Tang Meng, it's rare for you to wake up so early. I'm at the rental house, come over quickly. Ling Yun laughed. Just as he hung up, Ling Yun's phone rang again. Big brother Yun, where are you? It was Xue Mining. Ling Yun could hear the slight nervousness in Xue Mining's voice. He knew that she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear again. I'm at the rental house. Xue Mining was pleasantly surprised. Then stay there and don't leave. Sister Ling Yu and I will go look for you. Ling Yun could only agree to it. Now that the situation was settled and the crisis was basically over, it was time to accompany Ling Yu and Ning Er. Ning Er, how is Sister Yao Rou? Ling Yun asked. Sister Yao Rou went to the clinic early in the morning. We couldn't even stop her. Xue Mining replied. Ling Yun knew that Yao Rou had poured her heart and soul into the clinic. He sighed softly. It's fine. Let her go. I'll wait for you here. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Big brother Yun, how many people did you kill last night? Tang Meng wasn't far from Qingshui High when he made the call. With his driving speed, he arrived at Ling Yun's courtyard in less than 3 minutes. The first thing the kid asked after he arrived was how many people Ling Yun had killed last night. His face was full of curiosity and anticipation. Ling Yun had already changed into a new set of clothes. These were the clothes that the two beauties had carefully picked out for him when he brought them out to shop the last time. He was wearing a white shirt and a pair of light blue jeans. It was comfortable and decent, making him look gentle and elegant. However, Ling Yun's words weren't so elegant. He glanced at Tang Meng and said, I killed more than 50 people. Why? Ah? How can there be so many? Tang Meng was shocked. Boss's kill count had skyrocketed. Ling Yun smiled faintly and couldn't be bothered to explain. He got into Tang Meng's Hummer and asked, Are you still going to class today? Tang Meng was stunned. He scratched his head and asked, Why? Ling Yun knew that you wouldn't be going to class. He said directly, if you're not going to class, go to Dao Zi's place and get him to arrange for people to keep an eye on Qingyun Productions. We're going to take over Qingyun Productions today. Tang Meng was the most excited when he heard this. He chuckled and said, all right, I'm good at that. Ling Yin then asked, how are things on Uncle Li and your father's side? Are there any signs of change? Ling Yin asked. Tang Meng laughed and said, Big Brother Yun, do you even need to ask? Luo Zhong was dealt with so badly by us. If they can't even grasp such a good opportunity, then they shouldn't be officials anymore. Don't worry, there should be news in 3 days at most. There's going to be another earthquake in Xianxia City. Hee hee. Tang Meng was overjoyed. He excitedly took out a cigarette and lit it up, puffing out clouds of smoke. Ling Yin smiled mysteriously. He said slowly, since there's going to be an earthquake, we'll have to make a trip to Green Dragon today to visit Uncle Long. We'll try to get more information out of the 2 people he has in his hands. Tian Buetao and Go Lianshan were still under Green Dragon's control. Since Ling Yin had allowed Green Dragon to take them away, they had their uses. Say, I wasn't in Xianxia City at that time, and my mother wasn't around either. Who do you think Boss Green Dragon was looking at to help us? Ling Yin asked Tang Meng as he couldn't figure out the answer to this question. Tang Meng spat out a mouthful of smoke and said with a troubled expression, Big Brother Yun, who am I supposed to ask about this? Boss Green Dragon obviously wants to help you. As for why, I suggest you ask him personally after you meet him. But what? Ling Yin asked. Tang Meng winked at Ling Yin and said, from what I saw yesterday, Big Brother Yun, Green Dragon Boss wants to betroth Long Wu to you, haha. Tang Meng grinned. F***CKU. Ling Yin punched Tang Meng's shoulder. Tang Meng screamed in pain and complained, you're hitting me again? Don't you know that I'm still recovering from my injuries? I'm saying this because I have evidence. Ling Yin rolled his eyes and said, what evidence? Tang Meng said mysteriously, Big Brother Yun, do you remember when you took out the night luminescent pearls and said that they were your betrothal gifts for your future wife? What did Long Wu say? She said that they were hers. Ling Yin really remembered that. When Long Wu heard that dozens of night luminescent pearls were destroyed, she was so angry that she wanted to skin Tian Buetao alive. At that time, she said that they were the ones who destroyed her night luminescent pearls. Ling Yin was puzzled at that time. Tang Meng laughed and said, Uncle Li and my dad have been fighting with Green Dragon for so many years. Who would have thought that they would be working together to deal with Xie Zhenting and Luo Zhong? Now that we're dealing with both the legal and illegal forces, I, Tang Meng, can finally do whatever I want in Xianxia City. Ling Yan's forehead was full of black lines when he heard that. He said disdainfully, look at you. I think if you have the time, you should hurry up and think about what to do with Qingyun Productions after you take it over. Tang Meng was dumbfounded as he muttered to himself, Big Brother Yun, are we going to do it ourselves after we take over Qingyun Productions? Ling Yin nodded his head seriously and said, that's right, and this is just the beginning. That clothing store from Xianxia last night is now ours. In the future, we still have to sell clothing, open a clinic, and do whatever it takes to earn money. We have to make it big and strong as soon as possible. Tang Meng immediately became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He asked in shock, Big Brother Yun, are you really going to do business? Ling Yin smiled and said, wrong, I'm not the one doing it, you are the one doing it. I'll leave all the money-making matters to you in the future. If you can't earn any money, be careful that your butt will explode. Speaking of money, Ling Yin suddenly remembered the futures and stock accounts that Zhuang Meifeng gave him. He thought that if he were to lose this money, he would blame it on the Sun family and the Tranquil sect in the future. Tang Meng patted his chest loudly as he said with a smile, Big Brother Yun, don't worry. I might not be good at studying, but when it comes to earning money, no one can beat me. Ling Yin laughed in his heart as he changed the topic before Ning Lingyu and Xue Mining arrived. He asked Tang Meng directly, how do you plan to take revenge for Xie Zhenyan injuring you? Tang Meng's thick eyebrows furrowed as he said hatefully, I'll do as Mom said. I'll break all 4 of Xie Zhenyan's legs, no, all 5 of them. F***CK, do they really think I'm that easy to beat up? However, he quickly became depressed and said, however, Big Brother Yun, I can guarantee that Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa won't be coming to school today or even this week. They're all hiding now. Ling Yun laughed and said, don't worry, even if the Taoist nun, no, the monk can run away, but the temple can't. They'll suffer when the time comes. Ling Yun was affected by the tranquil sect and almost said, even if the Taoist nun can run away, the temple can't run away. After discussing all the important matters, Ling Yun and Tang Meng talked about the renovation of the clinic and the villa. Then, Ling Yun instructed Tang Meng to make a few more keys so that he wouldn't be unable to enter the door no matter where he went. As they were talking, Ling Yun heard the roar of a Ferrari's engine. Very quickly, a red Ferrari entered Ling Yun's field of vision and stopped steadily in front of the Hummer. Big Brother! Ning Lingyu was the first to get out of the car. She practically dashed out of the car and threw herself into Ling Yun's arms, who had already gotten out of the car and was waiting for her. Feeling the faint spiritual energy emanating from Ning Lingyu's body, Ling Yun's heart was filled with mixed feelings. In an instant, he hugged Ning Lingyu tightly in his arms. Ning Lingyu couldn't hold it in any longer. She threw herself into Ling Yun's arms and started crying. She cried out all the worries she had for Ling Yun, all the grievances, fear, and nervousness she had suffered in the past week. Ling Yun's shoulder was instantly drenched by Ning Lingyu's tears. He patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder and back gently and said, don't worry, Lingyu, it's all in the past. Everything will be fine in the future. However, he didn't stop Ning Lingyu from crying. This was because Ning Lingyu had been holding it in for too long. The depression in her heart would cause her blood vessels to stagnate. It was better to let her cry to her heart's content once and for all. Xue Mining got out of the car and stood there quietly. Looking at Ning Lingyu crying in Ling Yun's arms, she felt a tinge of jealousy and envy in her heart. However, there was no jealousy in her heart. Ning Er was smart. She knew that as long as Ning Lingyu was around, it would be difficult for others to compete with her for Ling Yun's embrace. Moreover, Xue Mining and Ning Lingyu had become good sisters who could talk about anything. Xue Mining believed that if she was in Ning Lingyu's shoes, she would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and grievances that Ning Lingyu had endured for the past week. However, Ning Lingyu had endured it for the entire week. Before she saw Ling Yun, she didn't shed a single tear. She didn't show any signs of weakness. She just endured everything silently and did what she had to do. She waited for her brother's return amidst her endless worry and anxiety. Xue Mining couldn't help but admire Ning Lingyu for being like this. Surprisingly, Tang Meng did not get out of the car. Instead, he sat quietly in the car and lit up a cigarette. He took a deep puff and looked at Lingyu crying in Ling Yun's arms. He wanted to use the cigarette to commemorate the love he once had for her. Tang Meng wasn't stupid. He had long seen through Ning Lingyu's feelings for Ling Yun. Other than Qin Qiuyue and Xue Mining, he should be the third. To put it bluntly, Tang Meng had seen through it even earlier than Xue Mining. It was just that he had always thought that it was impossible, or rather, he didn't want to admit it. However, after 6 days of Ling Yun's disappearance, Tang Meng understood that he had already decided to let go. In the entire Qingshui Hai, how many people were secretly in love with Ning Lingyu? Tang Meng didn't know. He wasn't the first, and he wouldn't be the last. However, today, Tang Meng had completely cut off the thoughts in his heart. He could protect Ning Lingyu, bring her true happiness, and at the same time, he was also the person that Ning Lingyu secretly liked. Now, he was hugging her tightly in his arms and comforting her gently. The dreamy Ning Lingyu was as beautiful as a fairy. Only Boss, who descended from the heavens, was qualified to be with her. Anyone else would be delusional. Tang Meng looked at Xue Mining, who was standing quietly at the side. He instantly understood the feeling that Li Qingchuan had when he gave up on Ning Er. Losing to Boss is definitely not a loss. Tang Meng comforted himself in his heart. Even though his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, he had an inexplicable feeling of complete relaxation. He wished Ning Lingyu well in his heart. Brother, no matter where you want to go in the future, you have to tell me first, okay? Ning Lingyu finally released the emotions that she had been suppressing for a long time. Only then did she raise her head gently, allowing the hot tears to flow down her dreamy face. Her gaze was firm and serious as she stared at Ling Yun. Okay. Ling Yun's heart ached. He agreed without hesitation and smiled as he wiped away Ning Lingyu's tears. Brother, I don't want to go to class today. I want you to play with me all day. The tears on Ning Lingyu's face had yet to dry. She opened her big eyes and said pitifully with a hint of naughtiness. Okay. Ling Yun pinched Ning Lingyu's nose affectionately and agreed even more quickly. Anyway, he had already skipped school for a week. It was not a big deal to go to school one day later. Accompanying Lingyu was the most important thing, a book recommended to a friend, Tyrannical Song Book Number 2777491 Novel Creativity, Strange Concept. Majestic War, Exquisite Emotions. Destroy the Jin Dynasty, replace the Song Dynasty, expel the Mongols. Sweep away the Wokou, flatten the Koreans, conquer the Nanyang. Tenderness of Iron Blood, Singing and Singing. The Chopstick Brothers' tyrannical song had arrived. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Chidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Come, let's find a place to have breakfast. Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, and Tang Meng left the rental house in 2 cars. In the car, Ning Lingyu felt embarrassed when she saw that Ling Yun's shoulder was wet from crying. Ling Yun wrapped his arm around Ning Lingyu's shoulder and said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I'll bring you to buy clothes today." Speaking of which, Ling Yun had been extremely busy for the past 2 weeks. Instead, he had spent the least time with Lingyu. He felt very guilty and wanted to make it up to Lingyu. "Lingyu, haven't you always wanted to know what I'm busy with? Today, I'll bring you around Qingshui City and let you know what I'm doing." Ning Lingyu's eyes lit up and she nodded excitedly. When the 4 of them were having breakfast, Ling Yun gave Tai Xiaohu a call and asked him to drive his Range Rover over. After breakfast, Ling Yun smiled at Shui Mining. "Ning it's Monday today. You should go back to school." Shui Mining was afraid that Ling Yun would ask her to go back to school. She pouted and protested, "What? You, Sister Lingyu, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu can all skip class. Why do I have to go back to school? I'm not going either." Ling Yun frowned and said, "Ning you haven't been to school for a few days last week. You must have missed a lot of homework. Grade 12 is different from grade 12. We're revising while you're learning new knowledge. You have to listen to me." Ning Lingyu knew that Shui Mining didn't want to go to school. She smiled and said, "Ning I'm right. Although you're smart, grade 12 is ending soon. After the summer break, you'll have to prepare for grade 12. This period of time is very important for you." Ning Lingyu was the top student in Qingshui High. She was speaking from her own experience. Shui Mining had no choice but to nod her head reluctantly. "Brother Yun, you have to keep your phone switched on. I'll call or text you when I miss you." Before Shui Mining left, she stretched out her slender thumb and pinky finger and gestured for Ling Yun to make a phone call. Ling Yun nodded and watched as Shui Mining drove away. "Let's go and find Dao Yong. Tai Xiaohu, give Dao Yong a call and tell him that we'll be there soon." "Big brother, who is Dao Yong?" Ning Lingyu asked curiously. "It's the scar-faced man who brought 100 men and smashed up Mom's clinic." "So, it's him." Ning Lingyu couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She couldn't help but chuckle to herself when she recalled how Dao Yong and his men had been utterly defeated by her brother. "Lingyu, no matter what you see today, don't be shocked and don't think too much about it. Tonight, Big Brother will tell you everything you don't understand." Ning Lingyu leaned her shoulder on Ling Yun's shoulder and giggled. "I know." Ning Lingyu felt that as long as she could be with her brother, she would feel warmth and happiness. Nothing else mattered. 40 minutes later, Ling Yun and the others arrived at Linjiang Road and stood outside Dao Yong's courtyard. Dao Yong was already waiting outside with Zhan Long, Zhan Hu, Zhan Lang, and Zhan Bao. When he saw Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu get out of the Land Rover, he hurriedly took 2 steps forward and greeted them respectfully. "Young Master Ling." The day before, the 4 great generals had witnessed Ling Yun's strength and dominance. He had single-handedly demolished 2 villas, single-handedly taught Go Junfa and Tian Buetao a lesson, remained unfazed in the face of dozens of guns, and scolded the director of the Public Security Bureau. They had long since been convinced by Ling Yun and admired him from the bottom of their hearts. After listening to their exaggerated narration, how could Dao Yong not know that he had made the right bet? Thinking about the words that Zhang Long told him, he was so excited that his entire body trembled. Ling Yan said that he would personally make a trip to his place. From Dao Yong's point of view, Xianxia City's Public Security Bureau Director, Luo Zhong, was trampled over by Ling Yan. The leader of the Jiangnan underworld, Green Dragon, even made a personal appearance for Ling Yan. What did this mean? This meant that Ling Yan had the upper hand in Xianxia City. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the uncrowned king of Xianxia City. Ling Yan saying that he would personally make a trip to his place was actually giving Dao Yong a lot of face. How could Dao Yong not feel honored? Disregarding everything else, Dao Yong and his 4 brothers had discussed for a long time just to decide how to address Ling Yan. Directly addressing him as Ling Yan was definitely out of the question. According to the rules of the underworld, calling him boss wasn't appropriate either. Calling him big brother was even more ridiculous. After much discussion, the 5 of them finally decided to address Ling Yan as Young Master Ling. Hearing Dao Yong address him as Young Master Ling, a flash of surprise flashed across Ling Yan's eyes. However, it was fleeting as he nodded his head slightly and smiled. Let's talk inside. Dao Yong was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. Respectfully, he invited Ling Yan and the other 3 into the house and personally served them tea that he had prepared beforehand. Only then did he wave his hand and get Zhang Long, Zhan Hu, and the rest to leave first. Ling Yan waved his hand lightly and said, "There's no need. We'll all be on the same side in the future. Just let them stay here." On the same side? Is this true? Dao Yong and the 4 great generals looked at each other in disbelief. Their faces were filled with indescribable joy. They were all dumbfounded. Ling Yan chuckled and said, "Tai Xiaohu, Tang Meng, you guys know each other." He patted Ning Lingyu, who was beside him, and said, "This is my younger sister, Ning Lingyu." Ning Lingyu was like an immortal descending from the heavens. Dao Yong and the other 4 great generals had long noticed her. However, none of them dared to look at Ning Lingyu. Each of them was even more obedient than an old monk who had been praying for 50 years. After Ling Yan introduced Ning Lingyu, he immediately explained the purpose of his visit to Dao Yong. "If you guys are willing, you can work for my 2 brothers from now on." Dao Yong and the 4 great generals were overjoyed. Dao Yong nodded his head vigorously and said, yes, I'm absolutely willing." "Quick, what are you guys waiting for? Come and greet big brother." Ling Yan frowned slightly and shook his head. "I don't need that. From now on, Tai Xiaohu will be your boss. All the rules will be set by him. I don't care how you guys earn money as long as you don't bully the commoners." Tang Meng thought that Ling Yan had forgotten about such a good opportunity to show off. He hurriedly reminded Ling Yan, "Big brother Yun, what about me?" Ling Yan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Didn't I tell you this morning? You're doing proper business." Tai Xiaohu was from the Green Dragon sect. He knew all the rules of the underworld. He was the most suitable person to manage Dao Yong and the rest. Tang Meng, on the other hand, was a spoiled brat. Ling Yan didn't want him to interfere too much in such matters. His presence today was equivalent to giving the 2 of them a clear division of labor. 1 black and 1 white, neck and neck. After successfully establishing his dominance in Xianxia City, Ling Yan already had a detailed plan in his mind. He wanted to take advantage of the situation to establish his own power. Since he wanted to establish his power, he naturally needed manpower. Dao Yong had close to 200 subordinates, which was more than enough for Tai Xiaohu to do whatever he wanted. If the name isn't right, then it won't be right. From now on, our power will be called judgment. After saying that, Ling Yan waved his hand at Dao Yong. "Come over here." Dao Yong immediately walked in front of Ling Yan obediently. Ling Yan's hands were as fast as lightning. He removed the last restriction on Dao Yong's body in a few moves. Then, he smiled and said, "All right, the restriction on your body has been removed. There's no need to wait until the 8th of June." Dao Yong nodded his head excitedly. He bowed seriously and said, "Thank you, young Master Ling." Ling Yan stood up abruptly and said to Dao Yong, "Raise your head." Dao Yong straightened his back and raised his head. Ling Yun immediately threw a level 1 healing talisman on Dao Yong's face and shouted, "Appear." Ling Yan's hands were very fast. Before Dao Yong could see what was happening, he felt an incomparably comfortable and cool sensation on his face. There was even a slight itch in it. Level 1 healing talismans were not only more effective than the ones Ling Yun drew in the past, but their healing speed was also much faster. A miracle happened in front of everyone. Zhan Long, Zhan Hu, and the rest watched in shock as the scar on Dao Yong's face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. His face was no longer hideous and terrifying. Instead, it was as good as new. Oh my god, this, F***ck. Boss, the 4 great generals were shocked and excited to see this scene. They were all dumbfounded. Big brother, you. Ning Lingyu saw it clearly. She was originally sitting on the sofa, but after seeing the scene, she stood up in shock. What happened? Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, Dao Yong touched his face subconsciously. Then, he was dumbfounded. Oh my god, the scar on his face had completely disappeared. Thump. After a moment of shock, Dao Yong suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yun. Thank you, young Master Ling, thank you, young Master Ling. From now on, no matter what happens, as long as young Master Ling says the word, I, Dao Yong, will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Ling Yun accepted Dao Yong's kowtow calmly. He said faintly, this is what you deserve. If I'm not wrong, when you made the decision yesterday, it must have been very difficult. However, you made the right bet. In his gratitude, Dao Yong didn't know what to say. All he could do was kowtow to Ling Yun. Alright, it's just a small matter. Get up. Ling Yun asked Dao Yong to get up. Then, he patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder and gestured for her to sit down. He picked up his tea and took a sip. Then, he said, Qingyun Productions owes me a sum of money. The IOU is here. Today, we'll go over together to collect the debt. If they can't pay up, we'll take over this company. They had just acknowledged a new boss, and they were about to collect money. Instantly, Dao Yong and the 4 great warriors were indescribably excited. They were all rubbing their palms together, eager to give it a try. Ling Yun passed the IOU to Tai Xiaohu and smiled. Alright, let's go back to the city and to Qingyun Productions. On the 14th of April, Ling Yun established his first force in Qingshui City, Judgment. At 9 o'clock sharp, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu sat in the Land Rover. Tang Meng drove the car while Tai Xiaohu and Dao Yong followed closely in the Hummer. They brought the 4 great warriors back to Qingshui City. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Tang Meng was naturally envious of Ling Yun's decision to let Tai Xiaohu handle the matters of ruling. Now that he was about to become a big brother, he was so excited that he sped up the Land Rover. Big brother Yun, I'm going to start a film company, a clothing business, and a clinic. Do you think we should form a corporation or something? Tang Meng laughed. The ordinary people's clinic is mine. You can't snatch it away. As for forming a corporation, that's fine too. As long as the scale is big enough, you can do it anytime. Big brother Yun, why don't you give our future corporation a cool name too? Tai Xiaohu's ruling is too cool. I want it too. Tang Meng said excitedly. So that's what you're after. Ling Yun smiled faintly. Heaven and Earth Corporation. As long as it's a business between heaven and earth, you can do it if you want. Isn't that cool enough? Tang Meng slapped his thigh excitedly and chuckled. Hee hee, cool enough, definitely cool enough. Heaven and Earth Corporation it is. Tang Meng was so excited at the thought of the money flowing into the Heaven and Earth Corporation's account. He stepped hard on the accelerator, and the Land Rover sped away. Big brother, what did you do to Dao Yong today? How did the scar on his face disappear all of a sudden? That's amazing. Ning Lingyu finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. She hugged Ling Yun's arm and tilted her head. Looking at Ning Lingyu's long, black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall, he raised his hand and took out a healing talisman. This is a talisman called the Healing Talisman. It can heal most external wounds from knives and swords in an instant, he said to Lingyu. Wow, big brother, this thing is so powerful. Where did you get it from? Ning Lingyu couldn't help but ask in surprise as she held the healing talisman in her hand. Big brother made this myself. You'll see for yourself when I make talismans in the future. Ling Yin smiled. Ning Lingyu blinked her big, dreamy eyes and nodded seriously. She didn't ask any more questions. At 9:30 in the morning, Ling Yun and the rest arrived at the luxurious office building where Qingyun Productions was located and got out of the car. The $11 million IOU is now in your hands. Today, Ling Yu and I are just here to watch the show. We don't care about anything else. Do you understand? Ling Yin said with a smile. Tang Meng held the IOU in his hand as he looked at Tai Xiaohu, Dao Yong, and the rest walking over. His blood was boiling. Big brother Yun, don't worry. Leave it to me. The moment Tai Xiaohu alighted from the car, his expression became unfriendly. Last week, Luo Zhong had arrested him and sent him to the Public Security Bureau. It was all thanks to the general manager of Qingyun Productions, Huang Feiyang. Tai Xiaohu had been suppressing his anger. Tai Xiaohu was even more anxious than Tang Meng. After greeting Ling Yun, he waved at Dao Yong and the rest. Let's go. Tang Meng panicked. He chased after Tai Xiaohu and shouted, Tai Xiaohu, what's the rush? Don't destroy my company. Ning Lingyu covered her mouth and giggled. Her face was as radiant as a spring flower. Ling Yan hugged her shoulders and walked forward slowly. Lingyu, on April 2nd, the three of us came here. Qingyun Productions is on the 19th floor. Let me tell you, at that time, Ling Yan told Ning Lingyu about the incident where the three of them came to Qingyun Productions to collect the debt, so that she could understand the whole story. The 9 of them took 2 elevators and arrived at the 19th floor of the office building. Tang Meng looked at Ling Yun before leading the way into Qingyun Productions. What are you doing? The 2 security guards from the previous time were still there. After they finished asking questions, they immediately recognized Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. They exclaimed, "Ah, it's you guys. You guys are here again." Tang Meng chuckled. That's right. It's been almost half a month. We've given your company so much time. You should have prepared the money you owe us by now, right? Tang Meng was now bald. He had a sharp aura. With Tai Xiaohu, Dao Yong, and the other 6 burly men following behind him, it was needless to say that they were imposing. One of the security guards was scared out of his wits. The other muttered, You guys are here for money again? Tang Meng rubbed his shiny head and smiled. He waved the IOU in his hand and said, What do you think? Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Let's go. Tai Xiaohu was waiting to settle the score with Huang Feiyang. Seeing Tang Meng dawdling, he could not help but kick him. Can you stop being so cocky? This is my territory in the future. Be careful that I won't let you visit anymore. Tang Meng turned around and glared at Tai Xiaohu before walking in proudly. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu swaggered into Qingyun Productions shoulder to shoulder. The 2 of them glanced around and found that Qingyun Productions was still operating normally. They could not help but be amazed. Oh my god. Why are they here again? Ling Yun and the other 2 came here more than 10 days ago to create a ruckus. Many people in the company had a deep impression of them, especially the tower-like Tai Xiaohu. The employees who had seen his prowess changed their expressions when they saw him. They were so scared that they quickly found a place to hide. Tang Meng found a random employee and asked, Hey, is your general manager here? That employee hurriedly shook his head and said, Our general manager Huang is not here. He didn't come today. Actually, Huang Feiyang's absence was within Ling Yun's expectations. Now that information was so advanced, everyone in Qingshui City knew about his strong performance yesterday, not to mention Huang Feiyang. Knowing that Ling Yun had stepped on the director of the Public Security Bureau, Huang Feiyang was definitely afraid of Ling Yun's revenge. Tai Xiaohu was depressed when he heard that. He asked in a low voice, Huang Feiyang is not here? Then who is in charge here now? Lu Jian, Deputy General Manager Lu. That employee said while cowering. When Tang Meng heard that, he immediately ignored this employee and walked straight to the general manager's office. He pushed the door open and entered without any hesitation. You are Lu Jian, right? Tang Meng directly asked Lu Jian the moment he entered. Lu Jian was 35 years old. He wore a pair of spectacles and looked fair and refined. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He looked quite stylish. "Oh? May I know who you are?" Lu Jian saw that Tang Meng barged in without knocking. His expression was slightly unhappy, but he still stood up politely. Tang Meng thought in his heart that it was fine as long as you are Lu Jian. He quickly walked to the front of Lu Jian's office desk and placed the IOU in his hand in front of Lu Jian. "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that I am here to collect the debt. Take a look for yourself." Lu Jian picked up the IOU that Tang Meng placed on the table and suddenly laughed. "Oh, so it is this matter. I have some understanding of this matter. I am sorry, our company will not admit this debt." Tang Meng's expression changed instantly. He turned his head to look at Tai Xiaohu who had followed him in. "The rest is up to you." Tai Xiaohu walked in front of Lu Jian in 2 steps. He gave him a disdainful smile. "Manager Lu, let me give you a piece of advice. You better not act tough today. You can't afford to." Lu Jian looked at Tai Xiaohu's ferocious attitude and was afraid. However, it was his duty and he had to try his best to deal with it. "You are Tai Xiaohu, right? When I was doing the handover with General Manager Huang, he told me about this matter from start to finish. I am sorry. It is not that I do not want to admit it. It is the headquarters in Beijing that will not admit to this debt." Not only did they not admit to this debt, the headquarters in Beijing had already announced that they would take back the money that the 3 of them had stolen from Qingyun Productions through a lawsuit. Tang Meng was enraged when he heard this. It was so easy on Tai Xiaohu's side. Why was it so troublesome when it came to him? Wasn't this clearly making things difficult for him? Tai Xiaohu was also extremely unhappy. He said in a low voice, "So you are saying that there is no room for negotiation?" After saying that, he immediately clenched his fists. The joints in his body made a series of cracking sounds. Lu Jian felt a chill in his heart. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I am just a worker. I am only following orders. Huang Feiyang is no longer an employee of Qingyun Productions. I have just taken over this company. It is useless even if you kill me." Tang Meng raised his hand and grabbed the IOU on the table. He waved it in front of Lu Jian and said, "Manager Lu, please look carefully. This IOU has nothing to do with Huang Feiyang. This IOU is written in the name of Qingyun Productions." Lu Jian spread his hands and said, "I have seen this clearly just now. However, our company really cannot admit to this debt. If you really want the money, you can settle it through legal channels." Tang Meng was about to speak when Tai Xiaohu stopped him. He said coldly, "It is useless to talk to him. Just smash the company." Tang Meng panicked when he heard this. He thought to himself, if you were to smash it, wouldn't I be the one to clean up in the future? Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he heard Ling Yun's voice in his ear. "Don't panic. As long as Qingyun Productions is here, there is no need for us to panic. It seems like Qingyun Productions' Beijing headquarters has made their move. Let's play with them." Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu had been standing outside the general manager's office. Naturally, he heard the conversation inside clearly. He knew that there was no point in using force on this matter. "Let's leave first. You tell Lu Jian to wait for him to be brought to court." Finishing his sentence, Ling Yun swept his gaze across the entire Qingyun Productions. Smiling nonchalantly, he walked out with Ning Lingyu in his arms. Tang Meng could only nod his head. He said to Lu Jian, "All right, then you can wait for the court summons." "Let's go." Tang Meng said to Lu Jian and ignored him. He grabbed Tai Xiaohu's arm and brought him out of Lu Jian's office. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Damn it, I'm so angry. If I didn't know that this was going to be my company sooner or later, I would have smashed it up on the spot. Tang Meng said angrily as he dragged Tai Xiaohu out of Qingyun Productions, glaring and pursing his lips. Tai Xiaohu's face was gloomy as well. He didn't say a word. Huang Feiyang had hidden. No matter how angry he was, it was useless if he couldn't catch Huang Feiyang. Therefore, he was even more depressed than Tang Meng. Ling Yun chuckled and said, "You two should be happy. Why are you angry? Qingyun Productions is still operating normally. This is the best news for us, isn't it? Think about it. If we came and found out that Qingyun Productions had already closed down and there was no one here, who would we ask for money from? What's the point of taking in a rented office? We made such a big commotion yesterday. Huang Feiyang would definitely hide. It would be strange if he didn't." Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were relieved. Tang Meng rubbed his bald head and said in frustration, "Big brother Yun, what should we do next?" Ling Yan put his arm around Ning Lingyu's shoulders and smiled. He said leisurely, "As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. We are the biggest snake in Qingshui City now. Do you think we can't deal with a small Qingyun Productions?" Qingyun Productions was selling dog meat under sheep's skin. They were forced into prostitution and were devoid of conscience. Ling Yun didn't need to be polite to them. It would be the same no matter who was the general manager. Of course, Ling Yan's goal was to take over this company while it was still operating normally. He wanted to change it and make it profitable for himself. He didn't want to destroy it. These people are just workers. We don't have to make things difficult for them. There's no point in doing so. Let's wait and see. Let's go. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu entered the elevator. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu didn't follow. They were waiting for another elevator. When the elevator reached the first floor, the doors opened slowly. Ling Yun was about to step out of the elevator when he saw the two women standing outside. He was stunned. Both women were very young and beautiful. Their figures were hot and sexy, and their skin was dazzlingly white. Their clothes were even more revealing. Their eyebrows and eyes were painted, and they had light but heavy makeup on. They were dressed coquettishly, and they exuded a coquettish aura from their bones. Ling Yan recognized them. They were Lu Yan and Zhaoying from the night they went to SOS Dance Club to dance together. Lu Yan was slightly shorter, about 1.65 meters. She wore a rose-red miniskirt with a low cut. Half of her 36 breasts were exposed to the air. Her cleavage was very deep. The miniskirt couldn't even cover her round and perky buttocks. Ling Yun didn't know if she was wearing any underwear today. Zhaoying was about 1.69 meters tall. Zhaoying was about 1.69 meters tall with a slim figure. She wore a black sleeveless dress that covered her buttocks. Her upper body was similarly low-cut. Her breasts were a size smaller than Lu Yan's by a glance, but they were at least 34D. The main thing was that this woman's waist was as slender as a willow. The dress that covered her buttocks seemed to be tightly wrapped around her body, exuding a seductive heat. Her two snow-white slender legs were clad in transparent stockings. Just one look at her would make one drool and let one's imagination run wild. Lu Yan and Zhaoying received news from the company that Qingyun Productions had a new general manager. They were here today to meet with the newly appointed deputy general manager, Lu Jian. The two sluts had their arms around each other's shoulders as they waited for the elevator. They were discussing how to eat Lu Jian up in the office. Who knew that when the elevator doors opened, they would see Ling Yun, who had just come down from the 19th floor. Their eyes lit up. The two sluts didn't even look at Ning Lingyu, who was beside Ling Yun. Their eyes were fixed on Ling Yun in the elevator. They were like two starving female wolves that had spotted their prey. Ning Lingyu's heart was filled with disgust as she looked at the two sluts' attire. Seeing that they were staring at Ling Yun openly, she furrowed her beautiful brows and hugged Ling Yun's arm as they walked out of the elevator. Who knew that Lu Yan and Zhaoying would take a step forward at the same time? The two of them stood side by side, blocking the elevator door. "Yo, little handsome boy, it's you. Where are you going?" Lu Yan's eyes were hazy as she stared at Ling Yun's face. She gently opened her fiery red lips and used the tip of her tongue to lick her upper lip. Twisting her waist, she tried her best to push out her chest. Her chest rose and fell abruptly. Seduction, it was an arrogant seduction. Zhaoying, on the other hand, sucked in her stomach and puffed out her chest. She smiled charmingly at Ling Yun and said, "Handsome, since we've met so coincidentally, are you interested in a cup of coffee?" My treat. These two women were really too unrestrained. When they saw Ling Yun, it was as if they had discovered a new continent. Of course, they wouldn't let him go. They blatantly seduced him. Seeing this, Ning Lingyu's beautiful brows furrowed. She wanted to pull Ling Yun out of the elevator immediately to get rid of these two women. However, these two women blocked the elevator door. They wouldn't go in or out. If Ling Yun took a step forward, he would definitely bump into them. Ling Yun lightly patted Ning Lingyu's shoulder. His gaze moved from the two women's snow-white chests to their faces. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled up. Revealing a charming smile, he said, "Sure, but I'm not free right now. What should I do?" When the two of them saw the deep dimple on Ling Yun's left cheek, they became even more envious. If not for Ning Lingyu's presence, they would have rushed into the elevator, closed the door, and devoured Ling Yun in the elevator. Lu Yen giggled coquettishly and continued to say, "What are you so busy with? Handsome, we're treating you to a cup of coffee. It's not like you're paying for it. As long as you're willing, you can drink for as long as you want. You can drink however you want." Lu Yan's words were extremely explicit. The only thing she didn't say was that as long as Ling Yun was willing, he could do whatever he wanted. Zhaoying was even more direct. She took a step forward and extended her snow-white slender arm. Placing her hand on Ling Yun's shoulder, she gently caressed it before saying, "Handsome, it's fine if you're not free right now. However, you have to at least tell us your name and phone number, right?" Ning Lingyu had never seen such a shameless woman before. Seeing that these two sluts were blatantly trying to seduce her brother, she immediately turned hostile and shouted, "Get out of the way, my brother and I are going out now." Lu Yan finally glanced at Ning Lingyu. She was shocked by Ning Lingyu's heavenly beauty and dreamy temperament. Feeling ashamed of her own inferiority, she couldn't help but feel jealous. "Oh, so this is your sister. We thought she was your girlfriend. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Handsome, do you think the two of us can be your girlfriend? No matter who you like, we can leave with you right now. What do you think?" Ning Lingyu was truly enraged. She had never scolded anyone since she was young. Now, she was so angry that she yelled, "How can you be so despicable? Get out of the way." As she spoke, Ning Lingyu raised her hand to push Zhaoying, who was blocking her way. She wanted to rush out in front of her. Ling Yun didn't want his sister to dirty her hands. He raised his hand and blocked Ning Lingyu's arm. Smiling, he said to the two sluts, "My sister is angry. Get out of the way. I still have things to do now. We can talk about other things later." With that, Ling Yun used telepathy to give the two sluts his phone number at the same time. Then, he walked out with Ning Lingyu. Of course, Ling Yun knew that these two women were very slutty. At the same time, he also knew that their bodies weren't clean. However, he wanted to take over Qingyun Productions. He felt that these two women would be of great use. After Lu Yan and Zhaoying successfully got Ling Yun's phone number, they didn't block the entrance anymore. Instead, they stepped aside to let Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu walk out of the elevator. The two women knew that Ling Yun was the one who kicked more than 10 people from Qingyun Productions until they became eunuchs. Knowing how powerful he was, they didn't dare to really provoke him. After watching Ling Yun walk out of the luxurious office building, Lu Yan and Zhaoying entered the elevator. The two of them couldn't suppress their excitement. When their eyes met, they couldn't help but burst into laughter at the same time. The elevator went up. "Lu Yan, did you remember his phone number?" "I was so focused on looking at him that I didn't remember his phone number at all." After the two of them laughed, Zhaoying suddenly regained her senses and anxiously stamped her feet. "Lu." Yan giggled, "I knew that you must have been smitten by him. You didn't even hear such a simple phone number." "Don't worry, his phone number is very easy to remember. It's 2099999, simple, right?" Hearing this, Zhaoying hurriedly took out her phone and memorized Ling Yun's phone number. Only then did she excitedly say, "To be able to get such a good phone number, his background must be extraordinary. I heard Huang Feiyang mention it once. I think his name is Ling Yun, right?" Lu Yan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Nodding her head, she said, "It's not seems, his name is Ling Yun. I heard that he's still a high school student." Zhaoying listened with a face full of joy. "Can't you tell?" This little handsome guy is still a little chick. However, I think he won't be easy to catch. He won't take the bait so easily. Lu Yan flipped her long hair seductively and said proudly, I also think he's a little chick. Don't worry, just because it won't be easy for him to take the bait doesn't mean that he won't take the bait. I don't believe that with our charm and our initiative, we won't be able to seduce him. I think he's already been charmed by us. Otherwise, why would he give us his phone number just now? Jiaoying flirtatiously glanced at Lu Yan's trembling breasts. She giggled and said, Did you notice? He's much thinner than last time. He looks like he's only 80 kilograms. He's strong and handsome, even more handsome than those movie stars. I really want to eat him up on the spot. There was no one else in the elevator. Lu Yan boldly lifted up her rose-red miniskirt. Sure enough, the inside was clean and smooth. She smiled proudly and said, If anyone wants to eat, it'll be me. It's very convenient. Even though both of them were women, Jiaoying saw Lu Yan's bold actions and couldn't help but gasp for breath. She lightly spat, You're really not wearing it again. You might as well die. Lu Yan pursed her tender red lips and sneered, Isn't this to seduce that manager Lu? He's just been promoted. If I don't give him some benefits, how can he be obedient in the future? Then are we still going to play with that manager Lu today? Play my ****. Let's start conserving our energy today. When the time comes, we'll properly torment that little handsome guy. Outside the luxurious office building, in the parking lot, next to the Land Rover. Ning Lingyu's pretty face was ugly. She had never seen such a shameless woman before. She raised her head slightly and stared at Ling Yan's handsome and charming face. Suddenly, she thought about how great it would be if her brother did not lose weight and was still the fat man that he used to be. If that was the case, there wouldn't be so many beauties falling for her brother and there wouldn't be anyone trying to snatch him away from her. Now, Ling Yun was 183 meters tall and weighed more than 80 kilograms. He was already slightly thinner than Tang Meng. His body was well built and slender. He had a pair of sword-like eyebrows, a nose bridge that was as straight as a knife and as sharp as a knife. Ling Yan's eyes, in particular, were vast and deep. His eyes naturally carried a sense of calmness and leisure. Occasionally, there would be a hint of coldness and sternness. Sometimes, it would be as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Women would be intoxicated with just one look at him. Unknowingly, they would be unable to extricate themselves and be deeply attracted to him. The most intoxicating thing for women was the intoxicating dimple on Ling Yan's left cheek. Every time he spoke or smiled, that dimple would appear clearly and gently tremble. It made people want to press on it with their hands, kiss it, or even nibble on it. That was not all. Ling Yan's body was always emitting a very pleasant smell. It was enough to make any woman want to get close to him and leave him. In addition to that, Ling Yan's current performance was heaven-defying. That kind of domineering and arrogant manly aura was vividly displayed. That kind of calmness in his speech and actions, coupled with the slightly evil and confident smile on his face after he easily won. Which woman could resist such a Ling Yun? Ning Lingyu stared at Ling Yun in a daze. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that her brother, who grew up with her since he was 12 years old, would become like this in a short span of 20 days. Suddenly, Ning Lingyu stretched out her arms and hugged Ling Yun's arm in a panic. She hugged him so tightly that it seemed as if she did not want to let go. Those two women are really unbearable. Ling Yun was still thinking about how to use these two women to get Qingyun Productions when he suddenly realized that Lingyu was hugging his arm tightly. Lingyu, what's wrong? He asked in bewilderment. Big brother, do you like those two girls just now? Ning Lingyu asked Ling Yun anxiously. Lingyu, what are you thinking about? How is that possible? Ling Yun chuckled as he gently brushed aside Lingyu's hair that was messed up by the wind. At this time, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu had already come out. Big brother Yun, I just received a call saying that your driver's license is ready. Should I go and get it for you now? Tang Meng asked. Ling Yun said, Oh? So fast? Is there a need to ask? Hurry up and go get it. The keys to both villas were with Tai Xiaohu now. Ling Yun asked him to find a place to get a few more sets of keys. Then, they boarded the Land Rover and went to get their driver's licenses. Ling Yan had already learned how to drive and had personally experienced the feeling of racing. Now that he had a driver's license, it would be much more convenient for him to go anywhere by himself. It was already past 10 in the morning when he got his driver's license. Ling Yan asked Tang Meng to go to the ordinary people's clinic to see if Yao Rou needed any help. If there was nothing else, they could go to the clothing store in Xianxia. At this time, Tai Xiaohu had already sent over the keys to the two villas. Ling Yan gave each of them a key to mansion number 1 and stored the rest of the keys in his spatial ring. Then, he personally drove away with Ning Lingyu. "Big brother, where are we going now?" Ning Lingyu sat in the front passenger seat. Now that it was only the two of them, she suddenly felt a little flustered. She now understood how busy Ling Yun was. She knew that her big brother indeed had a lot of things to do every day. She also began to understand why Ling Yun skipped school all day in the past. "Ling Yu, big brother has something to tell you." Ling Yun didn't drive very fast. He turned his head and said to Ning Lingyu, "Our auntie is here." "Ah. Auntie? Auntie?" Ning Lingyu was stunned. She had never heard her mother mention this before. The three of them had lived like this for 18 years. Ning Lingyu had always thought that her mother didn't have any relatives because Qin Qiuyue had never mentioned it to her. There had never been any relatives at home. Now that Ling Yun suddenly mentioned their auntie, it would be strange if she wasn't shocked. Seeing Ning Lingyu's shocked expression, Ling Yun stopped the Land Rover under the shade of a tree by the roadside. He stared at Ning Lingyu and said seriously, "Yes, auntie, our mother's biological sister. Her name is Qin Dongxue." Ning Lingyu still couldn't believe it. She murmured, but mother has never mentioned this to us before." Ling Yan stretched out his right arm and patted Ning Lingyu's back gently. He comforted her. "Auntie is at mansion number 9 now. Let's go pick her up and have lunch with her. Then, we'll go shopping in the afternoon." Qin Qiuyue and Qin Dongxue were both Xiantian realm masters. Ling Yun didn't want to tell Ning Lingyu about this yet. As for Qin Qiuyue going to the Heavenly Sword sect, Ling Yun didn't know if he should tell Ning Lingyu. This was because Ning Lingyu's biological father was involved. Even Qin Dongxue was vague about it. Ling Yan was prepared to let Qin Dongxue decide. "Don't worry, auntie is very easy to talk to. She's not much older than us, so we can definitely be friends." Ling Yan comforted Ning Lingyu again. He restarted the Land Rover and went straight to mansion number 9 at Qingshui Wharf. Qingshui High. In Qingshui High, who was the most popular, the most outstanding, the most heaven-defying, and the hottest person? Ling Yun. Yes, it was Ling Yun without a doubt. In this day and age where the internet, Weibo, WeChat, and cell phone communication were all extremely smooth, the news of Ling Yun demolishing the demolition office on Linjiang Road, demolishing 2 mansions, and even trampling on the head of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, had already spread like wildfire. The whole of Qingshui High, be it Year 1, Year 2, or Year 3 students, had gone crazy. They would discuss or ask about Ling Yun whenever they had the time. Ling Yun had become the most dazzling star in the history of Qingshui High. Moreover, the girls in Year 1 and Year 2 had automatically formed Ling Yun's fan club. They called themselves Ling Yun superfans and wouldn't allow anyone to slander or insult Ling Yun. They were just short of tying a piece of red cloth on their heads and writing "Ling Yun, I love you" on it. Now, almost every student who met him would ask, "Is Ling Yun here for class?" Was there any new news about Ling Yun? The 2 words Ling Yun had far surpassed hello, thank you, sorry, have you eaten, and other commonly used words on a daily basis. It had reached the top of the list. Every break, the corridor in front of grade 12 class 6 would become the most crowded place in the school. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as rubbing shoulders with one another. The only reason they came here was to see if Ling Yun had come to school or to find out about Ling Yun from his classmates. This time, Ling Yun was really angry, and it was a complete mess. Of course, this situation was only limited to Qingshui High. Students from other schools were also secretly spreading the news. This was because Ling Yun's name had been mysteriously blocked from the internet. As long as it was related to Ling Yun, whether it was a post on a forum or Weibo, it would be forcefully deleted without leaving a trace. This was naturally because Ling Yun's performance yesterday was too heaven-defying and shocking. Regardless of whether it was positive or negative, the officials would not allow it to appear. Grade 12 Class 6, the last class in the morning. Zhang Ling absent-mindedly listened to the history teacher, Wu Gaolong's lecture. She would turn her head every minute to look at Ling Yan's seat at the back of the classroom. Zhang Ling had never dressed up like this before. She was prepared to make her beloved boy's eyes light up. Unfortunately, Ling Yan did not come to school today. Xianxia was still uncontactable. However, her seat was occupied by another girl. Zhang Ling had seen this youthful and hot girl yesterday. She remembered that her name was Long Wu, the beloved daughter of Green Dragon's boss. She chased Ling Yan all the way here and took Xianxia's seat. Zhang Ling's heart was filled with mixed feelings, but there was nothing she could do. She was the daughter of Green Dragon's boss. Very few people in Qingshui High could afford to offend her. Hey, don't look back. The teacher has noticed you. Miao Xiaomiao, who was sitting next to Zhang Ling, nudged her gently to remind her to be careful of Wu Gaolang. Zhang Ling quickly turned around and sat up straight. She saw that Wu Gaolang was indeed looking at her, and he seemed slightly displeased. Zhang Ling nodded at Wu Gaolang embarrassedly. When Wu Gaolang looked away, she whispered to Miao Xiaomiao, "You scared me, should I give Ling Yan a call after class?" Zhang Ling thought to herself for some reason. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Zhuang Meina from grade 12 class 1 was also sitting in the classroom, as if her soul had left her body. Even though Zhuang Meina's body was in the classroom, her heart had already flown to Ling Yan's place after returning to school for the day. Previously, Ling Yan had displayed his prowess and killed decisively in front of her. Those memories had all been erased by Ling Yan, but the scene from the previous night was still fresh in her mind. She was shocked and mesmerized by it. Zhuang Meina had never missed someone so much. She had never been so infatuated with someone. She felt her blood boiling. Compared to Ling Yan, Xie Zhenyan was not even worth mentioning. Zhuang Meina suddenly realized how ridiculous and weak her love for Xie Zhenyan had been when compared to the burning passion she had for him. She wanted to see Ling Yan like crazy. No matter how Ling Yan treated her, she just wanted to see Ling Yan. If Ling Yan was willing, she was even willing to kneel in front of him and serve him. She would allow him to whip and scold her as long as he didn't leave without saying a word like last night. That's right, that was what Zhuang Meina was thinking and doing. For the next 3 classes, Zhuang Meina had been waiting in the corridor outside of Ling Yan's classroom with the exception of going to the toilet. She had been waiting for Ling Yan to appear and asking for his phone number from his classmates. She had even forgotten that the one Ling Yan truly loved was her sister Zhuang Meifeng, not her. She didn't even consider that she would be Ling Yan's sister-in-law if Ling Yan got together with Zhuang Meifeng. A sister-in-law falling in love with a brother-in-law. Ling Yan, I must have you, no matter the cost. Zhuang Meina stared at the blackboard with a hint of madness in her eyes. She suddenly felt a burning sensation in her body that was even hotter than the heat waves in the classroom. Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9. Qin Dongxue sat on the bed in a loose and comfortable spaghetti strap pajamas. She tried to meditate several times, but she couldn't. I'm so angry. Why is it always that brat Ling Yan in front of me? I'll beat you to death. Qin Dongxue grabbed the pillow on the bed and smashed it into the air. She pouted her red lips in anger. Suddenly, she heard her stomach grumbling. She was hungry. As long as one wasn't in the Anidia stage, even the most powerful experts needed to eat. Qin Dongxue was still far from the Anidia stage. It was true that she was a genius in cultivation, but Qin Dongxue didn't know how to cook. Whether it was in the Qin family or in the sect, she lived a life of luxury. I don't know that brat's phone number. Where is he going to eat? A worried look appeared on Qin Dongshue's beautiful face. She sat there, deep in thought. She didn't even notice that the shoulder strap of her pajamas had slipped and half of her snow-white breast was exposed to the air. Suddenly, she heard the roar of an engine approaching from afar. Judging from this sound, it was coming towards Villa No. 9. Is that brat back? Qin Dongxue was overjoyed and flew down from the bed. She ran out of the bedroom only to realize that half of her snow-white breasts were exposed, and there was a faint red dot on it. Qin Dongshue's face was burning red. She spat softly and returned to the bedroom to change her clothes. Ling Yan parked the Land Rover outside the courtyard and got out of the car. He opened the door and shouted, "Auntie, Ling Yu and I are back." Actually, Ling Yun knew that with Qin Dongshua's skills, it didn't matter if he greeted her or not. He got into the Land Rover and drove into the villa. "Is Auntie pretty?" Ning Lingyu had already accepted the fact that she had an auntie. She couldn't help but ask Ling Yun at the thought of seeing her soon. Ling Yun smiled mischievously and turned to Ning Lingyu. "See for yourself later." After parking the Land Rover, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu got out of the car just in time to see Qin Dongxue walking out of the villa. Naturally, Ning Lingyu and Qin Dongshua's gazes landed on each other, and they were both stunned. God, Lingyu is really this beautiful? She's much prettier than in the photos. Wow, Auntie and Mom look so alike? Qin Dongxue was stunned for a moment, but she quickly recovered and giggled happily. She didn't even bother to hide her martial arts as she floated towards Ning Lingyu. "Lingyu, you're so beautiful. I love you so much." Qin Dongxue stretched out her arms and hugged Ning Lingyu. She couldn't bear to let go for a long time. "Auntie, you're so beautiful too." Ning Lingyu's eyes were a little dazed when she saw Qin Dongshue's Qinggong, but she immediately hugged Qin Dongxue tightly. The two stunning beauties hugged each other and felt the kinship of their blood. "It's hot outside, come in and let Auntie take a good look." Qin Dongxue let go of Ning Lingyu and held her hand as they walked into the villa. At the same time, she sent a telepathic message to Ling Yun. "Brat, you did well. Keep up the good work." Qin Dongxue finally didn't have to worry about starving. These eyebrows, these eyes, this delicate little face. Qin Dongxue pulled Ning Lingyu to sit on the sofa. She couldn't get enough of staring at Ning Lingyu and couldn't stop praising her. Qin Dongxue had seen the photos of Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu from Qin Qiuyue, so she naturally knew what they looked like. However, seeing Ning Lingyu in person today, she felt that she was 1,000 times more beautiful than in the photos. No matter what, there was a fact that couldn't be ignored, and that was that kinship with blood was different from kinship that wasn't related by blood. Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu were brought up by Qin Qiuyue. It was also Qin Dongshue's first time meeting them, but there was still some difference in the feeling. This wasn't a difference in emotional intimacy, but a difference in blood. That couldn't be changed. After Ning Lingyu and Qin Dongxue chatted warmly for a while, Ning Lingyu asked softly, "Auntie, why haven't you come to see us for so long?" Qin Dongxue looked so much like her mother, so there was no doubt that she was her biological aunt. Ning Lingyu was smart, so it was impossible for her not to have any thoughts about her mother's sudden departure and her aunt's arrival. Auntie has been cultivating in seclusion all these years, so I haven't had the time to come out." Qin Dongxue didn't expect Ning Lingyu to ask these questions so soon. She was slightly stunned and found a suitable reason. "Cultivating in seclusion? Is it martial arts?" Ning Lingyu could accept it immediately now that she knew that Ling Yun was a cultivator. Qin Dongxue held Ning Lingyu's delicate hand and smiled sweetly. "Yes, martial arts. If that brat Ling Yun dares to bully you, Auntie will help you take care of him." She even rolled her eyes at Ling Yun after saying that. "Auntie, then, do you know where Mother went?" Ning Lingyu's thoughts were meticulous and she immediately asked her second question. Qin Qiuyue had already thought of a solution for Ning Lingyu's questions. She smiled faintly. "Lingyu, Auntie does know about your mother's situation, but it's a long story. Why don't you sleep in the same room with Auntie tonight? I'll tell you slowly, okay?" Ning Lingyu was extremely obedient. She smiled sweetly and nodded lightly, not asking any more questions. Finally, it was Qin Dongshue's turn to ask questions. She raised her head and glared at Ling Yun. "Did the two of you not go to school today?" Ling Yun chuckled. "Yeah, geniuses like me and my sister can get into the best universities in Huaxia even if we don't go to school. Going to school is purely a waste of time and life. I don't want Auntie to stay at home alone, so I brought Lingyu back to see you." Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu couldn't help but laugh at the same time. The two beauties were simply too beautiful. Ling Yan's heart swayed as he watched. He thought to himself that these two beauties sitting together were simply a pair of fairy sisters. After laughing for a while, Qin Dongxue suddenly looked at Ling Yun coquettishly. "At least you have a conscience." Alright, you pass. Anyway, as long as the two of you have the confidence to get into university, everything else doesn't matter. Ling Yun was overjoyed. He took advantage of the situation and said, Auntie, you haven't had breakfast, right? Do you want to go out for lunch? Let's go shopping after breakfast, how about that? Qin Dongxue was starving. When she heard about eating and shopping, she immediately stood up from the sofa and said, Is there a need to ask? Pass. Auntie, these are the keys to our 2 mansions. Ling Yan took out the keys from his spatial ring and handed them to Qin Dongxue. Auntie, these are the keys to our 2 mansions. On the way back to mansion number 9, Ling Yan had already passed the 2 sets of keys to Ning Lingyu. This way, they wouldn't be able to enter the house in the future. Qin Dongxue weighed the 2 sets of keys in her hand and praised Ling Yan coquettishly, Rascal, you're really good at making money. You actually managed to get 2 mansions in such a short period of time. It's just that the decorations and furnishings in these mansions are a little inferior. Ling Yan scratched his head helplessly. Alright, Auntie, don't ask for too much in such a short period of time. Auntie, do you know how to drive? There's a Maserati in our garage. If you know how to drive. Qin Dongxue waved her hand to stop Ling Yan. She frowned and said, No, I've never learned, Ling Yan thought to himself. It seemed like Auntie wasn't much better than him in other aspects besides martial arts. He chuckled, closed the door, and drove out of the mansion. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu got in the car, and Ling Yan closed the door. He lifted his leg and kicked the boulder back to its original position, allowing the 1000 opportunities 9-layer killing formation to operate again. Let's go for a feast. Ling Yan drove the Land Rover towards Qingshui City with Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu in it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Qingshui City, outside Ling Yan's rented apartment. An ordinary taxi slowly came to a stop. The door opened, and a woman walked out. This was a woman with an extremely hot figure. Her face was even more beautiful and elegant. Her dazzling snow-white skin was even more beautiful than the white dress she was wearing, and it shone with a sparkling luster under the sunlight. Her breasts were too high and too big. They were stretched tight, giving off the feeling that the thin dress would burst at any time. It made people worry that the dress would burst, but at the same time, they were looking forward to it bursting as soon as possible. Her waist was too thin. If one were to seriously compare it, it seemed that it was not even as big as the diameter of her chest. This made people worry that such a thin and slender waist could not support her proud upper circumference. Would it be broken when she walked? Not only did she have a big chest and a thin waist, but her pair of delicate buttocks were even more perky and round. Originally, the white dress that she wore was used to tighten the waist and show off the legs, but when she wore it, it formed an overly prominent S shape, needless to say, a pair of snow-white beautiful legs. When the breeze blew, the corner of her skirt fluttered, and the dress tightly stuck to her legs. Her 2 straight and slender beautiful legs, and even the mysterious triangle area, were undoubtedly highlighted. It was simply beautiful beyond belief. This was the police goddess, Lin Menghan. After leaving Qingshui City for 10 days, Lin Menghan had returned. She did not bring any luggage. She only had an ordinary handbag and wore an ordinary white dress. She got out of the taxi and stood quietly outside the door of the rented apartment. She seemed to have a lot on her mind. The taxi driver stared blankly at Lin Menghan's sexy figure. He really couldn't bear to start the engine. If it wasn't for the passengers urging him to drive, he would rather stay here and admire the beauty. What the hell, how can there be such a beautiful woman? That face, that figure, TSK, there probably won't be 1 in a million beauties like her, right? The taxi driver sighed regretfully and drove away reluctantly. Lin Menghan finally started walking. She walked towards the door of the rented apartment. Then, she turned her slim waist and stopped. She had begun her long wait. Bad guy, how good would it be if I didn't meet you? 2 streams of tears flowed down Lin Menghan's beautiful face like pearls from a broken necklace. Ling Yan gave Tang Meng a call the moment he drove back to the city. Hey, where's the best restaurant in Qingshui City? Quick, tell me. There were more than 2 million yuan in his spatial ring. He couldn't afford to be sloppy today since it was a welcoming party for Qin Dongxue. Tang Mei replied without hesitation, the Shangri-La Hotel is the right place to eat. Big brother Yun, are you going to have a feast? Can I also go for a free meal? Ling Yun hung up the phone decisively. It was not that he was not loyal, but he really could not bring anyone else today. However, after he hung up the phone, he realized that he didn't know where the Shangri-La Hotel was. Hence, he asked Ming Lingyu, where is the Shangri-La Hotel? Ming Lingyu giggled, really, how could you not know this? It's on Qingxi Road, opposite the Jiangnan provincial government. Ling Yun was even more dumbfounded. He knew where Qingxi Road was, but he really didn't know where the Jiangnan provincial government was. Ling Yun felt that it was necessary for him to study the map of Qingshui City so that he wouldn't be at a loss when he encountered similar situations in the future. Alright, there was no other way. He could only drive straight to Qingxi Road and slowly search for it from east to west. The Shangri-La Hotel was one of the landmarks of Qingshui City. The people who came here were either rich or powerful. Most of their meals were paid for with public funds. Under Ning Lingyu's guidance, it did not take much effort for Ling Yun to arrive at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel. After parking the car, Ling Yun brought Qin Dongxue and Ming Lingyu directly into the hotel. He asked for the best private room and started ordering. Ling Yun was already extremely handsome, and Qin Dongxue and Ming Lingyu were both beautiful fairies. No matter where they went, they would always be the center of attention. The waitresses in the private room couldn't help but steal glances at them while serving them. Of course, the main point was to steal glances at Ling Yun. Beauty was a feast for the eyes, but so was a man. In the eyes of ordinary women, Ling Yun was definitely tall, rich, and handsome. He drove a luxurious car and was accompanied by a stunning beauty. He was the envy of others. Ling Yun ignored Ning Lingyu's attempts to stop him. He ordered everything that was delicious and expensive. He didn't care about spending money at all. In the end, even Qin Dongxue couldn't stand it anymore. She frowned and glared at Ling Yun. Alright, you ordered so much. Can you even finish it? Ling Yun chuckled and threw the menu on the table. Since Auntie has spoken, we'll order this much. Auntie, what wine would you like to drink? Ming Lingyu hurriedly stopped him. Big brother, you can't drink while driving. You'll be detained if they find out, Ling Yun laughed. Lingyu, do you think Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau Chief, Luo Zhong, or Tang Ming's father, Uncle Tang, would dare to detain me? Really? Auntie, look at him. Ming Lingyu couldn't win against Ling Yun. She turned to Qin Dongxue for help. Unexpectedly, Qin Dongxue supported Ling Yun. She giggled. It's alright, Auntie is happy today. It's okay to drink less. Ling Yun, order a bottle of white wine. Qin Dongxue might not know how to cook or drive, but she knew how to drink. She loved to drink and had a high tolerance for alcohol. Ling Yun chose the best hotel in Qingshui City to receive him. Qin Dongxue didn't stop him. She was prepared to drink. The food and wine were served quickly. Qin Dongxue got Ling Yun to pour some white wine for Ning Lingyu. The three of them began to enjoy the delicious meal. Qin Dongxue's cultivation was profound. The more she drank, the happier she was. Ling Yun was known as the god of liquor in the cultivation world. He wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Ling Yun couldn't drink beer, but he wouldn't reject white wine. Under Ning Lingyu's dumbfounded gaze, the two of them finished the precious bottle of Mao Tai in no time. 2 more bottles. Without waiting for Ling Yun to speak, Qin Dongxue called the waiter to bring 2 more bottles of white wine. Ning Lingyu, who was watching from the side, was terrified. She tried to dissuade them. Auntie, both of you have drunk half a liter of wine. Stop drinking. If you want to drink, let's go home and drink, okay? Lingyu, don't worry. Auntie will be fine, and your brother will be fine too. Qin Dongshua's face was flushed red after she drank half a liter of white wine. Her red lips were alluring, and her eyes were hazy from the alcohol. She giggled. Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue drank a total of 1.5 liters of white wine from noon to 2:30 p.m. They wanted to compete and didn't use their cultivation to force the alcohol out of their bodies. Both of them were a little tipsy after finishing 3 bottles. Rascal, I didn't expect you to be able to drink so much. Qin Dongxue stared at Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't expect Qin Dongxue to be able to drink so much. He didn't dare to let Qin Dongxue get drunk. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything else in the afternoon. He didn't order any more wine and asked the waiter to bring the main course. After the three of them finished their meal, they went to the counter to settle the bill. Ling Yan asked for the bill and threw out 2 bundles of 100 yuan bills. He smiled and left with the 2 beauties. So handsome, so rich. The waiter murmured as he watched Ling Yan's back view. Such beautiful girls, and there are 2 of them at once. What luck. The hotel doorman was filled with envy and jealousy as he watched Ling Yan and the 2 beauties get into the car. The doorman's voice was very low, but he didn't expect his words to be heard by Ling Yan and Qin Dongxue. Both of them were slightly drunk, and their hearts trembled at the same time. Qin Dongshue's body trembled slightly, and her blushing face turned even redder. She didn't make things difficult for the doorman. She turned her slim waist and got into the Land Rover. Auntie, since you're staying here for a long time, we should buy some things that you use often. Auntie doesn't care about that, you can do as you see fit. Qin Dongxue giggled. Ling Yan brought Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu to Qingshui City's commercial street for the entire afternoon. They bought everything they saw, including food, drinks, and clothes. They only ended when there were only a few bundles of cash left in his spatial ring and the Land Rover couldn't fit any more. Of course, they bought clothes that cost more than 10,000 yuan. As long as Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu liked it and wore it, Ling Yan would immediately pay for it. He didn't feel the pinch at all. Money was nothing in Qin Dongshue's eyes. She had no concept of money, and Ling Yan was willing to spend it. This affected Ning Lingyu as well. She tried to dissuade Ling Yan at first, but after buying a few pieces of clothing, she immediately enjoyed it and became even more intense. Fun didn't lie in the price of the clothes, but in who bought them. Ling Yan bought them. Every time Ning Lingyu changed into a beautiful outfit and stood in front of Ling Yan, his eyes would light up and he would clap his hands in praise. Ning Lingyu loved this feeling very much. Qin Dongxue didn't want Ning Lingyu to monopolize her beauty either. After competing with Ling Yan in terms of alcohol capacity, she started competing with Ning Lingyu in terms of beauty. The 2 of them were like butterflies flying through branded clothing stores. They tried on fashionable, sexy, and beautiful clothes one after another. After admiring Ling Yan's shocked and admiring gaze, they watched Ling Yan carry all kinds of clothes to pay for them. They were never tired of it. Ling Yan spent a total of more than 2 million yuan on this trip today. Moreover, they were all in bright red 100 yuan bills. They were all cash. The feeling of spending a few bundles of cash was something that couldn't be experienced by swiping a card. At 7:30 p.m., Ling Yan and Qin Dongxue were still full of energy, but Ning Lingyu was exhausted. They couldn't fit all the things they bought, so Ling Yan suggested that they go for dinner. After dinner, it was already 9 p.m. Seeing that Ning Lingyu was almost done resting, Ling Yan announced that they would return to Qingshui Wharf Mansion No. 9. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. There were very few cars on the road after 9 at night. Ling Yan drove the Land Rover out of Qingshui City quickly and returned to the Qingshui Wharf Mansion in 20 minutes. Naturally, Ling Yan wouldn't let Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu do all the hard work. He unloaded all the things he bought and put them in the house. Then, he became an honest porter. Auntie, we haven't seen those 2 people since we separated last night. I want to go back and see them, Ling Yan asked Qin Dongxue softly after he was done with everything. Qin Dongxue pursed her red lips and looked at Ling Yan suspiciously. She didn't believe Ling Yan's words. Are you really just going to visit them? Qin Dongshue's lips curled into a mysterious smile as she asked plainly. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Cui Lao has an old injury and needs me to treat it. It's a crucial time now, so I have to go. Qin Dongxue glanced at Ning Lingyu and giggled. Alright, go ahead then. However, you have to come home tonight. Even though Ning Lingyu did not want Ling Yan to leave, Ling Yan had already accompanied her for the entire day. He had not done anything of his own, so she reminded him, Big brother, you must keep your phone switched on, don't let me not be able to find you." Ling Yun was sweating profusely. He nodded his head hurriedly and told her not to wait for him. Then, he ran out of the living room and drove off in his Land Rover. It was true that he wanted to see Cui Lao, but Ling Yan's main goal was to see Yao Rou. It had been 2 days since he treated Yao Rou's injury, so Ling Yan felt uneasy. Ling Yan took out his phone only after he left Xianxia Wharf Mansion District. There were a few messages and missed calls. "Big brother Ling Yan, why aren't you picking up my calls again? Reply as soon as you see my messages. Ling Yan, I miss you so much. Yao Rou. Ling Yan, why aren't you in class today? The form teacher will go to your house if you don't come to class. Why aren't you picking up your calls? Zhang Ling." There were also 2 messages from unknown numbers. With one look, Ling Yan knew that they were from Lu Yan and Zhao Ying. The contents of the messages were almost identical. "Handsome, what are you busy with? When are you free to come out for a cup of coffee? I miss you so much, you can call me anytime." It was obviously a blatant attempt at seduction. There was another message from Tang Meng. "Big brother Yun, the door of the clothing store has been fixed and the lock has been changed. The key is with me." Ling Yan replied to both of them. He knew that they were still studying at night, so he did not call them. Ling Yan called Yao Rou back and told her that he would be there soon. Yao Rou was delighted to hear that. As for Lu Yan and Zhao Ying, these 2B** cheese, Ling Yan couldn't even be bothered with them. He was too busy to deal with them. After dealing with these messages, Ling Yan drove straight to the Ordinary People's Clinic. When he got out of the car, he saw that the clinic was as bright as day. The sound of nails being hammered and the buzzing of electric saws could be heard incessantly. It was obvious that the renovation workers were working day and night. "Ah, it's already past 10 at night. Su Gong is really working hard." Ling Yan noticed that all the windows had been replaced. Because the renovation on the first floor had not been completed, it was covered with sawdust. Before Ling Yan could enter, Yao Rou had already come out to welcome him. She plunged into Ling Yan's embrace without hesitation, her eyes red. She missed Ling Yan so much. However, beneath Yao Rou's gentle appearance was a strong character. Even though she was the one who suffered the most last week, her eyes were red after seeing Ling Yan. She held back her tears. "Wait for me." Ling Yan hugged Yao Rou tightly for a while, patted her back gently and whispered into her ear. Then, Ling Yan entered the clinic and greeted worker Su. He raised his hand and handed worker Su 10,000 yuan. "Su Gong, it's such a hot day, yet everyone is working so hard. I won't say anything more. Here's 10,000 yuan, buy some drinks for the brothers." Su Gong waved his hands frantically and said sincerely, "Little brother Ling Yan, look, this is all out of our gratitude. We're willing to do this from the bottom of our hearts. It's nothing. Moreover, the money you gave us last time is enough for us to do anything. You really don't have to give us any more money." Ling Yan laughed and stuffed the money into Su Gong's hands. "I don't know what's going on with Yao Rou, so she's here today to keep an eye on things. I won't let her come in the future. I'll have to trouble you with the clinic." Seeing that he had no choice but to accept the money, Su Gong gratefully accepted it. Then, he whispered to Ling Yan, "Little brother, we country bumpkins don't know how to speak properly. Please don't blame us if we say something wrong." He pointed his chin at Yao Rou, who was standing outside the clinic, and said to Ling Yan, "We can see that this lady treats you very well. She's the best. Don't let her down." Ling Yan laughed and nodded. He patted Su Gong's shoulder lightly, then bade farewell to the 7 or 8 renovation workers around him before leaving the clinic. Ling Yan opened the car door and gently carried Yao Rou inside. At the same time, he whispered into her ear, "Carry the bride to the sedan chair." His words made Yao Rou smile through her tears. She glanced at him in a charming and gentle manner. Then, she blushed and lowered her head. "Rou, where are we going to consummate our marriage tonight?" Ling Yan asked, grinning. Yao Rou was already blushing. Now that she heard Ling Yan's question, her delicate body trembled violently. She only felt a surge of electricity coursing through her body. She lowered her head and played with the ends of her hair with her 2 delicate hands. She said gently, I stayed in the clinic for a whole day. I'm so dirty. She didn't reject him, not even for show. She really couldn't bear to reject Ling Yun. Being in Ling Yun's arms, being pampered, and enjoying the pleasures of a man and a woman was what she had been longing for all along. Ling Yun chuckled. Isn't it just a little dust? It'll be clean after a bath. I can give you a bath for free. Yao Rou blushed, but her heart was filled with boundless joy. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. It was practically inaudible. Ling Yun loved how Yao Rou was so obedient to him. He chuckled. How about this? I'll send you to the hotel to rest first. I still have something to do, but I'll be done soon. Then, I'll go to the hotel to consummate our marriage. Yao Rou originally wanted to hand her body over to Ling Yun after the second floor of the clinic was renovated. She didn't expect the clinic to be smashed right after it was renovated. That made her really angry. She didn't expect Ling Yun to suddenly propose to consummate their marriage. She was naturally surprised, happy, and embarrassed. Her body felt like it was being electrocuted. Whatever you want, Ling Yun laughed and stepped on the accelerator. He pulled Yao Rou straight to the Shangri-La Hotel. He didn't know the place when he came in the afternoon, but this time, Ling Yun was familiar with the route. He quickly parked the car in front of the hotel. It's so expensive here. Yao Rou was secretly happy that Ling Yun actually brought her here, but she still felt the pinch. Ling Yun chuckled. Every minute of a night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. It's worth it no matter how expensive it is. The two of them got out of the car and walked into the lobby of the Shangri-La Hotel. The person who welcomed them was still the same handsome bellboy. Ling Yan had left a deep impression on the bellboy when he brought Qing Dongxue and Ming Lingyu over for lunch. Now that there was another beauty by his side, he couldn't help but feel pity for her. His heart was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. I want to stay in the best presidential suite for a week. Ling Yan brought the shy Yao Rou to the registration area and said directly. Sir, that's a total of 188,000 for 7 days. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Coincidentally, the cashier was the same woman from the afternoon. Seeing that there was another beauty by Ling Yan's side and that they booked a presidential suite, she was even more jealous of Yao Rou than the bellboy. Card. There wasn't much cash left in Ling Yan's spatial ring. Hence, he decisively paid by card this time. After paying and getting the room card, Ling Yan held Yao Rou's hand and strode up the stairs with a professional bellboy. Ling Yan had to endure when he wasn't cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. Now that he had mastered it, he naturally didn't need to endure anymore. Ling Yan and Yao Rou arrived at the 27th floor of the Shangri-La Hotel. The bellboy opened the door to the presidential suite politely and invited them in after a few words of explanation. Oh my God, it's so big. Yao Rou was shocked the moment she entered the presidential suite. Not only was it big, but it was also luxurious. It could even be said to be extravagant. The room had everything you could think of, everything you could think of. Roer, take a shower first and rest well. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. Ling Yan wasn't anxious at all since he had a week's time. He looked around the room and was very satisfied. You have to come back. Yao Rou held on to Ling Yan's hand shyly when she saw that he was really going to leave. Ling Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed Yao Rou's body. Yao Rou moaned through her nostrils. Plump and smooth, full to the touch, Ling Yan lowered his head and kissed Yao Rou. Don't worry, my good Roer is here. I promise I won't go anywhere and will be back soon. Ling Yan took the elevator downstairs and left the Shangri-La Hotel. He drove straight to Mansion No. 1 in the Qingxi Villa district. When he arrived at Mansion No. 1, Ling Yan was surprised to find Cui Lao, Du Guemo, Tai Xiaohu, and Little White there. As soon as Ling Yan got out of the car, Little White darted into Ling Yan's arms and rubbed her head and body against Ling Yan's body. The spiritual energy in your body is almost there. Don't absorb too much. I'll bring you to a place to undergo the tribulation in 5 days. Ling Yan caressed Little White's snow-white fur as he spoke to her telepathically. Little White nodded her head meekly, but her pair of charming fox eyes were fixated on Ling Yan. Her eyes were like black gems, very attractive. At this moment, Cui Lao, Du Guemo, and Tai Xiaohu had already walked forward and greeted Ling Yan with a smile. Ling Yan greeted them with a smile and invited Cui Lao into the house alone. Chui Lao, it's been a busy day today. If there's anything I didn't take good care of, please forgive me. Ling Yun and Chui Lao spoke politely as they walked. Chui Lao laughed and said, little fellow, you have to treat your relatives well. That's what you should do, don't worry about me. Chui Lao thought to himself, young master, this isn't considered busy now. When your biological grandfather comes, you'll be busy. It turned out that after leaving Zhuang Tianda's mansion last night, Chui Lao immediately found an opportunity to contact the head of the Ling family, Ling Lai. He told Ling Lai everything that had happened on Ling Yun's side. Ling Lai was shocked and overjoyed at the same time. How could Grandpa Ling sit still at home when he heard that his precious grandson Ling Yun was such a heaven-defying genius? He wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly to Xianxia immediately to take a good look at this grandson that he had never met before. However, Ling Lai didn't tell anyone about this, not even Ling Yun's biological father, Ling Xiao. He was afraid that it would be detrimental to the Ling family and Ling Yun if the news were to leak. After hanging up the call with Chui Lao, Ling Lai immediately began making a series of arrangements. He was prepared to go to Xianxia City personally and let his precious grandson acknowledge his ancestors. Ling Yun naturally didn't know about this. He continued speaking to Chui Lao. Chui Lao, I've already specifically instructed Tai Xiaohu to handle everything for you, be it money or manpower. Chui Lao chuckled happily. Tai Xiaohu is a good kid, I like him a lot. Chui Lao pointed at the bed and said to Ling Yun, little chap, I don't have a place to stay, so I'll be staying here for the time being. You don't mind, do you? Chui Lao asked. Ling Yun smiled. What are you saying, Chui Lao? You've gone through hell with me, what's the big deal about staying here? Feel free to stay. If there's anything you need, just let me or Tai Xiaohu know. The two of them chatted for a while more before Ling Yun focused on performing the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot on Chui Lao's old injury. After the first treatment, Chui Lao's old injury had recovered by 60%. Now that Ling Yun had experience, and Chui Lao was more cooperative, it was much easier for Ling Yun to treat him. Ling Yun acted quickly because he was in a hurry. There was still a stunning beauty in the presidential suite waiting for him to rush back to pamper her. Every moment of the night was worth 1,000 gold. Half an hour later, Ling Yun removed the golden needles from Chui Lao's body and left the house alone after informing Chui Lao of his plans. Hey, Ling Yun, you're in such a hurry tonight, what are you going to do? Are you in a hurry to consummate your marriage? Du Guimo asked curiously when he saw Ling Yun in such a hurry. Ling Yun thought to himself, you guessed it right. He turned around and gave Du Guimo the middle finger. Du Guimo was stunned, but Ling Yun laughed heartily as he got into the car and sped away. It was nearing midnight, and Ling Yun drove the Land Rover as fast as he could. He didn't want to delay a single moment. However, the more he didn't want to delay, the more trouble he would have to face. Ling Yun was focused on driving when he heard the notification of a text message. Could it be that Roer is anxious after her bath and is rushing me back? Haha, I'll drive faster then. Ling Yun was satisfied as he stepped on the accelerator once again. However, his phone was still ringing non-stop. Eventually, it became louder as he received an incoming call. Ling Yun frowned slightly as he felt that something was wrong. Yao Ro would never rush him so urgently. He immediately took out his phone and was stunned. It was actually Lin Minghan's call. F***ck, didn't Lin Minghan leave Xianxia City? Did something happen to her again? Ling Yun didn't have time to think as he picked up the call immediately. Indeed, Lin Minghan's voice came through the phone. Ling Yun, come to Angel Bar to pick me up. Lin Minghan said faintly. Angel Bar? Where are you? I say, where are you now? Are you in Xianxia City? Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to rush to Shangri-La anymore. He stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. You idiot, why would I call you when I'm not in Xianxia City? You bad person, big idiot. On the other end of the phone, Lin Minghan was scolding Ling Yun, totally unlike her usual self. Ling Yun thought that she was probably drunk. Alright. Stay there and don't move. I'll be there soon. Ling Yun told Lin Minghan hurriedly before hanging up and calling Tai Xiaohu. He didn't know where Angel Bar was and had to ask for directions. Ling Yun's luck was not bad. Tai Xiaohu gave him the exact address of Angel Bar. After hanging up, Tai Xiaohu couldn't help but wonder who Big Brother Yun was going to drink with at this hour. Ling Yun hung up the phone, turned the car around, and sped to Angel Bar. Lin Menghan was from the military and had a few tricks up her sleeves. Ordinary people might not be able to do anything to her, but a bar was a place with all sorts of people. Ling Yun was worried that something would happen to Lin Menghan. She was the first woman he had met after arriving in this world. Lin Menghan had a special meaning to Ling Yun. It was this fairy-like beauty that Ling Yun had saved, bullied, and scolded. However, Lin Menghan still agreed to his unreasonable request before she left. He casually asked for 5 million yuan, but Lin Menghan gave him 10 million yuan instead. However, for some strange reason, he took out $1 and changed the password to 6 nines. Ling Yun was confused before, but when he remembered that the phone number Shui Mining had chosen for him also ended with 6 nines, he had already figured it out. This woman was stubbornly adorable, pure, transparent, and innocent. Didn't she leave already? Why is she back? Could it be because she misses me? Haha, I'm indeed very attractive. Ling Yun couldn't help but indulge in himself. Angel Bar. Neon lights flashed in the bar. Soothing music flowed in the bar, and the rose-red lights were very dim. This bar was very famous in Xianxia City. It was less than a kilometer away from SOS Disco Bar. When Ling Yun arrived, he rushed into the bar and looked around for Lin Menghan. Then, he saw Lin Menghan in a white dress, sitting alone in a dark corner drinking beer. The table was littered with beer bottles. Beside her stood 4 or 5 guys with dyed hair. They were holding beer bottles and trying to strike up a conversation with the drunk Lin Menghan. Ling Yun heard it clearly. Those guys were actually asking Lin Menghan if she wanted to go out and play. He was instantly enraged and rushed to Lin Menghan's side. He raised his hand and pushed her away. Scram! He growled. The red-haired leader was caught off guard and was pushed to the ground by Ling Yun. Seeing that Ling Yun wanted to be the hero who saved the damsel in distress, he shouted angrily, F***ck, how dare you touch me? Don't you know where you are? Beat him up. The red-haired guy stood up with all his might and shouted. He raised the beer bottle in his hand and smashed it towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun laughed in disdain. With lightning speed, he kicked 4 or 5 people to the ground. Then, he said calmly, no matter where this is, if I want to beat you up, you'll have to take it. Do you still want to fight? The gangsters looked at each other. They didn't even see how Ling Yun did it. They were kicked to the ground in an instant. They immediately knew that they had met a master. We have eyes but failed to recognize you. Sorry. The gangsters could only admit that they were unlucky. They didn't dare to covet Lin Menghan's beauty anymore. Ling Yun, you're here? Sit down and drink with me. Lin Menghan raised her glass and smiled at Ling Yun. Her eyes were hazy and she couldn't sit still anymore. Drink my **s, don't you know how much you've drunk? Have you forgotten what happened the last time? Ling Yun's face darkened. He snatched the glass from Lin Menghan's hand and threw it on the table. Come with me. Ling Yun grabbed Lin Menghan's arm and wanted to bring her away. However, Lin Menghan's hot body staggered. If it wasn't for Ling Yun's quick reflexes, she would have fallen to the ground. Sigh, I really don't know what to do with you. Ling Yun sighed and carried Lin Menghan in his arms. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the bar, he walked out in big strides. Lin Menghan's arms naturally wrapped around Ling Yun's neck. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ling Yun's face. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, she exerted strength in her arms and directly pressed her delicate lips onto Ling Yun's. Lin Menghan was very proactive and passionate. After kissing Ling Yun fiercely for a while, she opened her cherry lips and slid her tongue into Ling Yun's domineering lips clumsily. Ling Yun could only feel a buzz in his head. Ling Yun, want me? Lin Menghan had never been so wild and proactive before. She kissed Ling Yun passionately and said in a muffled voice. Ling Yun hugged Lin Menghan's body. He felt the rubbing and squeezing of her firm breasts. He only felt that Lin Menghan's body was burning hot. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yun was forcefully kissed by Goddess Lin, but it didn't affect his walking. He didn't use any movement techniques. He just carried Lin Menghan horizontally, enjoying the goddess' hot lips and fragrant tongue as he walked out of Angel's bar. Wow! That must feel great. Someone exclaimed. Sigh. She's actually this guy's woman, we don't stand a chance. Someone said regretfully. If we had taken the initiative before that handsome guy came, we might have been able to take that beauty away. I've never seen such a beauty in all my years in the nightclub scene. Someone said regretfully. Save it, didn't you see how ferocious that handsome guy was just now? He would have broken all 3 of your legs before you could even eat this beauty. Someone said rationally. This guy is going to have fun tonight, I'm so envious. Everyone in Xianxia City who loved to go to nightclubs knew that Angel's Bar was the best place to find a one-night stand. Almost everyone who came here was looking for their prey. When Lin Menghan walked into Angel's Bar alone, all the men in the bar had their eyes lit up. They stared at Lin Menghan like a hungry wolf. However, regardless of whether they were experienced nightclubbers, experts in the field of love, rich and handsome, or gangsters, as long as they dared to approach Lin Menghan, they would only receive a cold scram. Without a doubt, everyone returned to their positions unwillingly. They wanted to see who would be able to win the favor of this exquisite beauty, but who would have thought that Ling Yun would be the one to win the beauty's heart? Ling Yun hugged Lin Menghan's hot, snake-like body and strutted out of the Angel Bar amidst the sounds of discussions, whistles, and even sparse applause. Coming to the side of the car, Ling Yun jerked his head up and moved his mouth away from Lin Menghan's cherry lips. Smacking his lips, he said with a smirk, "Are you done kissing me?" Lin Menghan's face was as red as blood. It was unknown whether it was because she had drunk too much or because she was too shy, but her arms were still tightly locked around Ling Yun's neck. Her slender neck was slightly tilted back, and her red lips were slightly parted as she stared at Ling Yun for a while. After a while, she said faintly, "Little rascal, I just gave my first kiss to you, and you're still trying to act like a good girl after getting the benefit." Ling Yun stared at Lin Menghan's beautiful eyes for a long time. Suddenly, he felt that it was a little funny. "So you're not drunk?" Lin Menghan also looked at Ling Yun in a daze. Her big eyes were clear and bright, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Other than her pretty face that was as red as blood, there was no trace of drunkenness at all. "It's just a dozen bottles of beer. If I can't even hold my liquor, what right do I have to be a spy?" Lin Menghan seemed to like seeing Ling Yun's surprised expression. "Then why did you almost fall just now?" Ling Yun was a little annoyed. "You pulled me so hard that I lost my balance." "Really, you don't know how to be gentle with the fairer sex." Ling Yun was speechless. He frowned slightly and said unhappily, "Then why did you keep calling me and rushing me over? Didn't you know that I was preparing to?" Ling Yun hurriedly shut his mouth. He almost blurted out that he was preparing to consummate their marriage. Lin Menghan's beautiful eyes widened as she squeezed her proud chest against Ling Yun's chest. "What were you preparing to do?" Ling Yun lied through his teeth. "It's the middle of the night, of course I was preparing to sleep. What else could I be doing?" However, his heartbeat quickened as he was pressed against by Lin Menghan's shocking chest. Why were Lin Menghan's breasts so bouncy? "Who are you sleeping with?" Lin Menghan suddenly thought of the beauty of Qingshui River, Zhuang Mei Feng. She pouted her seductive lips and pressed on with jealousy. Ling Yun lowered his head and stared straight at Lin Menghan's fair neck. He smiled evilly and said, "I was planning to sleep by myself, but now," even though Lin Menghan had already decided to give her everything to Ling Yun, she still couldn't stand Ling Yun's fiery gaze. Even though she was shy and happy, she couldn't help but say, "Dream on, where are your dirty eyes looking at?" He used his left hand to support Lin Menghan's back, and his right hand moved as fast as lightning. He felt the touch of her touch. It was a wonderful feeling that Lin Menghan couldn't resist. However, this wasn't the place. "Where are we going?" Ling Yun asked with a smile. Even if Lin Menghan wanted to escape now, Ling Yun wouldn't let her go. "To my house, let's go." Ling Yun opened the car door and carried Lin Menghan in. "Lead the way." The Land Rover started up. Lin Menghan was blushing in the passenger seat. She tidied up her dress carefully before turning her head to look at Ling Yun. Her eyes were filled with love. Tonight, Ling Yun would be her first man. Her virginity, her first time, and her sincerity would only be given to him. No one else could have it, not even her future husband, the prodigy of the Long family, Long Tianjiao. This bad boy beside her had not only saved her life, but he had also protected her innocence. He had saved her twice, however, it was also during these 2 times that she was touched by this guy for the first time. At that time, he was still a fat guy. Even though he was fat, he was still very cute. I'm a winter swimming enthusiast. Lin Menghan couldn't help but laugh every time she thought about it. The second time was when she was under the influence of an extremely potent aphrodisiac. Not only did Ling Yun see all of her ugliness, he even saw her naked body. At that time, even though Ling Yun was still quite fat, he was already very handsome. Every time Ling Yun looked at her, he would stare at her chest boldly. However, just when she needed a man the most and was burning with lust, Ling Yun used his medical skills to save her. He didn't take advantage of her. Because I am Ling Yun. Lin Menghan couldn't help but cry tears of gratitude and happiness every time she thought of Ling Yun's proud words. Ling Yun's good, Ling Yun's bad, and Ling Yun's disdain and dominance had filled Lin Menghan's heart and mind. It lingered day and night, and she couldn't get rid of it. However, their identities were different. The Long family in Beijing controlled the Huaxia military, and Lin Menghan's father was the commander of a certain army. The Long family's marriage proposal on behalf of Long Tianjiao was almost in order. No one could refuse. They were about to get married during the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival. There were only 5 months left. Lin Menghan said she wanted to relax, so she escaped from home without hesitation. In these 5 months, as long as she could spend one more day with Ling Yun, she would stay by his side for one more day. She belonged to Ling Yun completely and completely. This time, the ratio of his height to his weight was very standard. It could even be considered perfect. His face was even more handsome. This was Ling Yun's surprise for Lin Menghan. Lin Menghan didn't know that there would be an even bigger surprise in the future. Roer, I'm sorry. Ling Yun thought to himself as he drove. Lin Menghan's behavior was completely different from before. She drank alone, kissed him passionately, and allowed his big hands to ravage her body. That was very abnormal. According to Lin Menghan's personality, since she had decided to leave Xianxia City, it was impossible for her to come back in just 10 days. Furthermore, after she came back, she acted so passionately. This could be considered crazy. Ling Yun, you've lost weight again, so much. Lin Menghan said softly as she stared at Ling Yun's face. I missed you. Who would believe you? If you missed me so much, why didn't you call me? I've never changed my phone number. Lin Menghan said coquettishly. Your brain is filled with paste. The way you do things is different from normal people. I wanted you to be alone and calm down. Ling Yun was speaking the truth. Lin Menghan was as pure as a crystal. She was stubborn and adhered to her principles. However, she was a one-track mind. Even though she was smart, she didn't know how to twist and turn. That wasn't Ling Yun's style at all. In Ling Yun's world, no matter what he did, there was an iron rule. That was that he couldn't let himself be at a disadvantage. Being at a disadvantage wasn't Ling Yun's style. F***CKU. I'm older than you after all. Don't you know how to respect me? Lin Menghan raised her hand and hit Ling Yun. It's just that your breasts are big. Ling Yun smiled as he turned his head to look at Lin Menghan's chest. You. Lin Menghan's body went limp again. She was about to hit him again. Which way to go next? Ling Yun asked as the Land Rover came to a crossroad. Left, Ling Yun turned the steering wheel, and the Land Rover sped up again. Why do you still have a house in Xianxia City? Ling Yun asked with a smile. Lin Menghan smiled. I needed an identity when I was undercover, so I bought a small villa to live in. I don't lack money anyway, so I didn't deal with it before I left. Ling Yun nodded his head. He frowned and asked, why didn't you tell me? Since I have nothing to do anyway, why don't you just give me the house? Lin Menghan giggled. I say, why are you like this? Haven't you had enough of being greedy? I've already given you 10 million yuan. That's enough to buy 2 villas, and you're still not satisfied. Ling Yan said bluntly and proudly from the bottom of his heart, "You're right for once. I'm just greedy enough." Lin Menghan stared blankly at Ling Yan for a while before sighing again. "I really don't understand you. How have you been these days?" Lin Menghan sighed again. Ling Yan did not answer but asked, "When did you come?" "I just arrived this morning." "What's wrong?" Lin Menghan replied. Ling Yan thought to himself, "Luckily you arrived today. If you came 2 days ago, you probably wouldn't have asked me how I'm doing." Even though Xianxia city was temporarily peaceful, Zhuang Meifeng had been taken away. There was no news of Chao Shanshan and Xiao Mimi. How could Ling Yan be doing well? Lin Minghan's heart skipped a beat when she saw Ling Yan's expression turn cold. Ling Yan would only show such an expression when he was unhappy. The last time she brought the 3 million yuan back to the police station as evidence, Ling Yan had this expression. Lin Menghan could still remember it clearly. "Ling Yan, what's wrong? What's there to be unhappy about when you have such an enchanting beauty living with you every day?" Whenever Lin Menghan thought about how Ling Yan must have slept with Zhuang Meifeng, her heart would be filled with endless bitterness. She had risked everything to leave her chastity to him, but he had already fallen under another woman's skirt. Now that she was going to marry Ling Yan, even though it was a fantasy and it had nothing to do with her, he was the only man she loved. How could she not be jealous? Ling Yan drove in silence. The air in the car was frighteningly heavy. After a long time, he said, "Zhuang Meifeng has been taken away." "What? Taken away?" Lin Menghan exclaimed. She didn't know if she should be happy or worried. She immediately asked, "When did this happen? Who took her away?" Ling Yan's eyes were like a sharp blade. He said in a low voice, "Last Saturday, she was taken away by a nun from the Tranquil sect." Tranquil sect? What kind of place is that? Lin Menghan had never heard of the Tranquil sect. "No matter where it is, I only know that it will definitely become a wasteland." When Ling Yan said this, his tone was as cold as snow. His killing intent was hidden. Why would she be taken away by someone? Could it be? Lin Menghan wanted to say that Zhuang Meifeng was going to become a nun, but she saw Ling Yan's cold expression and didn't say it out loud. "I'll tell you about this next time." "How do we go?" Turn east and we'll be there." Lin Menghan knew what was going to happen next. Her heart was beating wildly, and her body was trembling slightly. To be continued. This was a villa district in the northern suburbs of Xianxia city. It was called the luxurious Hot Springs Villa District. It was far away from the hustle and bustle of the city and was surrounded by green mountains and flowing water. It was a classic Jiangnan style of architecture. The environment was quiet and elegant. It was very suitable for the rich to live in. Every villa had its own entrance and courtyard. Compared to the villas in Qingxi Villa District, the luxurious Hot Springs Villa District was much smaller. However, it was more exquisite. The environment here is not bad. You really know how to pick a place. Ling Yan didn't drive very fast when he entered the villa area. The windows of the Land Rover were wide open, and the night breeze blew gently. It was cool and refreshing, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers and trees. Ling Yan could feel the spiritual energy in the air. Having reached the mid-stage of physique tempering stage 5, Ling Yan was able to absorb the spiritual energy emitted by these ordinary flowers and trees. Even though it was extremely rare, it was always present. This was extremely beneficial to Ling Yan's physique tempering. "I like the peace and quiet." Lin Minghan's beautiful face was slightly hot. She didn't dare to look at the calm Ling Yan anymore as she spoke with a trembling voice. Lin Menghan became more and more anxious. Her heart was beating like a drum. How could she not be nervous? She drank so much beer just to cover up her embarrassment and boost her courage. "There are so many villas here, which one is yours?" "It's in the innermost area. Just drive straight ahead." Ling Yan thought that this was very much in line with Lin Menghan's personality. He turned his head to look at Lin Menghan and did not say anything else. He increased the speed of the car slightly. When they reached the last row of villas, Lin Menghan raised her snow-white right hand and pointed towards the northeast corner. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "It's that one." Lin Menghan was extremely shy. Her face was as red as charcoal and her ears were already red. Her voice was so soft that it could not be heard. Tonight was not as simple as Lin Minghan's first time. In her mind, Ling Yan had definitely done it with Shuang Meifeng. She also felt that she was secretly taking someone else's husband when they were not around. It was as if they were having an affair. If Lin Minghan knew that tonight was also Ling Yan's first time, she would be much more relaxed. It was their first time and they were not familiar with it. Even if they did not perform well, no one would laugh at each other. It was fine as long as they studied and improved together. Lin Minghan did not dare to look at Ling Yan because she was too nervous. Naturally, she did not notice that Ling Yan's expression was not as calm as it used to be. If it was Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, or even Chao Shanshan who was by his side, Ling Yan wouldn't feel nervous at all. This was because he had seen them naked before and had intimate contact with them. It was only a matter of time before they took the next step. If it was Yao Rou, Ling Yan wouldn't be nervous at all. Yao Rou was extremely obedient to Ling Yan. No matter what Ling Yan wanted, Yao Rou would always nod her head meekly and never reject him. This made Ling Yan feel like an emperor in front of her. However, Lin Minghan was beside him. He knew that Lin Minghan's personality was different from other girls. He also knew that under that white dress, Lin Minghan was hiding a sexy body that could make one vomit blood. Ling Yan was secretly delighted. There was a tinge of normal nervousness, but there was also a burning sense of anticipation. Drive the car in. Lin Minghan opened the door to the courtyard and let Ling Yan drive the Land Rover in. When Ling Yan parked the car, she had already locked the door. This was truly just the two of them. No one would come and disturb them. Before Ling Yan got out of the car, he sent a text to Yao Rou as fast as he could. Rou, I have some trouble here. I really can't go over to accompany you. Don't worry, I will rest well. Don't reply. After sending the text, Ling Yan immediately switched off his phone and threw it into the spatial ring. Then, he walked out of the Land Rover. The villa wasn't big, but it was very exquisite. Ling Yan scanned the clean courtyard and couldn't help but ask, "Why is your place so clean?" Lin Minghan was nervously opening the door with the key. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said coquettishly, "Idiot, I found a cleaning company before I left. They will send someone to clean the place every 2 days." Both of them opened their mouths at the same time. After entering the house, both of them were at a loss. The atmosphere in the living room became extremely ambiguous. It was as if a spark would ignite the air. Ling Yan cursed in his heart. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have let her continue pretending to be drunk. Now, Lin Minghan wasn't as proactive as she was at the beginning. Lin Minghan was, after all, 2 years older than Ling Yan. She had also drunk a lot of alcohol to boost her courage. Her face was red as she suddenly burst into laughter. In an instant, the whole house was filled with spring. "Sweetheart, aren't you usually very bold? Why are you like this now? This isn't like you at all." She plucked up her courage and teased him. Then, with a shy face, she said shyly, Do you want to drink something? I'll get it for you." Ah, a delicate cry, the beauty was right in front of him, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. Seeing that Lin Minghan dared to tease him, he appeared in front of Lin Minghan in a flash. He opened his arms and hugged Lin Minghan tightly. Feeling Lin Minghan's hot and voluptuous body, he moved closer to Lin Minghan's ear and blew a breath of immortal air. Then, he said gently, "I don't want to drink anything, I just want to eat you." Lin Minghan was already nervous. She couldn't even stand. Now that she was in Ling Yan's arms and he blew a breath of immortal air into her ear, she couldn't help but tremble. Her whole body turned soft and her breathing quickened like never before. "Where's your bedroom?" 2 hours later. In the bedroom, the view of spring was boundless. After Lin Minghan endured the pain of the melon breaking at the beginning, the two gradually entered a good state. "Minghan, we're already like this, and you're still calling my name?" Lin Minghan laid under Ling Yan with one hand on his sturdy back and expressed her dissatisfaction in a daze. "Then what should I call you?" Ling Yan laughed. "Didn't you say it just now? Call me wifey." Lin Minghan said mischievously. Ling Yan laughed and called her wifey. Then, he moved his hot mouth close to Lin Minghan's ear and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret, it's my first time too." "What?" Lin Minghan was extremely shocked. Her beautiful face flashed with disbelief as tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. But, aren't you and Zhuang Meifeng already living together? Hubby, I don't care, you don't have to make me happy. Lin Menghan still couldn't believe it. Ling Yun chuckled. We're only living together. I admit that we've already had intimate relations, but we've never done this. Lin Menghan was completely stunned. She thought that she had only given her first time to Ling Yun. She didn't expect that Ling Yun had given his first time to her as well. Fortunately, she had rushed over today. Otherwise, the happiest person tonight would have been Yarou and not her. Of course, Ling Yun couldn't tell Lin Menghan about this now. Lin Menghan experienced the wonderful feeling again and again. Her screams were getting louder and louder, and her voice was almost hoarse from all the screaming. Hubby! I love you so much. Lin Menghan cried out as her sweaty body writhed like a snake. Her lower body contracted violently. Ling Yun didn't have time to respond to Lin Menghan. He had already activated the yin-yang harmony balance. The yin qi in his body surged, but it didn't dissipate out of his body. Instead, it rushed into Lin Menghan's body through his masculinity. Only at this moment could Ling Yun use this method to help Lin Menghan break through the shackles of a mortal. While she was at the peak of her happiness, her strength increased rapidly. A large amount of yin qi flowed continuously into Lin Menghan's body. Ling Yun's fingers moved continuously as he helped the yin qi flow through her meridians. Hotian Realm Level 1, Hotian Realm Level 2, Hotian Realm Level 3. Lin Menghan's realm continued to climb until she reached the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 6. With every increase in realm, Lin Menghan couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably as her black hair danced in the wind. She didn't know what was happening. She thought that this was what happened when a woman reached the peak of her happiness. My woman has such a good aptitude. Ling Yun was delighted. In the past 3 hours, Lin Menghan's pure yin qi and essence were all absorbed by Ling Yun every time she reached the peak. Not a single bit was wasted. The two of them were connected as one, forming a yin-yang cycle. The yin-yang fish in Ling Yun's energy center had long been activated and was circulating rapidly. The yin-I in the yang fish was rapidly producing yin qi, replenishing the yin qi that was lost in Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun's strength was also increasing rapidly. He reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 5 in an instant. However, Ling Yun wasn't satisfied. With a flip of his hand, the magical gourd appeared in his left hand once again. Ling Yun started drinking the dragon's saliva. Gulp, gulp. After drinking another 3 to 4 liters, Ling Yun's body was instantly filled with spiritual energy. The dragon-shaped dividing line in his energy center shone with a golden glow once again. The spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva flowed continuously into Lin Menghan's body through Ling Yun's lower body. The feeling of spiritual energy entering her body wasn't inferior to the exquisite feeling that Lin Menghan had just experienced. However, it was gentler. Not only was it extremely comfortable, but it was also beneficial to the body. It was the same cycle. The spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva and the yin qi flowed side by side. They formed a cycle of yin-yang in their meridians, rapidly increasing their strength. Boom! After a burst of indescribable pleasure, Ling Yun broke through to physique tempering stage 6. At the same time, Lin Menghan's strength soared once again. The most difficult stage of martial arts cultivation, Hotian Realm Level 7, was broken through in one go. Then, under the effects of the powerful yin qi and the spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva, her strength skyrocketed. Hotian Realm Level 8, Hotian Realm Level 9. Only when she reached the early stages of Hotian Realm Level 9 did she truly stabilize. Lin Menghan's energy center was stabilized, and her meridians expanded again and again. Only when she was completely stabilized did Ling Yun start to check on himself. Even though Lin Menghan didn't know any martial arts, it wasn't important. As long as her realm was sufficient, it wasn't difficult to practice martial arts. It was just like eating buns when you had a sufficient appetite. You could eat as long as you were hungry. Ling Yun had only reached the early stages of physique tempering stage 6. Even though it seemed like only an increase of 2 small realms, one mustn't forget that he had skipped an entire realm in between. In Ling Yun's physique tempering stage, every new realm would double the strength of the previous realm. He was practically ecstatic. Lin Menghan's purine essence actually contained so many benefits. This was the second benefit of cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. Women were born with the Yin attribute. As long as he did this with a woman and engaged in dual cultivation, he would be able to increase his strength. Of course, there was a prerequisite. That was that the woman had to be a virgin with a purine body. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about it. As for the extent of the increase in strength, that would depend on many factors. Among them, the woman's strength, potential, cultivation, and even her physique and personality were all very different. Ling Yan calmed his mind and silently cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance. The black and white in his eyes became more distinct. This was the yin-yang eye that was unique to cultivating the yin-yang harmony balance. When the yin-yang eye realm was high enough, it could be used to see through all illusions. This was what Ling Yan knew. There was still something he didn't know. The faint golden color of the immortal spiritual energy between Ling Yan's eyebrows deepened and started to turn pure gold. His divine sense was between his eyebrows. After reaching physique tempering stage 7, Ling Yan started to train his divine sense in preparation for the qi cultivation stage. Even though the immortal spiritual energy in between his eyebrows didn't move, its color darkened. Of course, this was a very good sign. Ling Yan finally put down Lin Minghan's soft body. He didn't leave her body. Instead, he maintained his original position as he quietly laid on top of Lin Minghan's sweaty body. He allowed the yin-yang great circulation between the two of them to slowly circulate, waiting for it to stop on its own. Natural Tao. Hubby, what did you do to me? Lin Minghan wasn't unconscious. She knew that her body had undergone an earth-shattering change, so she couldn't help but ask. Dual cultivation. Let's do it like this. Don't move, it'll be fine after a while. I'll tell you later. Ling Yan didn't torture Lin Minghan anymore. The two of them lay on top of each other and spoke softly. Lin Minghan's beautiful eyes welled up with tears of happiness. Tonight, Ling Yan gave her extreme pleasure. She would never forget it, be it physically or spiritually. Just like that, another 2 hours passed. It was already past 5 in the morning. Everything was finally over. Ling Yan got up and slowly extricated himself from Lin Minghan's delicate body. He sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate his yin-yang harmony balance. Lin Minghan was exhausted and had long fallen into a deep sleep. However, a satisfied smile still hung on the corner of her beautiful lips. To be continued. Roer, I ran into some trouble here. I really can't go over to accompany you. Don't worry, I'll rest well and don't reply. In the presidential suite on the 27th floor of the Shangri-La Hotel, Yaro sat on the bed with a white towel wrapped around her. She stared at her phone screen, her eyes red. The boy who said he would come back immediately to consummate their marriage hadn't returned. She waited and waited, but all she got was this text message. When Yaro received the text, her heart clenched. She felt an inexplicable pain. She loved this boy to the core. She could live for him, die for him, and protect something that belonged to him. She would not hesitate to sacrifice her own life for him. Last night, he took an unprecedented initiative, tenderness, and romance. He brought her to the best hotel in Xianxia City and booked the most luxurious presidential suite. He said he wanted to consummate their marriage. She was clean and fragrant. She was waiting for the boy to come back and amaze him. Then, she would wait shyly for him to pounce on her on the bed. Yaro had already made up her mind. She would rather let Ling Yan think that she was a slut. She would use all of her skills, be it from books or from the internet. As long as Ling Yan was happy, she was willing to give her all. Yaro regretted not bringing her nurse uniform and stockings with her today. Ling Yan obviously liked her dressing that way. However, Ling Yan didn't come. After she received the text message, she sat on the bed dejectedly. She looked at the luxurious presidential suite and cried silently. No matter how luxurious this place was, without him by her side, what was the point? Yaro was very obedient. She didn't call back or reply to the text message. She just sat there, looking at the door and the text message on her phone. She was extremely sad. In the past, every time Ling Yan visited her, he would leave in a hurry. Then, it would be 2 to 3 days later. Yaro had never felt this way before. Her intuition told her that she might have lost something that belonged to her tonight. It was strange, but Yaro had this intuition. That was why she was in pain, upset, and unable to sleep. This was really a case of one family being happy while the other was sad. However, Ling Yun couldn't split himself. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Ling Yun is so busy every day. Maybe he's really in trouble. He hasn't texted me about this before. Yao Ro would occasionally smile sweetly like this, but there were crystal clear tears on her face. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun had completely consolidated his cultivation. He covered Lin Menghan with a thin blanket and got off the bed. He took out a new set of clothes from his spatial ring and put them on. Then, he snuck into the courtyard of the villa. Ling Yun began to cultivate his stellar condensation technique. He felt that his technique had improved after only 20 minutes of cultivation. Ling Yun took out his phone and sent another message to Yao Ro, telling her to stay in the hotel and not to work in the clinic. Then, he returned to the second floor of the villa. Today was already Tuesday. If he still did not go to class, the form teacher, Kong Xiuru, would definitely be furious. No matter what, he could not skip class anymore. As Lin Menghan had been a soldier before, her biological clock was very punctual. She would wake up at 6:15 every day. After Lin Menghan opened her eyes, she subconsciously looked to her side. However, she realized that her lover was not beside her. She was instantly shocked and sat up on the bed. Ouch! In an instant, Lin Menghan felt a burning pain in her lower body. She could not help but frown and moan in pain. Lin Menghan lifted her numb arm and gently pulled off the 2 layers of blanket that Ling Yun had covered her body. She looked down slightly and saw the blossoming flower of blood on the bed. That was the flower of chastity. Now, she was Ling Yun's woman. Even though it was only for a few months, she was still satisfied. Hubby. I love you so much. Lin Menghan's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. She gently rubbed her burning and swollen lower body, but her face was shining with pride. Ling Yun heard Lin Menghan's whisper and could not help but be in high spirits. Wifey, what are you secretly saying? Are you talking bad about me behind my back? Be careful, I will punish you. Lin Menghan's delicate body trembled slightly as she said coquettishly, it's all your fault. I can't even move now. What should I do? This was, of course, a man's proudest moment. He laughed heartlessly and said, it's all right. Hubby, you have the hands of a miracle doctor. Do you want me to treat you? Lin Menghan also smiled proudly and said, I can let you treat everything else, but this pain. I have to bear it myself so that I can remember how you bullied me. Hearing this, Ling Yan's heart warmed. He immediately gave up on taking out the golden needles. Instead, he placed his mouth on Lin Menghan's cherry lips and gently tasted it. Lin Menghan naturally responded passionately. Her body soon had an impulse again. She was so scared that she quickly stretched out her hands and pushed Ling Yun away. Hubby, I really can't take your conquest anymore. Can you give me one day? Lin Menghan pleaded coquettishly. Ling Yun still had to rush back to Qingshui Wharf to pick up Ning Lingyu for school. Naturally, he could not continue to have sex with Lin Menghan. Immediately, he stopped playing with Lin Menghan and started to take off his clothes. Hubby, don't. Lin Menghan was shocked. She had clearly misunderstood. Ling Yun pointed at the blood on the bed and then at his lower body. He smiled mischievously. I didn't shower just now because I didn't want to wake you up. Now that we're going to school, I have to wash up, right? Yes. Lin Menghan was overjoyed. She said gently, then I'll help you wash up. She said as she tried to stand up. However, a sharp pain made her sit back down. Ling Yun laughed heartily. All right, you can rest at home today. I'll bring you lunch in the afternoon, you must come, okay? Lin Menghan said seriously. Don't worry, I don't want my wife to starve. Otherwise, who can I bully if she's too hungry? Ling Yun said as he went into the bathroom. He took 3 to 5 minutes to clean himself before bidding farewell to Lin Menghan and leaving the luxurious hot spring manor. Lin Menghan endured the pain in her lower body and walked step by step to the window. She watched as Ling Yun drove away. 2 streams of tears fell silently from her eyes as she mumbled to herself. If only the Long family hadn't taken a liking to me and Long Tianjiao hadn't proposed to my parents. Ling Yun sped along the highway towards Qingshui Wharf Mansion. He drove the Land Rover at a speed of more than 180 miles per hour and arrived at mansion number 9 in 15 minutes. He had advanced from a boy to a man, reached physique tempering stage 6, and his strength had doubled. Naturally, Ling Yun was satisfied and refreshed. He drove the Land Rover directly to the entrance of the villa. Without turning off the engine, he stepped out of the car. She scolded, "Brat, what did I tell you last night? Didn't I tell you that you have to come home tonight?" Qin Dongxue had long heard that Ling Yun was back. She flew out of the mansion with a frosty expression and started reprimanding Ling Yun. Ling Yun knew that he was in the wrong. He chuckled and said, "Auntie, I had no choice. Chui Lao almost went berserk, and I couldn't just watch him become a cripple, could I? Who knows if you're lying this time?" Qin Dongxue stared at Ling Yun for a long time. Why do I feel like you're different from yesterday?" Ling Yun was still a virgin yesterday. He had successfully become a man today. It would be strange if he was the same. "Big brother, you're back." Ning Lingyu walked out of the living room. Ling Yun could see that Ning Lingyu was more energetic than yesterday. Qin Dongxue must have done something to her body. Ling Yun nodded and smiled. "Yes, I've been busy the whole night and almost died of exhaustion. Finally, I'm fine now. Lingyu, let's go to class, shall we?" Ning Lingyu frowned and looked at Ling Yun with a puzzled expression. "Big brother, why do I feel like you're different from yesterday?" There seems to be an additional indescribable feeling. Ling Yun was shocked. Why were auntie and little sister so sensitive? He didn't dare to stay at home any longer. He told Lingyu that he was going to be late and urged her to get into the car. Ning Lingyu didn't ask any more questions. She got into the Land Rover obediently. Ling Yun opened the door and got in. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out of mansion number 9. "Rascal, you're not allowed to go anywhere tonight. Bring Lingyu home immediately after school, do you hear me?" Qin Dongxue said to Ling Yun telepathically. "Got it." On the way to school, Ling Yun asked Ning Lingyu, "Lingyu, what did auntie say to you last night? Did she say anything about mom?" Ling Yun asked. Ning Lingyu smiled. "She said that mom went back to the Qin family to run some errands. She'll be back once she's done." "Big brother, so mom is from the Qin family." "Auntie said that mom is very powerful. She's also very powerful. We won't have to be afraid of being bullied in the future," Ling Yun thought to himself. His mother's surname was Qin, so of course she was from the Qin family. He smiled faintly and said, "Lingyu, don't worry. Big brother is very powerful too. I won't let anyone bully you." Ning Lingyu turned her head and stared at Ling Yun's face. Her mind was in a trance and her dreamy eyes revealed an intoxicating happiness. 15 minutes later, Ling Yun arrived at the long-awaited entrance of Qingshui High. He parked the car at the side of the school gate. "Lingyu, let's go. Let's go to class." "Oh my god. It's Ling Yun." "Ning Lingyu. F***ck, it's really Ling Yun. Ling Yun is back. My idol is back. Quick, call my deskmate and tell him that Ling Yun is back." "Idol? I'm going to get his autograph. Ling Yun, I love you." It was the peak time for students to come to school. The appearance of Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu at the school gate immediately caused a commotion. All the students were discussing and whispering to each other. Some of the female students even rushed towards Ling Yun without a care in the world. Ling Yun was shocked as he looked at the frenzied actions of the surrounding students. It couldn't be that exaggerated, right? "Big brother, you're the most dazzling star in our school now. My classmate told me yesterday, but I didn't believe it at first. She told me to go online and see for myself. I only found out later on how popular you are." Ning Lingyu giggled as she saw Ling Yun's shocked expression. "But there's no need to be so crazy, right?" Ling Yun murmured. He looked at a fat girl with a messy bird's nest hairstyle not far away. Her face was painted like a monkey's butt, and she had broom-like eyebrows. Her index finger was digging into her nostrils, and the fat on her body jiggled with every step she took. She was even fatter than he was in the past. That wasn't important. The important thing was that this girl was running towards Ling Yun crazily, shouting, "Ling Yun, I love you, oh my god." Ling Yun turned pale with fright. He almost gave the girl a flying kick and sent her flying into the clouds. Lingyu, take your time to go to class. I'll be leaving first. Without waiting for Lingyu's reply, Ling Yun activated his dragonfish phantom ability to the maximum and disappeared from the spot. Ling Yun landed in a small forest and raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He shook his head in shock and said with extreme fear, "Luckily, I didn't eat breakfast this morning. Otherwise, I would have vomited." It's true that people are afraid of fame as pigs are afraid of being fat. This is bad, it's really bad. Ling Yun was surrounded by many beauties. He had just had a night with Goddess Lin and met Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu. He really couldn't take it when he saw that exquisite beauty. Hopefully it will get better after a period of time. Damn it, if only I knew the invisibility technique now. Too bad, only Qi disciple level 7 and above can become invisible. Ling Yun grumbled. Then, she started to take shortcuts, specifically looking for places where there were few people, and headed towards her class. Ning Er told me that something happened in school, but I don't know what it is. I have to ask Zhang Ling today. Ling Yun quickly made his way from the back of the school building to the front. Instead of using his movement technique, he dashed up the stairs at twice the speed of an ordinary person and headed straight for grade 12 class 6. Once he was upstairs, he didn't even look at the students standing at the entrance of the classroom. In a flash, he dashed into the classroom. Then, he stopped and steadied himself. Ling Yun looked around and realized that most of the students were there. Even Xianxia was already seated. Only Zhang Ling hadn't arrived yet. F***ckme. It's Ling Yun. Ling Yun is back. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. No one knew who started it, but everyone except Xiaomiao stood up and gave Ling Yun a warm round of applause. In an instant, the atmosphere in the class was at its peak. Hurry back to the classroom, the person who just went in is Ling Yun. Ling Yun is back. The students who were chatting in the corridor outside the classroom heard the commotion and rushed in. In an instant, they surrounded the motionless Ling Yun. Big brother Ling. Idol, I've waited so long for you. You're finally back in class. You must give me 100 autographs later. I want to show off. Gu Yuanlong pounced on Ling Yun as soon as he entered the room. He grabbed Ling Yun's hands with both of his hands and started sucking up to him. Big brother Ling, you demolished the demolition office, demolished 2 mansions, and trampled on the director of the Public Security Bureau. Awesome, awesome. So cool. Haha. Even the taciturn Shaguoxing couldn't help but praise him excitedly. F***ckme, Ling Yun, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, I would have been annoyed to death. Zhang Dong, Ling Yun's old deskmate. Who was 9 meters tall, patted Ling Yun's shoulder and complained. Ling Yun shook his head helplessly. It can't be, even my own class is like this. No, it seems like I have to think of a way to communicate with the form teacher and aunt. If this continues, I won't be able to attend class. Excuse me, I want to go back to my seat to study. Ling Yun couldn't stand it anymore as more and more students gathered around him, especially some of the female students who were shooting him flirtatious glances. He started to squeeze his way back to his seat. Ling Yun fought his way back to his seat with much difficulty. He clasped his hands together and bowed to the students who surrounded him again. Seniors, please do me a favor. We can talk about this later. Can you guys let me catch my breath first? Zhang Dong, who was at the front, pointed to Ling Yun's right and gestured for Ling Yun to look out of the window. He then said, since we are classmates, we can let you catch your breath. But what about the people outside? Ling Yun subconsciously looked out of the window. Oh my god, there were even more people outside. It was densely packed with heads, each of them fighting to be the first to open their eyes wide and lean against the window to look at Ling Yun, afraid that they wouldn't be able to see him. If it was because of something else, Ling Yun would have been angry. But these people were his classmates and they were here to see him. Ling Yun couldn't be angry no matter what. He couldn't help but feel discouraged. He turned to his classmates and said, since I'm back for class, I can't run away. Everyone, go back to what you were doing. Zhang Dong, come over here and sit down. Ling Yan raised his hand and pulled Zhang Dong over to sit on Xianxia's seat. Pointing outside the window with his chin, he asked, "What's going on?" Zhang Dong chuckled. "What's going on? Ling Yun, you're famous now. I won't talk about our school. You'll understand everything today. Let me tell you one thing. This Saturday, some of the school beauties from 2nd High and 3rd High will come to see you. Some of them even swore to woo you. Just you wait for your happiness, really? 2nd High and 3rd High. What does that have to do with them?" Ling Yin was speechless. Luckily, he had to bring Little White to Turtle Island on Saturday. Otherwise, he would have been caught red-handed. He and Lin Menghan had sex last night. Now, they were in the sweetest of times. No school beauty could compare to the goddess at home. Even if they didn't eat, they could just sit face to face and talk. What's the point of messing around with those little kids? Thanks to you, I'm also famous now. People ask about you every day. If I can't get into university, I'll squat at your house and cry. Zhang Dong had been tormented for the past 2 days. It seemed like he couldn't take it anymore and started to complain. Ling Yun chuckled. Go. Take care of your food and lodging. Just don't cry when the time comes." Ling Yun chatted with Zhang Dong, but his eyes kept drifting towards Miao Xiao. He felt that he had to talk to her. Ling Yin had promised Miracle Dr. Shui that he would find a way to reconcile with Miao Fenghuang. He had to get past Miao Xiao. On the night of the Qingming festival, Miao Xiao brought Little Gold to help. The two of them worked together to kill Lu Deming. Even when the 3 heaven-ranked assassins from the Assassins organization arrived, they didn't retreat. They swore to live and die with Ling Yun. This gave Ling Yun a very good impression of Miao Xiao. He had also cleansed Miao Xiao's meridians and marrow. Similarly, he had left a large amount of immortal spiritual energy in her body. Now, Miao Xiao had successfully broken through to Hotian Realm Level 7 and reached the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 7. Even though Ling Yun had erased all of Miao Xiao's memories of the Emperor Brush, he had retained the entire process of Miao Xiao accompanying him in battle. He didn't erase it, nor was there a need to. "Zhang Dong, has anyone been looking for me these few days?" Ling Yun asked casually. Zhang Dong chuckled. "Yes, there are people outside who admire you. They come here every day to see you." Ling Yun frowned slightly and glared at Zhang Dong. "I mean other than these people." Zhang Dong laughed. "Yes, there are two women." Ling Yun was a little speechless. He thought to himself, am I in trouble? "Why are there women looking for me?" he asked in a low voice. "Which 2 women?" Zhang Dong laughed. "You brat, don't take it for granted. One of them is the city beauty who gave you a Maserati the last time. The other one is the female boss of the Speedy Internet Cafe." Ling Yun nodded silently. The first one was definitely Morong Feishue from the Tianqi Pavilion. But who was the second one? The female boss of the Speedy Internet Cafe? Why is she looking for me? Ling Yun knew that he had lost a lot of his memories. He was afraid of giving himself away again, so he asked cautiously. Zhang Dong looked at Ling Yun as if he had seen a ghost. It was as if he had seen a fool. "Ling Yun, you're so rich now that you don't care about that little bit of money anymore. You've completely forgotten about her, haven't you?" Ling Yun didn't reply. He gave Zhang Dong a look that seemed to indicate that he should continue. Zhang Dong continued, "Last month, you skipped classes almost every day to be a manager at the Speedy Internet Cafe for a month. Don't you want your salary anymore? Let me ask you again. Are you having an affair with that lady boss? When she came to give you money, she didn't find you." Her expression was a little heartbroken. Ling Yun said angrily. "I think you're the one who's having an affair with that lady boss. Don't shove a woman into my hands. If she comes looking for me again, just tell her that I don't want her money anymore." Ling Yun said angrily. "Then I'll get it for you." "Can I keep it for you?" Zhang Dong laughed. "Do whatever you want." Ling Yun didn't care. "I'd like to, but she won't hand it over to anyone else. She'll only hand it over to you personally." Zhang Dong pouted, a helpless expression on his face. Suddenly, the classroom fell silent. Following that, a familiar fragrance assailed his nostrils. Ling Yin sniffed and raised his head in surprise. Then, he saw Long Wu. Ling Yan's jaw dropped. He was dumbfounded. Why? Why did Longwu come to his class? Longwu was still wearing a tight-fitting outfit with a pair of denim hot pants. However, she had changed her color. She still had a clear face, beautiful breasts, and long legs. She exuded the invincible heat of youth. She walked to Xianxia's seat and glanced at Ling Yun. She didn't ask Zhang Dong to move away. Instead, she just stood there and smiled as she watched Ling Yun and Zhang Dong chat. Now, everyone in grade 12 class 6 knew that Longwu was the daughter of Green Dragon's boss. Seeing that Longwu had arrived, Zhang Dong secretly gave Ling Yun a look. Then, he stood up and nodded at Longwu before returning to his seat. Longwu's face was expressionless. With a twist of her waist, a fragrant wind blew. She sat down on Xianxia's seat. Then, she took out a foreign language fashion magazine and started reading it. Ling Yun was dumbfounded. How could Longwu be so arrogant? Hey, if you have something to say, then say it. If not, then leave. Don't disturb our class. Ling Yun stared at Longwu for a long time before chasing her away. Longwu flipped her long black hair. Tilting her head, she looked at Ling Yun. Her slightly thick and sexy lips pouted. Then, she smiled and said, "Hello deskmate, I'm new here. Please take care of me." "Hello deskmate?" "Crazy. Crazy. They're all crazy." Xianxia had left and hadn't returned yet. Longwu came to his class and even took Xianxia's seat. Hey, this doctor of law. And a master's classmate. Do you think that this is fun? Ling Yun didn't care about the curious gazes from the surrounding students. He took 2 deep breaths of Longwu's body fragrance and said calmly. Of course it's fun. I want to get into Yanjing University. Can't I pay to study in school? Longwu smiled sweetly. She had an expression that said, what can you do about it? Ling Yun wanted to embarrass Longwu again, but he changed his mind. He still had something to ask of her, so he could only put on a smiling face. Sure, sure. Welcome, welcome. Ling Yun clapped his hands lightly. In his heart, he was thinking about how he should fight the lawsuit with Qingyun Productions. With a ready-made lawyer here, it would be a waste not to use her. However, Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry. He didn't talk about this matter immediately. Instead, he talked about another matter. Hey, Uncle Long is doing well, right? How are the 2 people that your Green Dragon gang guarded for me? Longwu smiled faintly and said, are you asking about my dad or those 2 pieces of trash? My dad is doing well. As for Green Dragon, don't ask me. I've never interfered with any of Green Dragon's matters. Ling Yun was a little unwilling. He wanted to ask again, but he saw a familiar figure rushing in from the classroom door. He immediately smiled. Zhang Ling was out of breath. She looked in Ling Yun's direction the moment she entered the classroom. When she saw that it was indeed Ling Yun sitting in his seat, her eyes revealed endless joy. Ling Yun. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Knowing that Ling Yun would be attending school today, Zhang Ling had dressed up meticulously at home. Choosing her clothes alone took her more than half an hour, so she arrived later than usual. The moment Zhang Ling entered school, she heard her classmates talking about Ling Yun's arrival. She was overjoyed and practically dashed all the way to the classroom. She was so tired that she was panting and her breasts were heaving up and down nonstop. She bent over and held her breasts as she panted heavily for a while. Then, she rushed to Ling Yun's seat without a care in the world. Ling Yun. Huff. Huff. You really came to school? Zhang Ling came to Ling Yun's seat, her eyes filled with excitement as she panted. Aren't I sitting here now? Ling Yun smiled as he admired her breasts that were rising and falling rapidly. Zhang Ling blushed under Ling Yun's gaze. She recalled the scene of him hugging her in front of thousands of people at Linjiang Garden. Her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. Longwu was still sitting calmly in her seat. Her expression did not change, and her movements were natural. She was admiring her fashion magazine as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring the 2 people beside her. Hey, can you help me out? Leave for a moment, I want to talk to Zhang Ling. Ling Yan patted Long Wu's shoulder lightly. This was really a fragrant shoulder. He wanted her to leave for a moment as he had something to talk to Zhang Ling about. Zhang Ling heard this and immediately smiled. She winked at Ling Yan proudly, giving him a look of reward. Long Wu gently closed the magazine and glanced at Zhang Ling. Then, she turned her head and glared at Ling Yan. She then stood up gracefully and said to Zhang Ling, "Please excuse me." Zhang Ling was slightly stunned. She did not think that Long Wu would really give up her seat. She immediately took a step back and let Long Wu walk past her. Long Wu held the fashion magazine in one hand. Twisting her slim waist, she strode towards the corridor outside the classroom with her long, straight legs. She didn't even turn her head back. Ling Yan thought that she was really arrogant. He directly patted the seat that Zhang Ling had just warmed up and smiled at Zhang Ling. "You don't have to be afraid of her. Sit down and talk." Zhang Ling giggled and immediately sat on Long Wu's seat. She placed the bag in her hands heavily on Long Wu's desk and patted her chest. "I'm so tired." Ling Yan found it funny and teased Zhang Ling, "There's still 20 minutes before class starts. You're not late, why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Ling rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "It's all because of you. Tell me, why didn't you attend class yesterday?" Ling Yan said half-truthfully, "My aunt is here, and my mother isn't at home. Of course, I have to take care of her, so, I see." "What?" Zhang Ling's eyes widened. "You mean your aunt?" Ling Yan thought to himself, "I have an aunt. Is there a need to make such a fuss?" He nodded thoughtlessly to show his confirmation. "But you've never told me? I don't remember your family having any relatives, right? Just because I don't say doesn't mean I don't have any." Ling Yan thought to himself, "Not only do I have relatives, it's a big one. Then why didn't you give her a call the whole day? Even a text message would have been fine." Zhang Ling pouted her thin lips and complained coquettishly. Of course, her voice was very soft. Ling Yan said apologetically, "It's my fault. I've just come back. I've been too busy these past 2 days. So many things have happened. You should at least let me settle them slowly, right? Where have you been? Can you not go missing like this in the future? A lot of people will be worried about you." Zhang Ling was eloquent and straightforward. She did not hide her feelings for Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded. "I know. I have something serious to ask you now. Has Xianxia contacted you again after she left?" She furrowed her brows and shook her head. "No, I can't get through to her phone. I've sent her a lot of messages on QQ but she hasn't replied. I think she hasn't been online since she returned to Beijing." Ling Yan asked about Xianxia. Zhang Ling's eyes were filled with worry and sadness. Ling Yan's heart sank. The problem with Xianxia seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. Xianxia had returned to her family because of his matters. If the Chao family did not agree to it, it would be normal for them to cut off contact. However, if she could not even contact her best friend, then the problem was huge. After Zhang Ling finished speaking, she thought for a while and said, "However, I think our form teacher should have news about Xianxia." "Oh? Then I'll find a chance to ask our form teacher." Ling Yan's face lit up. He was not afraid of bad news. Zhang Ling turned her head to look at Ling Yan. Suddenly, a hint of worry flashed across her eyes. She sighed softly and said helplessly, "Ling Yan, you still don't know, right? Your disappearance this time isn't only related to your family, but also to our school. It has something to do with you and Teacher Kong." Ling Yan was just about to ask about this matter. When he heard this, he immediately frowned. He knew that Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan must have used a series of interconnected and multi-pronged schemes to deal with him. Ling Yan was well aware of this and was mentally prepared for it. However, this matter had something to do with their form teacher, Kong Xiuru. Ling Yan was a little displeased. "Let's hear it." Ling Yan's expression turned cold, and his expression turned ugly. However, he was not anxious. He was in school now, so the matter would definitely not be too serious. Even if it was serious, could it be more serious than the Sun family? Moreover, Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan were so scared that they did not dare to come to class. Ling Yun believed that no matter what happened, he would be able to settle it easily. Zhang Ling hooked her finger at Ling Yun, beckoning him to come closer. Then, she put her lips next to Ling Yun's ear and whispered, "Two things. First, last Thursday, after what happened to you, the school decided to expel you." On the same day. Ling Yun laughed when he heard this. Wasn't he still sitting here in class as usual? Second, when you went missing, no one could contact you. Our form teacher naturally did not agree with the school's decision to expel you so hastily. She went to argue with Director Liu and Principal Zhang. She said that if anyone expelled you before you returned, she would no longer be a teacher. Ling Yun was very touched when he heard this. He thought to himself, Teacher Kong is really awesome. However, even though he was touched, it was normal for Kong Shiru to argue with him. This was not a big deal after all. Just as Ling Yun was about to question her, she immediately continued, "That's not the problem. The problem is, after the form teacher went to the office of Director Liu and Principal Zhang to make a scene, another piece of news came out of the school." What is it? Ling Yun thought to himself. It seemed like this was the key point. Zhang Ling lowered her voice even more. Her pretty face was slightly red as she frowned and said, "Didn't our form teacher tutor you in English? Someone used this incident to spread rumors, saying that the form teacher and you had an affair. On the night of April 2nd, she brought you back to her dormitory and had sex with you. At that time, this incident spread like wildfire in the school. Since our form teacher's single dormitory has never had a man enter, the reason she was willing to bring you back must have been to have sex with you. Otherwise, why would she leave her position as a teacher and create a scene in the principal's office after so many things happened to you?" Ling Yan's eyebrows were already furrowed. His eyes were stern and his face was as dark as still water. He asked in a low voice, "Does anyone believe this? Does anyone know who spread this news?" Zhang Ling sighed and said, "Sigh. Naturally, most of the students in our class don't believe it. However, you know the students in our school, they just want to see the world in chaos. Moreover, the person who spread the rumors chose the perfect time. What they said was even truer than the truth. You weren't there at that time, so of course the form teacher couldn't defend herself. Even if she had 100 mouths to say, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. Furthermore, this kind of thing can't be said. It's simply making things worse." Ling Yun naturally understood what Zhang Ling was saying. Relationships between men and women were just groundless things. The more one tried to explain it, the more it would make things worse. Kong Shiru brought him back to her single dormitory, and the two of them stayed in her dormitory for 2 whole periods of self-study. It would have been fine if no one had said anything about it, but as long as someone intentionally spread the news, coupled with the rich imagination of thousands of hormonal high school students, it would be easy for them to create trouble. The person who spread the rumors chose the perfect time. Ling Yun had already been missing for 4 days. Almost everyone around him had met with disaster. Go Junfa and Xia Zhenyan had been stirring up trouble in school, using their connections to pressure the school to expel Ling Yun. Under such circumstances, Kong Shiru had gone to the principal and the head teacher alone. How could Kong Shiru explain herself once this rumor started? Unless she publicly announced that she was still a virgin. However, such a thing was not something that Kong Shiru would do. Furthermore, even if she could prove that she was still a virgin, it would be useless. The person who spread the rumors could still say that her relationship with Ling Yun was still developing. What happened next? Ling Yun continued to ask Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling said shyly, "It's a taboo in any high school for a female teacher to have a relationship with a male student." Once the rumor spread, the school naturally caught hold of Teacher Kong's weakness. They immediately announced that you were expelled from school and used the excuse of improper conduct to announce it to the entire school. They gave the form teacher a severe warning and removed all of her duties. It's only because we're about to graduate and changing teachers at the last minute would affect the students' college entrance examination results that the form teacher was allowed to continue teaching. Now, it's considered probation. Otherwise, the form teacher's teaching qualification certificate would be revoked. Ling Yun was furious. He said in a low voice, "What kind of bullshit T principal and head teacher are these? Aren't they making groundless accusations? You're taking rumors as facts, and you're jumping to conclusions without any investigation?" Zhang Ling said, "Ling Yun, don't be angry. Listen to me. Don't forget that Go Junfa and Xianxia were adding fuel to the fire. You didn't see how arrogant they were. Lu Qingtian, the son of the director of education, seemed to hate you to the core and wanted to make an issue out of it. Humph. Ling Yan snorted coldly and did not say anything else. Go Junfa's hatred for Ling Yun was self-evident. Xianxia had beaten Tang Meng up just to pester Ning Lingyu. Ling Yan had extorted 200,000 yuan from Lu Qingtian before going to the crater. How arrogant would the three of them be after he disappeared? The three of them were thinking of ways to deal with him. It would be strange if they did not make good use of the rumor to add fuel to the fire. But since they have already expelled me, aren't I still going to class? Ling Yan asked curiously. Zhang Ling laughed. The moment you appeared, you tore down the demolition office and 2 mansions. Then, you beat up the director of the Public Security Bureau of Qingshui City. You are even more domineering than a tyrant. Who would dare to expel you now? You didn't come to class yesterday. At this time yesterday morning, the loudspeaker in the school broadcast 7 times in a row, saying that your expulsion was purely a misunderstanding. Everything has been investigated, and you are still a student of our school. Otherwise, why would those students worship you so much? Ling Yan snorted coldly. He thought to himself that the school's leaders really knew how to take advantage of the situation. He continued to ask, what about our form teacher? Has our form teacher's reputation been restored? Zhang Ling said gloomily. It would be great if it could be restored. But this matter has already been announced by the school. Everyone in the school knows about it. Moreover, even if we restore our form teacher's position, we won't be able to restore our form teacher's reputation. Spilled water could not be taken back. This kind of matter could not be resolved with just a few words. Ling Yan asked in a low voice, then, do we know who started this rumor? Zhang Ling was also gritting her teeth in anger. She guessed, our classmates were filled with righteous indignation and swore to find the person who started the rumor. Everyone thought that it was definitely our classmates who started the rumor, but we didn't know who it was. Ling Yan's gaze was as sharp as a knife. He scanned the entire classroom coldly. When his gaze landed on Wei Tiangan's back, he paused for a moment before retracting his gaze. You are definitely fine now. Our form teacher is the most pitiful one. The latest news is that the school's higher-ups are currently investigating the matter regarding our form teacher. The results are not out yet. Ling Yan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. What's the point of investigating? I'm going to settle the score with them right now. Ling Yan couldn't bear to have any sand in his eyes. He was about to stand up as he spoke. Zhang Ling was so anxious that her delicate body trembled. She grabbed Ling Yan's arm and said, Ling Yan, don't be rash. Think about it, if you were to seek justice for our form teacher now, wouldn't it prove that our form teacher can't clear her name even if she jumps into the Yellow River? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. With Zhang Ling's reminder, Ling Yan calmed down instantly. Zhang Ling was right. The school wanted to expel him, but the form teacher, Kong Xiuru, fought for him. That was out of a teacher's responsibility. Now that he was back, he went to the principal and the head teacher to make a scene. Ling Yan was sure that he could get justice for Kong Xiuru. However, if he did that, the ambiguous relationship between the two of them would be confirmed. What was fake would become real. Kong Xiuru could get her position back, but her reputation would be completely ruined. Ling Yan thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He scratched his head in distress and looked at Zhang Ling. What do you think we should do? Let nature take its course? Ling Yan really didn't care about such things. However, Kong Xiuru would be tarnished with the reputation of having a relationship with a male student just to tutor him. How would she be able to continue as a teacher in the future? Zhang Ling couldn't think of a good solution either. She could only say, there really isn't a good solution to this. I think you should deal with this with the form teacher alone and listen to her opinion. Ling Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Talk to her alone? Such a huge scandal had arisen just from a tutor. Now that the two of them had become the center of attention in school, if they were to meet in private, who knew what people would say about them behind their backs? This matter was very tricky. Even in the cultivation world, if something like this happened between a disciple and their master, they would not be tolerated by the sect and would be ridiculed by the world, let alone a high school in China. Of course, Ling Yun didn't care about what others thought of him. However, he had to consider Kong Xiuru. Is there anything else? Ling Yun asked Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling glared at Ling Yun and told him about the two women who came to class to look for him. This was the same as what Zhang Dong had said. Ling Yun smiled and nodded to show that he understood. There's one more thing. Zhang Ling suddenly became shy. Her face was red and her breathing quickened. Ling Yun smiled. What is it? Zhang Ling bit her lower lip and said, My mother wants to see you. Ling Yun thought it was something big. He chuckled and said, Oh, so it's mother-in-law who wants to see her son-in-law. No problem, but not these 2 days. Let's talk about it after I'm done with my work. Zhang Ling was embarrassed and happy at the same time. She pouted and said, Go to hell, who said I wanted to be your wife? A fragrant scent wafted into their nostrils. Long Wu had just returned from outside the classroom. She returned to her seat and said calmly, Class will start in a few minutes. May I ask if the two of you are done chatting? It was time for Zhang Ling to return to her seat. She stood up reluctantly and whispered to Ling Yun, These 2 periods are the homeroom teacher's lessons. Ling Yun remembered very clearly that the first 2 classes on Tuesday were English classes, so he smiled and nodded to show that he understood. After Zhang Ling left, Long Wu returned to her seat. Thank you. Ling Yun chuckled at her. Ling Yun looked at Long Wu in a new light because of Long Wu's generosity. 3 minutes before class started, the homeroom teacher of grade 12 class 6, Kong Xiuru, arrived in class. She still had her long hair draped over her shoulders. She wore a snow-white shirt and a black office skirt. Her 2 slender legs were covered in transparent stockings. She looked intellectual and sexy. She had a serious expression on her face. However, unlike the first time Ling Yun saw her, Kong Xiuru's face was tired and haggard. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen. Obviously, she had been greatly affected by the past few days. Kong Xiuru walked into the classroom and walked directly to the podium. Her gaze swept across the noisy classroom and it immediately quieted down. When Kong Xiuru's gaze moved to Ling Yun's face, she paused for a moment. A faint blush appeared on her serious face, but it disappeared almost in the blink of an eye. She coughed lightly and without any nonsense, she immediately started the lesson. The first class ended very quickly. For the entire class, Kong Xiuru attended the class as usual and did not show any signs of abnormality. However, only Ling Yun knew that other than that one glance at him when she first entered the classroom, Kong Xiuru did not look at Ling Yun again. She was purposely avoiding Ling Yun's eyes. To put it simply, this situation could only be described with one word, awkward. And this awkwardness brewed another indescribable ambiguous atmosphere in the classroom, causing the atmosphere in the classroom to become unusually tense. In the end, even some of the students who only knew how to bury their heads in their studies felt that something was wrong. They secretly glanced at Ling Yun. As a result, Kong Xiuru's expression became even more unnatural. She could feel her face heating up. It was not easy for her to endure until the end of class. Now, she wanted to escape. However, at this moment, a voice entered Kong Xiuru's ears. It was Ling Yun's voice. Teacher Kong, do you dare to let me come to your dormitory for one more class? Now is the time. If you dare, let's go right now. Ling Yun did not like this feeling. The relationship between him and Kong Xiuru was even more innocent than tofu. He did not want the two of them to become so awkward, so he decided to use force to break through. To be honest, Ling Yun's drug was too strong. To put it nicely, it was to fight poison with poison. To put it bluntly, it was to break the jar. Wasn't there a rumor that Ling Yun and Kong Xiuru were in a relationship? Then he would return to the dormitory with Kong Xiuru in broad daylight and let the whole school see. Let's see if anyone still dared to gossip. If anyone dared to, Ling Yun promised that he would make them regret having such a big mouth. Of course, he used telepathy to communicate with Kong Xiuru. Only Kong Xiuru could hear him. It did not matter whether Kong Xiuru agreed or not. Ling Yun's voice was sonorous and powerful. Kong Xiuru was shocked when she heard it. She did not know that Ling Yun was only saying it to her. She quickly turned her head to look at the rest of the class. However, Kongshoru realized that the whole class was still doing their own things. Some were reading, some had left their seats, and some were chatting. It was as if they did not hear what Lingyun said. Only then did Kongshoru relax a little. Naturally, it was time to make a decision. Lingyun must have heard about what happened between the two of them. Kongshoru also understood what he meant. However, Lingyun's method was a little too shocking. Kongshoru stopped in her tracks and steadied her body. Her face was flushed, and her mind was racing. Because of an incident 6 years ago, Kongshoru developed a fear and resistance towards men. After she graduated from Beijing Foreign Studies University, she gave up the opportunity to stay in Beijing and enter a foreign company. She fled Beijing alone and came to Xianxia City to teach for 6 years. She chose Xianxia High and hid in the school. She licked her wounds in silence and waited for the day she recovered. Then, she would open her heart again. During those 6 years, she rejected all the men who admired her, liked her, and pursued her. She would rather be seen as an abnormal person by the teachers and students in school than be hurt by men again. Kongshoru had never imagined that she would end up with such a bad reputation just because she couldn't find a suitable place to tutor Lingyun in her dormitory. After the incident, Kongshoru's heart was once again hurt. She felt very depressed. She endured it silently, but she did not want to explain anything. She felt that this was fate. Fate was playing tricks on her. She wanted to let it go. She thought of escaping again. The only thing she could not let go of was the grade 12 class 6 that she was teaching. These 50 students were about to rush to the ivory tower. Kongshoru planned to stand her last shift. Once this batch of students graduated, she would resign and leave on her own. However, Lingyun came back. His return was earth-shattering. Once he came back, Xianxia City was in an uproar. This was a very strong boy. He was beyond Kongshoru's understanding. Kongshoru felt inexplicably proud to have such a student. She felt that everything she did for him was worth it. Her heart was already relieved. Kongshoru blushed when she saw Lingyun because of his good looks and the rumor going around in school that the form teacher of grade 12 class 6 was having an affair with her student, and it was a teacher-student relationship. She was a single woman. Lingyun was so handsome. She brought him back to her dormitory at night and spent 2 periods of self-study together. If this kind of thing were to spread out, it would be strange if others didn't think too much about it. It seems like fate really has no intention of letting me go. Forget it, since I can't avoid it, I'll just accept it. After all, I experienced something worse than this 6 years ago. Kongshoru suddenly gritted her teeth. She turned around and looked at Lingyun. Lingyun, come with me. Lingyun was waiting for this sentence. After hearing it, he stood up from his seat and forcefully squeezed out from behind Longwu just like he did in the past. Oh, I'm coming. Lingyun smiled calmly and swaggered towards the classroom door. Lingyun could use telepathy, but Kongshoru couldn't. Almost all the students in grade 12 class 6 heard it. They watched in shock as Kongshoru and Lingyun left the classroom one after another. Immediately, there was an uproar. Damn, why did the teacher call Lingyun out at this time? Yeah, if they do this, they won't be able to clear their names even if they jump into the Yellow River. Where are they going? The English team? The head teacher? Or the principal's office? Let's go and take a look. I don't believe there's anything he can't solve now that Lingyun is so heaven-defying. Yeah, he even took care of the director of the Public Security Bureau. Why would he be afraid of our principal? Let's go and take a look. Longwu didn't move from her seat. She maintained her composure and had a faint smile on her face. Zhang Ling watched as Lingyun left the classroom. She turned to look at her deskmate, Miao Xiaomiao, and sighed. Sigh, this is going to be interesting. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Class had just ended, and the entire campus was in an uproar. Students were everywhere in the corridors outside the classrooms, on the stairs of the teaching block, and on the school field. They were all shocked. Oh my god, it's Lingyun. He's walking with his form teacher? F***ck, what's going on? Could the rumors be true? They're really having an affair? They're coming down, they're coming down. Where are they going? It can't be? Ling Yan just came back and his form teacher is bringing him back to the dormitory? This. All sorts of discussions entered Kang Xiuru's ears. Her face turned redder and redder, and her breasts rose and fell violently. She could not help but stop walking. Continue walking, back to the dormitory. Ling Yan's firm voice rang in Kang Xiuru's ears once again. That voice seemed to have a strange magical power. Kang Xiuru felt her brain go blank, and her legs involuntarily moved forward. Really, how dare he order me around? I wonder who's whose student? Kang Xiuru muttered in her heart as she walked forward mechanically. Ling Yan's domineering attitude gave her a strange feeling. She wanted to resist, but she was also addicted to this feeling. Ling Yan's footsteps were fast. He had already reached Kang Xiuru's side, and his lips curled into a smile when he realized that Kang Xiuru's footsteps were a little weak. He raised his right hand and wrapped it around Kang Xiuru's shoulder. Teacher Kang, let me help you walk. Ling Yan wrapped his arm around Kang Xiuru's shoulder and pulled her to his side. Kang Xiuru's petite body trembled violently. Ling Yan's sudden and bold action stunned her for a moment. You, how dare you? Let go of me. Kang Xiuru's face turned red as she struggled to break free from Ling Yan's arm. Ling Yan's strength was immense. Even though he was only holding Kang Xiuru's shoulder lightly, Kang Xiuru used all her strength. She could not break free. Hee, Teacher Kang, there's no use letting go now. We're fighting fire with fire. As long as we're innocent, we don't have to care about what others say. Kang Xiuru struggled for a long time but could not break free from Ling Yan's arm. Ling Yan, let's go to my dormitory like this. How can I be innocent in the future? Ling Yan smiled faintly. Don't worry, Teacher Kang. If I say I can clear your name, I will definitely do it. Kang Xiuru's heart trembled. She suddenly turned her head to look at Yun. This big boy who dared to hug her in front of the entire school made her feel something she had never felt before. A sense of security. A sense of security that he had never felt before. Ling Yun was tall, handsome, and confident. Determination, strength, clear eyes, calm eyes, a smile on his face. Ling Yan's voice wasn't loud, so only Kang Xiuru could hear it, but it was like she was struck by lightning. Kang Xiuru's body, which had been tensed up due to nervousness and fear, suddenly relaxed. She actually felt that she couldn't stand still. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she actually took the initiative to lean into his embrace. Everyone says that you're a heaven-defying fellow. Let me go against the heavens with you this time. The two figures gradually stuck together as they quickened their pace towards Kang Xiuru's dormitory. Good heavens. Ling Yan actually hugged his form teacher and went back to the dormitory. I'm going crazy, I'm really going crazy. This is too heaven-defying, I can't take it anymore. The rumor is true, Ling Yan actually ate his form teacher. This idiot, Ling Yan is obviously putting on an act for the whole school to think about. It's broad daylight and the first lesson just ended. Doesn't that mean that there's nothing going on between them? There were also some who figured it out. Exactly. If they really had that kind of relationship, they wouldn't even be able to hide it. If they really wanted to do it, they could have done it anywhere after school. Did they have to do it in front of the whole school? Some of the smarter students chimed in. But they're hugging each other just because he's hugging each other? You're really good at distorting the truth. Rumors stopped with a wise man. The fact that Ling Yan hugged Kang Xiuru and walked forward in front of thousands of teachers and students instantly turned the tables on Kang Xiuru, in the corridor of grade 12 class 6. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Brother Ling is really creative and imaginative. In this way, he turned the one-sided situation into a tit-for-tat situation. Gu Yuanlong muttered to himself as he watched Ling Yan and Kang Xiuru walk away. This is just the beginning. Xia Guoxing said mysteriously with a smile. How dare he put his arm around the form teacher's shoulder in front of the whole school? That's really something. Ling Yun commented. As the saying goes, a negative makes a positive. The rumors will fall apart very soon. Zhang Ling had already rushed out. She leaned on the railing of the corridor, silently watching Ling Yun and Kong Shiru's backs. She was a little stunned, a little admiring, and a little jealous. Ling Yun would always be the center of attention no matter where he went or what he did. He would always be the topic. In school, Ling Yun had hugged Chao Shanshan, kissed Xue Mining, and hit Tai Xiaohu. Now, he was hugging his form teacher. "Do you know that I want to be the person in your arms too?" Zhang Ling said quietly. In the classroom of grade 12 class 1. Ling Yu, come out quickly. Your brother is hugging his form teacher and they're going to her dorm. A girl ran to Ning Lingyu's seat and shouted. It was unclear whether it was out of excitement or shock. Ning Lingyu only smiled faintly. She raised her head for a glance before lowering it back down again. Lingyu, what's wrong? You. Seeing how calm Ning Lingyu was, the girl was in disbelief and asked Ning Lingyu. It's nothing. My brother must have his reasons for doing that. It's not a big deal. After being shocked by Ling Yun countless times, Ning Lingyu had long become accustomed to such things. It was not because of anything else, but because it was Ling Yun, not to mention hugging his form teacher. Ning Lingyu wouldn't be surprised even if Ling Yun threw the principal of Qingshui high into the sky. Ning Lingyu was getting to know her brother again. She was trying her best to meet Ling Yun's expectations of her. There was another person in the classroom, Xianxia. Surprisingly, she didn't run out. Instead, she sat in her seat and looked at Ning Lingyu. It was Ning Lingyu, a beautiful fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. On a Sunday night, Ling Yun killed the 3 masters of the Sun family with a sword and saber. Qin Dongxue descended from the sky and floated in the air. This had completely overturned Xianxia's understanding of this world. After a week of encounters, Xianxia understood one thing. Ling Yun was definitely not an ordinary person. This world was definitely not like her. Ling Yun didn't even blink when he killed people, let alone doing those heaven-defying things in school. In a sense, Xianxia's understanding of Ling Yun was even deeper than Ning Lingyu's. Xie Zhenyan didn't come to class. Xianxia didn't feel anything at all. Now, Xie Zhenyan's life or death had nothing to do with her except for a little regret and a little joy. She regretted it because she used to be infatuated with Xie Zhenyan. He played with her like that, and she almost lost her body to him. Joy was because she managed to keep her virginity. She could still give her virginity to Ling Yun. What Xianxia wanted the most now was to reconcile with Ning Lingyu. Only by asking for Ning Lingyu's forgiveness could Ling Yun change his opinion of her. Only then would she have the chance to get close to Ling Yun. Sister, even though you've forgotten about Ling Yun, I'm still here. I'll be his woman for you. I'll love him, and take care of him for you. Xianxia felt a little guilty and apologetic. However, her eyes were burning with determination as she thought to herself. After walking past a few student dormitories and turning a corner, Ling Yun and Kong Shiru arrived at the staff dormitory. This place seemed to be separated from the huge campus. It was much quieter now that the hustle and bustle was gone. Ling Yun was still holding onto her shoulder as they walked forward. Now, it was more natural for him to do so. It felt good. Aren't you going to let go? Kong Shiru felt her face getting hotter and hotter. She couldn't help but pout. Ling Yun laughed as he lifted his right hand and let go of Kong Shiru's shoulder. Kong Shiru suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart. It was as if she had lost something. Suddenly, she regretted it. However, she immediately straightened her delicate body and raised her hand to tidy up her shirt collar. While walking, she said, "Why are you going to my house? You're going to get me killed." Ling Yun chuckled. What else? I haven't gone to school for a week. Of course, I want you to tutor me. Kong Shiru frowned slightly. But I still have to go for the next class. Ling Yun laughed and said, "Didn't you say before the class ended? The next class is free revision." They arrived at the entrance of the building. Kong Shiru stopped and hesitated. She bit her lower lip and asked, "Are you really going up? If your boyfriend is at home, I'll turn around and leave." Ling Yun smirked. Kong Shiru blushed. "I don't have a boyfriend." "Come in, you're really feminine when you're shy." "You're much prettier than when you're serious," Ling Yun said whatever was on his mind. He didn't hide it at all. "You're so talkative." You skipped class for 8 days. I'll settle the score with you later. Even though she said she would settle the score, her heart was filled with embarrassment and joy. To be continued. To be continued. This book came from Important Notice. Please use this website's free app. No ads, anti-piracy, fast updates, members synchronized bookshelf. Download the free reader. Xianxia tried her best to regain her usual serious expression, but she couldn't bring herself to be serious as she recalled the moment when Ling Yun hugged her. The elevator went up, and Xianxia could finally look at Ling Yun in the narrow space. Ling Yun, you've changed, she said softly. Oh? What changed? Ling Yun's lips curled into a smile as he asked deliberately. Xianxia replied calmly, you've become more daring, and you've become naughty. You even dared to hug a teacher. Xianxia didn't know why, but she wanted to say that Ling Yun had dared to hug her shoulders. There was a huge difference between hugging and hugging. If teacher likes it, I can hug you again, Ling Yun said without batting an eyelid. Xianxia's breathing stagnated, and her delicate body tensed up. You dare. Xianxia felt her waist tighten the moment she said that. Ling Yun's big hand had already wrapped around her waist. This time, it wasn't her shoulder, it was her waist. Teacher, that was an embrace just now, not a hug. This is a hug. Ling Yun whispered to Xianxia in a magnetic voice. Xianxia's breathing quickened. She was more nervous than ever before, but she couldn't bear to reject him this time. She really needed this sense of security. It's nothing, we're in the elevator anyway, and no one will see. Xianxia could only comfort herself this way. The elevator was about to reach the 5th floor. Xianxia suddenly said to Ling Yun in a negotiating tone, you, quickly let go, don't let anyone see. Otherwise, I'll really be embarrassed. Ling Yun lowered his head and whispered into Xianxia's ear, teacher, have you forgotten that you're the only one on the 5th floor? The hot breath from Ling Yun's mouth drilled into Xianxia's ears, causing her to feel an indescribable feeling. She felt a sudden pain in her heart and pushed Ling Yun away. Xianxia was extremely strong, and Ling Yun couldn't help but be stunned when he was pushed away by her. Why was her reaction so strong? It shouldn't be. Ling Yun, are you okay? Teacher didn't do it on purpose, he didn't do it on purpose. That was Xianxia's instinctive reaction. She had been hurt before, and now that she saw Ling Yun in a daze, she panicked. The elevator door opened. Ling Yun smiled faintly as if nothing had happened. He mimicked the hotel staff and gestured for Xianxia to exit the elevator first. Xianxia walked out of the elevator apologetically and walked over to open the door. After 2 weeks, Ling Yun once again returned to Xianxia's dormitory. It was a different feeling to revisit the place. He was a lot more natural. As soon as he entered the room, he went straight to the sofa and lay down heavily on it, watching as Xianxia changed her shoes. Xianxia's legs could be said to be extremely beautiful. They were long, slender, round, and straight. When she bent over to change her shoes, it was a beautiful sight to behold. Teacher, you're so beautiful. Why don't you have a boyfriend? Ling Yun pretended to be curious. Kids shouldn't pry into adults' affairs. Xianxia said to Ling Yun coquettishly as she put her hands behind her head and tied her hair into a bun. What would you like to drink? Xianxia asked Ling Yun with a smile. Her hair was pulled up into a beautiful bun, revealing a kind of seductive charm. Anything is fine. The main thing is that I'm hungry. Teacher, do you have anything delicious here? Ling Yun had been busy with Lin Minghan for the whole night. In the morning, he rushed back to fetch Ning Lingyu and did not have time to eat. Why, didn't you eat breakfast? Is this how you lose weight? Xianxia said as she rolled up her sleeves. Ling Yun chuckled and did not deny it. Alright, what would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Xianxia went straight to the kitchen. Just do whatever you want. Ling Yun didn't stand on ceremony at all. He stretched himself comfortably. He could not come here for nothing. As for the boring stuff like tutoring, he would think about it when he had time. He still had a lot of things to discuss with Xianxia. Then, I'll make noodles for you, alright? Do you like egg noodles or shredded meat noodles? Xianxia's voice came from the kitchen. Egg noodles. 2 eggs. Ling Yan replied casually. Kong Shiru's face turned red as she muttered softly, "You're annoying." She almost cut her hand while cutting the spring onions. The two of them were 10 years apart and in a teacher-student relationship. However, at this moment, Kong Shiru had forgotten her own age. Hearing the clanking of pots and pans, Ling Yan jumped up from the sofa and arrived at the kitchen door. He crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame to admire Kong Shiru's figure as she cooked. Sizzle. The spring onions were thrown into the frying pan, filling the entire house with their aroma. "Do you want some soy sauce?" Kong Shiru shouted without turning back. Suddenly, a large hand wrapped around her waist, giving her a fright. She hurriedly reprimanded, "Don't mess around." Ling Yan gently wrapped his arm around Kong Shiru's waist and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if there's soy sauce or not. If there's tofu, we can add more." "I want to eat tofu." This scene was so similar to the one in the elevator. Once again, Kong Shiru couldn't suppress the pain in her heart. She subconsciously swung the frying pan towards Ling Yan's body. The frying pan smashed towards Ling Yan's left shoulder with boiling oil. Ling Yan didn't dodge. He maintained his smile and stared calmly at Kong Shiru, allowing her to hit him. Seeing that Ling Yan didn't dodge, Kong Shiru was momentarily stunned. She wanted to stop, but it was too late. The frying pan only slanted slightly and still smashed onto Ling Yan's left shoulder. "Pah!" The oil splattered everywhere. "Ah!" Kong Shiru screamed and let go of the frying pan. Ling Yan's left hand grabbed the frying pan with lightning speed. He smiled and said, "Teacher, the pan is done. It's time to add water, right?" Kong Shiru's pretty face was pale. She stared blankly at Ling Yan's greasy left shoulder. She was filled with regret and heartache, forgetting everything. Ling Yan looked up and grabbed a thermos. He poured half a pot of water into the pan and waited for it to boil. "Are you scalded? Does it hurt?" Kong Shiru asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Ling Yan was at the 12th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique. This little bit of heat couldn't burn him at all. It was only his clothes that were dirty. After 2 tests, Ling Yan's previous guess was finally confirmed. Kong Shiru must have been seriously hurt. In terms of relationships, she had a psychological problem, a very big one, no wonder. Ling Yan muttered in his heart. He already had a countermeasure. Internal injuries could be treated, external injuries could be treated. As for this psychological problem, Big Brother Yun really wanted to challenge it. "How dare you say you're fine? Your clothes are already like this. Quick, unbutton them and let me see." Kong Shiru blamed herself even more. She raised her hands and started unbuttoning Ling Yan's shirt. "It's all right, there's no burn." "Does it hurt?" Kong Shiru asked with concern as she blew on the spot where Ling Yan was hit. "It hurts." Ling Yan lied through his teeth. "Why didn't you dodge when you know it hurts?" "Really? I secretly hugged teacher. That's disgraceful. I deserve to be hit by teacher." Kong Shiru suddenly lowered her head and said softly, "You hugged teacher a few times just now. When did teacher hit you?" "But, you can't. Can't what?" Ling Yan asked immediately. "Don't get close to teacher's ear and talk. I won't be able to control myself and want to hit you," Kong Shiru said. Only Ling Yan could hug Kong Shiru in public and even hug her waist in the elevator. If it were anyone else, she would have slapped him in the face. However, this was already Kong Shiru's limit. If he wanted to go further, such as talking to her ear, Kong Shiru would definitely attack subconsciously to protect herself. Ling Yan wanted to ask why, but the water in the pot was already boiling. He purposely hugged Kong Shiru's waist and said, "Teacher, the water is boiling, you. Is this how you prove teacher's innocence? You're obviously seducing teacher and bullying teacher." Kong Shiru's face was red. She couldn't hold it in any longer and blurted out the words that she had been suppressing in her heart. Ling Yan thought to himself, "I wouldn't dare to bully you, teacher. I just feel that your waist is a little fat, so I want to see how I can help you lose weight." Ling Yan chuckled. "I don't dare to bully you, teacher. I just feel that your waist is a little fat, so I want to see how I can help you lose weight." Actually, even though Kong Shiru was 28 years old, her waist was very tight and her abdomen was flat and smooth. There wasn't even the slightest bit of fat. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. What? Excess fat? Women in their 30s were most afraid of having excess fat on their bodies, and Kong Shiru was no exception. Ling Yan's words successfully attracted her attention. From the age of 22 to 28, it was the best time for a woman. 6 years of her youth had been wasted. It was impossible for Kong Shiru not to feel sad, but she could not open the door to her heart. Even she could not do anything about it. Am I really getting old? Kong Shiru was so anxious that she forgot about the pair of big hands around her waist. Listen to me and stop causing trouble for me. Go sit on the sofa and take off your shirt. I'll wash it for you later. Kong Shiru had no choice but to beg Ling Yan to let her go. As long as she didn't reject him, there would be a chance next time. Ling Yan agreed and went to the sofa. He really took off his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. Very quickly, Kong Shiru came out with a bowl of fragrant noodles. She walked in front of Ling Yan and gently bent down to place the bowl within his reach. When she looked up again, she saw Ling Yan's muscular upper body and immediately panicked. You. Why aren't you wearing a vest? Kong Shiru quickly turned her face away. However, she couldn't help but sneak a peek at Ling Yan's upper body. Whether it was on television, the internet, or in real life, Kong Shiru had never seen such a perfect body. Her heart was rejecting him, but her eyes were irresistibly attracted to him. That was a fatal attraction. I don't have that habit. Ling Yan's lips curled into a smile as he pulled the bowl in front of him. Teacher, I don't have chopsticks. Kong Shiru thought to herself. What had she become to Ling Yan? She even had to carry chopsticks for him. She was angry, embarrassed, and happy at the same time. She practically jogged all the way to get chopsticks for Ling Yan. Hurry up and eat. Be careful not to burn yourself. I'll wash your clothes for you. Kong Shiru took Ling Yan's shirt and walked into the bathroom. The noodles were fragrant, smooth, and chewy. Ling Yan ate and drank at the same time. A big bowl of noodles was quickly gone. One more bowl. Kong Shiru came out of the bathroom very quickly. Seeing that Ling Yan had just finished his meal, she immediately scooped him another bowl and brought it over. After finishing 2 bowls of fragrant noodles, Ling Yan was truly full. His weight had dropped to more than 160 kilograms. Due to the abundance of spiritual energy in his body, his appetite was less than a third of what it used to be. I'm full. Ling Yan pushed his bowl and chopsticks to the side and praised sincerely, Teacher's noodles are really delicious, it smells so good. Kong Shiru was overjoyed. She passed a napkin to him so that he could wipe his mouth while she cleaned up the dishes. If you like it, come to my house when you're hungry. I'll cook for you. Kong Shiru said as she walked out of the kitchen. Ling Yan chuckled. Teacher, aren't you afraid of others making irresponsible remarks? Kong Shiru's face turned red as she glared at Ling Yan. You've hugged me so many times. Even if it was fake in the past, it's real now. What's the use of being afraid? The second class had been going on for 5 minutes. There were still 40 minutes before the end of the class. Suddenly, the two of them had nothing to say. The room was strangely silent. A man and a woman stared at each other in silence. After a long while. Ling Yan, I don't blame you for this. Actually, Mr. Liu has been courting me for 4 years. I've rejected him many times. Now that he has the opportunity, he's just taking revenge on me, Kong Shiru suddenly said. Ling Yan's mouth opened slightly. So there was such a layer to it. Teacher, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone bully you. I will protect you and never let you come to any harm again. Ling Yan's deep gaze stared into Kong Shiru's eyes. His voice was low and full of magnetism. Kong Shiru was shaken. An unprecedented feeling of happiness enveloped her, making it difficult for her to control herself. A young and beautiful woman had come to a foreign city and worked hard for 6 years. There was no need to elaborate on the bitterness and hardships she had to go through. Kong Shiru was kind, intellectual, independent, and strong. She constantly strived to improve herself. Her teaching results were even more remarkable. However, she had a side that no one knew. She was lonely. Her heart was filled with fear and depression. She was filled with a deep sense of inferiority. She was extremely insecure. Therefore, the place she liked to go the most was her class. Facing dozens of her students, it was as if this was the only way she could temporarily forget this unspeakable pain when she was busy. The feeling that Ling Yun gave her was very special. She could tell that Ling Yun didn't treat her as a teacher at all. Ling Yun was very bold. He didn't hide anything. He completely ignored the rules and had no bottom line. This should have made her hate him. However, Kang Xiaoru was falling step by step. Ling Yun's tall and handsome face, his powerful strength and sturdy shoulders, his deep and seductive gaze, and that naughty smile, all of these made her heart flutter. She couldn't help but want to stop. She knew that she was already making a mistake. Under such circumstances, she didn't reject Ling Yun. That in itself was a form of seduction. She knew that she was playing with fire. However, this feeling was like taking drugs. She didn't reject Ling Yun when he put his arm around her shoulders in school. She couldn't reject him anymore. Ling Yun's casual words made Kang Xiaoru's heart palpitate. Ling Yun, can you? Kang Xiaoru's eyes suddenly became misty. Can you hug me? Ling Yun thought to himself. Why not? He was waiting for her to say that, however, he didn't get up. Instead, he patted the sofa beside him and smiled, gesturing for Kang Xiaoru to come over and sit down. He wanted to see if Kang Xiaoru would take the initiative to walk over. If she did, everything would be fine. If she didn't, did Ling Yun have legs? Kang Xiaoru's delicate body trembled violently as she forced herself to stand up. Step by step, she inched towards Ling Yun's side. Yes, she was inching. That was because Kang Xiaoru's rationality was warning her not to make a mistake. However, her emotions were like a volcano that had been suppressed for a long time. They were ignited by Ling Yun's words. They gushed and burned violently, destroying the last bit of rationality she had left. Kang Xiaoru walked to Ling Yun's side. She instinctively paused and wanted to escape, but Ling Yun reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Ah, Kang Xiaoru only felt a boom in her brain. All the morals and rules in her mind were burned to ashes. A sense of guilt and a sense of security alternated in her mind. In a fight between immortals, no one could overpower the other. When she regained her senses, she realized that Ling Yun's large hand was covering her shirt. No, her chest. Ah! Kang Xiaoru exclaimed. I'm sorry, I put it in the wrong place. Ling Yun didn't want to be hit at that moment. Before Kang Xiaoru could react, he had already retracted his left hand and placed it on the sofa. Oh my God, how can you be so bold? Kang Xiaoru exclaimed in shock. She was on the verge of tears. Ling Yun didn't say a word as he enjoyed Kang Xiaoru's shyness. He thought to himself that this former teacher of his had lived to be 28 years old. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling were much bolder than her, but Kang Xiaoru was too shy. She was even more shy than Lin Menghan last night. You bullied teacher like this. How can I still be innocent? If people find out, how can teacher face the world? Kang Xiaoru said incoherently. The guilt in her heart was pounding non-stop. It was as if she could only feel better if she said it out loud. However, she seemed to have forgotten that she was the one who asked Ling Yun to carry her. She was also the one who walked over. Ling Yun had only misplaced his hand. Why aren't you saying anything? Kang Xiaoru became anxious when Ling Yun didn't respond. She was actually looking for a way out of this embarrassing situation. If Ling Yun misunderstood her, wouldn't she regret it? I'm afraid you'll hit me, Ling Yun chuckled and said with his white teeth. The dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly. Kang Xiaoru was stunned. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Nonsense, you threw Tai Xiaohu like a basketball, defeated more than 30 people from the Green Dragon Gang, demolished their demolition office, and tore down their 2 mansions. You faced 100 policemen with 100 guns and scolded the director of the Public Security Bureau of Qingshui City so badly. Why would Ling Yan be afraid of being beaten up by teacher? Kang Xiaoru said in one breath as she felt Ling Yan's hot and masculine aura. Ling Yan was surprised. He thought that the form teacher knew quite a lot. He chuckled and asked. Teacher, who did you hear all this from? Everyone in Qingshui High knows Ling Yan's name, Kang Xiaoru said coquettishly. Why would I listen to others? I won't hit you. If I really can't help but hit you, you can just grab my arm. I won't blame you. Towards the end, Kang Xiaoru's head drooped lower and lower. Her face was as red as blood, and her voice became softer and softer until it could no longer be heard. Ling Yan smiled proudly as his left arm went under Kang Xiaoru's armpit and pulled her into his embrace. Ling Yan was indeed taking advantage of Kang Xiaoru, but his main purpose was to treat her illness. Just like how a drug addict had to be forcefully detoxified from the start, Ling Yan wanted her to overcome this psychological barrier. As long as she could overcome this barrier, her mental illness would naturally improve. Teacher, I don't mean to bully you. I'm treating your illness. Don't move. Kang Xiaoru couldn't move even without Ling Yan's reminder. With a single thought, 9 golden needles appeared in his hands. He used the 9 spiritual pivot and started pricking several major acupoints on Kang Xiaoru's head. With every needle, Ling Yan transferred a stream of dragon spiritual energy into Kang Xiaoru's body to calm her mind and regulate her brain and body. Judging from Kang Xiaoru's reaction, the damage she had suffered in the past was definitely beyond imagination. This made Ling Yan's eyes filled with murderous intent. Kang Xiaoru had fallen asleep peacefully after the 9 needles were administered. Gently, he carried Kang Xiaoru's slender body and walked towards her bedroom. He placed Kang Xiaoru on the bed and covered her with a thin blanket to prevent her from catching a cold. Kang Xiaoru wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He walked out of the bedroom and went to her study. He found a few university English textbooks and silently memorized some words. The bell signaling the end of the second period rang. However, Ling Yan had no intention of leaving. After a 20-minute break, he went to remove the needles only after the third period in the morning. Ling Yan stored all 9 golden needles into his spatial ring. He turned to leave the bedroom, but was stopped by a beautiful hand. Don't go. Kang Xiaoru woke up, but she didn't open her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled as she said shyly. Teacher, rest a little longer. I'll sit on the sofa outside. Just call for me if you need me, don't go. Kang Xiaoru was still weak, but she wouldn't let go of Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yan had no choice but to sit on the bed and smile at Kang Xiaoru. His eyes were clear and transparent. Teacher, I know that you must have been hurt very badly in the past. You've started to fear men and avoid relationships. This is a kind of illness. Since I want to cure you, I must first make you fall in love, and then do that. Only then can I cure you. Ling Yan was telling the truth, but he only said half of it. Alright, he did want to touch her. Don't explain. Kang Xiaoru's beautiful eyes were still closed, but she grabbed Ling Yan's hand and placed it on her breasts. Kang Xiaoru's body trembled violently again. Her face was still in pain, but she didn't struggle this time. Ling Yan's hand touched her breasts, but he didn't use any force. Teacher, are you a slut? Kang Xiaoru asked with a trembling voice. If I heard anyone else say that, I would cut off their tongue. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Silence, weren't you very bold just now? Why are you so well behaved now? Kang Xiaoru asked suddenly. It's daytime now. You might not be so well behaved when you come for tutoring at night. Ling Yan chuckled. Actually, Kang Xiaoru hadn't fully recovered yet. Ling Yan still needed a few more days to treat her completely. Teacher will give you a set of keys. You can come anytime in the future. You can also stay here at night. Kang Xiaoru's face was like a ripe apple as she suddenly covered her face. Sigh, that's not good. People will gossip, do you want it or not? Yes. Ling Yan said faintly. Teacher, I will look for the principal and that *T director this afternoon. I will take back everything that belongs to you, don't go overboard. Kang Xiaoru suddenly removed her hands from her face and opened her beautiful eyes. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. Kang Xiaoru looked at Ling Yan for a while. Suddenly, she sat up straight and said, Close your eyes. Ling Yan closed his eyes. Then, he felt his mouth being blocked by a piece of warm air. It was as fast as lightning and then separated. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that Kang Xiuru's face was as red as blood. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly. Scoundrel, I'm about to die from embarrassment. Yet, you're pretending to be a saint. Kang Xiuru grumbled. Ling Yan thought to himself, if I don't pretend to be a saint and eat you up now, I would have treated you for nothing. However, he wanted to see how effective the treatment was. He turned around and sat behind Kang Xiuru. Teacher, if you don't want me to pretend to be a saint, do you want me to be a hooligan? He whispered into Kang Xiuru's ear. Kang Xiuru's delicate body trembled and tensed up again. However, she didn't push Ling Yan away this time. You're so naughty. Why would I have a bad student like you who bullies teachers? Ling Yan smiled and glanced at Kang Xiuru. His stare made Kang Xiuru blush. Teacher, do you dare to say that you didn't seduce me? Kang Xiuru was embarrassed. Shut up, I didn't. Women were unreasonable, not to mention that the other party was his teacher. Ling Yan could only express his helplessness. What time is it now? Kang Xiuru asked Ling Yan. It's almost the end of the third period, what do you want to eat for lunch? I'll prepare it for you. Kang Xiuru asked Ling Yan expectantly. I have something to do in the afternoon. I have to go home for lunch. Ling Yan thought to himself. There was someone at home who was in so much pain that she couldn't move. He couldn't let that person go hungry. Give me a few days off. Ling Yan chuckled. Kang Xiuru's delicate body twisted like a snake. However, Ling Yan was talking about principles, so she didn't budge an inch. No, you haven't been to class for 8 whole days. Including today, it's been 9 days. How are you going to get into Yanjing University after delaying so much homework? It's better if I don't get in. I can repeat for a year and be with teacher every day. That'll save me the longing. Kang Xiuru was elated. Even though she knew it was a lie, she still smiled sweetly and pouted. Is that really what you think in your heart? Teacher, don't worry. I promised my mother and sister that I would get into Yanjing University. Other than language, I'm confident that I can get full marks for all the other subjects. Kang Xiuru looked up at Ling Yan with shock and admiration. She knew that Ling Yan wasn't lying. However, she still pouted. It's not that I don't want to give you a day off, but, Ling Yan thought to himself. Since she wanted to, what else could he say? But what? Ling Yan asked curiously. Kang Xiuru blushed. But what if teacher misses you and can't see you? Ling Yan knew that Kang Xiuru had been suppressing her desires and emotions for 6 years. Now that she was being tormented by him, it must be indescribably wonderful. Ling Yan thought to himself, Kang Xiuru is 8 years older than Lin Menghan. These 8 years haven't been in vain. Once she's developed, her adaptability and acceptance are much stronger than Lin Menghan's. It was about time. Ling Yan stopped tormenting Kang Xiuru. Teacher, if you miss me, you can call me at any time. You can even text me. I'll be there whenever you need me. Really? Kang Xiuru was overjoyed. She shyly confirmed it carefully. Sometimes, I'll be there even if I don't want to. Didn't you say you were going to give me the keys? Where are they? Kang Xiuru giggled and wriggled out of Ling Yan's arms. She took out a bunch of keys and threw them to Ling Yan. Ling Yan looked at them seriously. He smiled and kept the keys in his spatial ring. Why did you make the keys disappear? Kang Xiuru was shocked. Right, where did you get the 9 golden needles from? Where did you put them? Raising his left hand, he took out the bunch of keys and the 9 golden needles. Kang Xiuru was dumbfounded by the sight of it. Oh my god. This was much better than Lu Qian's. Ling Yan smiled and raised his left hand. He shook the ring and explained to Kang Xiuru. Kang Xiuru was so shocked that her mouth formed an O shape. She couldn't stop gasping. If Ling Yan were to perform magic, he would definitely earn more money and fame than Lu Qian. Of course, if Ling Yan wasn't really in need of money, he definitely wouldn't do something so boring. He wasn't in need of money, he was in need of time. Close your eyes, I'll give you something good. Ling Yan wouldn't be stingy since he told Kong Xiuru the secret of the spatial ring. Kong Xiuru smiled and closed her eyes. She couldn't help but open them a little to peek. She looked very cute. You have to close all your eyes. Ling Yan teased her. Kong Xiuru rolled her eyes at Ling Yan before closing her eyes tightly. Ling Yan took out a night-luminescent pearl from the spatial ring and held it in his palm. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Kong Xiuru opened her eyes immediately and saw Ling Yan's fist in front of her. What is it? What is it? Kong Xiuru was so anxious that she almost used her authority as a form teacher. Won't you know when you open my palm? Ling Yan chuckled. Kong Xiuru opened Ling Yan's fingers one by one, and the bedroom was filled with light. A night-luminescent pearl that was even bigger than a longan lay quietly in his palm. It was round and translucent, radiating a dazzling radiance that shocked Kong Xiuru. Her pretty face was illuminated by the radiance, making it look even more beautiful and alluring. This is for you. It was like giving a pearl to a beauty. Kong Xiuru was completely stunned. Her beautiful eyes stared at the night-luminescent pearl in Ling Yan's hand. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. She held the night-luminescent pearl carefully in her hands. She was so excited that she couldn't control herself. After a full 3 minutes, Kong Xiuru raised her teary eyes and choked with sobs. Is it really for me? Ling Yan smiled and nodded. It's really for you. It's more real than gold and silver. Keep it if you like it. A night-luminescent pearl like this was worth more than 1,000 words. Kong Xiuru was so excited that she couldn't put it into words. After a long while, she finally said, But don't you only have 2 left? And you're keeping it as a betrothal gift. You even know about this? Ling Yan was shocked. Idiot, almost everyone knows about what you did in Linjiang Garden. Kong Xiuru said coquettishly as she held the night-luminescent pearl. Ling Yan giggled and said, Since we are already like this, isn't this my betrothal gift to you? Ling Yan, don't mess around. I'm already 28 years old, and you're only 18. We're 10 years apart. Moreover, I know that I'm not good enough for you. I can only be the woman behind your back. Kong Xiuru's face turned ghastly pale, and her body trembled as she said, Ling Yan, don't mess around. Ling Yan first smiled, then immediately retracted his smile. He said seriously, age isn't a problem, and there's no such thing as being worthy or not. My woman doesn't have anything to say behind my back. You're not allowed to belittle yourself in the future, understand? Kong Xiuru was completely moved by Ling Yan's words. She suddenly put the night-luminescent pearl aside and hugged Ling Yan's neck. She started sobbing. After a while, Kong Xiuru stopped crying and suddenly whispered into Ling Yan's ear, Ling Yan, if you're feeling terrible, you can have me today. I'll give you everything. Kong Xiuru was even more touched now. Suddenly, she lowered her head shyly and said, Ling Yan, if you're feeling terrible, you can have me today. I'll give you everything. Kong Xiuru was even more touched. Suddenly, she lowered her head shyly and said, Ling Yan, do you think that I'm that kind of slutty woman now that I'm doing this with you? Ling Yan chuckled and whispered into Kong Xiuru's ear, I'm that kind of slutty woman. However, the more you do this in bed, the more I like it, understand? Kong Xiuru had suppressed her emotions for 6 years. She was actually a ball of fire under an iceberg. Today, she was successfully released by Ling Yun. To be continued. Kong Xiuru was aroused once again. The 2 of them played for a while, and Ling Yun didn't want to waste any more time. He began to help Kong Xiuru button up her shirt. With a beauty in his arms, he could do whatever he wanted. If this went on, Ling Yan would probably be burnt by this ball of fire. Teacher, you're still calling me teacher? I'm used to it. Then when you bully me in the future, will you call me teacher too? I'm a teacher anyway. Moreover, it feels even better when I bully you. Ling Yan felt a sense of accomplishment as he thought about how his strict and cold-formed teacher had turned into a ball of fire that allowed him to bully her as he pleased. Up to you. Kong Xiuru giggled and poked Ling Yan's forehead with her beautiful index finger. Scoundrel. She said lovingly and fondly. Ling Yan recited the clear heart technique more than 10 times to suppress his desires. Then, he started talking business with Kong Xiuru. Teacher, after Xianxia returned to Beijing, we couldn't contact her. Do you have any news about her? When Kang Xiuru heard that Ling Yun was finally asking about Xianxia, she felt as though a bottle of emotions had been knocked over. Her heart was filled with a myriad of emotions and she was unable to express them in words. Ling Yun was her student, and so was Xianxia. The rumors in the school were saying that they were a couple. Moreover, before the Qingming festival holiday, Xianxia had taken the initiative to change seats with Ling Yun. Naturally, Kang Xiuru knew Xianxia's feelings for Ling Yun. Now that Xianxia had left Qingshui City, she and Ling Yun had such a relationship. Not only was it a teacher-student relationship, but it was also equivalent to stealing Xianxia's boyfriend. After a moment of silence, Kang Xiuru lowered her head and asked, Ling Yun, what is your relationship with Xianxia now? How far have you progressed? She is my girlfriend. As for the progress, it's about the same as the two of us. Ling Yun said bluntly. You scoundrel. Kang Xiuru was embarrassed. She patted Ling Yun's shoulder and pouted. Can't you save me some face? Don't beat around the bush. Teacher, I don't have a choice. I don't want to lie to you. The truth is the truth, be honest, are there any more out there? Kang Xiuru glared at Ling Yun. Ling Yun thought to himself, I almost killed 2 birds with 1 stone last night. Do you think there are any outside? He chuckled and said, Teacher, do you really want me to tell the truth? Kang Xiuru thought about it seriously. Then, she lowered her head and said, Forget it. I know you have it even if you don't say it. And I'm sure you have it. I don't care about others. As long as I focus on being your woman, I will be satisfied. You don't have to tell me. Ling Yun thought to himself that it wouldn't be too late to introduce them when they met in the future, so he asked again, Teacher, do you have any news about Xianxia? Yes. Kang Xiuru sighed in her heart when she saw how anxious Ling Yun was. She smiled sweetly and said, yes. However, it wasn't Xianxia herself who gave me the news. It was her family who gave me the news. They said that Xianxia will be taking the college entrance examinations in Beijing. They asked us to ignore her at Qingshui High, but the enrollment rate will still be counted as Qingshui High's. Ling Yun's heart sank as he asked hurriedly, anything else? Kang Xiuru shook her head and said, no. Xianxia herself was like a stone sinking into the ocean after she returned to Beijing. No one could contact her. As she said this, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Ling Yun thought to himself that Xianxia's freedom must have been completely restricted. Unless he went to the Qiao family in Beijing to look for her, no one could contact her. So, was this the Qiao family's idea or the Chen family's? If it was the Qiao family's idea, then it wouldn't be a serious matter. There was still a month before the college entrance examinations. He would wait for the college entrance examinations to be over before sneaking into the Qiao family to find Xianxia. However, if it was the Chen family's idea, then there were too many things that could happen. Xianxia might even be in danger. Thinking quickly, Ling Yun decided to find someone to help him find out more about Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel at ease. Ling Yun, based on the current situation, Xianxia definitely won't be back before the college entrance examinations are over. However, she has told me many times that she will definitely get into Yenjing University in Beijing. As long as you can get into Yenjing University, you will definitely be able to see her. Seeing Ling Yun's serious expression, Kang Xiuru couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Ling Yun nodded and immediately got off the bed. He said to Kang Xiuru, Teacher, school is about to end soon. I have something to do in the afternoon, so I'll take my leave first. Kang Xiuru hurriedly got off the bed and said to Ling Yun, Alright, I'll go get your clothes. It's been so long, your clothes should be dry by now. Of course, his clothes were already dry. Kang Xiuru helped Ling Yun put on his clothes and straightened the corner of his shirt. Looking at Ling Yun's handsome figure and handsome face, she couldn't help but praise, I didn't expect you to be such a handsome person after slimming down. At the same time, she sighed helplessly in her heart. Not to mention anything else, just based on his mesmerizing face, which woman could really reject him? Are you still coming to class in the afternoon? Of course. Otherwise, how am I going to seek justice from the principal? Kong Shouwu giggled. Kong Shouwu giggled. She pointed at herself and said shyly, teacher is already like this with you now. I'm already desperate to be your woman. Since I've made it real, why would I still need justice? Ling Yun, you've opened up the knot in teacher's heart. As for those positions and reputation, teacher doesn't care at all, Ling Yun said proudly, it's our business to make it real. It's not up to others to criticize us. Don't worry, after today, I promise that everything will return to normal for teacher. Now that you've stayed in my house for 3 periods, who knows what others will say about us, Ling Yun chuckled. Teacher, you don't understand. The longer I stay here and the more times I come, the more people will think that we're fine. Think about it, isn't that right? Kong Shouwu was exceptionally intelligent. She thought about it and suddenly said shyly, scoundrel, you're really bad. I finally know why that director of the Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong, was bullied so badly by you. Ling Yun laughed disdainfully. Luo Zhong? Who does Luo Zhong think he is? I'm just too lazy to bully him. If I really bully him, I guarantee that he won't even be able to cry. Kong Shouwu giggled. She reluctantly sent Ling Yun to the door and watched him enter the elevator. Then, she stared blankly for a while before gently closing the door. Scoundrel, he actually made me fall for him in one go. He'll definitely laugh at me after he leaves, really, I let him get away with it so easily. I'm too disappointing, will he come again tonight? The room was filled with Ling Yun's scent. Kong Shouwu took a deep breath and felt that the sunlight outside the window was unprecedentedly radiant. Ling Yun left Kong Shouwu's dormitory. There were only about 10 minutes left before school ended, and there were almost no students on the campus roads. Ling Yun was worried about Lin Menghan. He walked quickly out of the school gates and got into his Land Rover. He found a luxurious restaurant and ordered 7 to 8 nutritious dishes. He placed them all in the trunk and drove straight to the luxurious Hot Springs Manor. Ling Yun was now familiar with the roads. He quickly arrived outside Lin Menghan's villa and drove the Land Rover in. Ling Yun carried the dishes into the living room and put the lunchbox down before flying upstairs. Baby, I'm back. Time to eat. Ling Yun shouted before rushing into Lin Menghan's bedroom. Hubby. Lin Menghan's beautiful face was filled with joy when she heard that Ling Yun was back. She endured the pain between her legs and got out of bed. After Ling Yun left in the morning, Lin Menghan finally understood what it meant to be lovesick. She couldn't watch the television or play on the computer anymore. All she could think about was Ling Yun. She couldn't wait for him to appear in front of her. Ling Yun flew into the house and saw that Lin Menghan had actually gotten out of bed. He picked her up in a hurry and raised his hand to scratch her nose. He pretended to be angry and scolded, "Aren't I back now? Why did you get out of bed? Doesn't it hurt anymore?" Lin Menghan hugged Ling Yun's shoulders tightly. Hubby, I wanted to see you earlier, Ling Yun chuckled as he reached his hand into Lin Menghan's spaghetti strap nightgown. He felt the amazing elasticity and said, "How is it? Are you feeling better now?" Lin Menghan had just completed her transformation from a young girl to a woman. Her alluring face was radiant. She said shyly, "It's much better than this morning." "It's just a little swollen," Ling Yun chuckled. "This kind of pain will go away in less than a day. Let's go, I bought you a lot of delicious food. Let's go down and eat." Lin Menghan suddenly frowned. She wrinkled her delicate nose and sniffed Ling Yun's body. When she looked up again, her eyes were filled with suspicion. "Hubby, why do I smell like another woman on you?" Lin Menghan's eyes widened as she asked in a serious tone. Lin Menghan was not Kong Shouwu. Ling Yun thought to himself that he had forgotten to take a shower before coming out. However, he said calmly, "This hubby's deskmate is a girl. I've been deskmates with her for the whole morning. Of course there's a smell." Lin Menghan's heart skipped a beat. She stared at Ling Yun's eyes and observed him for a long time. She could not see anything wrong. She could only ask suspiciously, "Really, why did your class arrange for you to be deskmates with a girl?" Ling Yun replied casually, "It wasn't arranged by the class. Do you remember that Xianxia? You had a meal with her on the day of the water spout. She took the initiative to sit with me. What could I do? However, she returned to Beijing last Tuesday. After she left, another girl came. That was Green Dragon, the daughter of Green Dragon's boss. She's now my deskmate. Green Dragon? Didn't Green Dragon's people get beaten up by Ling Yan? How did Green Dragon's boss daughter become Ling Yan's deskmate? As for Chao Shanshan, Lin Menghan naturally knew her. She could also see that Chao Shanshan was interested in Ling Yan. Lin Menghan felt uncomfortable when she heard what Ling Yan said. No matter what, she had truly given her body to Ling Yan. The two of them had just had sex last night. However, Ling Yan had only gone out for a morning and returned with his body covered in his feminine scent. She was still in so much pain that she could not even get off the ground. It would be weird if Lin Menghan felt comfortable. However, even though she felt uncomfortable, Lin Menghan was already satisfied that Ling Yan remembered her and bought her lunch. As long as she could see Ling Yan, she did not want to say anything more. She did not pursue the matter further and allowed Ling Yan to carry her downstairs. Lin Menghan snuggled in Ling Yan's arms. The two of them fed each other and enjoyed their meal. "Hubby, do you still have to go to class in the afternoon?" After the short separation in the morning, Lin Menghan felt like a year. She really could not bear to let Ling Yan go. However, even though Ling Yan did not have to go to class in the afternoon, he had no choice but to leave. Not only was Lin Menghan there, Yao Ro was still waiting for him at the Shangri-La Hotel. Lowering his head to look at the beauty in his arms, he saw the bitterness in her eyes. He hardened his heart and said, "Wifey, I have to go to class, but I can come back earlier in the afternoon. I'll spend more time with you when I'm back, okay?" Lin Menghan was even more shocked when she heard the meaning behind Ling Yan's words. She hurriedly asked, "Hubby, you're not staying here with me tonight?" Ling Yan replied awkwardly, My aunt said that I have to stay at home for a few days." Lin Menghan's tears flowed out in an instant. She panicked and asked, Then can you bear to let me stay here alone?" Looking at Lin Menghan's anxious expression, Ling Yan felt a headache coming on because he suddenly realized a problem. Too many women was a problem, a very big problem. What should he do? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Lin Menghan had just experienced the feeling of being a woman last night. She could not wait to spend every second with Ling Yan. If not for the fact that Ling Yan was a high school student who was about to take his college entrance exams, she would not have let him go to school. Ling Yan hugged Lin Menghan's alluring body and looked at her tearful and pitiful face. He couldn't bear to see her like this. Ling Yan did not want Lin Menghan to be alone. He scratched his head and hugged Lin Menghan tightly. He smiled and said, "All right, don't cry. I'll think of a way to get Auntie to let me stay with you for a few more nights, okay?" Lin Menghan immediately replied, "It's not a fight, it's a must. Otherwise, how can I fall asleep?" As she spoke, her face started to blush, making her look radiant. Ling Yan pinched Lin Menghan's nose and chuckled. "All right, if you say it's a must, then it's a must. However, I have to leave now. We can only be happy at night after I finish my work in the day." Lin Menghan finally smiled and sighed. "I really can't bear for you to leave. You don't know how bad my heart felt after you left this morning. It was as if it was empty and I couldn't do anything else." Ling Yan thought to himself, "You won't be so bored after I teach you a suitable cultivation technique in a few days." He hugged Lin Menghan and walked slowly towards the bedroom on the second floor. "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll buy it for you. As long as I can see you, I don't care what I eat." Lin Menghan replied shyly. After returning to the bedroom, the two of them had another sweet moment before Ling Yan left Lin Menghan's villa and drove straight to the Shangri-La Hotel. 20 minutes later, Ling Yan arrived at the 27th floor of the Shangri-La Hotel and knocked on the door of the presidential suite. Yao Ro opened the door and saw Ling Yan standing at the door. Her face was full of shyness and joy as she dove into Ling Yan's arms. In a flash, he carried Yao Ro and entered the presidential suite. With a casual kick, he closed the door of the presidential suite. "Have you had lunch?" Sitting on the sofa, Ling Yan looked at the neatly dressed Yao Ro with an apologetic expression. He blamed himself in his heart as he spoke in a gentle voice. "Yes, I have. There are professional service staff in this room. The service is very good, Yao Rou said shyly. Last night. Ling Yan felt the need to explain. Yao Rou raised her hand and placed her index finger on Ling Yan's lips. She said gently, Ling Yan, you don't have to explain to me. I know you have a lot of things to deal with every day. I understand. Other than feeling sorry for her, there was nothing else he could say. He caressed the beauty in his arms and then whispered in her ear, I was too impatient last night. I forgot that you have just recovered from your serious injuries. You haven't fully recovered yet. It's not suitable for you to consummate your marriage. Can you give me a few more days? Hearing this, Yao Rou blushed and said, my body will only be given to you. Whenever you want it, I can give it to you. Ling Yan smiled and said, you're such a good girl. Don't think about anything and don't care about anything for the next few days. Just get whatever you need from the hotel and get well as soon as possible, alright? Yao Rou was overjoyed by Ling Yan's words. She felt so blissful that she didn't have time to care about anything else. Staying here for a week would cost $188,000. This was something Yao Rou wouldn't have dared to dream of before she met him. Now that she had him by her side, his gentle words, and his concern for her, Yao Rou was in ecstasy. I've thought about it. I don't think you can stay in the clinic forever. I'll buy you a house in the city. If you're bored these few days, you can go out and choose one you like. We'll buy it together. Yao Rou was stunned when she heard that. An indescribable happiness flashed in her eyes, but she shook her head decisively. Ling Yan, our ordinary people's clinic is big enough. The second floor is idle anyway. It's suitable for me to stay there and look after the house. There's no need to waste money. Yao Rou was already satisfied with Ling Yan's words. Ling Yan smiled gently. A clinic is a clinic. As for the second floor, it's so that you can rest on the second floor when you're tired. If I'm tired from work, I'll have a place to rest. Ling Yan smiled gently. But, buying a house is buying a house. These two things are not the same. You should listen to me. Go out and take a look. Tell me when you have made your choice. I will buy it immediately. But, a house in the city costs at least 1,000,000 yuan. Yao Rou was a little reluctant. Ling Yan thought to himself that he had spent more than 2 million on shopping with Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu yesterday. Buying a house was nothing to him. He chuckled and said, you don't have to worry about money. Remember, no matter what you choose, we don't want a house under 5 million yuan. Just pick a good one and buy it. Ling Yan had extorted a villa from Tian Buetao, a big house in Qingshui City, and 9 million yuan in cash. He had already told Tang Meng to sell these two houses as soon as possible. Even if he sold them at a discount, they could sell for at least 10 million yuan. That would be a total of 20 million yuan. He really wasn't short of money. Ah. You don't want a house under 5 million yuan? That's enough to buy a small villa. Yao Rou's cherry lips opened wide in shock. Ling Yan chuckled. I want you to buy a villa. It has to be the type with its own courtyard. That way, it'll be more convenient for me and Roer to be together. Others won't disturb us. This last sentence was the most effective. Yao Rou's heart was filled with anticipation when she heard this. She couldn't reject Ling Yan anymore. Ling Yan, why you're so good to me. Yao Rou became even more tender. She leaned her head lightly on Ling Yan's shoulder and snuggled tightly with him. Ling Yan continued, Tang Meng is more familiar with this area. When it comes to choosing a villa, if you feel unsure, you can give him a call and ask him to help you choose one. Ling Yan raised his hand and took out the remaining 7 bundles of $100 bills from yesterday's shopping. He casually tossed them onto the coffee table and said, I still have some change here. If you see anything you like when you go out for a few days, just buy it. If you don't have enough money, just let me know and I'll transfer some to your card. Yao Rou was touched by Ling Yan's thoughtfulness. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she said in a trembling voice, why are you giving me money again? I haven't spent much of the 300,000 yuan you gave me last time. Ling Yan was puzzled. Haven't spent much? Didn't I tell you to keep tens of thousands for your own use and transfer the rest back home? Didn't you? Ling Yan asked doubtfully. That's your money. I couldn't bear to part with it. Moreover, my family doesn't need so much money. I only transferred 30,000 yuan back. I haven't touched the rest. Ling Yan was speechless. He slapped his forehead helplessly. Ro Er was too cute. He kissed Yao Rou's cheek and shook his head. Ro Er, you're disobedient. Don't do it again. Ling Yan thought for a while and said, it seems like I gave you too little money. You're only willing to transfer 30,000 yuan back. How about this, I'll get Tang Meng to transfer 3 million yuan to your account today. Then, you'll be willing to transfer 300,000 yuan back. Yao Rou was stunned. She wanted to stop him, but Ling Yan covered her mouth with his. Yao Rou was already extremely aroused. Thus, the two of them began to entangle. After some time, Ling Yan ignored Yao Rou's attempts to stop him and gave Tang Meng a call. He asked him to transfer 3 million yuan to Yao Rou's account in the afternoon. He also urged Tang Meng to sell Tian Buitao's 2 properties as soon as possible. At the same time, Ling Yan told Tang Meng to help Yao Rou choose a better villa. It was the kind that she could move into as soon as she bought it. After the call, Ling Yan smiled at Yao Rou. Ro Er, do you see? Is there no problem now? Why are you so nice to me? I'm not worth it. Yao Rou said with a trembling voice. Silly girl, you're willing to give up your life for our clinic. What I'm giving you now is just a house and some money. Which is more important? Ling Yan said to Yao Rou with a straight face. Even miracle Dr. Xue couldn't cure Yao Rou's poison. If Ling Yan hadn't rushed back in time, she would have died. To Ling Yan, what Yao Rou did for him was the best she could do. No matter how nice he was to Yao Rou, it wouldn't be enough. If not for the fact that he wanted to give Yao Rou a huge surprise when they consummate their marriage, Ling Yan would have given her the night luminescent pearl. It was about time. Ling Yan gently placed the beauty in his arms on the sofa beside him. Then, he said to Yao Rou, Ro Er, I still have to go to school in the afternoon. I won't be able to accompany you. You won't blame me, right? Ling Yan's voice was deep, magnetic, and extremely gentle. Yao Rou's heart fluttered as she listened. She shook her head gently. I'll never blame you. Ling Yan chuckled and gave Yao Rou another kiss on her delicate face. He grabbed 20,000 yuan from the table and put it back into his spatial ring. Smiling, he said, then I'll lend you 20,000 yuan first. I was too excited just now and took out all my money. I don't have any pocket money left. Yao Rou giggled at his teasing. She was even more touched. I'll be leaving then. I'll come and see you tomorrow. Ling Yan stood up and solemnly said to Yao Rou, remember, before the clinic is renovated, don't go to the clinic anymore. Listen to me, okay? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Yao Rou walked Ling Yan all the way to the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel before stopping. She watched Ling Yan drive away reluctantly. She felt that she had obtained all the happiness of a woman. A female student from a medical university who had yet to graduate had a villa, a bank account of more than 3 million, and a clinic worth more than 10 million. This was something that any ordinary woman could only dream of. This was all because she had met Ling Yan. Right now, their relationship was only one step away, and that step seemed to be within her reach in the near future. In just half a month, Yao Rou had obtained all the things that countless people couldn't obtain even if they worked hard for their entire lives. She was filled with happiness, and she loved that boy to death. Only when Ling Yan's Land Rover turned a corner and disappeared completely did Yao Rou show a trace of happiness and bitterness. She muttered, bad guy, you smell like another woman. Do you finally know that you've let me down? There was jealousy, happiness, and bitterness. Kong Shouru, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou were all the same. Women were not stupid. Ling Yan finally made it back to the classroom before the afternoon class. He squeezed his way through Long Wu's back and sat in his seat. Long Wu seemed to be a fashion fanatic, and most of them were English magazines. Even though she was in the classroom and behaved appropriately, she did not study. Hey, you're pretty bold. How dare you carry your form teacher back to her dormitory in front of thousands of students? After Ling Yan sat down, Long Wu closed the magazine and said calmly. Ling Yan looked at Long Wu with interest. He smiled and said, I've always been bold. Do you want to give it a try? Long Wu blushed inexplicably. She snorted and did not say anything else. Ling Yan did not let her off. Instead, he said, My beautiful lawyer, can you do me a favor? Long Wu was amused by the way he addressed her. She bit her thick lips and said, What favor? Tell me. Ling Yan then told Long Wu about his plan to take over Qingyun Productions and asked if she had any good ideas. Long Wu shook her head decisively. This kind of thing can't be done through normal channels. Moreover, even if you win the lawsuit, they can just compensate you directly. You won't be able to get their company. Besides, if you want to start a film company, why go through so much trouble? Just spend some money and register one. Long Wu's words were very clear. Ling Yan chuckled and said, Of course I know that, but my goal is neither the money nor the company. I just want Qingyun Productions to close down. This time, Long Wu's answer was even simpler. That's easy. Just smash it. Smash it every time it opens. Never let it operate again. Won't it close down on its own? Ling Yan didn't say anything. After being stunned for a while, he gave Long Wu a thumbs up. You're good. Long Wu smiled sweetly. Then, Ling Yan's reaction also made Long Wu dumbfounded. He picked up his phone and called Tai Xiaohu. Bring Dao Yong's men and destroy Qingyun Productions now. The worse, the better. After Ling Yan hung up, he looked at Long Wu proudly. Long Wu blushed. No one knew what she was thinking about. Suddenly, she gave Ling Yan a thumbs up. You're good too. Same to you. Ling Yan laughed. Then, he said to Long Wu, I still have something to do in school this afternoon. After I'm done, how about you bring me to your house? I want to thank Uncle Long personally. Long Wu smiled faintly. Guide fee. After saying that, she stretched her hand out in front of Ling Yan. Ling Yan slapped Long Wu's hand away. With a face full of disdain, he said, Hey, big brother thinks highly of you by letting you lead the way. Do you think I won't be able to find Green Dragon without you? Don't forget that I still have Tai Xiaohu. Long Wu giggled. Alright, I'll change my condition. Ling Yan thought to himself that this was more like it. I'm sending you home. It's already good enough that I won't charge you for escorting me. Long Wu said, I heard that you have a godly memory. Is that right? Ling Yan nodded. It's just SOSO. It's not worth mentioning. Long Wu raised her hand and took the Oxford English Dictionary from Chao Shanshan's table to Ling Yan. She smiled faintly. Memorize everything. How long do you need? Ling Yan thought to himself, Chao Shanshan's unfinished business has been brought up to the stage by Long Wu again. Are you guys planning a relay race? I don't have the time for that. Ling Yan said disdainfully. Long Wu's smile suddenly disappeared. With a serious expression, she said, Ling Yan, your stage isn't Xianxia City or Huaxia. It's the whole world, the whole earth. I know that with your memory, high school knowledge won't be a problem for you. However, when you go overseas in the future, you won't want to bring a translator with you forever, right? So, you memorize the Oxford English Dictionary. I'll teach you the most authentic American English. It'll only be good for you. Ling Yan thought to himself that Long Wu was so arrogant. He couldn't reject Long Wu's offer. He suddenly understood why Long Wu was so generous. It was because she had a different perspective. Long Wu had been to America since she was young. She had obtained her green card a long time ago. Her familiarity and understanding of American culture far exceeded that of Huaxia. Long Wu wasn't even 18 years old yet, but she was already an outstanding graduate of Harvard Law School. Naturally, she didn't care about the high school students in front of her and squeezed their way through the college entrance exam. She didn't care about the ivory tower of China either. It wasn't that she worshipped foreign things. Which university in Huaxia could compare to Harvard University? What moved Ling Yan the most was Long Wu's first sentence. Ling Yan's stage wasn't just Xianxia City. It wasn't just Huaxia. It was the entire world. Long Wu understood this clearly. She was the first woman to say this to Ling Yan. Ling Yan had a whole new level of respect for her. She had spoken to Ling Yan's heart. Ling Yan looked at Long Wu deeply. He picked up the thick Oxford English dictionary and weighed it in his hand. Then, he smiled and said, "All right, I'll learn it. Give me a week." Long Wu was puzzled. "Don't you have a photographic memory? Why do you need so long?" Ling Yan pursed his lips and said, "If it's just this dictionary, I can finish it in 2 or 3 days. The problem is, I have many other things to do. A week is the fastest I can do." Compared to Ling Yan's cultivation and improvement in strength, everything else was secondary. Without strength, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Long Wu smiled and pondered for a while. She could only nod her head and say nothing else. Ling Yan asked Long Wu where to go if she wanted to learn the language of another country. Long Wu smiled and told him to go to a foreign language school. It would be best if she could find a foreign teacher. Ling Yan made an okay gesture and started to seriously memorize the Oxford English Dictionary. Ling Yan didn't just memorize the words. He relied on his godlike memory to memorize every page of the book without missing a single word. In the afternoon, Ling Yan did not pay attention to what the teacher said in class. By the time the second class ended, Ling Yan had just flipped to page 50. Ling Yan indeed had a photographic memory. He only needed to read it once to memorize it. On average, he would take 2 minutes to memorize a page. As he memorized more and more words, he would naturally read faster and faster. After memorizing 50 pages of words, Ling Yan was confident that he would take at most 1 minute to memorize a page. However, the Oxford English Dictionary was too thick. He wouldn't be able to finish it without dozens of hours. Ling Yan didn't have his divine sense now, and he had just started cultivating the Xianxia. Therefore, he could only memorize it in the dumbest way. When the bell rang, Ling Yan put the Oxford English Dictionary into his spatial ring and prepared to get up. Long Wu saw that Ling Yan was seriously reading the Oxford English Dictionary for the past 2 periods. Her beautiful eyes shone with a bright radiance. Long Wu saw clearly that Ling Yan had memorized 50 pages. She knew that Ling Yan had memorized everything that he had read. Such a terrifying memory made even Long Wu, who thought that she had a strong memory, admit defeat. That's not slow. Long Wu suppressed the shock and surprise in her heart and pretended to be calm as she praised Ling Yan. "It's just so." Ling Yan smiled and stood up. "Where are you going?" Long Wu stood up as well. Ling Yan chuckled. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and shouted to the whole class, "Students, our form teacher has been wronged because of me. I'm going to seek justice from the principal now. Anyone who wants to follow me can come with me." Ling Yan said. Awesome. Ling Yan was really awesome. In the morning, he carried Kong Xiuru to her dormitory under the gaze of thousands of people. Almost no one knew when he left, and many people were talking about it. However, when he returned to class in the afternoon, he stayed in class for 2 periods. He didn't do anything at all, and the students in grade 12 class 6 were almost suffocated. Ling Yan's sudden shout during the break after the second class had ended had elicited thunderous applause from everyone in the classroom. "Ling Yan, everyone was waiting for you to say that. We'll go with you. Go. Let's all go. Our form teacher treats us so well and has never had any scandals. Why would she be wronged before we graduate? That's right, someone is obviously trying to defame our class. We've already caused trouble once. Now that you're here, it's just in time. Let's go, big brother Ling. We'll listen to you." Regardless of whether it was the boys or girls, they were all 17 or 18 years old. It was the golden age of youth and youth. Everyone had their own persistence and dreams. 3 years of teacher-student friendship and 3 years of dedication were repaid by the passion of her students at this moment. Ling Yan's current appeal was undoubtedly huge. His shout caused the whole class to erupt with cheers. It was as if 100 people responded to his call. There was only one exception. Ling Yan's original dormitory leader, Wei Tiangan. Under the excited gazes of all the students, Ling Yan walked to the classroom door with his head held high. Zhang Ling stood beside him with a smile. Zhang Dong, Chai Hanlin, Gu Yuanlong, Sha Guoxing, even Miao Xiaomiao smiled sweetly. Her eyes were full of spirit, like the crescent moon in the sky. She stood up as well. Without a doubt, Long Wu had to go as well. Ling Yan's sharp gaze was like a pair of cold arrows shooting towards Wei Tiangan, who was almost sprawled on the table and shivering in fear. Ling Yan smirked coldly. Let's go. Let's seek justice for our form teacher. Ling Yan waved his hand and strode out of the classroom with his head held high. Leading the 50 students in the classroom, he rushed down the stairs like a raging torrent towards the principal's office. Oh my god, Ling Yan. Ling Yan is out. F***ck, he brought so many people with him. What is he going to do? Gosh, something big is going to happen. The entire grade 12 class 6 is out. Let's go and take a look. This is going to be interesting. Ling Yan purposely chose this break and even mobilized the entire class. He wanted to make it as big as possible so that the whole school could see it. Everyone, shout with me, let's seek justice. Ling Yan secretly used the mystical dragon hell. His current cultivation level was at the beginning of physique tempering stage 6. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it could be clearly heard by everyone in the school. The students of grade 12 class 6 followed Ling Yan and shouted in unison, seek justice. Seek justice. Their momentum was monstrous. Ling Yan laughed heartily and turned his head to ask Xiang Ling, who was beside him. Then, he headed in the direction of the principal's office. F***ck, so Ling Yan is going to seek justice for his form teacher. See, I told you that Ling Yan carried his form teacher back to the dormitory this morning to show the whole school. He is going to seek justice for his form teacher now. I bet Principal Zhang will be completely dumbfounded now, right? Let's go, what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look. More and more students gathered to watch the commotion. One by one, they joined the ranks of grade 12 class 6. Among them were countless of Ling Yan's fans. They did not care about anything else as they helped Ling Yan build up his momentum. They joined the students of grade 12 class 6 in shouting, seek justice. Thus, the scariest and most spectacular scene since the founding of Xianxia High appeared. Ling Yan brought 7 to 8 of the main members of grade 12 class 6 with close to 1,000 students behind him. They arrived at the entrance of the principal's office in a grandiose manner. Bang! A kick, Ling Yan kicked open the door of the principal's office. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Principal Zhang was in his office, having a meeting with 4 vice principals. They were discussing how to deal with Kong Xiuru's behavior. The 4 vice principals were divided into 2 camps. 2 of them refused to believe that Kong Xiuru was involved in a relationship, while the other 2 insisted that there was definitely something wrong with Kong Xiuru's behavior. The 2 vice principals who believed that Kong Xiuru had a problem were Wang Weiqing and Qiu Fenghua. Qiu Fenghua was a woman. The meeting was about Kong Xiuru. Director Liu was also in the principal's office, but he too believed that Kong Xiuru and Ling Yan had an affair. Principal Zhang called the 5 of them over. He only said one sentence, but the 5 of them were already in a heated argument. Their opinions were clear, and none of them were willing to give in. The argument was even more intense than a debate competition. Principal Zhang did not believe that Kong Xiuru would do such a thing. Looking at the heated argument in the office, he felt a headache coming on. However, he remained silent and pretended to listen to the opinions of both sides. He knew that Vice Principal Wang Weiqing and Xie Zhenyan were relatives. Qiu Fenghua, the female vice principal, was Lu Qingtian's aunt, the sister-in-law of the current director of education. Both of them were not to be trifled with. Director Liu, who worked under him, had a close relationship with Go Lianqing and took good care of Go Junfa. He was also one of Kong Xiuru's crazy admirers. Principal Zhang knew exactly what Director Liu was planning. Since Director Liu failed to woo Kong Xiuru through normal means, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to ruin Kong Xiuru's reputation. That way, it would be easier for him to take advantage of her. Both sides had been arguing intensely for almost an entire period. Not only did it show no signs of stopping, but it was also getting more and more intense. Everyone's faces were red and their spittle was flying everywhere. No one was willing to give in to the other. At this moment, Ling Yan led the 50 students from grade 12 class 6 to the principal's office. He kicked the door open and walked in aggressively. Including Headmaster Zhang, the 6 higher-ups in the headmaster's office were all stunned. They were all dumbfounded. Principal Zhang was enraged. He was the principal of Xianxia High, and this was his office. How dare someone kick the door open and barge in? Who dares to be so audacious? Principal Zhang stood up and was about to slam the table, but before his hand could land on the table, it immediately stopped in midair and couldn't come down anymore. This was because he recognized the intruder. It was none other than the most famous student in Xianxia High, Ling Yun. The fatty Ling Yun in the past was someone as busy as Principal Zhang. He had only heard of Ling Yun's cowardice, but he didn't know who Ling Yun was. He couldn't connect the dots at all. However, as Ling Yun became more and more famous in the school, Principal Zhang also began to pay attention to his student. Especially after Ling Yun caused a ruckus in Linjiang Garden the day before yesterday, Principal Zhang received the news and was almost scared to death. If he still didn't know who Ling Yun was, he could forget about his position as principal. Headmaster Zhang stopped slapping the table. He raised his right hand high and then gently lowered it. His action was to wipe the dust off the table, as gentle as wiping away a lover's tears. Director Liu glanced around and saw Zhang Ling, Miao Xiaomiao, Long Wu, and a few other students from grade 12 class 6 who had good grades walking in. How could Director Liu not know that Kong Shiru's students were here to cause trouble again? He stood up angrily and yelled, "Get out! This is the principal's office, and we are in the middle of a meeting. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously." Ling Yun, who was walking towards Principal Zhang's desk, stopped in his tracks when he heard those words. He turned around and walked towards Director Liu. "Who are you?" Ling Yun came in front of Director Liu and asked with a harmless smile on his face. "You don't even know who I am? I'm your grade director." Ling Yun? Director Liu was dumbfounded. He was so scared that his whole body trembled and he almost jumped up. When Ling Yun kicked open the door and entered, Director Liu's back was facing the door. After Ling Yun entered, he turned around and walked towards Principal Zhang. When Director Liu turned around, he only noticed the person who followed Ling Yun in, but he did not know that it was Ling Yun who entered first. Hearing that it was the year's director, Ling Yun smiled and asked, "Year's director? Which grade director?" Principal Zhang looked at the increasing number of students behind Ling Yun. He knew that today's matter was not small, so he quickly smiled and said, "Ling Yun, this is your grade director, Director Liu." As soon as he finished speaking, "Pa!" Without any warning, Ling Yun raised his hand and slapped Director Liu's face. Director Liu saw stars and spun a few rounds on the spot. He cried out in pain and covered his face, unable to speak. This. No one would have thought that Ling Yun would beat someone up just like that. Moreover, the person he beat up was the grade 12 director. The 4 vice principals were all dumbfounded and did not know what to say. Not to mention the 4 vice principals, even Principal Zhang was stunned for a long time. He thought to himself that it was fortunate that he had reacted quickly. If his palm had really landed on the table, he would probably be the one getting slapped, right? The students of grade 12 class 6 didn't expect Ling Yun to be so violent and domineering. He had just arrived at the principal's office, and before anything was said, he had already slapped the grade director's face. Furthermore, he did it in front of the principal. This was simply lawless. Even though Long Wu was bold and had seen Ling Yun's domineering side, she couldn't help but cover her small face. She remembered the pain from the previous slap and secretly stomped her feet. She swore in her heart that she would seek revenge on Ling Yun sooner or later. Only Miao Xiaomiao looked at this scene calmly. Her face was still as bright as a flower, as if she was strolling in a beautiful garden in spring. Ling Yun had even joined hands with her to kill someone before, let alone slapping someone. This was nothing at all. After the slap, the principal's office fell silent. After a long time, the vice principal, Qiu Fenghua, pointed at Ling Yun and said, You dare to hit your grade director? This is going against the heavens. We have to deal with this matter seriously." Ling Yun chuckled and took a step forward. He said in an imposing manner, "I hit him, not you. It's not your place to interrupt. Who do you think you are? Go to the side and stay there." Ling Yun didn't care about the people in the room, including the principal of Xianxia High. He was here today to pressure them. Qiu Fenghua was shocked and frightened. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. She said with trembling lips, Who do I think I am? I am your vice principal, Qiu Fenghua. Ling Yun nodded indifferently. The principal hadn't even said anything, so why was she acting so cocky? Oh, so you're the vice principal. I want to ask, did you have a part in the school's decision to expel me last week? Qiu Fenghua was at a complete disadvantage after being questioned by Ling Yun. When had she ever been treated like this? She gritted her teeth and said, You must be Ling Yun, right? The school's decision to expel you last week was unanimous. It wasn't anyone's decision. Don't think that you can come to the principal's office and beat someone up just because you're capable. You've seriously violated the school's rules, you're... Shut up. Ling Yun became impatient when he saw her nagging. He directly used the mystical dragon hell on her, causing Qiu Fenghua to become dizzy. She saw stars and her mind went blank. Ling Yun glanced at Director Liu, who was squatting on the floor and holding his cheek. He said, You stay here for a while. When I'm done with my business, I'll deal with you later. Ling Yun's slap wasn't light at all. Director Liu lost 3 of his teeth from the slap. However, Ling Yun's aura was at its peak. Other than swallowing the blood, he didn't dare to say another word. Teachers and headmasters were usually eloquent people. However, Ling Yun was completely unreasonable. He started beating people up. Other than calling the police, there was really no other way. However, Principal Zhang was standing there. Even if Director Liu wanted to call the police, no one would dare to do it for him. Ling Yun ignored the other 4 vice principals and went straight to Principal Zhang's desk. He said in a deep voice, Principal Zhang, what's going on with the school's expulsion? Principal Zhang's breath stagnated. Only when Ling Yun was in front of him did he feel Ling Yun's domineering aura. It was too terrifying. Principal Zhang subconsciously raised his hand to wipe his cold sweat. Ling Yun, this matter is the school's fault. It's a pure misunderstanding, a pure misunderstanding. You might not know, but I've already made a broadcast yesterday. All the teachers and students in the school know that you haven't been expelled. You're still a student of our school. Ling Yan's questioning about his expulsion was purely to calm the situation. He didn't really care about his status as a student. He felt that this Principal Zhang wasn't that difficult to talk to. He smiled and said, Principal, what do you think about the others framing me and Teacher Kong? Principal Zhang didn't want to answer Ling Yan's question. However, looking at Ling Yan's bright eyes, he knew that he had no choice but to answer. Ling Yan, as you can see, I'm here with the vice principals today to discuss Teacher Kong. Ling Yan said. Ling Yan nodded and continued asking, Is there a need to discuss such a small matter? Is there a conclusion? Tell me about it. Cold sweat dripped down Principal Zhang's forehead. We're still in the midst of research. There's no conclusion yet. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Ling Yan furrowed his brows. Oh? You're still researching? Alright then, you guys continue with your research. I'll listen from here. Huh. The 5 principals were dumbfounded. What was the point of researching when the principal's office was already in such a state? At this time, outside the principal's office, there was already a huge crowd of onlookers. The windows were squeezed, and everyone was pressing against each other. The windows were almost broken. There were too many people here, and there was no order to speak of. Moreover, the doors of the office were occupied by the students from grade 12 class 6 who had arrived first. The people who arrived later could only squeeze around and listen to the movements in the office. This was the most chaotic and crazy scene in the history of Qingshui High. Ling Yun, look at the situation now. There's no way for us to research at all. Principal Zhang glanced at the door and the window. He was both embarrassed and helpless. He wondered where the school police and security guards were. Why wasn't anyone here yet? He knew that even if these people came, it would be useless to Ling Yun. However, they could at least maintain order outside. Ling Yun laughed coldly. Impossible to research? Why? Do you big shots like you have to squat in your office and drink tea while slapping your thighs to research? You can't research if there are too many people? Principal Zhang was even more embarrassed. This, Ling Yan's face darkened. He said coldly, research my **s. It's such a simple thing. Why do you have to listen to one side and make things complicated? Let me tell you. On April 2nd, which is Wednesday night, our form teacher, Teacher Kong, knew that my English wasn't good. She said that she wanted to tutor me. However, she obviously couldn't do it in the classroom. She wanted to go to the English team's office, but she was afraid that she would disturb the other English teachers. She had no choice but to bring me back to her single dormitory. Teacher Kong could do so much for her students. UF** King principals like to believe that Teacher Kong and I were having some kind of relationship. Is this how a teacher should behave? In just a few sentences, Ling Yan's explanation was clear and concise. No one could find any fault with it, and it was indeed the truth. Of course, Ling Yan used his mystical dragon hell when he said this. His low and powerful voice, with a magnetic tone, spread across the entire campus and into the ears of every teacher and student. They couldn't help but nod in understanding, but they seemed to have forgotten where Ling Yan's voice came from. The mystical dragon hell was much better than the school's loudspeaker, Ling Yan said disdainfully. Let me tell you clearly. The reason why you're doing this is not because of Teacher Kong's tutoring. It's because of your own hearts. Your hearts are dirty. If your own hearts are dirty, you'll think everything dirty. How good can that be? After Ling Yan finished speaking, he looked at the crowd with disdain and exhaled heavily from his nose. In the entire history of Xianxia High, this was the first time a student had dared to point at all the higher-ups of the school in the principal's office and curse at them. This was definitely a first in the history of Xianxia High. After shocking everyone, Ling Yan used the mystical dragon hell and said slowly, word by word. Go Junfa's father, Go Lianqing, donated a lot of money to the school, right? Director Liu shivered when he heard this. Xia Zhenyan's father is the deputy mayor. You can't afford to offend him, right? Vice Principal Wang. Wei Qing shuddered. His back was drenched in sweat. Lu Qingtian's father is the director of education of Qingshui City. You have to listen to him, right? Qiu Feng's face turned green and red. She didn't dare to look at Ling Yan and turned her head away. Ling Yan looked at the three of them and sneered. He continued, just because these three nouveau riches wanted to mess with me when I wasn't in school, you guys wanted to expel me. My form teacher couldn't accept this and came to you guys to reason with you. You guys used a rumor of a promiscuous relationship to mess with my form teacher. Now, you guys still have the cheek to talk to me about research? Research? I think you are researching how not to offend these rich, government officials, and your immediate superiors, right? Ling Yan's words were sonorous and powerful. Every word reached the ears of all the teachers and students in the school, almost bursting the eardrums of thousands of people. Outside the principal's office, all the students were in an uproar. They were in an uproar. **CK, so that's what happened. No wonder Ling Yan is so angry. Ling Yan did a great job. Idle, I didn't come to support him for nothing. This slap in the face is so satisfying. 5 principals and a director don't even dare to let out a fart. Ling Yan is so handsome. I love him to death. If anyone dares to say that he has a relationship with their form teacher, I'll blow his head off. Humph. Ling Yan is too domineering. Who would dare to say something like that? Even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to say it out loud in the principal's office. The 5 principals and Director Liu, who was covering his face with his hands, were all dumbfounded. Principal Zhang was embarrassed. He stole a glance at the 2 vice principals who supported Kong Xiuru and gave them a look. They couldn't let Ling Yan continue. If he did, they might lose their positions as principals. Ahem. Ling Yan, actually, we've already come to a conclusion before you came in. You see, Vice Principal Li, Principal Zhang, and I are the ones who don't believe that Teacher Kong would do such a thing. Vice Principal Zhou understood Principal Zhang's meaning. He forced a bright smile on his face and came out to smooth things over. Ling Yan glanced at Vice Principal Zhou. Seeing his kind expression and upright eyes, he didn't make things difficult for him. Instead, he said in a low voice, "Oh? You have a conclusion? Then tell me, what's the result?" Vice Principal Zhou glanced at Principal Zhang. Seeing Principal Zhang nodding his head, Vice Principal Zhou made up his mind and said, "We also feel that Teacher Kong was hurt by the rumors. Last week's decision was very hasty and blind. We will set things right as soon as possible and immediately restore Teacher Kong's reputation. As for Teacher Kong's position and all the honors she had previously received, our school will return them all now. How about this?" Ling Yan thought that this was more like it. However, his motive wasn't limited to this. He said in a low voice, "Then, what about the rumor maker? How do you plan to deal with him?" Vice Principal Zhou's expression turned stern as he solemnly said, "This rumormonger has severely damaged the reputation of teachers and students due to his reckless spreading of rumors. We will definitely investigate to the end. As long as we find this person, we will immediately expel him from the school and punish him severely." Vice Principal Zhou's voice was very loud. As soon as he finished speaking, all the students around the principal's office heard him. Regardless of whether they were from grade 12 class 6 or not, they all cheered and applauded. However, there were also some who were really stupid. An almost undetectable voice mumbled, "You all believed Ling Yan's words. What if it wasn't a rumor?" Amidst the applause and cheers of the students, the voice was so soft that others naturally couldn't hear it. However, how good was Ling Yan's hearing? He had heard everything clearly. Ling Yan's cold gaze swept across the room. He immediately found the person who spoke. It was one of the 4 vice principals, Wang Weiqing. Ling Yan laughed coldly and rushed to Wang Weiqing's side. He grabbed his collar and asked coldly, "What did you say just now? Say it out loud again." Wang Weiqing didn't expect Ling Yan's hearing to be so good. He was so shocked that he was shaking all over. How could he say anything? Ling Yan tightened his grip slightly and said angrily, "Speak." Wang Weiqing was in pain. He couldn't care less about anything else. He hurriedly said, "I said, what if it wasn't a rumor?" Principal Zhang was so angry that he wanted to pick up the ashtray on the office table and smash Wang Weiqing's head. Ling Yan, on the other hand, laughed out loud. He was just about to make an example out of Wang Weiqing. Ling Yan said calmly, "Let me tell you, after the first lesson this morning, I hugged our form teacher and went back to her dormitory. We stayed there for English lessons and only left after school. Did you hear any more rumors?" Ling Yan purposely said hugged instead of hugged. He thought to himself, what can you do about it? Such overbearing words and actions can only be said and done by an arrogant person who doesn't care about anyone else's opinion. Seeing that Wang Weiqing didn't dare to answer, Ling Yan asked the other principals, "Who knows English?" Principal Zhang didn't know what Ling Yan was up to. He was an English teacher, so he subconsciously said, "I know." Ling Yan shouted in the direction of the principal's office, "Who brought the English textbook? Lend it to me. I have one here, for you." A senior high school student happened to have an English class in the next period, and he happened to be holding an English textbook in his hand. The English textbook was soon in Ling Yan's hands. Without even looking at it, he threw it to Principal Zhang. "Flip through the pages, tell me the page number," Ling Yan said to Principal Zhang with a smile as he grabbed Wang Weiqing's collar. Principal Zhang was confused. He picked up the English textbook, flipped a page, and told Ling Yan. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Yan began to recite the contents of the English textbook word for word. Everyone was stunned, even Long Wu was completely shocked. Ling Yan used only 3 minutes to memorize it. Then, he smiled at Principal Zhang and said, "Continue flipping." Principal Zhang roughly understood what Ling Yan was trying to do. He was stunned. How could his memory be so good? How could it be? Could it be a copy? Principal Zhang flipped to another page, found a page with more content, and told Ling Yan the page number again. Ling Yan calmly recited the contents of that page. Then, the entire principal's office was silent, even the drop of a needle could be heard. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. Oh my god. Ling Yan actually memorized the entire English textbook. This F*CK, that's a random English textbook. He only glanced at the cover. This is too godly. This was the result of being dumbfounded. Idiot, he must have memorized it long ago. He only looked at the cover to determine which volume it is. Principal Zhang just flipped a page and he could recite it word for word. His pronunciation is so accurate, it's even smoother than reading a book. Think about his previous results, how is this possible? A female student was shocked beyond words. Is there a need to ask? Ling Yan's memory is godly. However, his form teacher must have played a part in this as well. This time, the rumors are completely destroyed. With Ling Yan's move, the rumors were naturally dispelled. He stared at Principal Zhang, who was in a complete mess, and smiled faintly. When Principal Zhang regained his composure, Ling Yan asked, "Mr. Principal, do you want to flip to the back of the textbook and let me memorize a page of words for you?" Principal Zhang was moved. At the same time, his heart was filled with admiration and shock. There was no need to mention that his school actually had such a genius. How godly of a memory did he have to be able to do this? Principal Zhang taught English for more than 20 years. His teaching results had always been #1 in the whole of Xianxia city. Even though he was sly, he was not a bad person. Hence, he gradually rose through the ranks and finally became the principal of Xianxia High. Everyone respected him. However, Principal Zhang had taught English for so many years and had never seen a student with such godly memory. Ling Yan had truly broadened his horizons. He was shocked and excited at the same time. Like crazy. There's no need for that. I believe that you have mastered English very well. Your form teacher's contribution cannot go unnoticed. Principal Zhang said to Ling Yan solemnly. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Now, does anyone still think that the form teacher brought me back to her dormitory to have a romantic relationship? F***ck, whoever dares to spread such rumors, I'll be the first to kill him. Yes, we will definitely not agree to anyone spreading rumors. Teacher Kong has taught Ling Yan so well in such a short period of time. Even if he wanted to have a romantic relationship, he wouldn't have the time. That's right, Ling Yan's English used to be the last in the class. Now that he's so good, where would he find the time to get involved in relationships? Hearing this, Ling Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. He thought to himself, "Bro, are you mocking me or flattering me?" Principal Zhang nodded solemnly. Ling Yan, you don't have to say anything else. I will use the most perfect method to restore Teacher Kong's reputation. I will investigate and punish those who spread rumors. Whoever is found to be spreading rumors will be expelled immediately. Principal Zhang had always been a smooth talker. He would occasionally fish for some benefits, but when it came to matters of principle, he would usually deal with it impartially and would not allow himself to cross the line. Not only did Principal Zhang completely understand that he had wronged Kong Xiaoru, but he also truly appreciated Ling Yan's talent. Such a student could not be found in a million people. To be able to appear in his school, it was definitely an honor for him as the principal. All right. Ling Yan chuckled as he continued to use the mystical dragon howl on Principal Zhang. However, our beloved form teacher has been hurt because of this matter. She hasn't eaten or drunk anything for the past few days. She still has to teach and grade the papers for the students in our class every day. Both her heart and body have suffered a serious blow. Today, her body is wobbling as she walks, and she looks like she will fall at any moment. Do you think the school should compensate Teacher Kong? How could Ling Yan let these principals off so easily? Restoring their positions and reputation was only the first step. The most important thing was the benefits. Ling Yan naturally would not waste so much effort on something that did not bring him any benefits. When the students outside the principal's office heard this, they came to a sudden realization. No wonder Ling Yan dared to put his arm around Kong Xiaoru's shoulders in front of thousands of teachers and students. It turned out that Kong Xiaoru was so tired that she couldn't even stand. The students in grade 12 class 6 couldn't help but look at each other. Their form teacher didn't seem that weak, right? During the first period, the form teacher only looked a little haggard. It didn't seem like she couldn't even stand, right? Longwu giggled as she glared at Ling Yan coquettishly. She thought to herself, "You're really bad. You dug such a big hole in front of everyone and actually wanted to fill it in here." Zhang Ling also rolled her eyes shyly. At that time, she was leaning on the railing and saw everything clearly. How could the form teacher not be able to stand? It was Ling Yun who walked up and put his arm around her shoulders. However, her beloved had such foresight to play such a trick from a strategically advantageous position. In an instant, everyone's mouths were shut. There was no need to mention the love in Zhang Ling's heart. When Principal Zhang heard that Ling Yun actually wanted compensation, he was also a little dumbfounded. How could such a thing even require compensation? This? How do we compensate? Principal Zhang asked helplessly. In his heart, he thought to himself, Ling Yun really couldn't be provoked in the future. Ling Yun chuckled and said, we can discuss the compensation. Loss of youth, mental damage, loss of reputation, loss of working time, physical damage. Ling Yun really couldn't think of anything else at that moment. He could only turn his head and ask Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling was speechless. She thought to herself, you've already said everything that can be said. If you dare to extort money from the principal, I won't accompany you in your madness. Without waiting for Zhang Ling's reply, Longwu giggled and said, all right, these expenses add up to quite a lot. The other party is our principal, we can't make things too difficult for Principal Zhang. Ling Yun thought about it and agreed. He was very magnanimous and didn't add any other expenses. He smiled at Principal Zhang and said, adding up these expenses, we don't need to compensate too much. Just 1,800,000, what do you think? As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked and their eyeballs fell to the ground. Oh my god, Ling Yun really dared to extort 1,800,000 from their principal just for a few expenses? Principal Zhang was angry and helpless. Seeing that Ling Yun's anger had almost dissipated, he thought that Ling Yun wouldn't do anything worse. Thus, he laughed and said, as for this compensation, the school naturally has to compensate Teacher Kong. However, Ling Yun, don't you think we should discuss with Teacher Kong first before deciding on the exact amount? Ling Yun knew what Principal Zhang was thinking. Based on Kong Xiuru's personality, as long as Principal Zhang gave her a heads up, why would she ask for money from the school? Ling Yun chuckled and said, our form teacher isn't feeling well, so I'll represent her on this matter. Do you agree or not? With that, Ling Yun still had a smile on his face, but a hint of sharpness flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Pa 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 pa. Wang Weiqing's face swayed left and right, and in an instant, his face looked like a pig's head. No one expected Ling Yun to turn hostile again. His attitude changed faster than flipping a page. They were still discussing the compensation with the principal, but Ling Yun's slap had already landed on the vice principal's face. Principal, open your eyes wide and tell me if that rumor is true. Tell me. After slapping Wang Weiqing more than 10 times, Ling Yun shouted at Wang Weiqing, whose mouth was bleeding, face was swollen, and eyes were no longer able to open. More than a dozen of Wang Weiqing's teeth had been knocked out by Ling Yun. Only a few molars were left dangling in his mouth. Other than the pain, he was seeing stars. How could he say a word, seeing that Qiu Fenghua was secretly taking out her phone? Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, call the police, go ahead. It's best if you can directly invite the director of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau, Luo Zhong. I still have a score to settle with him. Pfft. Many people almost vomited blood when they heard that. Ling Yun's slap on the face was too solid. The phone in Qiu Fenghua's hand fell to the ground with a thud. Her face was abnormally pale, and her whole body was trembling. She thought to herself, Ling Yun just scolded the director of Qingshui City's Public Security Bureau, and I still want to call the police? Qiu Fenghua didn't know that Ling Yun was only doing this because she was a woman. Otherwise, Ling Yun would have slapped her a long time ago, probably even more ruthlessly than slapping Wang Weiqing. Ling Yun turned his head again with a harmless smile on his face. He stared at the gloomy Principal Zhang calmly and gestured with his chin to continue discussing the compensation issue. Principal Zhang couldn't act dumb anymore. After thinking about it, he thought to himself that Qingshui High would become a laughing stock after this incident got out. It was better to just let it go. Thus, he smiled and opened his mouth to discuss with Ling Yun. 100,000, what do you think? Ling Yun didn't make a sound. Even though his offer of 1 million was a little mischievous, Principal Zhang's counteroffer was too low. Ling Yun couldn't care less about it. 200,000, Ling Yun. Class is about to start, what do you think? Principal Zhang pretended to scratch his head as he winked at Ling Yun. It was as if he was trying to tell Ling Yun to leave some face for him. The principal, right? Ling Yun chuckled and used telepathy to speak to Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, I'll be honest with you. 360,000. It definitely can't be lower than that. Don't worry, I guarantee that you're the only one who can hear me. Think carefully before you answer. Principal Zhang was shocked. He looked around the office and realized that none of them heard Ling Yun's voice. His brain wasn't enough for him to process. What kind of ability was this? How much more ability did Ling Yun have? This? Principal Zhang's mind raced as he quickly calculated in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his mouth very seriously and said in a clear voice, "Due to this incident, the school has caused irreparable harm to you and Teacher Kong. As the principal, I feel very apologetic and should compensate you. At the same time, this is also the best reward for Teacher Kong. How about this? The school will compensate Teacher Kong with 500,000 and you with 500,000, a total of 1 million. Ga, F*CK, it's really a million. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Chidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Ling Yun understood why Principal Zhang was able to reach such a position before he even finished his sentence. His mystical dragon hell could be transmitted to everyone's ears. This wasn't strange to those who heard it because no one knew if others heard it or not. Similarly, his telepathy could only be transmitted to a specific person's ears. However, if Ling Yun didn't say it, those who heard it wouldn't know that they were the only ones who heard it. Ling Yan's usage of the mystical dragon hell and the secret telepathic technique had actually reached the acme of perfection, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. When he needed the support of others, he would use the mystical dragon hell. When he needed to destroy them one by one, he would use telepathy. He really got what he wanted. However, Principal Zhang was very smart. Ling Yun only gave him a hint, and he confirmed that Ling Yun wasn't an ordinary person. Even though he had heard about this a long time ago, he still didn't believe it. Now, after confirming that Ling Yun could transmit his voice into his ears alone, Principal Zhang believed it. Compared to Ling Yun, what was a person like him, who had worked hard for more than 30 years to climb to the position of a divisional principal? With power in his hands, it would be a waste not to use it. If he were to negotiate with Ling Yun now, it would be pure stupidity. Therefore, he was happy to do Ling Yun a favor and didn't test his bottom line. He gave Ling Yun as much as he wanted. No matter what, he had to get on Ling Yun's good side. Principal Zhang was so excited that he almost roared to the sky. He was extremely glad that Ling Yun had created such a ruckus. This was an opportunity that had fallen from the sky. Ignoring the shock of the surrounding students, Ling Yun stared at Principal Zhang for a while until Principal Zhang was confused. Then, Ling Yun smiled and winked at him. "Principal Zhang, thank you. I'll remember this favor," Ling Yun said to Principal Zhang through telepathy. Principal Zhang nodded his head slightly, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. "Ling Yun, students of grade 12 class 6, please rest assured. Now that the truth has come to light, I, as the principal, will definitely do my best to restore Teacher Kong's reputation. I can guarantee that all of your classmates will be satisfied." Principal Zhang nodded his head imperceptibly, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. He then said, "Ling Yun, students of grade 12 class 6, please rest assured." Oh, when the students of grade 12 class 6 heard this, they cheered excitedly. They hugged each other passionately and applauded. However, their eyes were not looking at the principal, but at the hero in their hearts. Ling Yun, Miao Xiao Miao had a bright smile on her face as she looked at Ling Yun. Her eyes were even more beautiful than the crescent moon. This was the first time she felt her heart tremble. Even though Long Wu had already expected this result, Ling Yun's performance still shocked her. That was because Ling Yun had done it perfectly. Not only did he have the upper hand, but he was also in the right. In just one day, he had turned the tables around. Things could no longer be described as beautiful. Long Wu's beautiful eyes were like water as she looked at Ling Yun. In her heart, however, she was pouting coquettishly. "You're good this time. Can you be any more heaven-defying?" Ling Yun seemed to have heard Long Wu's thoughts. He immediately threw Wang Weiqing, who had been beaten senseless by him, to the side of Director Liu and pulled him up in one swift motion. Ling Yun, the principal has already settled everything. Why are you still looking for me? Ling Yan said to the trembling Director Liu. Director Liu struggled and begged for mercy. Ling Yun, the principal has already settled everything. Why are you still looking for me? I didn't offend you. Ling Yan laughed. That's right, you didn't offend me. However, you offended our form teacher. Offending our form teacher is equivalent to offending the entire grade 12 class 6. You should ask the students behind me if they agree. Before Director Liu could say anything, the students of grade 12 class 6 shouted, no. Among them, there were also many fans of Ling Yun. After this incident, Ling Yan's reputation as the invincible tyrant in Xianxia High was completely solidified. Even the principal and 4 vice principals of Xianxia High, the 5 principals, and the grade 12 director were all obedient to him. If this wasn't an invincible tyrant, then what was? Ling Yun chuckled. His eyes turned colder and colder as he said in a deep voice, Director Liu, because you like our teacher Kong and failed to woo her, you seized this opportunity to add insult to injury. You ruined our form teacher's reputation and almost lost her teaching qualification. Tell me, are you still a teacher? Do you still have any conscience as a teacher? After Ling Yun finished speaking, all the students in grade 12 class 6 started to make a ruckus. In an instant, there were all sorts of comments. There were even some students who were cursing this Director Liu. Ling Yan smiled faintly and turned to Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, is such a person fit to be our grade 12 director? Do you think we should? Principal Zhang was very smart. Now that he was completely obedient to Ling Yun, he quickly deduced Ling Yun's intentions. He immediately announced, Director Liu's immoral conduct has brought about a negative impact on Xianxia High. I have decided to immediately remove Director Liu from all his duties and temporarily put him on probation to see how he behaves. After saying that, Principal Zhang rolled his eyes and immediately did Ling Yun a huge favor. As for the vacancy of the grade 12 director, your form teacher, Teacher Kong, will temporarily take over. Wow. Before Principal Zhang could finish his sentence, the entire grade 12 class 6 erupted into a frenzy of cheers. If Kong Xiaoru was here, they would probably have thrown her high up in the sky. The applause was thunderous. Ling Yun could not be bothered to make a move on this Director Liu. His reputation was already in tatters and he was completely done for. Ling Yun casually tossed him aside, leaving Chief Surgeon Liu to regret his actions with a pale face. His heart was like dead ashes. All his duties and reputation were restored. With a compensation of 1 million yuan, Director Liu's position was removed, and Kong Xiaoru was promoted to grade 12 director. Ling Yun had wreaked havoc in the principal's office. In less than 20 minutes, he had achieved a complete victory. His battle record could be said to be indomitable and perfect. However, Ling Yun did not forget his benefactor. Seeing that Principal Zhang was so cooperative, Ling Yun secretly said to him, Principal Zhang, thank you for today's matter. I'll pay you a visit later. Ling Yun had actually given Principal Zhang a lot of face by saying that. Even though Principal Zhang did not understand the importance of Ling Yun's words to him, he still nodded his head happily. His eyes flashed with unconcealable excitement. Class was about to start, and Ling Yun did not want to continue making a ruckus lest he embarrass the principal. He swept his gaze across the crowd before his gaze finally landed on Principal Zhang's face. Principal, I hope you'll keep your word. How could Principal Zhang go back on his word? He was just short of bowing and nodding his head with a sincere smile. Don't worry, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Ling Yun smiled knowingly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He then said to the students of grade 12 class 6, let's go, we're going back to class. The students responded in unison, and the people outside opened up a path for Ling Yun. The people at the back followed Ling Yun's footsteps and shouted as they left the principal's office. The principal's office was a mess. Other than Principal Zhang and the 2 vice principals who supported Kong Xiaoru, the other 3 were all dumbfounded. Of course, the vice principal who had been slapped by Ling Yun could not even cry anymore. Ling Yun is not to be trifled with. Principal Zhang and Vice Principal Zhou looked at each other. They could see the shock and horror in each other's eyes. They were secretly glad that they had reacted fast enough and dealt with the situation in time. Otherwise, Ling Yun would have torn down the principal's office effortlessly. Ling Yun is really not to be trifled with. As if to confirm it, Principal Zhang reminded himself again in his heart before making a phone call to get people to clean up the mess. Big brother Ling, you trampled on the 5 principals of our school, removed the position of the year head, and even let our form teacher take the position of the year head. How does it feel? Gu Yuanlong walked beside Ling Yun and sucked up to him. He was completely convinced today. He knew what kind of person he had trifled with in the dormitory. God, how could he listen to that idiot Wei Tiangan's idea to lock Ling Yun outside the dormitory? Could it be that he was out of his mind? Gu Yuanlong, get out of my way. Zhang Ling squeezed left and right, trying to get closer to Ling Yun. However, she was blocked by Gu Yuanlong, who did not know what was good for him. She finally exploded in anger and chased Gu Yuanlong away. Ling Yun chuckled and slowed down his footsteps. He ignored Gu Yuanlong, who did not dare to respond, and allowed Zhang Ling to catch up to him. That's weird. We caused such a huge commotion, but our form teacher did not appear. Ling Yun could not help but whisper to Zhang Ling, who was beside him. Our form teacher is not in school. She went out. Zhang Ling said regretfully. She thought to herself that if the form teacher was there to see this, she would be so happy. Zhang Ling had already sent a message to the form teacher. The reply she received was that she was out shopping and could not make it back in time. So, what did Kong Xiaoru do in the afternoon? She took out almost all of her savings, which amounted to more than 400,000 yuan, to buy things for Ling Yun on the pedestrian street in Qingshui City. With Ling Yun, Kong Xiaoru's current happiness was needless to say. She did not care whether Ling Yun could reclaim her position or honor. She carried happiness, anticipation, joy, and infinite love for Ling Yun as she went out alone to buy things for Ling Yun. Of course, there was also something for both of them to use together. This was a necessity. Naturally, Kong Xiaoru would not forget it. Ling Yun was now Kong Xiaoru's sky. He was her everything. All her thoughts were on Ling Yun. Why would she care about what happened in school? Ling Yun thought to himself that Kong Xiaoru was in a good mood. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's go back to the classroom. There's still one more person. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. Who else could it be? Of course it was Wei Tiangan. The moment Ling Yun heard about this from Zhang Ling, he immediately pinpointed Wei Tiangan as the person who spread the rumor. Before he went to the principal's office, he took a glance at Wei Tiangan. At that time, not only did Wei Tiangan not dare to look at him, but he was also so scared that he was lying on the desk, shivering. When Ling Yun brought the students of grade 12 class 6 to the principal's office, he observed carefully. Everyone, including Jia Meng, who he had slapped before, followed along. Wei Tiangan was the only one who did not come. Ling Yun was very clear that this rumor must have been spread by someone in his class. Moreover, this person must have had a grudge against him and had always hated him. Chai Hanlin was naturally impossible. Now, Gu Yuanlong and Xia Guoxing had already turned their hostility towards Ling Yun into friendship. Even Jia Meng had followed Ling Yun to the principal's office, filled with righteous indignation. However, Wei Tiangan, who had always pretended to be arrogant, did not follow along. Then, who was the one who spread the rumor? Wasn't it obvious? Thinking about Wei Tiangan's abnormal behavior, Ling Yun naturally knew that the person who spread the rumor was definitely Wei Tiangan. Ling Yun thought to himself, Wei Tiangan, Wei Tiangan. Initially, I didn't want to bully you since we are from the same school. It's fine if you learn a lesson. However, if you don't like it, then don't blame me for being rude. It's fine if you want to deal with me and spread rumors about me when I'm not around. However, you shouldn't have gotten your form teacher involved in this. Ling Yun could not help but laugh coldly. Zhang Ling saw that Ling Yun had said this out of the blue and asked in confusion, "There's another person? Who is it? Who is it?" Ling Yun chuckled and said, "The rumor monger." He turned his head and looked around. Before continuing, "It's the one who didn't come. Ling Yun, I love you." Ling Yun had just finished speaking when he suddenly heard such a sound. Then, his heart skipped a beat. When he looked up, it was true. In the distance, there was a fat girl with a messy bird's nest shape. Her face was painted like a monkey's butt, and she had broom-like eyebrows. Her index finger was digging in her nostrils. With every step she took, the fat on her body shook violently. She was even fatter than Ling Yun when he was young. She was shouting Ling Yun, "I love you," as she pushed through the crowd of students and rushed towards Ling Yun. F***ck. Retreat. Ling Yun was so scared that his face turned pale. However, in front of so many people, he really couldn't use his movement technique. He could only push away the crowd and run towards his classroom. In the blink of an eye, he turned a corner and disappeared into the staircase. Behind him, nearly 1,000 of Ling Yun's fans saw this scene and couldn't help but roar with laughter. They laughed so hard that even Ling Yun had moments of fear. The three beauties, Long Wu, Miao Xiaomiao, and Zhang Ling, looked at each other as they covered their lips and giggled. In grade 12 class 1, Ning Lingyu was still studying in the classroom. It was quiet as usual. In the corridor outside the classroom, Zhuang Meina stood quietly on the railing. Naturally, she saw this scene as well. She snorted coldly and threw a look of disdain at the fat fanatic who was chasing after Ling Yun. Ling Yun was the first to return to the classroom. The moment he entered, he saw Wei Tiangan sitting in his seat. Wei Tiangan was holding a book in his hand. His face was pale and his legs were trembling. He couldn't focus at all. This was because he was the one who spread the rumor. At that time, Ling Yun had already been missing for 4 days. The news about Ling Yun was getting more and more tragic by the day. This made Wei Tiangan inexplicably excited. At the same time, Go Junfa, Xie Zhenyan, and Lu Qingtian started to stir up trouble in the school. In a short period of time, Ling Yun was almost destroyed. With the combined efforts of the three nouveau riches, Ling Yun's expulsion from the school became a reality. This made Wei Tiangan unable to resist humming Song of the Overturned Surf and Today is a Good Day. However, who knew that at this time, the form teacher, Kong Xiuru, would rush to the principal's office to argue against the school's decision to expel Ling Yun. When Wei Tiangan saw that his expectations were dashed, the humiliation and anger in his heart exploded in an instant. Without hesitation, he changed the story of Kong Xiuru tutoring Ling Yun on her own and exaggerated it to the public. The effect of this rumor was undoubtedly huge. In the end, Ling Yun was expelled from the school and Kong Xiuru was wrongly accused. However, Wei Tiangan was very happy because the arrogant and flirtatious Ling Yun was finally expelled from the school. He could finally be the boss of the class again. Wei Tiangan even wondered if he should take the initiative to woo the new student, Miao Xiaomiao, now that Chao Shanshan had disappeared. However, Wei Tiangan did not expect Ling Yun to appear so strongly on Sunday. Once he appeared, it was like a thunderbolt that shook the whole of Qingshui City, not to mention Qingshui High. Yesterday, the school changed their decision and broadcasted the news that Ling Yun was not expelled 7 times in a row. Naturally, this was in consideration of Ling Yun's influence. Afraid that Ling Yun would cause trouble, they started to take the initiative to express their goodwill to Ling Yun. Wei Tiangan was worried for the whole day. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. At the same time, he secretly asked around and found out that the three nouveau riches did not come to school as if they had arranged it beforehand. Then, he was completely dumbfounded. However, after waiting for the whole day, he still did not see Ling Yun come to school. He thought that he might be able to escape this disaster and finally had a good night's sleep last night. However, this morning, before he could even warm his seat, he saw Ling Yun walk into the classroom. He was shocked. In the morning, when Kong Xiuru called Ling Yun away, Wei Tiangan had a vague feeling that his affair would be exposed. He started to feel really afraid and uneasy. After 2 classes in the afternoon, when Ling Yun shouted in class that he was going to seek justice for the form teacher, Wei Tiangan's psychological defense was completely destroyed. He instinctively felt that he was finished, completely finished. Now that Ling Yun had returned from his business, he walked into the classroom like a deity and walked straight towards him. Wei Tiangan was in a daze. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. His face was green with fear. Wei Tiangan, someone told me that I had an affair with the form teacher. You were the one who spread this rumor. Please explain it to me. Ling Yun smiled as he walked to Wei Tiangan's desk. With the back of his hand, he used his middle finger to knock on Wei Tiangan's desk. Ling Yun was tricking him. No. No, no, no. It wasn't me. Wei Tiangan's face was filled with fear as he subconsciously denied it. Looking at Wei Tiangan's expression, Ling Yan immediately knew that he would not be able to escape. Slap. A crisp sound could be heard. Ling Yan did not hold back anymore. He raised his hand and gave Wei Tiangan a solid slap. Do you want me to call that person over? Speak. Ling Yan used the mystical dragon hell and shouted at Wei Tiangan. A slap and the mystical dragon hell made Wei Tiangan, who was already scared out of his wits, spit out the truth immediately. He did not have Tai Xiaohu's ability to take hits. Ouch. Wei Tiangan cried out in pain as he covered his mouth. Trembling, he said, "It's me, I'm the one who spread this rumor. I was wrong, I shouldn't have spread this rumor about you. Ling Yan, please let me go." Seeing that Wei Tiangan had admitted to it, Ling Yan laughed coldly and said in a low voice, "Be ****starred. The form teacher made you the class leader and the dormitory leader. She must have treated you well, right? Even if you want to deal with me, you don't have to go so far as to spread rumors to harm our form teacher, do you?" At this moment, Zhang Dong, Gu Yuanlong, and a few others who were faster had already chased after Ling Yan back to the classroom. Coincidentally, they heard Ling Yan's words. They were shocked at first, followed by rage. Zhang Dong flew into a rage and rushed to Wei Tiangan. He raised his hand and gave Wei Tiangan another big slap. Wei Tiangan, F***CKU. Zhang Dong was so angry that he wanted to use his weapon. However, he was stopped by Ling Yun. "There's no need to use my weapon against this kind of trash. Let's wait for the rest of the classmates to come back." Gu Yuanlong and Sha Guoxing looked at each other when they saw that the person spreading the rumor was Wei Tiangan. They were completely disappointed in Wei Tiangan and were enraged. F***CK, Wei Tiangan, are you F***king kidding me? We're all classmates. You've bullied Brother Ling for so long and he only hit you once. Even Jia Meng admitted to it. How could you? Gu Yuanlong rushed to Wei Tiangan and scolded him while pointing his finger at Wei Tiangan's nose. After all, he had stayed in the same dormitory with Wei Tiangan for 3 years. Both of them had never had any major conflicts. Even though he was angry, he did not fight. Sha Guoxing looked at Wei Tiangan with disdain. He did not say anything but shook his head and snorted. Very quickly, more boys returned to the classroom. After a while, even Long Wu, Miao Xiao Miao, Zhang Ling, and the rest returned. When they found out that Wei Tiangan was the one who spread the rumor, they were all shocked and furious. "Wei Tiangan, you're too much. The form teacher treats you so well. She even made you the class committee member and dorm leader. How dare you slander our form teacher?" Zhang Ling was practically pointing at Wei Tiangan's nose as she reprimanded him. Only now did she know that the rumor maker was Wei Tiangan. Long Wu glanced at Wei Tiangan and shook her head in disdain. She returned to her seat. Based on Miao Xiaomiao's ability, she had already heard about it before entering the classroom. She could not even be bothered to look at Wei Tiangan and returned to her seat. Both of them had their own motives for coming to grade 12 class 6. Both of them wanted to stay out of trouble. Both of them despised Wei Tiangan's character and could not be bothered with him. The more Zhang Ling scolded, the more agitated she became. She was not only scolding for the form teacher but also for her lover, Ling Yun. Zhang Ling was a sharp-tongued person. When she thought about how Wei Tiangan wanted to harm Ling Yun, the words that came out of her mouth became more and more unpleasant. Wei Tiangan had thoroughly angered the crowd. There was no need for Ling Yun to make a move. A few of the boys who had long disliked Wei Tiangan shouted, "Beat him up." Bam 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 bam, 7 to 8 boys rushed forward and dragged Wei Tiangan from his seat to the corridor in between the desks. Then, they gave him a round of punches. Wei Tiangan was crying for his parents. It was only when Ling Yan felt that it was enough did he ask the students to stop. "That's enough. Beating up a piece of trash like him is enough. Just hand him over to the school to deal with," Ling Yan said calmly as he looked at Wei Tiangan who had curled up into a ball on the floor. The moment Ling Yan said that, the students knew that Wei Tiangan's status as a student would definitely be revoked. This was because they had just returned from the principal's office. Principal Zhang had personally said that as long as the person who started the rumor was found, Wei Tiangan would be expelled from the school. Actually, even if Wei Tiangan was not expelled, he would not be able to stay in grade 12 class 6 anymore. A person who started a rumor to frame his own form teacher, and it was such a malicious rumor, would be beaten up wherever he went. Someone immediately called the form teacher and told Kong Xiuru about the incident. After hearing it, Kong Xiuru only told her students not to beat up Wei Tiangan anymore. Everything would be settled when she returned. At this point, the incident that was caused by Ling Yan's disappearance had ended in a way that shocked the whole school. Ling Yan did not attend the next 2 classes. He told Zhang Ling to focus on her studies before sending a telepathic message to Long Wu, asking her to bring him to Long Kuan. Before leaving the classroom, Ling Yan used telepathy to tell Miao Xiao Miao, "We'll talk about this tomorrow." When the bell for the 3rd class rang, Ling Yan and Long Wu had just walked out of the school gate. "Where's your car?" Ling Yan asked Long Wu as he walked out of the school gate and looked at the cars parked on both sides. Long Wu smiled and said, "I took a taxi here." "You took a taxi here?" Ling Yan was stunned. As the daughter of Green Dragon's boss, Long Wu actually took a taxi to school. Long Wu smiled and explained, "Even though I know how to drive, I'm not old enough, so I don't have a driver's license." Ling Yan chuckled and said, "Is it really that important for the daughter of Green Dragon's boss to have a driver's license?" Long Wu replied calmly, "To me, it's very important. These are the rules, and they should be obeyed." Ling Yan laughed and said, "Oh, my beautiful lawyer, if I remember correctly, when you were buying clothes, you seemed to want to force us to buy clothes that we liked, right?" Long Wu's face turned slightly red. "Also, I remember that you were wearing very revealing clothes and very sexy. You were pole dancing at the SOS disco bar." Long Wu smiled proudly, but her face turned even redder. "Also, this afternoon, someone asked me to smash someone's company. I don't know which B***starred came up with the idea." Before Ling Yan could finish his sentence, Long Wu flew into a rage. The strange fragrance on her body intensified, and it was extremely alluring. "Ling Yan, you dare to call me a B***starred? I'll bite you to death." As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed Ling Yan's arm, lowered her head, and bit Ling Yan's hand. This was a new and old grudge coming together. "Long Wu, why are you biting me? Are you born in the year of the dog?" Ling Yan exclaimed. Long Wu didn't care and bit Ling Yan's hand harshly. She then panted and said, "Who asked you to scold me? We're even this time. I'll remember that you asked someone to slap my face, and I'll settle the score with you sooner or later." After saying that, Long Wu held Ling Yan's hand again and asked faintly, but with a hint of heartache, "Does it hurt? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation." To be continued. "Do you think it hurts?" Ling Yan raised his hand in front of Long Wu's eyes. The red bite marks were clearly visible. Long Wu didn't know any martial arts, so Ling Yan didn't dare to use the stellar condensation technique. He was afraid that he would break Long Wu's white teeth. Long Wu bit her sexy lower lip, and her pure face blushed. She mumbled, "Who asked you to scold me? Get in," Ling Yan said with a smile. The two of them got into the Range Rover. Ling Yan started the engine and asked for Long Wu's direction before turning the car around. "I shouldn't have been so unreasonable that day, but you shouldn't have asked someone to hit me. You were so overbearing and barbaric. Do you know how painful those 2 slaps were?" Ling Yan drove in silence. In America, people are very open and respect everyone's freedom. I'm dressed in revealing and sexy clothes. That's my personal preference. Besides, going to a place like a disco is supposed to be relaxing. I'll leave after I'm done playing. "Who knew I'd meet you?" Ling Yan finally turned his head and looked at Long Wu's sexy body. He chuckled and said, "Very open, right? Then why didn't you wear even less? I know what you want to say. There are plenty of naked blondes on the beaches of Europe and America." Long Wu rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said coquettishly. Ling Yan was stunned. How could there be such a good place? He had to go and admire it in the future. He couldn't miss it. However, Ling Yan couldn't help but stare at Long Wu strangely. He frowned and asked, "Have you tried wearing nothing on the beach before?" Long Wu blushed again, and the fragrance from her body filled the entire car. she pouted. What are you thinking about? I'm not even 18 yet, okay? How is that possible? Oh, that's good. Then I can rest assured. Ling Yan let out a long breath and increased the speed of the car. Long Wu was inexplicably happy when she heard that Ling Yan was relieved. She turned her head and stared at Ling Yan's handsome face. She asked curiously, Ling Yan, you disappeared for 6 days last week. Where did you go? Northern Hubei province. Xianxia was located in northern Hubei province, more than 1,000 kilometers away from Xianxia city. This was a very good explanation. Northern Hubei province. Oh my god, why did you go to northern Hubei province? Long Wu was even more curious. Murder. Ling Yan said casually. Ah? You went to northern Hubei province to kill people? Did you kill him? Long Wu was shocked. If I want to kill someone, they won't be able to escape my grasp. Ling Yan smiled. Calmly. Long Wu was stunned. When Ling Yan talked about killing people, it was as if he was having a normal meal. It was as if it was something normal. Who did you kill? East Asians who came to Huaxia to steal our national treasure. Ling Yan said bluntly. Long Wu's heart skipped a beat. She didn't ask any more questions. Ling Yan had shocked her this time, and she needed time to digest it. Ling Yan focused on driving, occasionally asking Long Wu for directions as he sped towards the northwest of Xianxia city. Along the way, he received a call from Tai Xiaohu, saying that Qingyun Productions had been smashed into ruins. Ling Yan only laughed coldly when he heard that. He gave Tai Xiaohu a few more instructions before hanging up. Half an hour later, the Land Rover stopped in front of a very quiet and low-profile courtyard. This was Long Wu's home. Xianxia city's geographical environment was unique. The northwest and southwest were all mountainous regions. Even though there weren't any particularly tall mountains, every mountain was covered in lush greenery and surrounded by clear water. The scenery was beautiful, and it was far away from the hustle and bustle of the big city. It was very suitable for leisure and seclusion. The boss of Green Dragon, Long Kuan, lived in a private courtyard in the northwest mountainous region. In the courtyard, there was an exquisite villa with green trees and red walls. The air was very fresh and pleasant. My father is already waiting for us at home. Let's go in. Long Wu got out of the car and urged Ling Yan to go in. Uncle Long really knows how to pick a place. Ling Yan thought that it was good to be rich and capable. All the good places were taken by them. Ling Yan and Long Wu walked into the courtyard and saw Long Kuan sitting on a bamboo chair in the courtyard. He was carefully brewing some tea. There were 3 teacups on the mahogany coffee table. It was obvious that he had been waiting for Ling Yan and Long Wu. Seeing Ling Yan enter, Long Kuan smiled and stood up. He greeted Ling Yan and said, Ling Yan, you're here. Come, the tea is just ready. Ling Yan nodded and smiled naturally. He greeted Long Kuan and walked to the opposite side. He didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Long Kuan sat down and looked at Ling Yan carefully for a while. He nodded his head in satisfaction and personally poured a cup of tea for Ling Yan. He smiled and said, Long Jing, try it. Ling Yan picked up the teacup and sniffed the tea. He drank it in one gulp and could only taste the fragrance in his mouth. He couldn't help but praise, good tea. Long Wu couldn't help but laugh. She couldn't help but say, really, you don't even know how to taste tea. Are you drinking tea like plain water? Ling Yan smiled nonchalantly. I don't know how to taste tea anyway. You can teach me if there's a chance, but I won't pay for it. Long Kuan looked at him and laughed. He also picked up his tea and took a sip before putting it down gently. He asked Ling Yan, do you have time to eat here tonight? Ling Yan shook his head directly. Uncle Long, I really can't today. I have too many things to do these few days. I'm here this time to thank you. I'll leave at most an hour. No one knew how much power Long Kuan had in Jiangnan province or Xianxia city. However, everyone knew that Green Dragon was very strong. If Long Kuan wanted to understand someone, he could do it in a matter of minutes. He had been paying attention to Ling Yan for a long time, so he naturally knew that Ling Yan was very busy. Ignoring Long Wu's pout, Long Kuan didn't force Ling Yan. Instead, he smiled and nodded his head. Business is more important. After you're done with your work for a few days, come visit us. Thank you, Uncle Long, for the matter at Linjiang Garden. Ling Yan saw that Long Kuan was very direct with his words. Hence, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Long Kuan laughed. It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it to heart. I went over the day before yesterday mainly to see you. See me? Ling Yan was slightly stunned. How long has Boss Green Dragon been paying attention to me? Why did he look at me? Ling Yan asked in confusion. Uncle Long, I beat up your subordinates and stole your beloved general, Tai Xiaohu. Why didn't you find trouble with me? Instead, you helped me? Long Kuan looked at Ling Yan with a kind gaze and a kind smile. His words were earth-shattering. Ling Yan, since you're willing to call me Uncle Long, then I'll take advantage of my seniority and call you my nephew. Ling Yan said. Nephew, listen carefully. You didn't beat up my subordinates, and you didn't steal my beloved general. Green Dragon was originally yours. What? Ling Yan was so shocked that he almost jumped out of his seat. Uncle Long, are you joking? You're saying Green Dragon. Green Dragon is mine? Ling Yan couldn't remain calm. Long Kuan, on the other hand, was calm and leisurely. He used his eyes to signal Ling Yan to continue drinking his tea. Then, with a tone of 100% certainty, he said, That's right, Green Dragon is yours. It doesn't matter whether you accept it or not. Green Dragon is yours anyway. After getting Long Kuan's confirmation once again, Ling Yan scratched his head in confusion. He frowned and asked in confusion, why? Green Dragon was an underworld force that had been running amok in Jiangnam province for more than 10 years. Now that Long Kuan said that Green Dragon belonged to Ling Yan, even Ling Yan couldn't remain calm for a moment. Of course, Ling Yan didn't care about Green Dragon's power at the moment. He was just curious. Long Kuan poured another cup of tea for Ling Yan and said with a smile, Nephew, it seems like your mother hasn't told you anything yet. Let me tell you then. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. So this matter had something to do with his mother, Qin Xiuyue. This seemed to be much easier to understand. Nephew, 17 years ago, when I brought Wu Er to Qingshui City, we were chased by our enemies. At that time, I was seriously injured. It was your mother who saved Wu Er's and my lives. At that time, I was all alone and had to take care of Wu Er. I couldn't repay her for saving my life, so I took the initiative to propose a child betrothal with your mother. I promised that when Wu Er grew up, she would marry you and become your wife. At this point, Long Wu was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak anymore. She stomped her feet and pouted. With a blushing face, she said coquettishly, Who wants to marry him? He's so overbearing. Ling Yan was dumbfounded. He raised his head to look at Long Kuan and then at the embarrassed Long Wu. He mumbled, Child betrothal? Wife. This was like a pie falling from the sky. I didn't expect my mother to play such a trick. She found me a wife 17 years ago? Daddy, what are you talking about? It's so embarrassing. Long Wu was so embarrassed that she couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and pouted before turning around and running back into the house. Long Kuan didn't mind it at all. He laughed heartily and said to Ling Yan, Your Uncle Long only has one daughter. I think I've raised her well over the past 17 years. Tell me, is Green Dragon yours? Ling Yan was not shocked for too long. He reacted quickly and thought to himself, if that's the case, then the Green Dragon is really mine. If Long Wu were to marry him, all of Long Kuan's assets would be mine. Of course, I wouldn't let anyone else take advantage of it. But, can a child betrothal be counted? Long Kuan's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. He said with certainty, Your mother agreed to it back then. Do you think it counts? Of course, Long Kuan was lying to Ling Yan. Qin Xiuyue had rejected him back then. However, that was 17 years ago and Qin Xiuyue wasn't around. Now that only Long Kuan knew about it, he could say whatever he wanted. Ling Yan's performance was heaven-defying. If Long Kuan couldn't get such a good son-in-law, he would have wasted his life. Uncle Long, I'll have to wait for my mother to come back. I'll ask her and do as she says. Ling Yan could finally enjoy the shade of Qianxua's tree. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. To be continued. End of chapter 437. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.